right, everybody. We need to try that again. Do apologize for the technical difficulties there, as YouTube. So we're gonna have to be staying away from YouTube for this challenge. But if everybody who's tuning in with us would do us a big favor and please share this post, get the word out, let's get as many people here joining us in this challenge as possible. I would greatly appreciate that. But even though we had already started this game, technically. Uh, I don't want it to say like, oh, you started, 3 minutes into the game. No, I want a full clip of us watching all three games. So even though now I'm gonna be up for 25 minutes later tonight, I gotta do this full and right. So with that being said, let's jump right back into this.
It's a good old-fashioned backyard ball, a feud that started way back in 1894. And these Carolina fans are hungry for a win.
Sorry about that, y'all. Sorry about the inconvenience. But again, if you're in here with us, let us know. We'd love to answer any questions, thoughts, comments as we watch these games, and just let us know what's going on. What you were doing, were you at this game?
Looking for his first win ever.
I know that James in game
today
had a couple of people joining us in the last live stream, so I apologize.
And the Tar Heels of North Carolina, week 9
we're back
in the
rolling
Atlantic
here.
Coast Conference. Hi, everybody. I'm Tim Brand along with Dave Archer. When you look at Carolina, you got to start with Bryn Renner, the quarterback. He's got to have a good game today.
Yeah, the maestro of this spread offense led by Larry Fedora is Bryn Renner. He's been outstanding. Now, both men will admit it's a work in progress, but numbers are up across the board. They're averaging 39 points per game. Now, Bryn Renner will want to get the football to the best football player on the field today, and that's Gio Bernard. He has been phenomenal over a 3-game stretch. It started with Virginia Tech 3 weeks ago. A 60-yard burst led to 262 yards on the ground. Then how about on the road? Leading his team to a huge road victory, 189 yards rushing there. And then last week against Duke, he was phenomenal again. They'll not only hand the football to this kid, they're going to throw it to him. And North Carolina State has got to find number 26.
Updating some of the tickers now because
5 straight wins over North Carolina today. He hands the keys to Mike Glennon.
I love this kid. 6'6", 230 pounds, monster
now
arm.
He
will throw it all over the field. His confidence level is through the roof. He's guided his team to 6 fourth-quarter touchdowns, including 2 late touchdown drives that have led to victories for the WolfPack. Mike Glennon is playing at the highest level of his game, and Tom O'Brien is leaning on him big time. One of the guys he'll lean on is this guy, Brian Underwood. He's caught a touchdown in 7 consecutive games. You can bet that Underwood will get an opportunity today.
Dave Archer fired up. This is one of the great rivalries in all of the Atlantic Coast Conference. The third member of our broadcast team, Mike Hogwood, with the very latest from downstairs. Mike.
All right, thanks a lot, Tim, and I wanted you to talk about rivalry. How about this, though? 5 years in a row for NC State. That means that nobody playing today in a North Carolina uniform has ever beaten NC State. On the other hand, nobody in an NC State uniform has ever lost to North Carolina. And, of course, last week, North Carolina had a heartbreaking loss to another rival, Duke. Well, on Sunday, Larry Fedora said, let's put that game behind us. He had all kinds of signage in the Carolina locker room saying, hey, it's time to worry about NC State. Larry Fedora said one of the first things he learned when he came to Chapel Hill was the fact that NC State was the big game in football. Got to make a note about the weather, Tim. You know that hurricane's coming up the East Coast. Well, there's good news. The chance of rain is very slim today. We may get some wind, but the good news is I don't think we're going to get any rain, and that spells good things for this football game.
I like your optimism. What a terrific crowd here. Tom O'Brien has won 5 in a row, as we've stated, over North Carolina, the longest streak ever over the Tar Heels by the WolfPack. Tom O'Brien, tough as nails, no nonsense Marine, but always fair. Carolina fans fired up. NC State has won the toss. And
not a YouTube ban, luckily, but they said nope, you cannot show copyrighted content, which I always thought it was more for the monetization standpoint, but no, they won't let you do it at all. So just had to, they said we go that way, so we just had to go that way and just get rid of the YouTube stuff. But again, we're still live on Facebook. We're actually live on Twitch, live on Twitter. Still, so we should still be good to go. So if Jason, if you wouldn't mind, please helping us, let's share this, and if you wouldn't mind, please sharing this out, Jason. We'd love to get as many people tuning in with us as we can, especially since I'm gonna be up till probably good. 10:30.
You saw the offensive
Right now it's
line.
gonna be a long day, so definitely want to have as many people, including you, here with us here, Jason. Appreciate you tuning in, man. But yeah, no, YouTube is not tough enough to be an NC State fan for sure. I
There
agree
he
with
is.
that.
Here's your guy, Arch. Big, smart quarterback who threw for a school record 26 touchdowns last year, 17.
All right,
this
we're
season.
back.
Throws the out pattern immediately.
Again, we
breaks away
I know, Jason, you know, we watched, you know, the first couple minutes of this game, the first touchdown, and now maybe I can talk about a little bit more, but T.Y. McGill, Thomas Peel, Brian Slade, Daryl Tatum, Bishop. Was this the first time UNC broke out the light blue chrome? I would say so, yes. Because they broke out another chrome helmet versus Duke in 2014, but this is the first.
Smith with the catch, first down, and Carolina is in business.
See, this one isn't necessarily chrome.
Excellent job.
I guess it's a chrome color. It's not like fully reflective chrome. Like they had a fully reflective chrome helmet that they showed that they brought out in 2014.
Renner gives it straight ahead. This is Bernard. Bernard with a big gain down close to the
yeah,
first
this is
down
one of the
stripe.
first, I guess, chrome style helmets. It's a big Tar Heel foot on the side.
Were the explosion plays, but right out of the box, North Carolina with a gadget play, and they got him in scoring position.
Renner fakes it, carries it himself, and Renner is down to the 18-yard line, gain of 2.
I'm telling you, still to this day, one of my favorite state players got to be Brandon Bishop, man. I mean, that guy, 0 points allowed on opening drives this season. Wow. Good job. Good job, AC Network. Just jinxed the heck out of us.
Good up tempo.
You done did it.
Defense is not allowed a touchdown on the first drive this year. Carolina threatening here. Second down, they need 8. Renner throws the out pattern. That's complete. This is Davis.
Davis
slides inside the 10 down to the 18-yard line. Sterling Lucas comes up to make the tackle. It's a gain of 10.
I definitely know UNC is scoring, but I feel like Quinshon Davis is pretty high in the record books for UNC. I'm trying to remember. But yeah, I'm trying to remember. There was a guy that got drafted by the Giants from UNC. Yeah, there's definitely a missed gap here. So I want y'all to watch in the middle, 69, Thomas Peel, and then number 7, Sterling Lucas, the linebacker. They basically stacked on top of each other, and I have a strong feeling that one of them made the mistake, and that's the gap that Gino went through today. Watch 69-7. See how they stack up like that right there? So yeah, I have a strong feeling that maybe that was either Sterling or Thomas Peel's gap that was missed right there.
Is phenomenal. He does a great job of finding the crease, and like I said in the opening, that's the best football player on the field right there, number 26.
So Casey Barth comes on to attempt the extra point.
On the field.
Good snap, good hold.
There's a conversation I think between Gio and Mike Glennon. I think Mike Glennon was the best player on the field from our side.
I'm an Avenger. Everywhere I go, people ask me the same thing.
Yeah, even though YouTube's going to ban, stop the content, they still want us to show
the team that runs the ball the best in this series has won 18 of the last 20. The Tar Heels out of the blocks quickly.
Listen to them playing. Yeah, I'm totally blinking.
Well, it didn't take long. Renner was 3
7
for
Nation
3.
Army.
The drive went 65 yards.
Had a brain fart there for a second.
75 or 7-0. It was a 65-yard.
Also, back when this game, he was throwing dimes second half, but we had Butterfingers.
So here we
go. No, I can't remember who also said that in the first attempt live stream, but there's a lot of drop passes, and I would love to do a pin around that. I don't really want to get up
to use him.
Hold on a second. Let me see if I have a pin
to get the ball back to Renner really frees Highsmith deep. So nice job of calling plays there by Blake Anderson.
Tobias Palmer standing at his own 4.
No, but I'll just keep track of it with my phone. I'd be curious. Let's try and keep up with how many drop passes we had.
Bobbles it and takes off.
And then
across the 15, he'll get to the 16.
I have a strong feeling that
Good
Brian
coverage.
Underwood is high on this list again. I said in the first part, and I'll say it again, that to me, Brian Underwood still is one of the most overrated wide receivers in space history. But,
what's important, Mike Lennon,
so yeah, let me know in the comments here, Jason.
State's
when you see when
92nd in the nation
you
in
think
yards per game.
there was a drop pass or
line is big.
whatever,
it
it's not always cut
and
dry. Obviously, you know, sometimes it can be a little bit off. But if it hits your hands, to me, if it hits your hands, drop pass. Even if you're stretching out for it, if it hits you in the hands, then
left side, Creasy, not much there. Met immediately.
Dang offensive line.
Carolina's defense is fun to watch. The Tar Heels run a 4-2-5 scheme.
I don't know, Jason, if he would be really thrilled about coming on to talk about this game, to be honest.
In the middle of everything as
that's
you
my
look at
2
the
cents.
linebackers. With Heffernan in the secondary, it'll be tested today, and Carolina's secondary is much improved. Trey Boston had 17 tackles against Duke. As Arch mentioned a few minutes ago, he's very active and stays very much in every play. Second down, they need 11. Here's the pass, complete to Palmer.
Okay.
Gets about a yard or two from the original line of scrimmage. Reddick is there, and he makes the tackle.
This is an area where North Carolina State has struggled a little bit on offense, is converting on third down, only 39% on the year. And this is where they really lean on Mike Glennon's
You know what's funny is I have
and his
my
experience to take care of the football deep in his own end.
Tom O'Brien,
he doesn't even know. To me, I think that's definitely a very cool addition for UNC. Even though I definitely don't want to give him credit, but just, you know, I got to give credit where it's due. But like the third down, like way thing.
on the defensive line.
I guess it's 2001.
Palmer, and Palmer's not going to go much.
Yeah, I hate the play calling,
almost
man.
immediately after a gain of 2.
Now, we talked about Ebron checking in. This kid's a great tight end, but they put him in pass rush situations.
Yeah, no, this was 100% Tom O'Brien's backbreaker, Jason. No doubt about it.
The time clock for Mike Glennon with pressure.
I'll do this for you,
Jason, and shows up.
But
and he slipped out of the blocks.
earlier that year,
still
he
almost
faced
got there.
Maryland.
It did cause the hurry.
That was the weekend before.
This is a shank.
It was the weekend before.
Carolina's going to get good field position, but it gets a NC State roll down inside the 35 at the 33.
The story was that Debbie Al, athletic director at the time, was literally waiting at the locker room door.
Carolina still has good field position.
Just a reminder for Maryland that basically they had to burn their true freshman quarterback's redshirt because they had their first 2 string quarterbacks get injured. And so they literally had to bring in their redshirted at the time, but then they had the Burns redshirt quarterback, and the quarterback drove all the way down the field to get in field goal range. And the Maryland kicker hit off the post. And I still remember that, yeah, they were saying that Davey, I was literally waiting that if we would have lost that game, that would have been the backbreaker for O'Brien. But yeah, no, this game, losing to UNC when we were up pretty big, and I haven't really watched this game too much, but we were up pretty big for us to lose that game and lose the way we did. Again, I'll kind of talk more about it once we get there, but to lose, you were tied with Mike Lennon and Nick Sadie, one of the top 4 or 5 quarterbacks in NC State history, one of the top 4 or 5 kickers in NC State history, and you don't drive 30, 40 yards down the field with a minute and a half left.
He's open. This is
UNC was just toying with us.
10 to the 5. No signal yet.
Wow.
Touchdown, North Carolina.
Jeez. That's what I'm saying. Like, UNC got off to this strong of a start, and we came back and took the lead on them.
Eric Highsmith on the reverse.
But
well, watch the cut here as he cuts inside, and then the great speed by Highsmith. Talked about getting this defense go one way, come back the other way, just using the size of NC State against them because it's hard to get that big body going the other way. And you see Highsmith snake just inside the pylon.
So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, this is 100% Tom O'Brien's backbreakers. There's no way we should have lost this game based off the decision making we did. Hey, look at that. Yeah, UNC is just toying with us, man. They're just sticking it to us.
There is a flag down.
I do love the all-white, though. All-white uniforms. All-white gear. I love it.
Personal foul, roughing the passer on Hibbert. But a good job by Hibbert
That's
to
salt in the wound.
recognize numbers were in his favor to the right. Does a good job of rolling out, finding his target in the right corner of the end zone.
Two-point conversion is good.
It's a two-pointer for North Carolina.
Foul, number 5 of the defense. That 15-yard penalty will be a set on the succeeding kickoff.
Rodman Noel is guilty of the personal foul, but the bottom line is it's Carolina 15, NC State nothing. And a lot of fannies aren't even in the
At some point we're
seats
getting
yet.
back into this. I know that.
That first time you take a step back
I made that.
with your very own online store.
I sold.
Yeah.
What a great
I was
start
thinking
for
about
North
going
Carolina,
ahead and
Tim.
like
They wanted to come out,
Exporting,
make some big
like, I guess,
plays. You had
exporting the
reverse
video
pass,
or
then you had the reverse
whatever you
by
want to call it
Highsmith.
of
He's
each of
been
these
a
games,
center of
but
attention for a lot
that'd
of
have been
what's
so
gone
much
on
data.
for Larry
That'd
Fedora's
been a
team.
lot.
But if he was going to design a start,
No, Benjamin, this
in a
was his
game
last
you've lost
game.
5
He
straight,
was
I don't think he could've
fired the
orchestrated
moment he
anything
walked
better
into the
for
locker
North
room.
Carolina.
Larry Fedora led Southern
no,
Miss
I
to the
just
Conference
remember
USA
that.
Championship last year.
And again, because there
Always
was
been
no
the most
point. Like,
successful guy when he
bro.
spreads the field, goes on a rapid pace.
Pretty
No
much
huddle, we've
your
already
whole
seen that.
tenure at NC
And the
State
Tar Heels
up
are
to
averaging
this year, having
74
Mike
plays
Glennon,
a game.
who,
Keys to the game
I mean,
margin.
is the
Well,
most,
explode,
I guess,
and
comparable
explode.
to
That
Matt
means NC
Ryan,
State
who
needed to make some plays, but they
when he
needed
was
to
at Boston
limit
College,
explosion plays. They
and he
have
had
not
Matt
done
Ryan,
that.
he was a
The
top
reverse,
5,
the reverse
6 team
pass has touched them
in the
big time.
country.
For North Carolina,
And then
they wanted
you
to make
basically
the Wolfpack run
choose
sideline
to
to sideline.
move
Get the
forward
big
with Mike
people
Glennon
running.
rather than Russell Wilson,
They've
which
done that. So
at the
keys to
time I
game,
don't, I mean,
A+ for
you know,
North
obviously
Carolina so
hindsight's always
far early in the
2020,
game.
but
Casey Barth comes
you know,
on to kick it off.
at the time I don't necessarily blame that decision, but
Right now, I think
now it's the
NC
second
State is
year.
shell-shocked.
You have a very
look at
senior-led
Tobias
team with
Palmer.
Earl Wolf, David Amerson, Sterling Lucas, and then on the offensive side you
Barth
got
with a strong
Tobias
kick. This will
Palmer,
go through the
you
end
name it,
zone.
a bunch of guys.
Bounce
And
against the
at
back
this
wall,
point,
so they'll
you
bring that
barely
out of the
beaten
touchback.
Maryland. Barely. You should have lost that game.
Now the,
You got
North
blown out
Carolina
at
State
Miami.
touched
Now,
the
you
ball
did
one
have the
time,
big
but on
win
field
against Florida
three
State.
plays,
But
he
again,
ran the
the
punt. So
problem is that once
remember,
again,
no
and this is
panic
my thing
in
with
NC
Tom
State
O'Brien, that
because
every
Tom
single
O'Brien
year
teams
you would get
found
the
themselves
exact same
behind
things
before.
from him.
Remember,
You would get,
13-0
you
at the
know,
half
a
to
6,
then
7,
number
8
3
win
in the country,
season.
Florida
You get a
State.
win over
No
UNC,
panic in Tom O'Brien's
and you
team.
have a big
They'll come
upset,
back
but
out
you'd also
and
have
get
a
to
really
doing what
bad
they do
loss.
offensively. Dana Bible will
And
continue to call
that,
the
because like that's the
run,
thing is that we
short
literally beat
passing
Florida
game
State
for
at
Glennon
home, number
and
3
try to
team in the
move the
country,
chains.
17-16. But then you go to Maryland and you barely beat them when you should have lost to them 20-18. So it's not like it was an offensive scoring game or whatever. It was rough. And then you lose this game where you should have lost to a very young team, a young quarterback, and Bryce Renner. I mean, Bryce Renner is not even in Mike Glennon's ballpark. Like Mike Glennon is by far the more experienced quarterback here on this week. So there's no way you should have been in a situation like you were against Maryland, and there's no way you should have lost this game. The favorite part about going to UNC games, walking down the frat row in my red, with all the heat, only the walk by post
Straight ahead they
heat.
go.
Yeah, that's the one thing which kind of sucked with this past year's UNC game was that since it was, I think it didn't start until 3:30, 4 o'clock was the game. By the time the game got done, it was dark, and walking back, it was like a ghost town. But I would have loved to have had some light on those buildings and seen who was out and about. And oh man, it was glorious. It was a glorious walk back to our car. That's for sure. It was great. I'll never forget that moment. Like that, those are the kind of moments you love as sports fans, as NC State fans. See, what are you doing a read option with Mike Glennon for?
Zone read play. This is just not what Glennon does. Now this is
why would you do that? That's dumb. That is not.
Honest to a certain extent, but
that's not.
Really no
Again, no shade towards Glennon, but that is just not. Like, could you imagine Matt Ryan doing a read option
in that third down conversion situation where NC State has converted only 39% of the time on the year?
3rd down and 6. Carter, Underwood, Payton. Those are your wideouts. This is Underwood in motion.
Great protection.
This is complete.
There you go, Mario Carter.
And Carter's got an NC State first down and then some into North Carolina territory.
Oh man, let's go.
And
We're gonna
NC
win this
State's
thing.
Starting to move. A pickup of 14.
Or not.
Mario Carter going to run the short drag from the
That's a good
tight
play,
end
though.
spot. He's the outlet for Glennon as he looks down
See,
the field,
again,
drops
he
it off
caught
to
the
his
ball
big tight
at the
end.
first
Did a
mark.
good
It
job
always
getting
would
north and
piss the
south to
crap
pick up
out
the
of me
first down.
whenever they would do a play like it was like 3rd and 8,
This is an
and they would do like a
excellent
1-yard
answer
drag
drive by
route.
North
And
Carolina
coach, I'm
State
like,
here, moving the chains, keeping their offense on the
what
field.
is that? Come on.
Breaks one.
Yeah.
Skips his way to the
Creasy.
45-yard line. Gain of 2 for Tony Creasy. Logan Wickles goes back out of the game. Tobias Palmer comes back in for the Wolfpack.
You look at these two teams and what's on the line. North Carolina's lost 5 in a row. NC State, there's nobody in NC State's locker room that's ever lost to North Carolina. So you can bet there's going to be a little shoving and pushing.
That was a great sky at the time.
Look at Kareem Martin and Sylvester Williams. They try to apply
Great
the pressure.
protection.
This ball is up for grabs and incomplete. Dangerous pass by Glennon.
Very dangerous pass.
It was intended for Mario Carter, who had a height advantage there, but the pass was a floater.
Man, I feel for our ball boys on the visitor side during this game.
He did not bite up on
Has to be
Palmer
rough.
in the flat. And a good job. There's Dan Dish, co-defensive coordinator. He loves his
I
young
remember it
corner
too, man.
stepping
This
up and
ball
making a
was
play there
huge.
on 2nd down, and now here you are 3rd and long.
Yeah, we had pretty big, like we didn't have the US footballs that we do now. Those footballs, if I'm not mistaken, were definitely bigger than the ones you have today. Which I'm sure maybe a lot of that is just because Glennon's freaking hands are so daggone big.
With time, the out pattern. It's
Great pass.
complete, and it'll be another first down for the Wolfpack.
Yeah,
Ryan
again, Jason,
Underwood
make
goes
sure
out of
again
bounds
if we see a drop pass,
at about the
make sure it's
34-yard
blocking
line.
down. I haven't really seen one yet.
A good read. Terry Schenkel, the corner, number 24, just
Actually,
playing soft and way
has he
off
even
to
thrown-
the inside.
He threw that
Glennon sees
one
throws
dangerous
the out
pass,
route to
but that
Underwood,
was,
just an easy throw and catch for receiver quarterback.
I think that might have been the only incomplete pass this month so far even.
12, Underwood goes out of the ball game. First down, NC State. A lot of movement, and North Carolina says the Wolfpack move.
Nice and
They did.
Chandler. Oh, Ron Cherry. He was giving them the business. Oh, throwback.
NC State, when you look at their numbers, Tim, pre-snap, they had 51 penalties.
And remember when
on
we
the
used to have
year,
stripes
27
going down the middle of our
pre-snap, now
helmets?
52 penalties.
Not
and
anymore.
27 pre-snap penalties, or 28
27
pre-snap
pre-snap
penalties.
penalties.
Down it. Those
Again,
are
y'all,
mental errors
pre-snap
that
penalties
just
are always the
drive
most
you crazy as a
frustrating
head
because
football
if
coach.
they're pre-snap,
That's
that
just a
means
focus,
that
lack of
it's simply
focus
a
up
lack,
front.
yeah, just like they just had a lack of focus.
Tyson
There's no, like, there's nothing else. Like, you know, I can understand, you know, in-play penalties a little bit more because, again, it's a half-second reaction, but pre-snap penalties are simply just focus.
With time, throws underneath again.
Yeah.
They
It's
found
inexcusable.
something to go to there. And this is,
Dude, that guy had a great build for a wide receiver. I really wish that we could have gotten more out of him.
Nice pickup on the corner blitz. Here comes Price on the corner blitz.
Great pickup.
Good job of
That's funny. Pass
presenting.
protection wise, we're
Check
doing
down,
great.
tight throw.
Run
Glennon
protection was
surveying
struggling.
downfield and finding that underneath area against the zone open. That was a zone blitz, little corner fire from Tim Scott.
So they get 6 of them back. It'll bring up 2nd down
Very
and
long
9.
drive so far, time-wise.
9th play of the drive coming up. Creasy back in as the lone setback. And timeout NC State. So with 6:42 remaining in the first quarter.
See, what are we using?
Wolfpack.
That's another frustrating thing, though, is blowing a timeout like that early because of
Carolina so
miscommunications.
far, 15-0.
It was our first time in Kyoto.
It is crazy, though, how we
yeah,
did
it
come
was
back
a whole
from
new
this,
thing for
in this
us.
game.
We stayed in the room.
ACC football is being brought to you by AT&T, by BB&T,
Man, all those UNC fans, or UNC students.
by CPI Security, and by Food.
Oh, look at their cute little Beat State shirts. Roy Williams, dude. Man, he definitely looks 10 years younger there for sure.
Have another fine basketball team over here, but this year it's NC State as the preseason favorite in the Atlantic Coast Conference. Duke and Carolina right behind them.
CJ
Good times.
The real deal.
Keep that name in mind.
The real deal.
Ball.
Glennon's 4 for 5 on his drive.
Yeah, that didn't work out
2nd
too
down
well
and 9
for
the
basketball.
Wolfpack. Tony Creasy is in the backfield with Glennon, who's going to throw. has plenty of time. Now looks down into the end zone and
wide open.
And it's a touchdown for the Wolfpack.
Great pass protection.
Hedges.
Yeah, Charlie Hedges. I'm pretty sure he transferred to Georgia his last year, funny enough.
Well, Charlie Hedges is a
must have been just
Marietta, Georgia.
Yeah, so he's from Marietta, Georgia, so that had to be
just against the cover 2 corner, and there's no safety help. Hegedus waves the arm. No question about it. Did a good job of securing the catch. All-state player in Georgia. There's Dana Bible.
Oh, look at Kitchings. Yes, Kitchings. Dana Bible.
What a nice answer.
Yeah, a lot of people forget that that Kitchings was the only assistant coach that got brought over from Tom O'Brien's staff.
And the Wolfpack on the board. We'll be back after a word from your local stations.
Time for a Hyundai update. Tom Wormy, Tommy Bowden in the studio. Thursday, Clemson at Wake Forest, and Sammy Watkins getting into the act, 61 yards for the TD.
His upper body strength, one of the things that makes him such a great player.
Always blows my mind when we talk about Clemson is that
202 yards receiving to
like
set a
that
school
team
record,
that
42-13 Clemson to 7-1.
That was Swinney had right there with Sammy Watkins. He had DeAndre Hopkins. He had Oz Boyd. He had Victor Beasley. Like, he had a stacked team. And the fact they didn't even win an AC championship is definitely a frustration piece for them. So, but again, it came down to they had to learn how to. It really took until they had Sean Watson and Mike Williams and those guys. And
this would be Sean Tapley.
Ben Pearson, no.
Gets a block and turns it out and is
linebacker Bulwer. It took until they had those group of eggs to
Tim, let's take a look at this touchdown
really
now. As we look
learn
at
how to
Peyton
win,
right
how to find a way to win.
Influence the safety. He's going to get right in here, occupy the safety. Hegedus is going to get in behind Jabari Price at the top. Watch the safety look inside the Peyton.
Great pickup there in the middle by Creasy on the pass protection. Man, there's so many state fans there. I love it.
Career touchdown. As a
So
member
sad.
of the Wolfpack.
And it gets NC State back in this ball
for
game.
him. Yeah. See, like landing 5 for 6.
NC State
No drop
was on the
passes
verge
so
of
far,
being
Jason.
blown out the
No
way this
drop
thing
passes so
started.
far.
Up-tempo, quick pace offense by the Tar Heels. Here the little swing pass is room outside. This is Bernard.
Great tackle, Sterling.
Bernard chased down by Sterling Lucas. 8-5.
Boy, the versatility of Giovanni Bernard is mind-boggling. This kid,
man, they're talking about Gio the whole daggone day.
Obviously, the best runner, tough as nails.
They're gonna get quite tree later in this game for sure.
Injury his freshman year was redshirted. Kid's a heck of a player.
Second down and 5. Renner rolls right, has the completion near the first down marker. This is McNeil. McNeil steps out of bounds. David Anderson.
That's a generous spot.
Let's go downstairs to Mike Hogwood.
Well, Tim, North Carolina warmed up today in white helmets with the North Carolina logo. They went to the locker room and changed. They've never worn anything like this. This was Larry Fedora's idea. I told you before the game, Fedora knows this is a big game. Getting these guys to wear these helmets is just another sign of it. And by the way, the players love them.
There's no question. They came out fired up tempo, put 15 straight points. This is Bernard.
Trying to take on Gio Bernard with a linebacker with all that room.
Before he's finally knocked out of bounds by Bishop.
It's just a brutal matchup, Tim. Bernard's going to slip out in the left flat. He's just a check down. But Brandon Pittman, the linebacker, 39, just does not have the speed, and he's one of the faster linebackers for NC State. He just cannot stay with Giovanni Bernard.
First down, this is Bernard. This time they get him. That's a loss of one.
My favorite instance
These aren't the same linebackers we've seen in the past, though.
Section where my Tar Heel sister at the 41 and Russell Wilson game. Yep, I was there actually on the sidelines for that game. My uncle at the time drove Big Bad Wolf truck, which was the equipment truck for the football team. And so I got to stand with him, and I was 14, so I was a freshman in high school at the time. Yeah, that was good times.
Has a first down for the Tar Heels.
That was 2008.
That's a pickup of 13.
I talked about this kid here, Quinshot Davis. He's a guy that they wanted to kind of work in, get his feet wet, but because he's such a good player and has responded, at 6'4", 190 pounds, they've had to plug him in. He's a starter. They couldn't keep him out of the game. He's just responded so well as a young kid.
Morris and Blue both in the ball game now for Carolina. The Tar Heels trying to really wear out this big defensive line of NC State.
Yeah, it's definitely a big defensive line. Definitely not.
Sideline to sideline here early.
You're okay to see. Look, how many? That's probably got to be 3 or 4 trick plays just in the first quarter alone. That's all by UNC.
Great decision by Brent Renner right there. They had the little throwback special, trying to get the safeties and linebackers to bite up on play action. Then they have Ebron releasing Eric Ebron down through the middle. He didn't have him, so he checked it down to the back. Good decision.
Look out! This is Morris. Tiptoes his way across the 35 down to the 32-yard line. A gain of 7. They're picking him up in chunks.
Another one of the talented freshmen that North Carolina is going to be excited to see for the next couple of years. Romar Morris. He's a nice fill-in for Giovanni Bernard.
5'10", 180-pounder out of Salisbury, North Carolina. Here's a little floater back outside, and it's incomplete. Intended for Ebron.
All right, we're still rolling.
Incompletion of the game. He's 8 for 9. Look at this. NC State allowing a lot of points early in the first quarter. The rest of the game, 83 points combined. Leonard with plenty of time, checks down, throws it underneath. Bernard inside the 30.
On this season of The Ultimate Fighter, former 2-division world champion Conor McGregor makes his return.
Gio took a big hit at the end of that play. Looked like McGill, T.Y. McGill folded in late and really put a shot on Giovanni Bernard, who's down now on the play.
Yeah, he got popped good.
Giovanni Bernard. His brother was an all-conference running back at Oregon State. With Giovanni, he ran all over Virginia Tech, Miami, and Duke.
Going to run the little angle route to the inside. Now watch the hit late here on Bernard as he's going to the ground. Big lick right there, and it was Pittman, the linebacker.
Yeah, that would have been
McGill,
today.
Pittman, the linebacker,
sure.
really puts a big shot on Giovanni Bernard.
No, that's not.
It was a clean hit. He was still off the ground.
I thought from another angle he looked down more than right there.
With Carolina's
yeah, no, he still wasn't off the ground.
Of the afternoon.
Trying to get a fumble.
Mike Archer, defensive coordinator for NC State. He's looking maybe to ball a good timeout.
Another
here.
timeout.
The right people on the field. And
that's his second timeout of the half. So 3:52 remaining in the first.
I was gonna say another.
Well, we had a good crowd this morning outside Kenan Stadium, and as Tar Heel fans get ready for their big rivalry game in Chapel Hill, one of the great places to tailgate in college football. Be a super tailgate hero with Bojangles 12-piece super tailgate special. We got into a little of that this morning. Remember, it's always bow time when you are tailgating, and they sure know how to do that here.
No, they don't.
In Chapel Hill. There was a lot of go blue this morning.
Yeah, this is one of the really cool scenes in the ACC. Is this game, NC State, North Carolina. NC State's had their way with it over the last 5 years, but the rivalry's still huge.
What up, WolfPack faithful?
We were just talking about Brent Renner.
His numbers, and some of that has been Brent really managing the game extremely well, dropping it off, not forcing the ball into coverage. He's played extremely well here early.
This is a 3rd down and 7, and again, their first 3rd down of the game.
Giovanni Bernard is checked back into the lineup. He's a guy that NC State will try to find.
Carolina's 10th play of the drive. Renner backside pressure, throws into the corner.
Great protection.
Incomplete.
Oh, man.
Well, that's a nice play by Earl Wolf, the safety, coming over and taking the out route. See, they fake the quick screen to the outside. Now Wolf has to have his eyes on a swivel because he's got to find the receiver, Ebron, going deep. And Wolf does an outstanding job of getting there. When you start talking about safety play, Earl Wolf is as good as there is.
This will be a 45-yard attempt by Casey Barth. As long as this year is 48, that has plenty of distance, and it's good.
kick.
Now you talk about a guy that's automatic. His brother was automatic before him, and now he's automatic.
14 for 17 for the year, and it's 18-7 Carolina. Let's go back to Tom in the studio.
Thanks, Tim. Tom Wormy and Tommy Bowden in the studio. Let's take a look at what's happening in the Twitter world with our AT&T fan tweets. Coach, they want to know, what do you think of the unconventional uniforms by North Carolina today?
As a head coach, I like them because the players like them. As a head coach, I used to meet with the players and let them make the decision. As long as it wasn't shorts and sandals, I let them go with it.
Busting out the chrome helmets for North Carolina, and they've got the lead in the first quarter. Let's go back to Chapel Hill, to Tim for all the action.
They were fired up, Arch.
What's cool about it, Tim, is being able to try to keep the continuity of the uniform, but still work a new look in. And the tar heel on the side of the helmet is awesome. I think it's a great look.
Casey Barth comes on for the kickoff after hitting that 45-yard field goal. And Palmer will be standing at his own 3. Barth's last kick went through the end zone for a touchback. This will be taken a yard deep. Palmer to the 10. Gets a block at the 15 and is taken down at the 17, and he's taken down rather rudely.
Yeah, not Benjamin, don't worry. Armstrong will be a starter this year. That is a guarantee. And again, you want that. You know, we'll probably talk about that more on Monday during our live show. But I mean, again, you want to go ahead and just announce Brendan as the starter, and so that way he can go ahead and get as many first-team team reps as he can. Get him throwing with Keat on the same. Get him throwing.
They spread the ball around pretty well.
You know, with Porter Rooks, you name it. All of our strong wide receivers, get him throwing with them. Get him throwing with Trent Banks. Get that.
Puts the ball on the ground. They said he was out of bounds, just short of the 25-yard line. So it's a pickup of 7.
You know, get that.
Avatar: The Way of Water is now streaming on Disney Plus.
Get the. What is the word I'm looking for?
Schenkel picked it up and ran the other way, but it wasn't a scoop and score opportunity.
Get that read going together. Here we make a bowl in 2012. Yeah, I know that was the Music City Bowl when we faced Vanderbilt in Nashville.
Looked like he controlled the football until he hit the ground.
Yeah, that was definitely a bogus bowl game.
And
yeah, we got blown out.
Looked like he slammed the ball to the ground, as you said, when he reached down.
Well, this is the true instance where in college football, I don't think the ground can cause the fumble. Let's look and see if he controls the ball, or does it come loose from his hand before he touches the ground.
Yeah, no, that's a fumble.
Not sure we can see it from the angle. Let's see if he controls the ball until it touches the ground.
Looks like he slammed the ball and the ground caused it. Now the officials on the field.
But the interesting thing here, which is that I'm sure they'll talk about, is that since they blew
I don't see the ball coming out prior to him touching down on the ground. So.
Oh.
But again, no.
The ground can't cause the fumble. Interesting.
The ball came out.
The other thing, that play whistled dead. Otherwise, Schenkel had himself a touchdown if it was in fact a fumble.
Interesting. Oh, Larry Fedora. Where is Larry Fedora these days?
How about this performance by Carolina?
Is he in the XFL?
In the first quarter. Hey, today's coverage for ACC football is being broadcast on AFN, the American Forces Network. We welcome the nearly 1 million men.
I know he was an offensive analyst
US
for
Armed
Texas
Forces
for a
stationed
while.
around the globe in 175 countries and on the high seas. We're so proud to have you with us.
He was in the
today and
USFL.
hope you're enjoying the broadcast, and we certainly appreciate
he stepped away from the head
everything
coaching
that you
position.
do for us.
Yeah, he was a head coach at UNC, and then he went to be an analyst, offensive analyst at Texas. And then he was the offensive coordinator for Baylor in 2020. And then he stayed out coaching for 2021 and came back as the New Orleans Breakers head coach in 2022. Interesting.
And that's what Larry Fedora is arguing, is he's saying he was not down by contact because the ball was the only thing that had touched the ground at that point.
Michael, Larry's in the USFL. Well, he was. In 2022, he stepped away from the head coaching position.
NC State,
in 2022 for the New Orleans Breakers.
2 years,
so,
2 bowl games, the Belk Bowl,
not there
the
anymore.
Sports Bowl.
Taking a while to sort this one out now.
Didn't look that complicated.
Referee Cherry, who's done a million of these in his career.
Gross. Huh. Look at Manny Stocker and Garrett Leatham back there.
120 years of
Garrett
football,
Leatham from
and
Middle
only
Creek
one NC
High
State
School
team has
here in
posted
Raleigh.
a double-digit win total
Walk
in a
on.
year. That was Phillip Rivers when he led the pack to 11 wins back in 2002. Here's another look.
There's no question, nothing. See, his hand is on the ground on the left. There's no elbow on the ground. Just determining whether they had blown the ball down by contact there, or did the ball come loose prior to him being considered down on the play.
Is this challenge supposed to end the NCSU curse or something like that? So it's kind of funny. I've always wanted to do kind of a challenge like this. And also, it doesn't hurt to help. It doesn't hurt that my wife is out in Florida for a bachelor trip, so I'm by myself this weekend. So I was like, I ain't got really anything planned on Saturday, so I'm gonna, do a challenge like this, see how it goes. But yeah, I mean, definitely the hope is that this can kind of get rid of some of the NC State, crap a little bit. Or poop, whatever you want to call it. But more of just, I've always wanted to do something like this,
After further review, there was a fumble and immediate recovery by North Carolina. The ball replaced.
Dumb play by Mario Carter.
Please set the game clock to 3-3-0. Thank you.
So you heard Ron Cherry.
Just wanted to again do something tough, and definitely this is something which again I said in the first attempt that even this morning I was thinking about this. Man, it's gonna be a long day. It's gonna be a tough one. It's beautiful outside right now. And to know I'm be watching all this crap until State fan.
It wasn't long before the booth called down and said, "Hey, we need to take a look at that."
Everybody else saw what I saw from that one State fan there,
Very
but
excited about that. Obviously, Tom's team now.
Yeah.
Tom O'Brien's team.
To now be watching this till
sudden change
probably 10:30 tonight is
now
definitely not easy, but
Tom O'Brien not happy about the call. Carolina fans ecstatic. Giovanni Bernard, who was shaken up, is back in the ball game.
A lot of teams, a lot of offensive coordinators, Blake Anderson, they like to strike right out of a timeout like this or a turnover.
Watch another trick play coming right here.
Tom O'Brien still talking to the officials over on the sideline, and now he goes back off the field. Ron Cherry blows the whistle, and here we go. Ebron and Tab both in the ball game. 4 wideouts.
North Carolina shown in blitz right here. North Carolina State.
Renner looks to the sideline, switches Bernard to the right side. They run the option. Renner spins his way across the 25 to the 24. Not much there. They'll give him a gain of 2 close to the 23-yard line. Here's a look at Daryl Cato Bishop, 6'4", 280 pounds. Started at defensive end and tackle last year. He's a leader of that defense. Renner throws over the middle. It's complete. Down inside the 10, incomplete. He lost the handle, and it was knocked away at the last second.
Well, Earl Wolf is phenomenal guy getting the ball out. He's caused 8 fumbles in his career, which is tops on his team. And watch him come in 27. This is going to be a completion to Ebron. Watch him come in and strip it out, knock it out, and almost ended up with the football himself.
Yeah, great hit.
But he was there at the collision point to help make sure that Ebron did not catch that football.
He heard Ebron coming.
I'm surprised they didn't take a look at that to see if there was a fumble, but just out of fight for them overturning the call.
Tom again over the middle, same play. Good catch by Ebron this time, and he's down inside the 10 to the 6.
Linebacker, 84.
Eric Ebron again.
Yeah, talking to North Carolina's coaches, they wanted to get Ebron isolated on linebackers to the inside. They got him locked on Dowdy that time.
Here
and
comes
it's
a
a
run.
tough matchup for a safety, let alone a linebacker.
Pick up 16, and it's all go for Carolina.
See, again, it took us 2.5 yards to even make contact with him.
His way up inside the 5.
Was that Pittman?
It's a pickup of 5.
Yeah. 39. And Pittman.
This is something you won't see from North Carolina very often. They're huddling. They're on huddle down here at the 2-yard line, make sure they get the right play in, take care of the football. They want to change personnel. They're going to go get big people here and go to a little bit more of a bigger package to try to get Giovanni Bernard in the end zone.
Defending the red zone presented by CPI Security. You see what NC State has done with their backs to the wall, trying to bow their back here. Bernard, right side. Not going to get there.
Nice stop. There we go. Finally.
Teal, McGill, and Dowdy all in there.
Finally, defensive line made an impact right there.
Again, another broken line play. They want to show movement one way, counter back the other. You see the big-time block by Jonathan Cooper, big-time left guard, but that cannot clear enough room as they fold in and stop Giovanni Bernard. Now 3rd and goal.
Brandon Bishop was the last to turn him away as Bernard kept churning to get inside that 1.
All right.
3rd down and 1.
Yeah.
Did he get there? Touchdown Tar Heels.
Jeez.
Giovanni Bernard again.
What a terrible first quarter. 25 points.
Tim, sometimes it pays to
Yeah,
get your people in and we'll push
Nate
it in
Irving,
the end zone. But here Gio, because he's small,
Nate
watching
Irving,
knife
Terrell Bain,
underneath.
Audie Cole, being the main 3. And because I think you think of greatest linebacking cores of state, it's a conversation between that one and the one we had this past year in Isaiah Moore, Trey Thomas, and
print can print it,
Peyton Wilson.
like on Windows.
I think that it'd be a conversation between those two primarily, as in terms of greatest cores. You can kind of,
Good job by North Carolina.
You're trying to see if he has
Cash in the turnover.
broken wrist.
Giovanni Bernard now with 10 touchdown runs this year.
But yeah, no, we definitely had some great linebackers for sure. We had a great defense. Again, 2010, there is no reason we shouldn't have at least made AC championship game. Like that's the most frustrating about football, is that not only have we not won an AC championship in a long, but we haven't even made a championship appearance in a long time, which we should have at least made an appearance in 2010. Yeah, Will Bauman.
Let's take a look again at the touchdown.
It's a state punting great.
Shoulder pads down. He stumbled just with the leg drive, pushes him just across the stripe for the touch. Again, when you get an opportunity, a short field opportunity, you got to catch those in, and North Carolina did that. Gio now 7 carries, 33 yards, and 2 touchdowns, plus 3 receptions, 24 yards. It's been a big part of what North Carolina's been so far.
So Burris goes out, Emerson comes back in along with Dante Johnson. Those are your corners here on this extra point attempt by Casey Boyd. Good snap, good hold, and Barth is good again.
Oh, 25.
Carolina 25, NC State 7 in the first.
And it's going to get even rougher for him too, especially when it happens. I'm sure he gets swamped.
Thank you, Tim. Time for
look at these graphics.
Studio, Maryland and Boston College in the first quarter.
They passed.
Long pass, tailback up the middle, pass, great pass, case ready.
David Dudek makes the KC up 7-0.
I like those uniforms.
A little bit of a surprise there. Boston College playing at home, getting on the board against a very good Maryland defense.
Funny to think that we have 12 quarters of
Gio,
pain,
what
and we're
makes
not even
him
through one
the
yet.
player he is, and his vision. Part of it, that comes with patience, but watch him wait, find the crease, and then take off. Then how about his balance? His ability to find crease, take shoulder wear, and hit it. And then here's the part that everybody's seen that has had a chance to watch him. It's his acceleration. Once he sees the gap,
yeah,
I mean, because he's going to be 5 and down the sideline.
Yeah, football and basketball has definitely been a story. I mean, I think that you can make the argument that there's been a couple of times, especially in football, like I think about 2017, NC State versus Clemson, that, I mean, it was a great game, but we lost to Clemson. That we consider that
what a year
ACC
he's having.
championship
What a career he's
game.
having at NC State.
Nobody from the Coastal had a shot to beat either one of us that year, and so whoever made the championship game would have won the AC championship. That's the only other thing which may be out of that in football is that just,
he still leads the
you know, for the last 10 years, I think there's only been one post-game AC champion, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, one or two, but definitely not more than two. So, yeah. Ryan Underwood, drop pass, and he would have gone to the
what a good job. Again, protection up front for Glennon, and then his ability to see. At 6'6", he waits. Underwood running the deep end route. He controls the linebackers' eyes, and then shoots
basketball,
yeah,
I mean, we could talk about Mark Godfrey, but I definitely was never really a fan. I think that him, son, or whatever that school was in California, was proof that really he did a winning record in the 2 or 3 years that he was there, and he still came out of it with a recruiting violation, with NCAA violation. Like, he only went as far as recruiting took him. And I mean, again, look at it. I mean, Caleb Martin's freaking lighting it up in the NBA right now. I know he hasn't really been in the NBA Finals for Miami, but I mean, he's been a big name. And
time again goes, and again it's dropped.
Holy crap, Underwood. See, that's what I'm talking about, bro.
Now, this is where, watch Glennon now come up and talk to him. Glennon's going to come up and talk to him. Little conversation with he and his receiver. But all that is
that's what I'm talking about.
Turning
Overrated, man.
It's better to catch the football and fall down for a 20-yard completion than catch it and run another 5. So Glennon reminded him,
but yeah. So anyway, so I think that definitely hurt us.
They were talking to
and
him all the way back. Here they go over the middle. This is complete.
See, that's what happens. We have
is down inside the
leader like Rashard Smith in there finally. Sheesh. It should have happened 2 plays ago.
Rashard Smith is going to line up in the slot. And this is the area they've been attacking. It's the middle of the field. 2 high safeties.
Hopefully that'll change this year. I mean, I think I'm very excited. I'm very excited about football. I think they could, make some noise.
Very similar to the area.
Basketball, I think has a great roster this year.
Glennon with time goes to the corner. Smith is
where they should be.
Just a throwaway there. Again, a good protection up front for Glennon to really go through his read here and actually got to his 4th receiver and threw the football away. So that NC State offensive line doing a heck of a job up front. Let's go down to Mike Hogwood.
Guys, we're Tom O'Brien's cool. How about Mike Glennon? This guy's a veteran. Remember what he did against Florida State. He has not lost his cool in this game. He's really shown a lot of leadership.
I completely agree with
Glennon again with plenty of time. Throws back into that corner and has it complete.
Oh, what a pass. What a catch.
There is a flag. Touchdown NC State. We'll wait to see if it's offense or defense. It looks like it was between the defender and the receiver.
One thing that's always
in the last 10 yards.
I think this is an offensive pass interference or a hold here.
It's always like really slow. Wow. Yeah, I need to see this
touchdown State. It was the defense. You heard Mike Hogwood talk about undercount Glennon out. Watch where this throw is from Glennon. Now he's got the coverage is good to the inside. Look, outside shoulder throw by Glennon.
Great adjustment by Rashard.
By Rashard Smith.
Man,
and it's in the end zone. Back comes NC State.
Man, talking about no defense.
Bangs it through.
RIP anybody who bet under in the first quarter over total of this game.
I love how NC State responded, and that's what Tom O'Brien's team's about. They just continue to kind of hang around and keep getting after.
But again, why they shouldn't even be hanging around, quote unquote. They should be winning this game.
Let him distribute the football. They have not been able to put any pressure on Glennon. Just a 58-second drive. What a great answer by the Wolfpack.
Cool sweater vest.
Mike Glennon continues to manage
the
game,
Chuck
although he's playing from behind. The newly designed official ACC mobile app presented by Carrabba's, available now for your Android, iPhone, iPad, Nokia Lumia Windows Phone. Live games, video scores, stats, and a whole lot more. All you have to do is visit theacc.com/apps to download
Jarvis Williams.
today.
To me, Jarvis Williams is one of the most underrated wide receivers.
Me and my best friend Amy went
that guy can make plays, man.
We stayed with Tessa, this incredible artist.
Very, very impressive the way Mike Glennon orchestrated that very quick drive and the touchdown. Had a couple of drops, still came back, as you said, encouraged everybody and stayed right with them.
And you credit Rashard Smith for coming in. He'd been sitting on the bench. Underwood drops a couple passes. Rashard Smith comes right in.
Rashard Smith should have been in
He makes
from the
back-to-back
beginning of the
plays for
season.
Glennon and
Like,
balls in the end zone.
my problem with Brian Underwood is, again, he would always.
This will be Tapley about 4 yards deep. Lets it hit, roll through, so it's a touchback. And they'll bring it out.
I'm not exactly
North
sure when
Carolina
those
will
starts.
start.
Oh, was that
Well,
the
a lot today
commercial?
about
Again, I don't even pay attention.
Gio
I'm just like
Bernard.
waiting
We talked
for
about
that.
Tony Creasy, but when you
I'm
look
waiting
at
for
the
those
leaders, there
commercials
he
to
is,
come to
right
a
on
point where I
top,
can
Giovanni
skip it.
Bernard.
So I guess that's what you're talking about. Was that an advertisement for Windows Phone?
Tough break for Chris Thompson. He is having a great year for Florida State. Tore his knee up last week in the game, and just feel terrible for him. Obviously had the injury a year ago with the back. He was having a phenomenal. I had to talk to the NC State coaches talking about Chris Thompson. They said what a phenomenal player he is. But Gio leading the pack, running the football.
Oh wow.
In the
Okay.
ACC.
Commentator.
Bernard,
leading
Ellington,
the pack.
Thompson, Andre Williams also up there. The left side goes AJ.
So you got to get on the outside of that. There was no holding. You got to just get out there. Brian Slay, defensive end, right side. Strong side defensive end. You got to get out there, man.
27-yard
The
line.
UNC offensive tackle just had you, man. Had you locked up.
Second down and 8. Little swing pass to Bernard is incomplete.
And that one's on Renner because he let his feet go dead. He got back there, got flat-footed, and you got to keep your feet alive to be able to pop the ball out there. The flat-footed ball sunk on him, and he didn't get it to Bernard. Now here's the guy
almost
right
through
here.
one quarter.
This is Eric Ebron, and he is the matchup problem for NC State.
Third down, they need 7. Renner with time, throws underneath. This is Bernard.
Big tackle.
He'll be short of the first down, and that should be the last play of the quarter as the last 3 seconds tick off.
Well, what a great tackle by Pittman right there.
Yeah, Brandon Pittman.
A fourth down situation. Excellent job by NC State.
All right, first quarter of no
defense
defense is over.
There's
so much to
They've
right there. I
answered
love
the
it.
bell. We got a battle in Chapel Hill.
NC State fans were a little shell-shocked. Beginning of that first quarter, North Carolina came out and ran right at them, 25-14.
Yep.
Carolina leads. The team that has held the rushing advantage in this series has won 18 of the last 20 meetings, and in the first quarter, that was North Carolina. 4th down and 2. Carolina will punt it away. Tommy Hibbert comes on. Tobias Palmer standing at his own 26-yard line. And it'll be fair caught. 40-yard punt, no return, and that's where the WolfPack will take over. Fans, check out the ACC road trip driven by Chevy with Tommy Kane and the crew. Ultimate road trip sweepstakes continues. With a chance to win a trip to the ACC football championship game in Charlotte on December 1st.
So
to enter, log on to the ACC.
First drive of the game, UNC drove down pretty much untouched.
On Facebook.
And looking like 5-play score touchdown.
Yeah, Tommy was at Duke last week, went over to Cameron for a little while, and then he went and watched one of the great games
2-point conversion. After the second touchdown, UNC went for a 2-point conversion and got it.
Against North Carolina.
And then a field goal. So 2 touchdowns. Well, no, 3 touchdowns, a 2-point conversion, and a field goal.
Here in the last 5 passes.
Yeah. Shadrack Thornton,
just a check down, and
the guy that even Tom O'Brien said is going to be Heisman candidate potential.
He's willing to take this.
Which, I mean, he definitely had amazing talent. You know, I think Shadrack is definitely one of those.
Thornton stays
What
in
could
the
have
game.
been stories
Again to
that,
throw.
you know,
Throws
if
over
Shadrack
the middle.
was
Here
get
he
out
is.
trouble,
He's got to complete the Thornton, and he's up
he could
close
have been
to a
really
first
big
down.
plus. He could have broke records for state.
It's a gain close to 10 yards. Our first quarter stats brought to you by Food Lion. The big stats that first one, 27
he plays in opponent's territory,
16. Just 19
227 yards in one quarter.
Has been
That's
living
terrible.
in NC State territory. 16 plays in North Carolina State territory.
This is Thornton backs his way out for another pretty good gain on first down. Pick up a 4.
Boy, North Carolina State is really humming on offense, and credit Dana Bible the way he's calling the play, throwing the ball on first down, mixing some run in on second down. I think it's really helped keep North Carolina off balance.
NC State had scored only 37 points combined in their last 2 games. They had 14 here in the first period.
We are an hour in.
Again throws, and again it's dropped.
That's 4 drop passes now in just over a quarter of football. And these are drops where you've got receivers running all alone, wide open. Let's go down to Mike Hogwarts.
Arch has been a little bit of an illness running through this North Carolina team this week.
I only have 3 so far, but
captain on defense, Kevin Reddick, they got a call Thursday about midnight that he was sick. They were really worried about it, but he took a lot of fluids yesterday.
Dano Bible dude was a QB whisperer. He was really good, no doubt about it.
Right now with the drops. This ball incomplete. Lucky it wasn't picked
I
off.
think, you know, you got to give a lot of credit to him for adjusting to Russell Wilson because, you know, to go from Matt Ryan and the quarterback that Boston College had, they never ever really worked with a quarterback like a dual threat like Russell Wilson. So to adjust to an offense around Russell Wilson that fit his playing style, you got to give him respect for that for sure.
Schenkel in this game already. He had that hamstring and missed some time, but he's had a knockdown and a really good coverage.
And yeah, I think a lot of little things, you know, you can't necessarily put on in Dana Bible, but that's another thing is, like, again, I mean, to only score 18 points against Maryland the week before this game, it's like 18. Come on. You shouldn't even. That game should have been 45-20 final score. That game should have been well in State's hand.
ACC football is brought to you by Haviland, by Buick, by Hardee's, by BMW, and by Progressive.
Oh, Franklin Street. That's one thing, man. Hillsborough Street, as much construction as they have on Hillsborough Street, they really need to upgrade their options. Like, they need some, like, amazing bars. They need, like, there's so much potential there. I remember, I think it was Big Game Boomer put out a list yesterday, like, the best rewards bar schemes. And it was like 14th worst on that list, which, you know, I'm always one that typically when State's put towards the bottom of any big game list, I'm like, but that's definitely one which I'm saying, I get it. Yeah, we definitely don't really have a great bar area in State.
Landon Turner.
You know, Eric Ebron,
I know you have Sammy's, you know, like we have a couple of options, but nothing that's really exciting. You don't have a ton of options.
Side of the football got pressure early, but they said, "Wait a minute, double team this guy. We'll get him knocked. We'll knock him out of here. You're on the wrong side of the ball, there, youngster."
Eric Ebron.
But how about versatility of this guy playing both ways today, rushing the passer, and has been a big part of what they do throw the football.
Outstanding player. First down and 20 now for the Tar Heels. This is Bernard. Bernard has nowhere to run.
There we go. So finally we're
nice play
realizing
by T.Y. McGill to get in there. They talk about the size. These big guys up front. 290-pound number 75 T.Y. McGill just defeats the block. Gets in on Giovanni Bernard's back early. Kind of disrupts the play, and they stop it for a negative gain.
Brings up second down and 19. And they drop him North Carolina's side of the ball. Ebron had it hit his chest plate and bounce away.
Yeah, he hasn't.
They're trying to set up a jailbreak screen for the big tight end and release the offensive line down the field. All Ebron had to do was catch it. And he had a bit of a punt return set up for himself, but did not squeeze it.
NC State leads the ACC in sacks with 22. They have 9 interceptions on the year. They have none here today. Second or 2 for 4 on third down conversions is Carolina, and they've got a big one here. 3rd and 19. Flag down. We'll see what this is.
Oh, wow! They changed it. Because that one ref right there in the middle emphatically did a false start signal.
For NC State, kind of a smallish defensive end, but jumped in the neutral zone. And that made James Hurst pull out of there. So this is an NC State defense that's excellent on third down. Only 28% are people converting on third down against this Wolfpack defense.
Well, they haven't made Renner uncomfortable yet. He seems to be really in the flow. Here he throws again, a flanker screen. This is complete out across the 20, and Tapley goes all the way out to the 21-yard line, but good pursuit by NC State after a gain of 4. Brandon Bishop got there to take him down.
Now throwing the screen again, just a quick throw to the outside, trying to catch a block and then crease somebody, but a good job. Look how NC State leveraged the ball there, inside and outside. Bishop makes the tackle, but a number of the WolfPack around the football.
So Tommy Hibbert comes on to punt it away.
Who was our defense coordinator? Mike Archer.
Sean Smith is deep for State.
Mike Archer. Great
Hibbert's
defensive
got the wind
coordinator.
at his back and shanks it off the side of his foot. This is at the 40. It'll go up. It won't even make it to midfield.
Nice.
So Hibbert with the wind at his back almost missed the ball, shanked it, and it goes out of bounds at the 47-yard line. A 27-yard punt. So Mike Glennon comes on. And he'll have good
That's
field
another
position.
thing is I think the backup quarterback to Glennon was Manny Stalker. So that's another thing that's kind of scary though. Is I mean, there would have been a ginormous drop off if Glennon ever for some reason got injured.
15 points in the first 4 minutes of this ball game. Since then, North Carolina State has come roaring back. As a matter of fact, they've scored 14 straight now, and it's 25-21 with 11:35 to play in the second quarter. Good old-fashioned shootout down here between the pines of Kenan Stadium.
We got a dangerous returner now. Tapley taking one back this year already. 94 yards for a touchdown. The win into the kicker here.
I mean, that was weird.
This one's returnable. But he lets it go, and it bounces through the end zone for another touchback.
I did not skip that. Somehow that touchdown got skipped. I don't know why. But
it wasn't that deep, but it had some height
on
it.
Whatever.
Take a look at our Haviland.
This live stream will be long enough. I'm not.
NC State's defense in the first
Everything
half.
else was my fault. That wasn't my fault. You know, who'd have thunk, right? Who'd have thunk that maybe one or two plays left out.
40% so far today, but this is an NC State team that overall only given up 28% on third down for the whole year.
Marquise Williams comes in at quarterback now for the Tar Heels.
Yeah, Renner out here.
And Williams stumbles and picks up absolutely nothing. They met him there.
Mike Rose.
Nobody was fooled.
That guy.
That's a nice
adjustment
by NC State to realize who was in at quarterback, knowing that Marquise does not
I think
throw
Ryan
the ball
Nielsen
very
really
often.
helped take him up another
Just
level.
a change up, just something to give NC State something to think about.
Giovanni Bernard comes back in. Renner now at quarterback. Renner throws the out pattern. This is complete. Out to close to the 30. Pickup of 5.
That's a good tackle by Dowdy outside the linebacker. Again, one-on-one. If Davis is able to get clean there, that's going to be a first down. So now you force it into the strength of this NC State defense. That's their
again, James.
This is an up-tempo attack. Took NC
with
State
O'Brien,
by
I
surprise
think
early on.
a lot of it was just because it really built
Renner,
up to
backside
the
pressure,
season.
steps up, throws over the middle, has a man. This is Ebron, and Ebron's all the way down to the 33-yard line.
Because again, think about it. I mean,
Brandon Bishop made
when
the stop, but he's
O'Brien
also the guy
had
who was
Matt Ryan
beating
at
the
Boston College, they
37-yard
were
pickup.
top 5
When
in
you
the country. I think at
talk
one point
about
that's number
pressure
1
in
in
the
the country.
passer, let's see if he can climb in the pocket.
And
Watch him
now,
climb
and
up
then
in the
he made
pocket.
a
Gives him a
decision,
little
which
bit more time
I
to find
understand at the
Ebron right down the
time.
pipe.
You know, you made a decision to
This
go
is
with Mike
Bernard
Glennon
for a
for 2 years instead of Russell Wilson for 1. And then
That's a good job by
and
that
then
interior part of
you
North
had this
Carolina's
is
offensive
Mike
line
Glennon's
to
senior
provide
year.
a place for Renner to slide,
Senior year.
giving that little extra time to find Ebron, who was running the deep
So
route down
this
the
is
middle.
now his second year starting.
Eric
You have a very
Ebron having
senior
a whale
core
of a game
with
this afternoon.
Sterling
He's got
Lucas,
3
Earl
catches.
Wolf,
He's already played on defense, got a quarterback
T.Y.
hurry.
McGill,
Second
David
down and 7
Emerson,
for Renner.
Brandon Bishop, and then on the offensive side you had
Safety's creeping up. Here they come.
I mean,
showing
Mike Glennon, that's all
blitz.
you really need.
And the left side of the
But you
line,
also had a
Jarkel
lot
looked
of
like
senior
Jonathan
offensive
Cooper.
linemen too. So I mean, you had a team that could do it. And the problem with me with Tom O'Brien is that every single year you have the exact same thing. You would get 6 to 8 wins. You would get one huge upset. You get at least one really bad loss, and then you get a win over UNC in a bowl game. That was every single year.
Here's a little swing pass
and
to
so I think
Gio
that
Bernard.
for
Bernard
Debbie Yao,
inside the 30,
frustration was
tattooed once he gets down
you
to
lost
the
to Miami
27 by
pretty
Brandon
handily.
Bishop.
Then you beat Florida State, but then you go to Maryland and you barely win a game that you should have lost to a third. When you literally had the lead, and Miami had to bring in their true freshman quarterback that was redshirted, had to burn the red shirt, and then drive all the way down the field and lost that game. So I think a lot of it was just, it's like kind of like with Mark Godfrey. I feel like is well.
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I would say with Mark Garvey, it was kind of the same thing where you had.
Let's go down to Mike.
Dennis Smith Jr. You had.
This is a guy because of some team rules had to miss the bowl game last year. It was a real wake-up call. You talk to all the coaches; they say he has totally matured since then. Has really changed.
So it's like, okay, really, how much better is it going to be? Like, what is it going to take for you to win? It's the same thing with O'Brien here. It's just like, okay, you literally had arguably one, if not the best quarterbacks in the country,
and this is no good.
And at this point, you were going 5-3 after this
right
game.
About
you were 5-3.
So,
like, you weren't even going to make an ACC championship game appearance. So, I think with O'Brien, it was like
8:33 remaining in the half.
We need to bring in somebody.
Mike Glennon coming back after the break.
Because, dude, think about it. Think about it, James.
Is on a roll.
That roster that you saw in 2013, that was not Doeren's roster. Keep that in mind. That was O'Brien's roster.
You are watching the ACC Network, an exclusive production of Raycom Sports.
We went, what, 3-9 in 2013? We would have done the exact same thing, no matter who was the coach. Whether O'Brien was the coach or whether Doeren
Carolina
was the coach.
Jumped out to a 15-0 lead, and NC State has come back and
we just a bad roster. And again, we did a 2013 NCAA football
and now Mike Glennon takes over
roster
for
breakdown. So
NC
make sure you go check
State
out those
after
episodes.
14 unanswered.
It was just bad. I mean, again, what the heck with Tom O'Brien though? Pete Mitchell
drops the ball.
Like, it would have been bad.
He drops the ball again. Ball's loose. And NC State gets it back. So NC State
that's my thing. And I mean, hey, look at it now. Again, there's so much routine excitement. I mean, we really lost Devin Leary, our starting quarterback, for 2 years, and yet I still would say that there's almost just as much excitement this year as there was last year. Last year we were in the conversation for being top 10, top 15 in the country.
And that one's incomplete.
So again, Doeren has brought a sense of swagger and a great culture
and there is a flag
at NC State. That, again, I think a lot of Tom Bryant's success was around Russell Wilson and Nate Irving. I mean, let's be honest.
So this is again.
I think if you didn't have those two guys, then O'Brien's tenure would have been completely different. And keep in mind that once again,
back and it'll make second
I know with Russell Wilson that was Amato who recruited him, who offered him. Nate Irving, I'm not sure if that was O'Brien. I can't remember.
Has countered. They've got 6 defensive backs on the field.
That's the one thing I'll try to say is that one of the quarterback that was definitely the highlight of O'Brien's tenure wasn't even the guy that he recruited. So
Glennon, the swing pass to the 15. Creasy hit immediately.
Yeah.
Good job with the coverage. 60.
Yeah, so I mean, I would say that
really that's just like a linebacker.
For O'Brien, it really comes down to that you had your All-American 5-star top 2 or 3 round quarterback and Mike Glennon. 2011 was borderline almost bad. I mean, keep in mind that we had to win. We had to upset Clemson, and then we had to pull off one of the biggest comebacks in ACC history against Maryland just to be bowl eligible. Like, it's for all the here.
And has a man wide open. It's Palmer.
What an arm.
Palmer inside the 20. He's gone. Touchdown, NC State, all alone. Tobias Palmer.
Mike Glennon was a freaking cannon, dude. Golly.
NC State with its first lead of the game after an 83-yard strike to Tobias Palmer, who was lost in the secondary. And the band plays on.
Boy, a total bust in the secondary by North Carolina. We'll show
and the funniest part is Rashad
Smith
Smith going out 65, 70 yards downfield, just even being that confident that Mike Glennon would be able to get the ball to him that far downfield.
28-25, NC State. Wow.
Yeah, let's see where he was
Palmer
standing.
at the top of the
Curious
screen
how far
right
of a
here,
pass
going to
this
come
was.
down and double move and get to the middle of the field. Little half roll to
So
buy
Mike
time
Glennon
for
threw
Glennon.
it on
Little
the
half roll, buying some time, and Palmer just runs right by
14-yard
the
line.
Safety plays up.
and it made it to a
Boy, that
32-yard
is
line.
as easy as it gets. Just a complete
So,
blown coverage in the back
yeah,
end
14,
by
so
North Carolina
30,
on third in a
1
lifetime for the
plus
Wolfpack.
You know what was really impressive is the way
Okay,
Glennon,
it's 59
who once he
yards, 50
recognized
yards.
he had a guy
Still amazing.
wide open, just put air under the ball, even let him wait for it, did not want to overthrow him.
That's a good call, Tim. Just put the ball on him, secure the completion. And Palmer was so open that he just caught it, stopped, caught it, put it in the end zone. But again, no panic again.
And that's another thing too, is that, you know, if we want to talk about coaching staff decisions, I mean,
his quarterback had been sacked 2 plays previous, give him a little extra time.
like with UNC, has Max Brown really added that much more excitement to the program than when they had Larry Fedora? I mean, I would say the only, if there was anything added, it's all because of the recruits, because of the names, because of Drake May, because of Sam Howell.
Almost into the stands. Listen to Gary Holland, who calls the NC State Wolfpack Network.
I mean, Larry Fedora's got them an 11-1 season with
down the right side, open as Palmer got it, 30-yard
with a ACC championship appearance. You know, so I mean, like Larry Fedora.
I think Gary's not happy.
Took, you know, UNC to much greater heights than Mike Brown has even thought of having in Mike Brown's tenure so far.
His defense could allow a defender or a receiver to get behind the secondary on a third and a long situation.
See how Carolina responds. Renner complete, first down.
Whatever your business needs, Vistaprint can print it. Like packaging from tape to thank you cards, or merch from t-shirts to caps.
Davis picks up 13.
We talked to Blake Anderson, the offensive coordinator for North Carolina. He said they weren't going to work outside the numbers very much because they liked how well North Carolina played at corner, but they're playing soft enough where there's some room out there.
Bernard slips, loses yardage. Closed captioning for ACC football is brought to you by Bojangles' famous chicken and biscuits. It's bow time. It was bow time this morning. We put on the feed bag.
See, both North Carolina State's corners are playing soft. You can attack to the outside.
Second down and 13 for Carolina. Straight ahead they go. Bernard across the 40 to the 41, pickup of 6. Let's go downstairs to Mike Hogwood.
Cornerback Dave Emerson got his 17th career interception last week. That set a state record. Arch, I've been down here watching. They aren't throwing a lot his way today.
No, when you have a penchant for coming up with the football, he's got 4 on the year this year. You tend to stay away from him.
State's 11-2 when he gets a pick. I'd stay away from him too. Pass is knocked down, incomplete.
Good pressure by Dowdy, the linebacker.
Defense really
little delayed blitz by Dowdy, 34. She kind of delays, then it come in and get in Renner's face. Renner tried to reload it. I think he wanted to pull it down and take a shot, but he realized that he had pressure, and the ball just kind of slipped out there.
So the Tar Heels have to punt it
really
away.
high scoring first half.
Tommy Hibbert, who had a very short shank the last time
halfway
he
through the
punted,
first
he was on
game.
to
Holy smokes!
Kick it with the wind at his back again. Rashard Smith is standing at the 21-yard line.
He's had a touchdown return this year of 73 yards.
Hibbert again off the side of his foot, but this one is a pretty good punt. And Smith has nowhere to run. Good coverage by North Carolina State. Hibbert gets it done. Little pooch kick inside the 20. Well, the ACC has unlocked its archive so you can relive classic football games, and all you can be seen for free at the ACC.com. Monitor in black and white, Arch. Hey, we head back to 2002 when NC State beat North Carolina 34-17 behind Phillip Rivers, who passed and ran for a touchdown. T.A. McClendon ran for 2 scores as well. You can watch and share your favorite ACC football moments at the ACC.com/vault.
You know, that's not the memory that the North Carolina fans tend to remember. They remember T.A. McClendon
That's definitely
being
thing that's
turned away at the
frustrating.
goal line. That's the one they want to
football
remember.
is that within the 2000s, there have been a couple teams that should have done a lot
Glennon
more.
with
That
pressure.
2000 team definitely should have
And he's
done
taken
a
down
lot
at the
more.
14-yard line.
I
Second
know
sack of the
me saying that, I'm
afternoon.
thinking going,
And a six-man
that team was a
pressure
top
by
20,
North
top
Carolina.
15
They've
team in the
realized
country
their
and
front
won
four
beat Notre
can't
Dame in the
get to
Gator Bowl,
Glennon,
but
so they've turned it up
they
the
should have
last
won
2
AC
weeks
title
and
that
come
year.
with more people. Again, this was a six-man pressure, and it got to Glennon. Their mission today defensively was to move Glennon off his spot.
I actually remember
Not a great
talking to
scrambler,
somebody
but they
within
haven't
the
been able to
equipment
move him
staff,
much.
Smoke, who
Glennon throws underneath.
said
Good
emphatically
coverage.
that if we
Carolina hits
had
him
Russell
immediately.
Wilson
Not
in
much there. Pick up
2011,
a
that we would
5.
have won the AC
Brian
championship
Underwood
that
with
year.
another reception.
Which,
but he felt every bit of it.
okay. I mean,
This is where Glennon touched him last
bold
time with
statement.
a deep throw on 3rd down and long. It's a 3rd and long situation, not near as long as it was last down, but he's been lethal in this situation.
Pack needs 7. Glennon with time. Has the first down to Tobias Palmer.
great pass.
And the problem for
Yeah,
North
Tobias
Carolina
Palmer.
is
That was
clear. They
great.
cannot get pressure with 4, so they need to send more than 4. If you do that, now you're man-to-man in the secondary. And if Glennon has time, he's got his guys running one-on-one.
He needed 7, picked up 11. First down now. Palmer. And Glennon throws the out pattern to Underwood. Had his feet in. Another first down, and they'll move the chains up to the 47-yard line. A pickup of 17. Mike Glennon really having a strong game.
He's in a rhythm, Tim. He's in the zone. Watch him float back here. A little back foot throw. Good job of working the sideline by Underwood, and gets the first down.
Glennon again goes underneath. This is complete to Underwood, who breaks a tackle and slides to the outside. He's down into Carolina territory before Boston finally takes him down.
Well, the North Carolina State coaches wanted a face mask there. Did not get a call.
GT loss in
as the North Carolina defender
2006.
came up to make the tackle.
Underwood still pleading his case.
Yeah, I have to really go back to my memories about the GT loss in 2006.
James Washington comes in for the Wolfpack.
Yeah.
Picked off.
Interception
by Carolina. This is Darian Rankin. And the Tar Heels are back in business.
Yeah, that's drop pass for you,
Tom
Richard.
O'Brien is livid with Rashard Smith. This is a great throw by Glennon, right on the money. They come with blitz. The area is open. He puts it right on Smith, and he drops the football. And it ricochets right in the hands of the redshirt freshman, Darian Rankin.
Rankin had gotten a lot of playing time when Sam Smiley was out with a turf toe.
Looks like maybe Jabari.
Yeah, that is the issue with Tom Bryan's teams right there, man.
To
Just
help out on the defensive
mental
play.
errors
Got
all over
tangled
the
up in
place, man.
traffic.
It's killing you.
Junior out of Pompano Beach, Florida. He's been a really good player on the corner.
Yeah, I mean, shoot. I mean, hey, this shirt I'm wearing right now
That's
is
a big turnover too, Arch.
2013. This is a
had really been
old shirt right here, but yeah, the block S. Yeah, no, block S is great, but again, the biggest problem with the block S, is, I'm sure you know all too well, is
let's see if we
the
can find out what happens
Stanford
to Jabari Price as he comes to the
confusion
inside. Here he is
with fans.
defending.
So like the
right here,
Tuffy
defending
logo, I
on
think
Rashard
makes him
Smith.
stand
He's
out a
gonna
lot
come in
more
and try to get the strip. The ball bounces off the shoulder pad.
than the
Let's see
block
what
S. That
happens on the
can
end
be
of this
confused
play.
by a lot of people for the Stanford logo. So, well, yeah, no,
Fell
Mike.
on the
Again, hey,
legs of Smith there.
great logo, loved it, still love it, and still use it. You know,
With
you still see it
GoDaddy,
around
you can
from time
create
to
an
time.
easy-to-build, powerful website so you can start selling online in lots of...
Heck, I still am nervous about the day that
Situation where he fell on the legs
they
of
wear like
Rashard
a
Smith
throwback uniform or like a retro
Yeah, they do all the time,
uniform.
Tim.
Yeah, it did.
That's the block S, you know. Like, man, I'd be like, man, that's
It's a
how
big
that's
play, Arch.
that's when you
It
know I'm
stops
getting
NC
older,
State.
is when the block S
Was moving
one
the
day
football
gets
again, and they've
used
scored
as a
21
retro
unanswered
logo.
points in this half. So
Jabari-
it stems the tide.
Yeah, and we mentioned Jabari Price. He's been a solid player for him this year. Missed 4 games a year ago with a torn tendon in his hand, and they really missed.
Yeah, let
him,
me look
but,
at that year,
he's been on the
James,
field
while
for
we're
him all year long this year,
sitting here with this injury.
and been a big part of what they do.
A reminder coming up on the Hyundai halftime report. Tom Wormy and Tommy Bowden will have highlights from the Maryland-Boston College game. Right now, BC
2006.
leads 7-0. And they'll answer Twitter questions from Tom and the coach.
Are you sure you mean 2006?
It's all coming up at the halftime.
Do you mean for a motto?
21 unanswered points by
Is that what
NC
you
State
mean,
after Carolina
James?
came out
Or
and scored
that
15
it blew
points
it
in the
to
first
Armado?
4 minutes of this game.
We were 3-9 in 2006.
Bernard and
Beat
Blue
App
both
State,
in the
then we
game.
lost Akron, then we lost at Southern
Renner in
Miss.
the middle takes the snap
Then we beat.
and gives it to Blue. Who's loose? And the juice is loose
And you
inside
beat
the
number 21 Boston College, you beat
35-yard
number
line
16
before
Florida
Bishop
State, but then
finally
you
makes
lost
the
to Wake
tackle, a
Forest,
gain
lost
of
at
22.
Maryland, lost at
So much
Virginia, lost
concentration
Georgia
on
State, lost at
Giovanni
Clemson,
Bernard.
lost at UNC, and then lost to ECU.
Blue
So,
plus it right through the middle. Nice job up front.
I think the roll downhill was
pattern.
way
This is
before Georgia
complete.
Tech in 2006.
This is Bernard down inside the 30. Pick up a 5.
You mean 2016, maybe?
You know, NC State defensively
I
has
guess
done a
I'm
nice
just
job
confused,
on that
but,
play,
like,
Tim,
you know,
today. They've tried
we were on a
number of
roll
quick
in
screens,
06?
whether
No,
it's
not
been
in 06.
Bernard or Davis or Ebron, and they've done a really
Maybe
good
both,
job
maybe
of
you're talking
preventing that from being a
2005,
big play.
2006, 2007.
Second down, the Tar Heels need a handful. A long 5. Here they throw underneath to wide open. Tab inside the 10. Tab down to the 4-yard line. Jack Tab makes the catch.
NC State blitzes on this play. Watch Giovanni Bernard come off and pick up the blitz right there by Renner.
I mean, I guess you are talking about
Jack Tab, the
2006.
tight
We don't
end.
play him
Good
again
job by
2005 or
Bernard. We talk about
2007.
his
So.
running, but how about the protection there to give his quarterback time?
First and goal from the 4.
2002.
After a
Yep.
gain
There
of
we go.
26.
There we go. Yep.
This is Bernard. He'll lose a yard.
No, you're not an idiot though. No. I was just like,
Wolf again makes the time.
2006. We went 3-9. We were on any kind of roll that year.
Dude,
we were barely a football team that year.
Run game. He is as solid as there is at safety. Certainly in the back end defending, but when he defends the run, he's very, very good.
Wolf, the captain and leading tackler of this defense.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We
5-year
were 9-0 heading to the Georgia Tech. We were number 10 in the country. And then you lose 3 straight.
It's been a tough matchup today.
Second
yeah, definitely that Georgia Tech
just
loss.
outside the 5. Renner. Oh, knocked away and intercepted. Oh, what a terrific tip to himself by C.J.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Boy, and this one's on Renner, Tim. He just did
Renner
not
had
get the ball
no
out there.
business
Now,
being
did
on the
C.J.
same
Wilson
field
squeeze
as
it enough to secure
Mike
the
Lennon,
completion?
man. That's what I'm
Or
saying.
the
There's no reason
interception?
we should have lost this game.
They wanted,
take a look.
One Ebron in the back corner. The ball's underthrown. And Wilson tips the ball away to himself. Falls to the ground. Looks like he just pitched it to the ground after he caught it. So no doubt he caught the football here. Boy, and Bren Renner just underthrew this. He has Ebron. If he takes him to the back pylon, it's a touchdown.
Red and White Shop has the black
spot to make the play.
What a terrific play. You practice the tip all the time in practice. Very rarely do you see it.
Well, congratulations, first of all, Mike. Losing 200 pounds. Congratulations on that. That's awesome.
And Keenan Stadium goes silent.
James.
Boy, that's a
yeah, I mean,
body. That's a body blow now. You got the
but again,
turnover,
hey,
you make a couple big
we're
plays,
entering a new
put yourself
year,
in scoring position.
a lot of opportunity.
And really,
on
you
the
have Ebron open if you take him to the
specifically
back
football,
corner.
basketball. Baseball, we're still up in the air. None of us is exactly sure what we're going to have.
As they try to melt the clock
be a lot
and
of
get
new
themselves
names.
into the clubhouse.
We'll find out, but football,
Let's take a
you know,
look at
I
our
feel good about making some
ultimate
noise.
drive,
Should be a
Arch.
fun season.
Kind of an unconventional
And
way to
basketball,
start the drive. A fumble,
again, a great
which
roster.
results in a
So
sack, and
got.
then your tackle has to recover the fumble. But in 3rd and long, how about an 83-yard bomb to Palmer for the touchdown? And that's your BMW ultimate drive, and that gives NC State the lead.
Mike Glennon has a cannon hanging from his shoulder. He's going to play on Sundays, folks.
Oh yeah,
1 minute remaining in the first half. Glennon throws across the
I need
middle.
to bring down
Nice
the
defensive
camera a
play
little bit.
broken up by Gene
Tried to
Robinson.
hurt my back to try and keep
Very
the
good
chair
job
up.
by Gene Robinson shadowing the tight end Asa Watson over the middle. And that's a play that
Asa Watson.
Glennon has completed a number of times.
That's one thing too, which I got to give a shout out to. I feel like that state has had a few players, former players that have gone on to have NASCAR auto stock
It'll bring up
careers.
3rd down and 13.
Asa Watson's one, Jarius Moorhead is one, and then Roderick Cox, former player, I think if I'm mistaken. The only reason why I know that is because Warren recently took a picture with Jarius and Roderick. So you have a few guys in the auto stock area, former players.
This afternoon. This is Creasy around the
Great
corner.
block.
Will not have enough for the first down. Gene Robinson again with the play. Pickup of 9.
Just a conservative conservative play there as we get a timeout by North Carolina, trying to give themselves an opportunity one more time to get the football.
Carolina will still have 51 seconds on the clock. Take a look at our Ram power play. Last Saturday, Virginia Tech visited Death Valley to take on Clemson. The Hokies driving down the field with the Tigers' Jonathan Meeks. But watch this. Picked off Logan Thomas. Meek with the pick. Meeks would end up taking the ball all the way to the house for a 74-yard pick six. Tigers went on to win 38-17 for 3 straight wins against the Hokies.
That's something that Clemson had not done was make plays defensively. Meeks had 2 interceptions in the game, including this one for a touchdown that really turned the tide, and it ended up being a
I'm
big
excited
win
to see
for
what the new
Clemson
offense
at home.
looks like. Schrader's numbers last season compared to previous
Will
years.
Bauman comes on to punt for
You
NC
mean
State.
Armstrong?
51 seconds on the clock remaining in the half.
Schrader.
This is a high
Not
tail
sure you mean by
wagger.
Schrader. You mean Armstrong though?
Bernard takes it on the 31.
I'm guessing that's what you're saying is what Armstrong did in 2021 compared to what he did last year with
Good hang
AIN.
time and no return.
If that's what you mean, then yeah, no, absolutely. And to me,
Gentry got there first.
I mean, the one thing
Good
we should keep in
coverage by
mind is
the
that,
pack.
again, Brandon Armstrong
Zach
led
Gentry is one of
and
those,
would have led. If
special
he
teams
led the
pieces
ACC
and led the team a
in
year
yards
ago in special
and
teams
passing
tackles.
touchdowns
Again,
2 years ago,
good job there.
and he
Mitch
would have
Gio
led
was
them
gonna
in
try
both
to
again
test it a
this
little bit,
year,
did not go for the
or
first catch,
sorry,
and
last year,
good coverage by
if he
NC State.
had performed roughly the same as he did in 2021.
So we'll see what Renner can do here in the last 42 seconds.
Again, offensive coordinator play calling makes a heck of a
Wolfpack
difference,
defense made a
and
stop
so
with the
I don't
interception in
see
the end zone on
like
the
if
last
Armstrong
drive.
can just be
Renner with
good,
trouble.
if he could be really good,
Scrambles
not
ahead, picks up a
amazing but
couple
just
of
really
tough
good,
yards.
then I think we have enough
Continues
weapons
to
that you know that I can use to exploit.
Got
So
inside 30 seconds.
because that's one of the other things that really just frustrates me with
Glennon's been phenomenal. Of course, you throw the 83-yard
with
touchdown pass. That's
Tim
going to
Beck's offense
accelerate
was
the
that
numbers, but he's been phenomenal in the first half. As has
it shouldn't be
the ball well.
Backside pressure. Oh, is that a dangerous pass?
you gotta design more plays around getting the
Wilson
ball
had his
to your
eye on
best
the pick.
players.
Yeah, he
And
was hunting his
I
second one
don't
in
feel
this
like
one.
that
He
Tim
wanted to
Beck's
take to the
offense
far
was
end
around
zone.
that. I mean,
But
like
let's look at the pressure
how Thayer
coming off the
Thomas
edge. We
wasn't
talked
getting
about
10
Art
targets a
Norman,
game.
his ability to get to the passer there.
Oh, Garrett
Gets
Schrader.
around
Yeah,
Renner
there we
enough,
go.
and
There we
then
go. Yeah,
ill-advised
Garrett
throw
Schrader.
into the
Yeah,
right
no,
flat,
100%.
and CJ Wilson had
Garrett Schrader
visions
really
of
had
being
more
in the end
running
zone.
touchdowns in
15
2021
seconds
than he
left
had
for Renner and
passing
the Tar
touchdowns in
Heels.
I would
2021.
think this would be very
And then last year,
conservative here. Maybe a Giovanni
like,
Bernard
I
run
don't even have his
after
stats
that
in front of
last
me,
run.
but yeah, no, it's a completely different story. Yeah, no, I completely agree.
They need 9 on third down.
And I
That
think
may
that
be a
Anais
moot
can
point.
do amazing things with MJ.
Here's
But
Bernard.
just like I was saying to Benjamin earlier, Anai
that'll
and
squeeze the
Doeren
final
would be
seconds out of
crazy.
this
Like,
half, I believe. Timeout.
it'd be borderline putting your
Taken
job
by
on the line,
NC
in my
State,
opinion,
so they
if you
want a
started
return out
Dante
of
Morris
this.
Yeah, they're
over
going to make him punt the football with 10 seconds left. But this is
over
boy, if
Brandon
you could
Armstrong,
design
because
what
the
you
fact that
wanted
you're
in a
basically
rivalry
taking
game, this
a
is it.
huge gamble,
28-25 right
which
now
could
with 10
work
seconds
out.
to
It
go
could
first
100%
half.
work out. Again, there's no
Phenomenal
doubt that
first
MJ
half by
Morris
both
is
teams.
extremely
A lot
talented,
of big plays.
but he's just still very raw.
Monster
And
of a
again,
game,
he is
monster
so
of a
fresh
record
out
at
of
the
high
top of the
school.
broadcast. Legendary rock
You
band
know, and the
Kiss
only games
kicked off our telecast.
the
The
only
band's
games
20th
he's
studio
played
album titled
have been
Monster
home
was
games,
released earlier
and
this
against
month.
not
Great
necessarily
reviews,
great
so be sure to
defenses,
order
against
your copy
good
now.
defenses,
The new
not great
album.
defenses.
Paul Stanley,
So
Gene Simmons,
you're basically
Tommy
saying,
Thayer,
all right, I'm
Eric
going
Singer,
to put
Monster.
aside
Get it
the
today.
proven, experienced entity that Brandon Armstrong is, who knows the Nice offense inside and out, for a guy who definitely could have a higher
in
ceiling.
the first half,
but
Freddie Gagger tells me.
yeah, no, again, to me, it's very cut and dry. Make Armstrong
And we
your
still
starting
have a whole
quarterback
half to
and
go.
have him throw as
10
many
seconds left in this
passes
half.
as he can to our wide receivers and to our,
Smith standing at
to our
the
first stringers,
28-yard line.
and let's get that camaraderie going, you know.
And they'll let it go.
Yeah, the heck of a boot.
And
I mean, again, this is
that'll
frustrating because, you know,
So
knowing
the
what's
half
coming,
finally
because, I
comes
mean,
to
you
an
definitely
end.
feel
It
good
was
right now if you're NC
explosive.
State, because you really didn't necessarily play your best half,
both
and
teams.
yet you're still up by 3,
14
28-25.
15 points
And I
scored by
mean,
the Tar
UNC
Heels
came out
in
and
the first
grabbed
4
all
minutes
the
of the
momentum
game, and
early,
then NC State came roaring
and then
back
State,
and leads at the half 28.
you know, bounced
25.
back and yeah.
Well, I would think that
It's
Tom
crazy to think
Osborne's
about too.
gotta
This
be-
is
or Tom-
O'Brien's last
Tom O'Brien's
halftime
got to be very happy with the way his
speech
team
in the NC
responded
State
down
uniform.
15-0. I would think Larry Fedora is going to be exercising some of the demons at halftime. Let's go down to Mike Hogwood.
Coach, you started out strong. What do you have to do now to get that offense back where it was at the beginning of the game?
We just need to make some adjustments, execute like we were at the beginning. It's going to be a 60-minute game. We knew that going into this game. It's going to go all the way down.
What about their offense? They got hot there in the second quarter. What does your defense need to do now?
They got to continue to do their job and play harder than the other guy.
All right. He's headed to the locker room.
All right.
Larry Fedora. 28-25. Tom and
All right.
Tommy, we expected a
Hogwarts with
shootout. We got
all
one.
right.
What a game here in Chapel.
And Fedora just left. That was funny.
And welcome back to Kenan Stadium, everybody. This is a monster game, and what a first half we had. Tim Brandt and Dave Archer, it had everything. Interceptions, quarterbacks were sensational. Not much of a rushing game. Big hits. This had everything.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're looking for a rivalry game, this is the one to see. This is going to be exciting down to the wire.
Carolina got out of the blocks in a hurry. They scored 15 unanswered points in the first 4 minutes of this game, and it took a while for NC State to pick up the tempo of the game.
Fast start by North Carolina, and then the counter by NC State as you look at the halftime stats brought to you by Buick. A phenomenal job of NC State countering what North Carolina has been, but it's anybody's game.
Let's go downstairs to Mike Hogwood with Tom O'Brien.
A lot of red in those stands.
Thanks a lot, Tim. Coach, you're going to be pleased with the way your team kept their composure after getting down 2 scores.
Yeah, we know it's a long game, and we expected some of that stuff. We expected to play it a lot better than we did, but it doesn't matter. We hung in there. We made some plays we had to make, and we ended up back on top.
Mike Glennon's got hot. Senior quarterback's doing pretty much
he's got
what
hot,
he's done
but
all
receivers
year.
ain't helping him.
Yeah, he's operating at a high level, and he's got to continue to do it.
What do you have to do to win this game here in the second half?
Well, we got to slow them down and stop them, which we haven't really done that well on defense, and then continue to make first downs on offense, because that'll end up in touchdowns.
Any major adjustments that you made at halftime?
Defensively, a couple things, but you'll have to watch and find out.
All right, good luck second half. Tim,
All right,
back up to
fun
you.
little comment there.
I love the tease by Tom O'Brien.
It is funny
Keep 'em
knowing what's
posted.
going to happen.
Keep 'em on the TV
Those
sets.
comments, I was definitely tuned in.
Tremendous
for that.
first half.
Yeah. What's the adjustment for the second half? Don't put the G up.
Phenomenal.
Part of that'd be hilarious, but man, that'd be a funny clip. Like if they did, like I don't know if you guys have ever seen like SEC shorts.
But when you talk about keys to the game now, exploit
kind of like a reenactment
and
like
make some big plays
like
yourself. Limit
player
the big
like
plays
randomly just said,
for North Carolina.
Hey,
they haven't
if
really
Gio
limited North Carolina's big plays, but they've been able to exploit
coverage.
USC.
Don't punt
for
to
Renner.
him. Like,
Just really
and all the
one
coaching
poor
staff players
throw
like,
that I can think of
what?
was the
Like
throw
he's
to
not on
Ebron in the corner of the end zone.
like,
CJ
crazy. Yeah,
comes up with
that'd be
CJ
pretty
Brown
funny.
comes up the interception, so that hurt him.
ACC football games are brought to you in high definition by the ACC Network. Tremendous crowd.
All right.
A lot of folks in Carolina
Second
waiting
half.
for Sandy, but so
We're
far it
halfway
has been a
through
spectacular
first game, so
afternoon
we are
for
a
football.
sixth
This is Tobias
of the way
Palmer,
through.
returns it to the 15, the 20, gets a break. Look out across the 30,
Tobias
almost to
Palmer's
the
great.
35 before he's run out of bounds. They'll mark this on the 34-yard line, but a big-time return.
Tim, I would think one of the changes North Carolina's got to make is they've got to get pressure on Glennon. Look at the protection he's been afforded, looking around, surveying, trying to find everybody that's in the package. And 2 of those long waits in the pocket have led to 2 long touchdown passes. There, one to Smith, one to Hegedus. So Glennon has been afforded a ton of time, and it's because Dana Bible has been willing to throw the ball on first down today. I really believe.
Man, look how
This
far
is his
Underwood is
20th
behind the line of
start.
scrimmage.
28-25 is our
4 yards
Give it
behind
to
the line of
Creasy, and
scrimmage.
Creasy comes around the corner, breaks the tackle, and slides his way out to the 38-yard line. Tim Scott came up and made the tackle.
Yeah,
after
James,
a
Mike, everybody else tuning in. Let me know how excited y'all ready for football season. I think we're.
Rankin, the safety,
let's see, how many days are we?
Has a shot at Creasy in the backfield.
Hey Siri, how many days are we from
tackle,
August
so now you're
31st?
2nd and 6. That's exactly what you're looking for on that run play.
Glennon throws underneath. He's made a habit of going under there.
How many
Intended
days
for Palmer,
until
incomplete,
August 31st?
A little bit high, a little bit hard.
2023?
Trey Boston was there in the coverage, but boy, he's made a
82
living
days
underneath today, hasn't
until
he?
He really has. He's done a good
days.
job. He's been afforded the time to look down the field.
Ready
Tim,
for
and
it.
then if you didn't
Excited
like
for it.
drop it off underneath.
I truly do think that Notre Dame game might be one of the biggest games.
The safety.
Just because of the,
third down,
obviously the opponent.
First down.
Really needs 6 here on third down.
Hopefully this probably should. Hopefully will be the first Notre Dame game that's not in stupid, crazy environments like the Hurricane Matthews game back in 2016.
Gene Robinson was chasing him, but a little bit more air under
also
it.
too, just because again being the first home game, first time seeing the new scoreboard, having the new sound system.
Palmer didn't look like he came out running as hard as he needed to there. I think that Glennon expected him to step on the accelerator. Not sure if he was dragging a leg or not there, but it just didn't seem like he had the burst that you normally see out of Palmer.
Not the green out you were looking for
Gets
there.
his kick end over end. Not a very good kick, but it gets a Wolfpack bounce inside the 25 down to the 21-yard line is where it'll be marked. So a punt of 41 yards by Bauman.
Brent Renner has been pretty solid in the first half. He's been under a little bit more pressure than Glennon, but he's done a good job at distributing the football. Got some protection there from Gio Bernard. And then the pressure that has forced him into a couple mistakes. This one almost resulted in a disaster, almost was a touchdown the other way. So when they have pressured him, Brent has almost thrown the football to the other team. He has thrown one mistake, and his one mistake has been in the other team's end zone. So took points off the board.
First down, Carolina. Renner, little screen. Bernard breaks a tackle, gets around to 30, breaks another across the 40, up to midfield, gets a blocker, and he's into NC State territory. Big run by Bernard, pickup of 36 yards.
Gio's late getting up now after this screen. Reaching and grabbing the right ankle. You see the right hand wrapped around the right ankle there.
Man. It's funny to think about that.
Good. He missed 2 games earlier in the year.
I mean, now that you know that he turned out being okay, but man, man.
ACC's leading rusher. Bernard is 5th nationally.
Let's see if we can figure out what happened to Gio. It's a great design.
He could have somehow got knocked out for the rest of that game.
Screen. 1001, 1002, 1003.
Again, not wishing injury on anybody, but just saying. I mean, just because you know how it happened, because you know he ended up being okay. It's like,
and now Gio
man, that could have been a game changer.
Miss. See if Slay, Slay fell right on the back of his right leg. Watch 55. Brian Slay, and just falls on the back of that leg. Gio trying to walk it off right now as he heads towards the Tar Heel sideline.
Bernard with 7 catches today.
Now those are the kind that stiffen up, as you know, Tim, after the game. If he can just kind of keep moving around on it, he'd probably be okay for the game. But that's one that'll stiffen up on him later on. But just fell on the back of his leg. You're just kind of trying to walk it off.
Usually when they put those guys on a bike to keep that blood flow, you're right. Keep the circulation going.
All right.
First down and 10, the ball at the 43.
The thing is, I don't even remember what the final score of this game was.
Play action, Renner throws outside, and that's complete to Tapley.
Probably 4 yards.
Not a lot on the play. Pick up a 4.
I like that Blake Anderson came out and got an easy completion for Renner, got him going with the big play to Gio, and then the deep out throw was an excellent throw there, taking his receiver to the sideline.
Again, throws the out pattern. This is complete to Highsmith, and Highsmith down the sidelines for another first down.
Yeah, that was great restraint there by Brandon Bishop, man. He was wanting to lighten him up, and if he would have let him out, that would have been a 15-yard penalty.
Good job of blocking. Again, this is something that North Carolina State has done a good job with, but this one, Highsmith finds a little room, and you watch Bishop comes over and drops the shoulder on him a little bit, and then took the right hand across the cheek. Good job by the officials to understand no reason to throw a flag there. These two teams that are highly motivated to win a game.
This is the way the Tar Heels started the game, moving the football sideline to sideline, trying to wear out that NC State defense. Renner again throws on the post pattern. It's complete down inside the 10. Picked off right out of his hands.
Dang, C.J. Wilson, baby.
Flag is down. This is C.J. Wilson, and Wilson across the 35 to the 37-yard line. We'll have to see what the flag is. That was a reception and a pickpocket.
Yeah, he just took the football away from him.
All right.
See if we can figure out what happened on the flag. Something on the return, certainly an illegal block or something on the return.
An illegal block in the back or something.
On the return.
Yeah.
75. White.
TY.
It's a 10-yard penalty.
Oh, TY.
First down.
That's T.Y. McGill.
Well, this is a good throw by Bryn Renner now. He's going to throw the seam post and put your foot in the ground and drive the football. Quinshaw Davis makes the catch, and C.J. Wilson just steals the football from him. This is a good job by the freshman to catch the football in traffic, and then the veteran corner just steals it. 29 starts for this kid. He knows how to play, and boy, what a big play that was.
Yeah, big play for sure.
Another play by NC State's defense.
Let's see what we do with it, though.
Both by C.J. Wilson in the scoring zone against North Carolina.
Arch, officially, that's ruled a 21-yard reception, then the fumble, and C.J. Wilson with the return. James Washington in the ball game. Looks for a crease, lets his eyes move his feet, and picks up 2.
Yeah, definitely loving Creasy.
Washington back, number 24. He was the guy that they really leaned on last year. A lot of injuries in the backfield. Mustafa Green and some of the guys that carried the ball for him a year ago. But James Washington has his own injuries this year, but he really did a good job catching and running the football last year for the WolfPack.
Yeah, amen. Season-ending knee surgery in 2009. Had that ankle injury last year. Williams makes a big play here and a loss of 3.
Well, this is something that Sylvester Williams did a ton of a year ago. Make plays in the backfield, and they need him to step up big. But he just splits the offensive line and just throws Washington on the ground, and now 3rd and long for Glennon.
Seems like Glennon's been in 3rd and long most of the afternoon. He needs 10. With time.
Great pass protection.
Has it complete to Palmer. Palmer breaks a tackle to the 35-yard line, move the chains, and another big 3rd down conversion by Mike Glennon.
Well, a couple things happen here. Obviously, protection is first, but the big arm of Glennon to drive the football, and then watch right at the end, Palmer come and catch the football. The ball's thrown a little bit to the inside, but
what's with your arms up there, UNC coach? Hopefully you're not complaining about nothing, because that's what you're complaining about.
Tim Scott just slid off
Great pass protection and a dime by Mike Glennon. Great
throws
catch.
the out pattern. Was he in? Yes, sir.
Oh, what a pass.
Quentin Payton kept his feet in bounds. It'll move it out to the 45.
There's no doubt Mike Glennon's top 4 quarterback.
Between
Russell, Philip Rivers, Roman Gabriel, and Mike Glennon.
Big hit.
Those are your 4 usually.
Quarterback shot it in there. Watch him throw it right over the top of the defensive end guy.
Leary, Jacoby.
Boy, number 8 is dialed in right now.
I'm blanking. The quarterback who threw to Torrey Holt.
Left side goes Washington.
I'm blanking on his name right now. Let me go back and look at that.
Absolutely nothing there. Closed captioning for ACC football. Brought to you by Bojangles' famous chicken and biscuits. It's bow time.
Had a good play by Sylvester Williams. Jabari Price back on the field. We saw him leave earlier, number 4. A little banged up. Good to see him back on the field. Williams has made 2 plays here.
Glennon will play action, throws outside again, and another drop. This time by Payton.
Drop.
At 6 drops.
That's
There's nothing you can say about it. You got a couple of drops. It seems like everybody's had their turn at dropping. This is Payton's first drop.
Yeah.
But
more Glennon.
Football, you got to get your head around if you're playing with Glennon, because it's coming.
And partner brings up another 3rd and long. They need 9.
This is right in Glennon's wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Time, the out pattern incomplete.
I would say last season's ECU game that
through the back shoulder, a little bit high.
I don't know. I definitely don't have all the answers to that game. That game definitely just.
Head up. So Glennon is expecting Underwood to come to him, work back to the quarterback.
I definitely think, again, but I think the biggest thing with that game was that the offensive issues that we had against ECU stayed throughout the whole season. So I think it was just a struggle bus. I wouldn't necessarily say it was a trap game, because I don't think you can necessarily say that we played a whole lot better. Like, it wasn't like
A 45-yard
in any
punt,
game the rest of the year that I was like, oh my gosh, like this offense is night and day now
We'll take one
compared to what they were against TCU. So I would say that was really well. I guess again, and everybody's trap game, definition is a little bit different. But my definition is typically a game that is middle, like somewhere, not the first game of the season,
wherever
but
your
somewhere
business needs to show up,
during the season
can print it.
that is
on
for
Windows.
a big game.
Or
Which I see what you're saying, because
Or
Notre Dame
paper,
that matches.
obviously.
But
And you know what?
the other thing which
Pretty
I would
much
say is
everywhere
that
else.
I don't think that we're looking
Discover the
past
printabilities
UConn right
at
now, because again, we have
vistaprint.com.
so much time to think about them, and also too because of the fact that
Today's telecast
that first
is being
game
brought
is
to you
huge.
by
I mean, that
CPI
sets
Security
the momentum. That sets
by
the direction
Geico.
we're going as a
By
team
your
this
local
season.
Toyota
So,
dealers.
yeah, but I understand what you're saying, though.
By
I mean,
Ruby Tuesday.
I think that the Boston College
And by
game,
PNC Bank.
that was just us shooting ourselves in the foot. Again, we'll watch that here in a few hours, but that game was not Boston College played ridiculous.
Yeah,
now, I think that Zay Flowers had a career game. I think that game helped a lot. Zay Flowers draft stock ended up getting drafted in the first or second round whenever he went to the Ravens. So I would say that was a Zay Flowers game.
First down and 10.
So I understand what you're saying, but yeah, again, you definitely not a game you can look past, but I don't necessarily know if we're looking past them, which is typically my definition of a trap game. So we'll see. We'll see. And especially with this team and the culture that we have, and the fact that we're going to be obviously healthy going into that game, which is another difference too. I mean, you're going to have Trent Penix, you're going to have Michael Allen, you're going to have Jordan Houston, you're going to have your whole defense, Steven Wilson, Aiden White, Shane, you name it. We're gonna have everybody. That's another thing too. I think that's probably actually my biggest reason why I say a trap game can't be the first game of the year, because you're healthy. Typically, I mean, a lot of times people have injuries in training camp. Yeah, but I mean, you're more likely never going to be your most banged up before the first game of the season, if that makes sense. So.
Third down, Carolina needs 5. And they flag it.
Ebron moved early. Big tight end.
Ebron.
So his name's been called now.
Offense.
I love Ron Cherry.
It's a 5-yard penalty.
I think Ron Cherry's got to be
Eric
the goat
Ebron,
of
unusual
ACC
for him.
officials. Love Ron Cherry.
Yeah, talk how it started for North Carolina, did an outstanding job, but then NC State did a good job of adjusting.
I mean, again, there's no reason. Look at that right there. I mean,
Carolina just
four scoring possessions in a row, and then UNC hasn't scored since, like an 8 in a row. And then that should have been picked.
It was intended for
Oh,
Ebron,
that should have been picked.
and
But we'll
Dowdy
take
had
it.
it right in his
out.
hands and couldn't hold on.
Beauty
Well, he got
hugger.
his head around, Tim, and so often as a quarterback, if you see a linebacker
Yeah, it's funny. I have my water bottle right here, but
with
I'm
an
really
inside
trying not
defender,
to
you'll
drink
try
too
to
much
throw
water
it
because
because
I
the
don't want
defender
to
doesn't turn his head
have
around.
like
At that time, Dowdy
more
got his
than
head
one or
around
two
right at the
bathroom
last
breaks
moment
during this whole thing.
and was able to knock the football away on the shot down the middle to Ebron.
So Tommy Hibbert comes on to punt it away. He'll be out of his own end zone, about 5 yards deep. Here's a look at Rashad Smith, standing at the 48.
Rashad Smith.
And Rashard Smith will have to come up the field and he gets it at the 47. And great field position after a 37-yard punt. Mike Glennon and NC State will have it in Carolina territory.
There it is. Ooh. See, I actually would say those like 2006 to 2008 uniforms.
All right,
those
Tom,
are some of my
thank you very
favorite
much. What do you think, Arch?
ever.
Do they
I
jump
love
into
those
the top
uniforms
25
a lot.
NC State wins this game, Tim. They're
Like the
easily
ones
one of the
that
best
Daniel
25 teams
Evans
in the
wore.
country.
Woo.
There's a question about
The
them.
ones
You gotta
that
really give them a
like
ton
the
of
last
kudos for what
year
they
of
did.
Mario Williams'
Shutting
career.
out Florida State, who was ranked
Those sick
third in the
uniforms.
country on a Thursday
Love
night
those.
a couple weeks ago. They've got to get a big bump from that.
Best starting
One
field
thing which
position
I
of the
think
afternoon for
we
NC
definitely need to
State.
bring
So
back,
Glennon has it
and let me
first
know,
down and 10.
James and anybody else tuning in, what you think
Throws
too.
the out,
But
Penn has it complete,
one thing
not
I think
much
Steve needs
there.
to bring
Hagadis makes the completion
walk
for about
down the tunnel
1 yard. That's it.
from the Carter Finley doors. So like, you know how the Mercury Center has those doors. He did Amato did it. I don't know if he did it a ton, but he did it a few times where basically instead of going down into the tunnel and then running out, they would basically come out of the doors, which lead to the concourse of Carter Finley, and then they walk down the stairs, and then they walk around and into the tunnel and then run out. I think that'd be cool. Like maybe like it's like a tradition for like the first game of the year.
Palmer was tackled on the outside. They got all tangled up at the 30.
Like, hey, like, you know, we're here. The season has begun, kind of thing. I think that'd be a really cool tradition. So yeah, I'm not saying for every game, but I would say for like one game, that'd be really cool. And also too, because it'd be really cool because of the fact that recruits are right there. So I think that would be really cool for the recruits to do too. Because this is a reminder, the recruits are in those top 2 or 3 sections there.
Big Town and Lee Bryce headline ACC Fan Fest presented by AT&T. Get your game tickets right now. Don't miss the free event held on Saturday, December 1st. As prior to the ACC Football Championship, visit accfootballcharlotte.com for tickets and a whole lot more information. Glennon again with all day and finally runs out of time and is sacked. That's the 3rd sack of the day. Glennon goes down in a hurry. So Thompson got there and took him down.
You're an interesting man. Scott.
Underwood applied the pressure.
Well, this is the first time they've gotten to him with a 4-man rush. Tim, we talked about them applying pressure with 6 men. This is the first time.
Hey, offensive linemen going flying all over the place.
4-man pressure, meaning 7 in the back end, making him hold the football.
Glennon throws underneath, and it's dropped again.
Oh my God! Wow.
And again, it's right in his hands. Creasy just couldn't hold on.
And Creasy is going to run a long way with this one. He's going to get inside the 10-yard line if he catches
He really had, again,
good protection again. He just runs a little delay route and comes over the middle. He's working against Heffern and the linebacker.
Right now we have 5 different players who have dropped back.
Nobody until about the 10-yard line
Man,
for North Carolina.
Tom
watching
O'Brien
this
has
team
to
back,
be
man.
fit to be tied watching his Wolfpack drop all these passes today.
Number 7 now for North Carolina drops.
Golly, man.
NC State, I'm sorry.
3rd down and 14. Glennon backside pressure, throws into the corner, intercepted.
Yeah. Unfortunately, throwing it out to a guy like Hedges is not a smart move there. Like, take the gamble with Miles Palmer, but not with Charlie Hedges. No.
He does an excellent job defensively here.
Especially being borderline
field goal range. Just going to get in the hip pocket, and Hegedus runs out of room, and now you got to become a defender. And he just could not get back to the football. And a good play by Schenkel to wall off the wide receiver and make a play. And that was something North Carolina needed desperately. They needed to play on defense, and they got it.
Boy, you can't use that sideline any better than he did there and made the pick. Terry Schenkel, who missed some time, is back and making his impact here in this ball game. 1st down and 10 for the Tar Heels. Swing pass.
They love those swing passes.
Out across the 25 goes Morris. Gain of 7. Let's go downstairs to Mike. What do you have, Mike?
It's T.J. Yates, who used to be the quarterback here in North Carolina, now with the Houston
Texans
in the NFL. Got an offer.
Your daddy, TJ.
You're proud of what Bryn Renner, he considers you
kind of his
mentor and what he has done.
Absolutely.
Never be
have a great relationship. We lived together for a while I was here. And he's a great kid with a lot of talent, so much intensity in his game. I'm excited to see where he can take this team.
Yeah, you played in a number of these State Carolina games.
You lost every one of them.
But this is
there
this is special, isn't it?
Oh, yes, there it is. Dude,
like it. The State fans, they come over here. They always travel real well. Always a great atmosphere. I unfortunately never got the best of them while I was playing, but hopefully these guys can do it today.
All right, good luck to you and the Texans.
Thank you very much.
T.J. Yates, Timmy, was a great one here.
He sure was, Mike. Thanks. 3rd down. And the Tar Heels have missed the last 2 opportunities on 3rd. They only need a yard here.
Carolina burns a timeout, Tim, to talk this one over. It's a big play for him.
Good to see Giovanni Bernard back in the ball game.
Yeah, good to see T.J. Yates here. He's a great player here in North Carolina. There are a lot of them. Carolina's in a battle today with the Wolfpack.
Back after this word from your local stations. got a 3-point game. And Carolina's faced with a 3rd down and 1 here at Kenan Stadium in Chapel Hill. This game has been spectacular since the very beginning. 28-25 NC State leads. See if Bryn Renner can get something going here. He needs a 1st down.
Got Giovanni Bernard back at tailback now as he checks back in after the ankle.
Here he is. And he's not going to make it to the 1st down marker.
That was an obvious run play.
Giovanni Bernard was hit immediately.
Defense
Teal
totally
got there first.
Yeah, it looked like Thomas Teal blew it up. Big defensive tackle. Teal sitting right in here, going to knife to the inside and blow the play up. Boy, what a nice job of Teal pinching to the inside. They looks like they may have slanted their line that way, and Thomas Teal, the sophomore, with a huge play.
Rashard Smith is standing back at the 31-yard line. This is a nicely angled punt that'll take a big Carolina bounce down inside the 12. A 60-yard punt by Tommy Hibbert.
Switch to Verizon Home Internet. Plans start at just $25 a month.
I finally cut the cable, switched to Verizon Home Internet.
Cable internet wasn't cutting the mustard, right?
No, this rules. I just plugged it in.
And there's no surprise price tag.
Let's look at some of the problems that the Wolfpack have had catching the football. Underwood dropped a couple. And the thing I want you to watch about all these is they're all with guys on the move. There were going to be yards after the catch. That one led to an interception. This would have put him inside the 10-yard line. Creasy dropped the football.
So all the ones
it's the drop passes, but then it's the yards after catch. It's cost NC State and probably another 60 or 70 yards of offense they don't have, and maybe a couple scoring opportunities.
Yeah, that's a great point, Arch. There's no question about it. Now NC State has its worst field position to start a drive. Backed up on the 11. Creasy sidesteps one, bangs his way out, picks up a couple of tough yards. They'll give him 3. Coming up next Saturday, UVA and NC State down in Raleigh. That's where Dave and I will be in the Georgia Tech
game, but,
and Maryland up in College Park. Mike Hogwood will be there along with Riley
Skinner.
Skinner.
Be a whole lot more interesting than one.
ACC coverage at its best as we move down through the ACC season. 2nd down and 7. Creasy again. Still on his feet, has the 1st down out to the 25-yard line. And so Creasy with a terrific run, good balance.
You know, we haven't talked much about NC State's running game. They just haven't done it very much. It's been more about Mike Lennon. But how about the offensive line here, getting a hat on a hat, and watch the little cut right there, just inside of Tim Scott. Puts the foot on the, or puts the hand on the ground, and that little adjustment got him a 1st down. So
let me know in the comments, y'all. Again, were any of y'all here at
working
this
in the run game, move the clock a little bit. They lead by 3.
Pickup of 12 gives him 1st down and 10 at the 26. Glennon has a man wide open. It's complete. This is Peyton. And Peyton has a 1st down. He's across the 40 to the 42-yard line. A gain of 16.
Yeah, well, I would say as a football coach manager and worked for teams for a few years with the running backs. What a great guy. Definitely, you know, sucked that we couldn't make it work here at State, but we wanted to go be an offensive coordinator.
Wolfpack picking up the pace a little bit. Glennon
I have all the faith in Kitchings in the world, but I mean,
boy, he's in a rhythm.
Unfortunately, didn't do too great here as off in spring 2019. Then he went on to
back in the zone. He's very quick to get the ball underneath to Smith,
then he went to the Falcons,
to Creasy, to the tight end.
2 years.
He's doing a good job of
and then he came
spreading
back
the
and went to
football out. He's
Virginia.
really seeing coverage extremely well. And North Carolina's caught in a quandary there. They come out.
Has unfortunately worked out for him so far as a coordinator, but nothing best for him. But
tries to go over the top, and there's nobody on there.
I don't love that calculation. That's what I was like.
The one that really gets you as a quarterback.
I guess one-on-one. Okay, I get it.
Didn't look like he ran that thing out all the way.
Oh, hey, was that
this
TJ Graham?
Put you up the bat. You got to continue
on the
running.
sideline.
Peyton's had some good plays today, but that was not one of them. He almost cost his quarterback an interception.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure over on the 39-yard line. 39-yard line of State, the guy in the gray hat and the red shirt. I think it was TJ Graham.
Glennon throws. This is complete.
There you go, Asa.
That's a first down.
There you go.
Watson.
I'm telling you, man. God.
Again, you get man coverage. North Carolina decides to come with pressure, and they can't get to Glennon. So now Asa Watson is matched up one-on-one on Glenn Robinson. And Robinson's just going to fall down. Watson gets rid of him, sheds him, finds the football. Good catch there. We talked about the balls have been dropped. That was a good catch on the back shoulder by Watson.
NC State with a lot of yaks today. Yards after contact.
Close my eyes, cover my eyes.
But there's nothing there for this one.
In the bad spots of these games.
Pick up a 1 by Tony Creasy.
Yep, I got it. And Heisman, I got to take it. Got to take it on the chin right here.
They've had 21 plays of 0 yards. But it's been the big plays, 8 big plays, have kind of really broken the back of North Carolina's defense.
Second down and 9. Glennon again
I don't
goes
think
to a
they're doing
safety
bad at
valve.
points
Creasy spins his
so
way
far,
across
which
the
is
30,
hilarious.
down to the 29.
Like 36
Price will make the tackle
the
there,
first
gain of 7.
You gotta love the feel that Creasy and the backs for NC State have as Washington checks into the backfield. They have a real understanding of finding a little dead area to check down and give Glennon the outlet. They've been a big part of the passing game today.
Third down and 2. This is Washington.
James Washington. What a run. Great run.
Up the middle to the 15-yard line.
Man, we had a great running back for Shadrack, James Washington,
This is the same
and Tony Creasy.
That we saw Creasy make the run earlier in the drive when they were backed up. But North Carolina had 7 in the box, and NC State still knocked them off the ball, and Washington with the first down run on 3rd down.
Talked about the injuries he's had. The ankle injury this year. Can't help the club in the tub, but he's out there today making some big plays. Hey fans, CPI Security is giving away 4 tickets to the Dr. Pepper ACC Football Championship game. To enter, visit cpisecurity.com/ACC. The big question is now, which ACC teams will be there?
Well, you got the division leader. It's been a big success in Charlotte, but the division leaders playing each other in Tallahassee as the Seminoles take on the Duke Blue Devils.
Interesting.
Boy, did Clemson look good the other night, huh?
Yeah, they looked every bit the part of a team that deserves to be in a
This is
championship game.
2012.
They've gotten a loss on by Florida State.
No.
This penalty's against NC State, so they'll move them back.
Oh, EJ. No, I knew that.
11th play of the drive coming up.
That's still the funniest thing, though, when the Buffalo Bills drafted EJ in the first round.
I like the ball in Glennon's hand
that was
here.
a terrible
They've run the
draft
ball
pick.
with
One of the
some
worst
success,
draft
but here in 2nd and long.
Oh, man.
Glennon.
God. Yeah, what's his name?
Because he's done a good job.
The quarterback safety coach for Clemson has been there a long time. He was our quarterback.
10 different receivers today, nothing
from
there
the
at all
O'Brien
for
era.
Washington.
He was on
He'll
the
lose
far left
yardage.
side of the up in the booth.
Underwood just exploded into the backfield here. This is very similar to what we saw Sly Williams do earlier. They're starting to guess a little bit, trying to jump in the gaps, and Underwood does a good job of blowing the run game up there. And
3rd and 6.
now Glennon faced with what he's been faced with all day long, and 3rd and long as this crowd here at Kenan Stadium tries to answer.
Glennon on 3rd and 16. He's not going to get it.
Good tackle. Yeah, he's
Washington
hurt.
was taken down immediately.
And
Schenkel again with another big play.
I hate this hit. This is, Washington is exposed. He's trying to look back for the football, and the defender comes in and chops his legs out from underneath him. I hate this hit. I think this is something they need to look at in football. And obviously it's a clean play. Don't get me wrong, it's a clean play. But this is one, you talk about the horse collar tackle, this is damaging.
Yeah.
The horse collar tackle is. Watch
Washington
look back for the football. He's got no chance to defend himself. And the defender comes in and chops his legs out from underneath him. It's just a damaging. I see it at the pro level. I see it at the college level. It's just a hit you'd like to see get out of the game.
The problem is at the pro level, certainly, without the helmet to helmet now, is the target where you can tackle is getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, and these guys don't want to hit up around the head. There's no question about that. It's just this is I've seen a number of players lose their knees on this hit.
Yeah, that's a dangerous hit.
We know James Washington has had some leg injuries in the past. Just hope that this isn't a severe one. It doesn't look very good for him.
Yeah, he's out.
Mike Hogwood will go over and get an update on him, but he's obviously in pain.
Nicholas Sadie on for North Carolina State to attempt a field goal.
So Nicholas Sadie comes on for the 38-yard field goal attempt. Strong leg. His longest field goal is 50 yards. This is from 38. Good snap. Good hold. But it's wide right. And it stays a 3-point game.
They had Chris Dunn, they would have made that.
Well, that's news because Slady made his last 5 kicks. Started 2 of 5, but he made his last 5. That one slides right. That was a big kick.
Well, we talked about the leaders and we talked about how big this game is. As you look at the Belk standings, here's Florida State, the game you talked about, Arch, right at the top.
Well, NC State's got the game in hand against Florida State. And I mentioned Duke. Duke's sitting there. They get Florida State this week. They got Clemson coming up next week. So
that's the worst part too. Is that Virginia? Look at that. They were 0-4 in the
drops the
ACC.
throw, throws over the middle, and it's overthrown. Looking at those standings, how about Duke bowl eligible for the first time since 1994?
Yeah, big win over North Carolina a week ago, and well, this was an opportunity here for Bryn Renner. Both safeties flat, and Amerson going one-on-one with the freshman Quinshaw Davis, and was right in his hip pocket. So good coverage by David Amerson.
What a backpedal by Amerson, big time. Incomplete, and it'll bring up 3rd down and 10.
Yeah, this is a jailbreak screen, trying to set something up for Tapley, and this is a kid that returned the kick for a touchdown. So essentially what they're trying to do here is just set up a punt return scenario, but a poor throw by Renner, and now it's 3rd and long, and now Mike Archer will dial up some of that diabolical stuff they do defensively.
Carolina just 3 for 11 on 3rd down conversions. They need 10 here. Renner looks to the sideline. Play clock down to 4. Renner throws underneath, incomplete. Wouldn't have been enough for the 1st down, but you get it in his hands, and as you said, Arch creates space for Bernard. They had a chance, but that wasn't well thrown.
Just played zone, and a really good job again by Dowdy, the linebacker, to find Eric Ebron over the middle, really walled him off, and that's where Renner wanted to go, and his check down was Bernard. He was too wide with the throw.
So Tommy Hibbert, whose last punt was 60 yards, comes on to punt it away again. He has the wind at his back as Sandy moves in on the coast. Rashard Smith is standing back at the 37-yard line. This is a knuckleball that hits at the 49 and gets a Carolina roll to about the 45. So a 34-yard punt. It's been an up and down stock market type day for Tommy Hibbert. Well, nothing gets you closer to the must-see moments of the day than the ACC Digital Network. If you missed it or you want to see it again, we've got it covered for you. Saturday mornings, catch ACC Kickoff Live at 11 a.m. The ACC Digital Network brought to you by Ruby Tuesday. Go to youtube.com/ACC Digital Network.
After all the scoring, Tim, that we saw in the first half, this has kind of settled into a field position game here, and NC State's winning.
No punchman
and
scored.
there's definitely concern by the Tar Heels, and this is why.
There we go,
Underwood
Brian.
wide open, touchdown, NC State.
Great pass. Beautiful pass. Right in stride. Didn't even break stride.
55 yards.
You know, we didn't lose because we lost because defense wasn't ready to start the game. If we didn't get a 25-star, we would have just run away. I agree. But also, I would say that Mario Carter
before the
ball at our own 35, 40-yard line too, so that didn't help either.
By the crowd here,
yeah, I agree. UNC came out with all these.
But like the play call by Dana Bible, he's been aggressive all day long. He gets short field opportunity.
Yeah, we didn't lose because of Gio, but again,
the extra point is good.
Again, it's not just the playing the Geo. And we'll see that here in a little bit. But
North Carolina.
Again, you had the ball.
All right, here you go. Here's Tobias Palmer right here. He's just going to run the post. I don't know what Trey Boston is speaking in the backfield for. He's helping the corner on this play. They're playing quarter coverage. He's got to take the deep post route.
He's not all three.
And he runs right by him.
And you had Mike Glennon, time was one of the top, one of the top, and definitely an argument for being the top quarterback prospect in the NFL draft. You had Nick Sadie,
his second of the day. Let's listen to Gary Hahn on the NC State Network.
And you were tied. So, but you
back at its own 45. Glennon back to throw on first down. He's going to float it over the middle to Underwood.
It's like, why did you need to be conservative? Go for overtime.
Touchdown State.
Well, that was the first mistake.
Touchdown,
and then you see Gio Bernard, who, I mean,
$459 passing yards today.
Career high
on this team. 5 touchdowns.
And,
incredible afternoon from Mike Glennon.
I don't care.
To the outside,
like,
maybe have took Boston.
I don't care if it's that 40-yard line. I don't care. Like,
no reason
that ball is going out of bounds.
Short if you're the safety there.
Period.
Tapley will watch this hit
like, just don't even make it an option.
And run out of the back of the end zone.
Yeah, no, I know we didn't lose because of Gio. No, it never comes down to one play. That's
here.
Caleb
Rowe from Maryland against Boston College with a
3-yard TD
pass to Nigel King gets him on the board, but Boston College has the lead 13-7 in Chestnut Hill.
One game, this one play here that we would have won the game.
All right, Tom, thanks. That's Maryland's freshman Caleb Rowe. They took the red shirt off of him last week. C.J. Brown, Perry Hills, and Burns. All three of those quarterbacks are out for the year with injuries. Caleb Rowe now takes over the fourth quarterback of the year.
And it doesn't just come down to one. It's not just because of one, I guess. It might come down to one, but it's not just because of one.
Gets to the outside. Crowd wants a late hit.
Nope. No late hit.
No flags.
It's a good play by Art Norman, the defensive end there. Does a good job. Dowdy comes in late. You see Norman, 95, gets him out of bounds. And Dowdy, they could have. Dowdy looked like he stumbled a little bit. Maybe that was the reason they didn't make the call. But he certainly hit him on the wall.
Crowd just saw it on the big screen and let out another yell. Bryn Renner goes down, sacked. His first sack of the day.
Should have won this game.
Back to the 19.
We so should have won this game, y'all.
Big Art Norman talked about him. He's their sack guy. And he's going to come off the edge right here. Just going to apply the pressure and really collapse the pocket. Just pushes the pocket in. Actually being double teamed right there. Split the double team to get to the quarterback.
Hey, our song.
So
that is our
second sack of the year.
I thought that was UNC playing. I was like,
that's a 10-point game. Right now, NC State's got the momentum. Can Bryn Renner bring him back here in Chapel Hill? We'll be back with the final 15.
All right, y'all. So let me know, what's been. I know, James. That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, we are controlling this game.
North Carolina had outscored its opponents 89-16 in the third quarter.
How do you blow a 10-point lead?
A goose egg, and they trailed by 10.
I fully agree. That's what I'm trying to figure out. How do we do that?
Carolina was 3 for its first 6 and third down. They've been 0-6 since the first quarter. Over the middle, almost picked off. Intended for
that should have been picked off.
Well, it's just a deep zone, Tim, and Emerson keeps leverage on Tapley and watches the ball thrown, and he breaks and knocks the football away. So good play by Emerson. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
Tim, well, that's bad news for NC State. James Washington is done. He's lying on a table on a bench. He's in a lot of pain. I tell you, I've been doing this a long time. I never get used to that sight. It's just tough for that young man who worked so hard to get back.
No question about it, Mike. He has had his problems with the knee, the ankles, and he worked to get back, and now there he is. I agree with you.
Well, let me know, y'all. What are you thinking right now?
High snap.
Woo!
Still get the punt off. Very few of these have been returnable. This gets another good roll down to the 37-yard line, so it's a 43-yard punt. Our third quarter stats are brought to you by the North Carolina Lottery. This year, the North Carolina Education Lottery will provide more than $73 million to students to help pay for college. You can learn more at nc-educationlottery.org.
Well, you see the numbers, a lot of yards, a lot of big plays. Right Here's the number that I think really tells the tale. NC State's been able to stay on the field on third down.
Appreciate everybody joining us right now.
That's
really
been the mode
it.
that NC State's played all year long. Their defense has been great on third down, and they've been great on third down again today.
NC crap, monkey off our back.
A lot of passing by
NC
State. You would think now they want to shorten this game, melt the clock a little bit. Here's Palmer.
We don't have
going to break 2 tackles and get near the line of scrimmage. He'll still lose a yard. Scott
just get ready again. We're 82 days away from
that was just a -1. Really pretty good run, just to lose a yard. North Carolina was all over that play.
Even though it may seem like that the Mayo Bowl was yesterday.
See how aggressive North Carolina gets now defensively, trying to get after Glennon. He's been afforded a lot of time to throw it, and they have not been willing to blitz.
2nd down and 11. It's complete.
Don't reach out.
And so his tight end picks up 8.
No, not his tight end. Wide receiver. Try.
Mario Carter just went and hooked.
Yeah,
the ball was waiting for him.
It's just a zone control play, Tim, where he's going to take whatever they're giving him. They're playing a deep zone. He'll drop it off, and he's very happy to be 3rd and 4 here.
3rd and 4 is manageable. Glennon with pressure now throws it away.
Came with blitz. Reddick was in around the quarterback. They did a good job of getting to Glennon and forced the quicker throw.
Read that blitz right there and
audible a little bit. Here comes the blitz.
You know what? No.
Block, and now Glennon has to throw the football away and play the field position. Good job, Coach Dish. Called that defense. He likes the result, and that's what you got to do. You got to win on third down. Just talked about those numbers at the end of the third quarter.
So the defense makes a stop, and now the offense will get it back. Roy Smith is standing at his own 12-yard line. This is a short punt, and he fair catches it out at the 26-yard line. So a 32-yard punt. Not much hang time. Larry Fedora, big-time, up-tempo coach. We'll see what he has when we come back.
Oh, is he looking for a fair catch interference?
ACC football is brought to you by.
I would definitely say on that play that.
By Ruby Tuesday.
If the UNC guy.
By Geico.
I get what he's saying there, but.
And by AT&T.
I don't know. It was
some of the history here at this great school in North Carolina.
And we tried and we didn't attempt to get out of the way. I think
fans.
The idea of that call is more.
10 yards.
If you're not making an attempt to get out of the way, he was put his hands up and trying to back away, trying to give the user an opportunity to go catch it. But
1st down and 10. Tar Heels at the 26. They give straight ahead. This is Bernard with a big gainer. Bernard is a 1st down out to the 39-yard line. Giovanni Bernard with 12 yards.
Well, they had a tough time getting Gio going, certainly here in the 2nd half. Big play there.
They do it again. Bernard around the right side. Picks up 8.
Now more than enough time for North Carolina, especially the way as fast as they play, to keep the run game a part of what they're doing. They're down 2 scores, yes, but still the bulk of the 4th quarter to play.
I'm still not sure how we lost this game. Man, we got the house.
Side pressure throws it over the top. Man, it's going to be pass interference.
Because that wasn't even catchable.
Looked like Bishop was climbing his back.
He had no argument for Brendan Bishop. He realized that was a tough matchup. They came with blitz. It was man across the board.
Bad penalty.
And he had Eric Ebron, which is nobody wants that matchup.
Bishop, I'll take it. I love how he did this,
Pass interference. 30 on the defense. That's a spot foul. Automatic. 1st down.
Ron Cherry with the call. Hey, check out the new team pages section of the ACC.com. It's brought to you by Toyota.
Everybody's doing well today. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in. Really appreciate it.
ACC Digital Network. Access anytime.
A little journey we got going on here. Which we're not even
1st down, Carolina.
Most of the way or even halfway through yet.
Clock now becomes a factor. They need 10. They pick up 8.
Guess what? You get more than 10.
good read by Tab to hook up in the zone between the corner and the linebacker, and Renner on the same page, got him the ball quickly, and you get a nice first down pickup. Jonathan Cooper slow to get up now.
He tried to go. As a matter of fact, at the end of the play, he scrambled back to the line of scrimmage and then fell again. While we have time, let's go back to the studio. Here's Tom.
Tim, here's a Hardee's update. Late in the third quarter, Maryland with a chance deep in BC territory. Caleb Rose cannot connect with Wes Brown. Settle for a field goal. 13-10 BC into the fourth.
And back here at Kenan Stadium, we're watching Jonathan Rowe, the big old 6'3", 295-pounder from Wilmington, North Carolina. Jonathan Cooper, rather.
And he pulled his left shoe off, so something in the lower leg area. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the best offensive lineman I've seen all year long. I think he's the best interior offensive lineman in the country.
I thought it was interesting yesterday talking to the coaches. They said some scouts had him as the #1 athlete, #1 player in the draft.
I saw film of him last week where he was blocking for Giovanni Bernard 40 yards down the field.
Renner, play action.
Thank you, Brad.
Now throws to the outside. This is Bernard. Bernard with a big gainer down to the 20 and bulls his way down to the 18.
I'm already seeing the right on the wall. Hard to make some mental errors again.
We're seeing Glennon do this a lot. Drop it off to the back.
I mean, how do you
job
lose
of Renner
Bernard?
seeing coverage, and
How do you
nobody
not
had
have
Bernard in the left flat.
How do you
And
not
a lot of
have that as
running
the first priority? That
for the
no matter
redshirt
what,
sophomore.
we are not going to forget where Gio Bernard is on
Just
the field.
over 12 minutes to play. Renner pumps, now runs by himself, and he is tattooed at the 17. Let's go downstairs to Mike.
Well, they've already lost one offensive lineman in Brennan Williams. He's number 73. But you say, hey, wait a minute. There's a 73 out on the field. That's James Hurst, who's wearing Brennan Williams' jersey in honor of him today. Williams is a senior, and they want to let him know he's not forgotten. So there is a 73 on that offensive line.
All right, Mike, 2nd down and 9 here. They give the little draw play.
There you go. Oh,
Bernard
make the
breaks
tackle.
the tackle and scrambles down inside the 15.
Tackle,
Jonathan Cooper,
had him.
who
Had him
left
dead
the game
right.
a play or two ago, checks back in at left guard. But how about Giovanni Bernard? Here I am. No, I'm not. How about he makes some people miss? There's no place to go here, and finally finds a crease and gets a positive gain on 2nd down. Now 3rd and medium for Renner.
A.J. Blue comes into the ball game. 3rd down and 6. Renner with time, throws the swing pass, big gainer. 1st down. And Blue has
James.
the ball all the way down to the 5-yard line.
Tim, this is all just dropping the ball off to the back. These are check down or flare control throws.
No, D-Day
He's
time
looking
is
down
coming
the field.
for this.
It was Giovanni Bernard
here.
to play before, and this time it's A.J. Blue in the right flat wide open.
That big old defensive line of NC State right now is winded. But they make the stop here inside the 5. Cato, Bishop, and Teal.
You need to get some fresh legs in there if you can.
They got Ebron to the corner on the other end of the field, and it resulted in an interception. Had him open, just didn't get him the ball. See if they think about getting him the football. As they got an NC State player down on the field.
It's Cato Bishop.
Are you sure he's just not winded?
Boy, Cato Bishop has started at defensive end. He started at tackle. He's a leader. Was forced into the lineup maybe a little bit early last year because of injuries, but he grew up fast. While he's down,
It'll be a long day.
Tuesdays,
It's already been a long day.
The ACC to check on conference action this weekend. There's Clemson's win the other night over Wake Forest. Maryland trailing Boston College late. Brigham Young and Georgia Tech tied 1st quarter in that game.
Yeah.
Timeout on
Maryland.
the field. We'll take one as well.
Hey, remember when Maryland was a part of the ACC? Interesting times.
10-point game, 10:39 to play. Carolina, though, is in the red zone, inside the 5, and charging hard. Giovanni Bernard really strong in this drive, but he's out. A.J. Blue comes into the game. Second down and goal at the 4.
In the house.
Throws complete. Touchdown, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Sean Tapley with a touchdown.
That's unfortunate
And
what you
here
get
come
when
the
you
Tar
have
Heels.
When you bring the house,
Decided to
you
play
have
zero coverage in the
coverage.
back end.
Yeah.
Nice play by Tapley.
Yeah, zero coverage. A lot of space to cover.
Safety blitz in the back end. Tapley going to come in a little delay route to the outside. He's isolated on the safety Wolf. Good recognition by Renner. Good pickup by Blue on the safety blitz. Give his quarterback time to get the ball to Tapley for a touchdown. And we got a one-score game.
One-score game.
Carolina's first score since 124 the first quarter.
Be interesting to see what happens here on this next
drought,
offensive
but
drive.
Tapley brings them home on the pass from Renner. 10:23 to play. 35-32 NC State. One of the all-time great ACC rivalries.
All-time great for sure.
Hardy's update. Top Wormy Tommy Bowden in the studio, and it's Florida State striking first against Duke.
Well covered, but just too much speed for Florida State. E.J. Manuel puts it perfectly in stride.
Rashad Green, 71 yards on the play, 7-0 FSU. Back to Tim.
Yeah, FSU.
Carolina crowd is back in it. The Tar Heels have scored here in the fourth quarter, their first score since the first quarter. It's 35-32 NC State, and the Wolfpack about to get the ball back.
Yep.
This is Tobias Palmer at the 8. Takes it on the run, looks for a block. And
Attaboy,
Palmer's all
Tobias.
the way out to the 33-yard line. A return of 25 yards. Our edge of the game is brought to you by Principal Financial Group. Total yards in this game are over 1,000 combined.
Yeah, the two teams have done a good job moving the football, putting the ball in the end zone, and that's why we have a classic 35-32 with 10:18 to go.
Glennon brings him up. Peyton, Watson. Split wide. Straight ahead they go. A lot of yardage there for Creasy. Deion Guy made the tackle after a pickup of 5.
Well, I don't think you say enough about the way NC State's offensive line has played. They've given Glennon a ton of time, and when they've needed to, they've been able to crease this defense with the run game. And that one right there, where Creasy got 5, and now you're second and medium. The game still has to stay in Glennon's hands, as they've gone to a wildcat look here with Glennon down at the bottom.
Yeah, and again, pass protection's been great. Good wildcat play. Oh, good cut,
First
Creasy.
down goes Tony Creasy. He'll be marked just past the marker. That's a pickup of 6. Move the chains.
How about Dana Bible saving that to right now? You've not seen it the whole game. Here's Glennon
Great
down
job
at the
by
bottom.
Bible
Will fake to Palmer. Creasy hits it straight ahead. It's a nice job. I think Dana Bible has had a really good day calling plays today against North Carolina's defense.
Tony Creasy, one of the top prospects in the state of North Carolina. He has high hopes here for NC State. Wants to make it 6 in a row over North Carolina. Movement. This looks like it'll be against North Carolina. They'll move them back, or NC State rather.
False start.
Mental errors.
Offense. That's a 5-yard penalty.
R.J. Mattis moved, and so
we talked about those pre-snap penalties that have plagued NC State this year, and here's another one. And I know Tom O'Brien just cringes every time that happens. It's hard enough to get yardage in these hard-fought games, but to give 5 back.
Brings up 1st and 15 for the Wolfpack. Look out. Glennon's in trouble and goes down at the 35-yard line. 4th sack of the afternoon for the Tar Heels.
Well, Reddick is the guy that they usually get a big play from when they need one. Reddick, the middle backer, leads his team in tackles. Here he is right here. He's going to shoot through and beat the block of the back. Watch him defeat the block of the back and then get to Glennon and put him on the ground. So they forced the 2nd and long here. But a nice play by Kevin Reddick when they needed it.
His 5th sack of the year. 2nd down and 19.
Yeah, 2nd and 19.
The momentum now belongs to North Carolina.
He's so far behind the chains. Only two plays to make up for it.
No.
Reddick again.
And incomplete again.
Reddick and Hughes come on the pressure. They had a screen dialed up, but The pressure was too quick to set up the 3 count. They wanted a 3 count.
all of a
screen
sudden
to
go from
Greasy,
controlling everything about both
Reddick,
sides to
and he
really
couldn't
being on our
wait
heels
on
now.
Greasy to get in position.
NC State 7 of 15 on third down conversions. They need 19 here. Incomplete. Carolina
You call that
holds
a
them.
drop?
Nice job by the guys up front. Eric Ebron, we talked about playing both ways. He was part of the pressure there. Number 85, the tight end who we talked about catching a number of balls. That time was part of the pressure package and was able to get around the quarterback. So nice job by North Carolina's defense to have a really big sequence when they needed it.
It looked like Creasy stumbled at the end of that play. High snap, good punt. This is a high spiraling punt that'll take Smith
like a borderline
all
drop.
the way back to the 13.
Not that would have really mattered, but.
And a return to the 21. So a 52-yard punt. Good hang time of yards.
Why the heck is Barr out there?
102nd meeting
Yeah, I
between
think that's
State
another mistake.
and
Why the heck do we have
35-32. We've got a word from our local
Yeah, why do we have
stations,
offensive
and then
linemen
we'll bring you back for the finish.
as a part of our punt package? Like, it should be tight ends at worst. Like, you should have guys that are big enough, that are athletic enough, to be coverage,
Exclusive production of Raycom
be in
Sports.
coverage if needed. Because that, I mean, again, we know what's going to happen, and
I don't know what they paid for a ticket.
I'm just saying, like, you're
but they're
basically,
getting their money's worth this afternoon.
you don't like unless they somehow run right into you. I mean, Barr's not going to run down, tackle anybody.
Carolina now trailing, but with the ball, with 7:55 to play in the fourth quarter. This is Bernard. Gets a block, turns it up inside, spins his way across the 30. Giovanni Bernard, a gain of 11.
Now Gio continues to work hard and try to provide his team an opportunity to win the football game. But a good job there by that left side. You talk about offensive lines. It's Hurst and Cooper on that left side. Tab the tight end, doing a good job of blocking.
Renner again throws to the outside, not much there. Tab picked up 3 yards.
Could have really made life rough for him. I just like that James Washington play.
Carolina will be kicking into a steady win.
Here's the guy right here, Ebron. That's the matchup problem.
I could be wrong. No, actually, no, it wasn't cold. No, this was like
on second down, throws it underneath, incomplete. It'll bring up third down and 7. Intended for Bernard.
Nobody's really wearing sleeves, so.
That was one where Bren let his feet go dead a little bit, and he threw the ball behind Giovanni Bernard, and so a huge third
heck of a
down
game,
with 7:05
for sure.
left.
Casey Barth's longest field goal, 48 yards.
If you don't have a dog in the fight, it's
here this
definitely
afternoon with the wind the way it's
a good
kicking
game
up.
to watch, but
This is usually a pressure down for NC State.
Especially getting we're up by 10.
Renner chased out of the pocket, now throws across his body, almost intercepted. Oh, C.J. Wilson again, and he thought he had the pick.
That'd have been 6, baby.
It was the pressure that really spawned this situation. Watch the pressure get to Renner, shove him out of the pocket. Now he's late on the throw.
Oh,
Wilson's
CJ, that would have
breaking
been
on
6,
it.
bro.
And boy, Renner almost became a defensive player on that spot. You see Mike Archer react to his defense putting pressure.
Is that Jarkel Cotchery?
Sequence for NC State.
I look like Jarkel Cotchery in the back.
Tommy Hibbert comes on to punt. This is an end-over-end punt that'll hit on about the 30-yard line and roll all the way down to the 26. A 38-yard punt.
Well, this has been a game of big plays, certainly for NC
Even
State.
now, you have the ball up by 3.
What Mike Lennon has been able to do, the deep throws, Hagedis on the
put down
touchdown,
some
his
kind
first of his
of,
career, and then pushed out of the pocket.
Together some
and he
kind
finds
of
Tobias
drive
Palmer
here,
on
you know,
an
you're up by
83-yard
6.
bomb.
You're really
Another
putting
big
UNC
play
on
here.
their heels.
Underwood, the
You're
double
asking them
move.
to do something they
Over
haven't
the top
done
on the post,
since midway
Glenn
through the
big
first
arm,
quarter.
And his receivers making plays down the field. That's what NC State's been about today.
And you made the point earlier, Arch. He's had a lot of passes dropped. Instead of the 5 touchdown passes, he could have had 6 or 7. Left side goes Thornton. Thornton carries tacklers across the 30. Gain of 5.
When you look at the NC State big plays and look at them. Normally you
had a heck
count
of a day.
anything over 15 yards of big
touchdowns.
plays or explosion plays. 5 touchdown passes for Glennon today, and he's been phenomenal. Really, they've had the running game has just been a mix-in. It's been about Mike Glennon making monster plays down.
How many interceptions he had?
Most of NC State's success has hung through the air. Glennon now trying to shorten the game, milk the clock. 2nd down and 6. Not much there, but breaks the tackle, goes
Nice.
Thornton out to the 34-yard
Glenn
line.
had 2 interceptions, so I mean, but the one was a drop by Rashard Smith. So yeah, the interception had to do. So he had 5 touchdowns and really 1 interception, 467 yards.
Defensive line in
What a
front
heck of a
7
day.
to step up. Underwood trying to get the crowd to get into it here. Obviously a huge situation here. Short 2 yards, almost a full 2 for NC State on 3rd down.
The Wolfpack has missed its last 3 third
Rob
down
Crisp,
conversion attempts.
one of the biggest star-wise recruits in NC State history.
He's got it.
There we go. Attaboy,
Thornton
Shadrack.
stumbled his way across.
Once again, how the heck
Dion
do you
Guy
lose
made the
this game?
tackle, but they'll move the chains. 1st down, NC State, clock at 5:22.
Give that right side of the offensive line, Chandler, Kristoff, guys, they can cut it off to where Thornton and Creasy can cut back, because front side, they're getting a lot of penetration, is North Carolina, but it's NC State's backs cutting it back and finding a little crease in there to get enough for the 1st down.
Here at Kenan Stadium in Chapel Hill, NC State leads North Carolina 35-32. Carolina scored 15 unanswered in the first 4 minutes of this game. But Glennon, with 5 touchdown passes here in this game, has brought the Wolfpack back 35-32 as we go under 5 minutes to play. That pass was intended for Carter.
Maybe do you wish you kind of ran the ball there?
You wonder, well, why would you
clock running, see, you know, if you can get 3-5 yards out of it.
Creeping up and thought maybe they could
Instead of
slip their
throwing a
tight
big
end
pass,
in
now you're
behind,
saving units
expecting
some
run.
time.
He took a shot right there. Glennon did a good job. He
Jimmy
did
Sutton
what
in the back.
his coach expected him to do. If it wasn't there,
Right above
throw
the
the
AC
football
Network
away
logo.
and reload.
Jimmy Sutton from this corner. Was a part of recruiting for a while with the recruiting
2nd down and 10.
Doeren.
Glennon throws incomplete.
Drop.
That
That's a
pass
drop.
didn't look good from the get-go. It was intended for Brian Underwood, but Glennon knows
Hit
it
your
was
hands, bro.
underthrown.
Well,
Hit your hands,
Underwood
man.
is
I don't
an
care.
out route, so he has to err to the sideline, Tim. And it looked like Underwood struggled a little bit to get out of the break. It was a speed out. He throws it on the safe side, which is towards the sideline. Underwood just couldn't track it down.
Tar Heels have an
Yeah,
injured
maybe
player,
this
and it looks like
start.
Ebron.
Is this maybe some of the coaching errors that, I mean, are you disappointed you didn't run the ball either time?
No, that's
Try and
not
run some more
Ebron.
clock off?
That's Schenkel.
Thanks, Tim. A Hardy's update. Maryland at Boston College. And for the Terps, it's the freshman connection coach.
Got Caleb Rowe to Sheldon Diggs, 66 TD-yard reception, puts Maryland on top 17-13.
Look at Stephon Diggs go. 17-13. Maryland just got
Stephon
the
Diggs.
ball back with a BC fumble. It
Look
is
at
late in the
Stephon
4th, and they
Diggs.
lead by 4. Let's go back to Tim.
Buffalo Bill star wide receiver. Look at
Talk
Stephon
about a
Diggs.
freshman performer.
Man.
Oh, man.
I definitely, I don't know if I've ever heard Stephon Diggs say Stephon Diggs, Maryland. And maybe he has, but I just, that doesn't ring a bell to me.
Carolina.
It would have stood out to me.
Brent Renner trying to stay
I heard
warm
him
on the
say Maryland,
sideline, knowing that
oh,
3rd and
right,
10, he's going to potentially get the ball back here.
NC
That's
State
not
was
UNC
hoping they
song
could
no more,
really
y'all. That is Carolina
get some
Hurricane
time
song.
off this
So.
clock, but they've been unable to do it.
And of course, State fan. I love you, man. You're
North
the great
Carolina's
guy.
success now, getting after the
Yep,
passer has
James,
been to
exactly
bring
my point
more
right
than
there.
just
Yeah, I
score.
can.
But
Are you a little bit upset that you didn't run the ball at all there on either first or touchdown?
3rd down and 10 over the top and overthrown.
Oh, man, he was open.
Brian Underwood had gotten behind the defenders, but Glennon again had pressure and had to unleash it.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Underwood spins here, but here comes the pressure. This is what North Carolina's gone to in the second
Because
half.
he's
Trying to speed
overrated,
up
I'm telling you,
the time
man.
clock for Glennon. But here Underwood runs by. Now keep running. Not sure why he spun around. It's just an adjustment to the outside, but the young receiver decided not to do that. Tried to spin around, stopped all his momentum.
Can't just I never really see him. I never really saw him playing out of his way, like
taken
I
at
didn't
the
catch or something like
21-yard
that.
line. They'll mark it at the 22.
Like everybody,
Smith
you know,
with
I
a
mean,
fair
definitely
catch.
a big moment for him was
39-yard punt.
2012
So the
Florida
Tar
State
Heels
catch,
have
but
it back with
I
plenty
hit
of
him right
time
in the
left in this
numbers.
game.
Like it wasn't like
4.5 minutes to
necessarily
go.
a tough catch. Like, you know, just how many tough catches have we ever seen Brian Underwood make in his career? And no, 2012 Florida State was not a tough catch.
PNC Bank
It was
presents
a
our
big
hardest working
catch.
player. How about
It
this
was a
guy,
big
Arch?
moment catch, but it wasn't
Well,
a
he's
tough
certainly
catch.
the bell cow, is he not? And we talk about him running.
Again,
but
that's
it's
my
been his
opinion. I'm not saying
receiving
that's
today.
a
He's got a
fact. I'm
career
just saying,
high in
to me,
receiving
it's pretty
yards
cut. That was not
as
a
he
tough
closes
catch.
in on
That was a
100
big catch.
yards receiving the football today.
And he throws that one away. Good pressure by NC State. They brought the blitz.
Oh. Intentional grounding. Is that Blue State fans whining about that?
Was there. There's the 100 yards. Doesn't have 100 yards rushing, but if you combine the receiving yards in, he's closing in on about 185, 190 yards in total offense today.
He went from the ACL rehab in 2010 to be the first Tar Heel in 14 years to rush for 1,000 yards, and he's on target to get there again. Here he is. All the way out to the 40-yard line. Giovanni Bernard with a huge run.
It's the delay handoff, the draw play, and Gio finds a crease right through the middle.
Gain of 17. Here he is again. Look out. Broken
Earl
tackle.
Wolf, missed tackle, man.
Still on his feet.
Missed
All the
tackle.
way down inside the 25. He'll mark it at the 23-yard line. Giovanni Bernard.
Missed tackles all over
This
the
all
daggone
working
field.
on a bum ankle. Remember, tackled high and had his ankle rolled up early in the second half. Got it retaped, and he's back out on the field. Watch him run through tackles now. It's about broken tackles. 2 and a third tackle, and a huge run by Gio.
38-yard gain.
NC State showing blitz. Renner changes his protection.
Well, now you don't want to hurry up. 3:42, 41:40, plenty of time. You don't want to give too much time back to Mike Glennon. This is Blue. And the Juice carries it down inside the 20, pick up a 5.
Yeah,
AJ
again,
Blue.
I'm still sitting here because, I mean, UNC's going to tie this game, but again, I'm 90% sure you have like a minute 40 seconds. Right now you have all 3 timeouts. I'm assuming you don't have any less 3 timeouts in the ball.
Win the football game.
Well, they're within his range. His longest is 48. They're there. Here's the slant. Down to the 15. To 13 goes Ebron.
Safety Bishop playing off. Again, they were coming with pressure. Bishop
Defense is going to come through big right here and hold him
to get
the
Ebron the football, and you're inside the 10-yard line.
Gain of 11. They mark it at the 7.
Bishop creeping up right here, thinking about blitz.
Under 3 minutes to play. Giovanni Bernard.
Great stop.
Gain of 1.
Good play, Art Norman. The defensive end falls back inside and gets Giovanni Bernard on that delay to the inside the zone replay. They've been creased a couple times in this series on that play. Nice play by Norman.
NC State's defensive philosophy has been moving the front, stem, stunt, twist, stay on the move, but they haven't done that in the second half. A lot of guys winded. Renner. Incomplete. Dangerous pass in the middle of Ebron. Should have had it, but then once it was touched, it was up for grabs.
It's a perfect call too, Tim. It's a jailbreak screen. They play man coverage, and there's nobody inside. They've got everybody blocked. All Ebron has to do is catch the football, and he walks into the end zone. It's a great call by Blake Anderson.
And it brings up a 3rd down and 7.
They have not covered the back out of the backfield the last couple series.
Bryn Renner. Here comes the blitz. He's sacked.
Ooh! Okay, Cato. I see you.
Second sack of the day. Cato Bishop came free from the outside.
No reason to get blocked.
And that forces Larry Fedora's hand. He's got to bring Casey Barth in to try to tie this football game, but a big play on 3rd down inside the 10 by NC State's pass rush.
Now this will be from the 39-yard line.
46.
Correction, 34-yard line.
51-yarder?
Or a 34-yard attempt, anyway.
Oh, thank God, dude. Get your crap together. Yeah.
And it's good.
See, now, a minute 24 seconds. 3 time outs. Like, what? Like, Tobias Palmer, has he even gotten a target recently?
So the 34-yard field goal by Casey
Like,
Barth
you got to be peppering.
ties it at 35.
You guys, again, you know, the statement, don't forget who brought you to the dance. Like, you got to be peppering.
What a good job by North Carolina to
Peppering.
come back with the time they had left to get down and tie the football game. And now if you've been watching NC State play, this might be the last guy, if you're a North Carolina fan, you'd like to see on the field with the football, Mike Glennon. He's woven some magic in late in football games, and certainly has done it the last couple of weeks.
Well, the 5-game winning streak by NC State has included some thrilling finishes.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Take you back to
the whole state to a
2007.
punt.
Bill Eugene ran for
Look
3
at those
touchdowns,
jerseys.
including the go-ahead 1-yarder with just under 2 minutes left to help
Love
the
those
Wolfpack to a 4-point win. 2 years later, Alan Michael Cash was the star of the day. Blocked a field goal attempt with about 5 minutes left. A 1-point NC State win. The next year, Owen Spencer caught a tip ball in the end zone for a touchdown on 4th down.
That's one of the top
Grant
moments
returned a
in
punt,
state history right there.
87 yards for another score to help the men from Raleigh rally past the heels 29-25.
And no reason why
right
we should
now,
have
with
won.
1:24
Right.
left, we're tied at 35.
At least give Sadie an opportunity.
And so the Wolfpack will bring it out to the
Not
20.
about it.
And we'll watch Mike Glennon go to work.
That was a good job by Palmer. It might be a little thing, but Tobias Palmer decided to take a knee there. Ball comes out to the 25 now, and instead of running some time off, he might not have gotten back to the 20. Just a small thing, but a good play there by Palmer.
Our peak performer of the game, Mike
Interesting,
Glennon.
well,
Look at those
yeah.
numbers.
And he's not done yet.
All state fans gotta love Dana Bible. I mean, definitely just disappointed it didn't work out, but
Mike Glennon has missed his last
yeah,
6
he's paying attention
passes.
for sure.
Well, it's been the pressure of North Carolina. Are they willing to blitz to get after him?
Pressure again, and he's sacked. He's gone down 5 times this afternoon. Kevin Reddick gets another one.
Well, Larry Fedora,
Big
he's
man,
got to
Glennon,
begin to
if
consider
you're Sadie,
maybe
Glennon, that was
a
right in your
timeout of
face,
his
man.
own.
You gotta get rid of it.
Let's see what his defense
Gotta
does
get rid of
here.
it.
Obviously,
We'll
NC
take
State
second
not
and 10
in
all
any
day, right?
hurry,
It's
so
17.
they're letting the clock run. I would think that if
Again,
North
why are you
Carolina gets some
stopping?
kind of stop
Why?
here, you'll see Larry Fedora
Why?
run a timeout.
Why? Why are you being conservative? God,
There's
man,
Glennon's
this is
numbers
what I'm
in the
talking
fourth
about.
quarter. He's been outstanding, but he's up
Why are
against it
you
here.
playing for
A lot of time going
overtime?
off that clock. This is Creasy. Pickup of 4, and they let the clock roll, and now they stop it with 35 seconds.
I thought Larry might burn a timeout right there,
Oh, did he
knowing
will?
it's 3rd
I
and
actually
long.
didn't even
You don't
notice
really
that.
want to give Glennon another chance, but
I feel like
they've got
that
an
would have
opportunity
come
for
up
the field to
somehow.
be
I mean, obviously, if
shorter
he
for
did, he
themselves if they
didn't
get it
make
back.
too many plays, I guess, because that would have been pretty easily talked about, being like, "Hey, look, Eric Ebron, who plays tight end, is now playing defensive end and just made that play for that tackle." Wait, hold on a second.
Now, when you look back to what Glennon has
Okay,
been
I thought
in
Larry
games
Fedora
in
was
the
about to
past.
call over.
How about this one just a short time ago? Number 3, Florida State.
Yeah.
3 4th down conversions.
See that?
And the
That wasn't
touchdown
a tough
throw
catch.
to Underwood to seal it.
Yeah.
Unbelievable job by Glennon. And Tom O'Brien's team. I'm not sure that they take a shot right here.
I'm not sure that they do either. As a matter of fact, it almost looked like he was playing to run the clock out to get into overtime.
Which makes no sense. You have 3 timeouts, man.
What a great scene at Keatts Stadium this afternoon.
So frustrating, even now. Yeah, that's why I didn't watch
In
this
the
game.
shadow of
That's
the
why I didn't watch
walls,
this game.
the bell and the well. Here we are
Makes
between
no
the
sense. Just
pines.
because you get
and it's
sacked one time
everything we expected this afternoon.
with still plenty of time on the clock.
Another run.
Like, look, if Patrick Mahomes can
And
get in
another
field goal
timeout.
range in 13 seconds with NFL rules,
Stops the clock
you
at
can get
30
field goal
seconds.
range with
We haven't seen a lot of
55
great
seconds
punting
left,
today.
3
There've been a
timeouts.
lot of short punts. Looks like Roy Smith will go out. I thought maybe they might consider sending Gio Bernard out, but it
Oh
would be Roy
my
Smith
God!
to take this
Here we
punt
go.
for North Carolina.
Sorry, y'all.
So North Carolina uses its final timeout with 30 seconds left.
Here we go. All right, again, per the rules, I'm going to
And again,
not look good.
here they are. They're going to switch
right
it.
on
Gio
the
Bernard
chair.
comes on the field. I thought they might consider putting Gio on the
But
field
again,
to
it's
return
just
this
like,
punt.
again,
As a
James, I
punt
get
return
that, but
touchdown
I'm saying
this
again,
year.
if you had a mid-tier quarterback, mid-tier kicker, I would get it. But Glennon's a redshirt senior.
And there's a stiff
He
wind
is
out of the
one of the
northeast
top
right now
talented
at
quarterbacks
16
in the
miles
country.
an hour, which would be in
Like,
his face.
Very
you gotta
important
say,
that
listen,
he does not try to drive
this is on like this is your moment, Glennon. This is your time, man. Like you've had a great game so far, and he's had a good game.
Team, you better contain him. This is a high tail wagger. Bernard will take it at the 26.
There we go. All right.
He'll look for a blocker. He's got a wall. Look out.
So where's Barr?
Bernard
Again.
to the 40. Will they catch him? Inside the 20.
Wow.
Giovanni Bernard is gone. Touchdown, Carolina.
Wow. That is painful.
"73 yards, no flags."
It hurts so bad.
We say contain, there was none.
Oh, well.
The wall was set up and he found it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
The
again,
punt was
it's
so
always
good
hindsight.
that he outkicked his coverage, and they got a wall set up for Giovanni Bernard.
I appreciate Will again.
I
mean,
knew
just,
that if they
just
had
trying
an
to do something
opportunity
different,
to get
you know,
Bernard in the
kind of
game, that
challenge
was
a
why
little
they
bit.
switched
Be like, man,
returners.
I know it's gonna be
He's
tough to
so
watch these 3
explosive
games
and
back to
dynamic.
back,
Give him a
but
chance, and
hey,
it
listen,
really
it's
paid
Saturday.
dividends.
My wife's gone, so hey, let's yeah, I've been in black
13
spots
seconds
myself.
left.
Well, hey, I mean, you know, we've definitely made up for it since. I mean, between 20 and 21, 22 alone, like we definitely have gotten. Like, see, what was
The
that?
extra point snap is low, and they get a 2-point conversion.
See, that obviously had to be on accident, right?
Well, Tim, let's take a look at it. They make the switch. They put Giovanni Bernard back in the game. They knew they had one chance. Credit Larry Fedora for burning his timeouts to give him an opportunity to set up a return.
Again,
it's
you
a
have
great
3
punt, but he
linemen
outkicks his
back there.
coverage. It gives
That's
Bernard
what I'm
a
saying.
chance.
I think
Here's
that's
the
honestly
wall
what
being
really
set
screwed
up
us.
right here. All
Is the fact
Gio
that you
has
had
to do
2
is get
offensive
there.
linemen and a defensive tackle
He catches it,
out
uses
there. Like,
the
they're not
speed,
going to be
and a
coverage
great
guys.
job by North
Look at
Carolina
them.
to
Like,
build
Thomas
the
Fields
wall,
not
and
even
then it's
within
the
10 yards
big-time
of
speed of the redshirt sophomore. The best football player on the field today wins the football game for North Carolina.
Here's the call from the Tar Heel Network.
Bernard fields it at the 26. Heading to the far side. Gio at the 35. Gio, he's at the 50. No, he's not. Yes, he is. Gio, he's going to take it for a touchdown. Are you kidding me?
Jones Angel with the
We're
call.
not kidding you.
73-yard punt return. Game, set, match.
Boy, unbelievable. 303 total yards for Gio Bernard. He rushed it, he caught it, and he returned
yeah, I mean,
it. What a day
I'm-
for Gio Bernard.
Hey, I feel you, James. That's what I'm saying. That's why one of my rules is I need to look at the screen.
Tim, you want
I
to
needed
talk
to
about
listen to it
guys
and
that
take my
deserve to
headphones
have
off
their
and take
name
this from the
mentioned?
chin. That's part of
With
the
the big
challenge.
trophy at the end, the Heisman
Man,
Trophy.
that poor state guy,
kid's
man,
name
he's
needs
been
to start to
the
get
whole
mentioned
day.
because he is
That
a
poor dude.
difference maker.
He certainly was there and has been for the 2 years he's been here in Chapel Hill. Wilson takes it on the short hop, looks for a hole, tries to get outside. Flag comes in. There is a fumble, and Carolina gets it back. But it looks like NC State's streak of 5 wins in a row in this series is about to come to an end with 8 seconds left.
No kidding. But don't forget, y'all, after this, we're going to be
Tar
watching
Heels
the
get it.
2016 Clemson Gambar game.
The return team. Tennessee is behind. First down.
Later, Will. Thank you for tuning in, man. Appreciate you. Man, to think that
Larry Fedora
probably, I don't know. I would guess he
came
didn't
from
know at this
Southern
time,
Miss
but
to rebuild the
we're about to
program
find out
here
that these are his last
Carolina
moments.
is going to beat NC State. His first win over the WolfPack. And for all the players wearing blue down there this afternoon, their first win over the WolfPack. That's it.
Yeah, all right, Renner. Chill out, bro.
Carolina wins
that one was not because of you.
43-35, and an incredible football game from Chapel Hill. For Mike Hogwood, Dave Archer, you have been watching coverage of Atlantic Coast Conference football on the ACC Network, an exclusive production of Raycom Sports. 43-35, Carolina.
All right, y'all. It's time to switch on over here. So give me 1 second, and we'll be switching on over to this 2016 Clemson game. This one is, I think, is a little bit more fun for the stateside because, I mean, really, it was a game that we should have won. Like when all came down to it, we should have won. But before the game, like there was no expectations we would have. We were in. We should have even been in that. So definitely, this one should be hopefully a little bit easier until the later parts, the build up to it for sure. So if give me 1 second, I just need to change everything over real quick. All right. Let's do this thing, y'all.
The following is a presentation of ESPN on ABC. Welcome to ESPN on ABC College Football.
Third the way through. Man.
A spectacular South Carolina Saturday afternoon. It's the WolfPack of NC State taking on the third-ranked team of the country in Clemson.
And just to kind of help set the scene too, y'all. So this was 2016. This was my senior year. I was the offensive personnel play card holder. So I'll try and point myself out if I see me on the sidelines, but I would have been right beside the quarterback play callers. So yeah. So, and because the worst part of this game, honestly, well, again, there's a lot of bad parts, but one of the really bad parts was after the game when they did their traditional storming of the field, and we were really trying to pack up all the trunks and pack up everything and get to the truck, and there was all these Clemson fans in the way. Dude, I was probably not a very nice person at that point to Clemson fans, because I was like, get the frick out of my face, dude! Like, get out of here! Like, we just lost. Like, I'm trying to up and go home. So can y'all please get out of my way? Like,
this time Deshaun doesn't rush it. He waits, gets a big touchdown.
So this one,
you mentioned it. This
yeah, and again, we'll talk more about some of the stories I have as we go here. But I still remember too, before this game, going over, because I actually went and watched Dexter Lawrence, who this was his freshman year at Clemson. I still remember going and watching his commitment ceremony, because I really did. I really thought we were going to get him at the time. And yeah, 4-1 James overall, 1-0 in the Atlantic. But anyway, and so I remember before the game during warm-ups, I actually went over and introduced myself and said hey, and said that we wish that he would have came over to state, and he kind of didn't really say anything in response, but yeah. I think about Dexter Lawrence though, with that defensive line crew that we had, man. That would have been like, that's already probably in the, I think, between them and then Mario Williams, Tyler, like that defensive line crew. I think those are the two crews that stand out in terms of greatest defensive line crews we've ever had. So you add Dexter Lawrence to DJ Hill, Octavia Street, Justin Jones, and Bradley Chubb. Woo. I've been a heck of a crew right there.
At David Stanley Chevrolet in OKC and in Norman. The
The price you see is the price you pay at DavidStanleyAutoGroup.com.
Oh, great. This one has.
Priced under 10 grand must be sold immediately.
Okay.
50, 60, up to 70% off original MSRP.
Truckloads arriving daily.
Silverados, Tahoes, Suburbans, Camaros.
See the
Let's
best
skip forward a little bit on this
college
stuff.
football that
No,
has come into the discussion these last couple of days. Clemson has won the toss and deferred.
Let's take a look at N16. Who's our one-loss crew?
Clemson 6-0
ECU.
at the halfway point
Do
of their
that. Yeah, we
season.
freaking lost to ECU. God, that was tough. Yeah, man, this was a rough first 6 games. Losing at ECU and then losing at Clemson like this. That was a rough 2016.
Speaking of that, Ryan Finley said his biggest challenge a week ago in the rain against Notre Dame was just catching the snap. He'll have a little more to worry about today.
Well, certainly those conditions were hard to operate in, but I'm not so sure these conditions today might not be tougher, Steve. This is Death Valley, and he is going to have a hard time hearing, communicating. He's a very poised individual that transferred from Boise State, comes over to NC State with Elijah Drinkwitz, the offensive coordinator. But this will be a challenge, despite the fact it's a new kid.
And speaking of that, Dabo Sweeney said, hey, we need the people to bring midnight energy to this 12 noon crowd and kick time. So here we go. The Pack opening up 1st and 10. Matt Days is the setback. And
This was a great team, I'm telling you. Like, I really do compare this team to 2012 Clemson, 2012-2013 Clemson. It was a great team in terms of talent, but they just didn't know yet how to win. They didn't know, they weren't at that elite level in terms of culture yet. But yeah, I mean, I would say talent-wise, I would put this team, along with any other team in the country. Like, man, God, that was great. Nyheim Hines, man. Woo! Man. Yeah. Nyheim Hines versus a linebacker, just game over. He ain't gonna win that. He ain't gonna win that. Yeah. Nyheim on the tight end. Game over. I'm also gonna remember too, because there was a ton of terrible calls in this game too. So I remember Jay Sam he had his face mask pulled at one time and didn't get called.
Finley had some trouble with that snap, by the way. And they're able to complete.
Smart game plan to begin. You run the football, try to establish that.
Yeah, I'm beside
number
5. I'm out of frame.
Rhythm. One thing, Brian, you and I both saw, he's very poised in the pocket, but you want to make sure that he's poised early in this game in front of this huge, loud crowd.
So far, so good, Todd.
Yeah, you had Kelvin Harmon, Toby Myers, Braylon Cherry, Matt Days, Nyheim Hines, Jalen Samuels, Cole Cook.
False start. Number 53, offense.
Line, you had Tyler Jones, Ron Prescott, Garrett Bradbury, Will Richardson, Tony Adams. Yeah, it was a great team. Everything on the defense side.
That's the thing we talked about with Dave Doeren. Handle the environment early. The first 30 minutes of this game, Clemson comes in outscoring their opponents 60.
Win the special teams battle.
In the first quarter, and then Dave Doeren thinks he's got to win. Not just get a tie, he's got to win special teams today to pull the upset.
And Doeren was the one who pointed that out to us. The 69-6 statistic in the first quarter.
Jalen Samuels, baby. J-Sam.
You never know. You never know, especially with a team that, they've had some big wins. They beat Notre Dame last week. They had a letdown against East Carolina. Should have won that game, but lost. Now you come on the road. What do you know about your team? What do you know about your quarterback? So far, they've seemed to handle this noise easily.
We're going to find out something right here on 3rd down and 5. 3 receivers in a bunch at the top. Now they send in motion Jalen Samuels.
3rd and 5, totally manageable.
And here's Finley throwing.
Reach. Attaboy, Steph. Stephon Lewis, my boy. He was a groomsman at my wedding, actually. Yeah, me and him. He used to be on the jugs machine every day after practice when he was still recovering from his injuries. The boy Steph. Yeah, great play there.
Finley so far throwing 4 for 4 with 53
Will
yards at the big
Richardson.
39-yard game.
Ball start. 54 offense, 5-yard penalty, first down.
Referee is Jeff Flanagan. That's on Will Richardson. So now both tackles have been flagged so far.
There I am, right there.
We have
Top
seen
right.
NC
Yep.
State and the noise
You see
begin
me
to
again
affect
right
them.
there.
We give credit to this crowd.
There.
You know, on
Yeah,
a
top
first
right.
down, normally they're
That
always
was me.
loud on third down, but right after a third down to come back.
Little did I know what was coming.
Affected Will Richardson.
From such a high to
Brent
such a
Venables,
low.
the defensive coordinator for Clemson, said it's actually easier for him to communicate on the road with his defense.
Yeah, similar situation. Because Drinkwitz was offensive coordinator at Boise State, and Finley was quarterback at Boise State too, and so they came together. Yeah. So not quite. I mean, it's similar that they were together and then they came somewhere together. But obviously, the small difference is that Anai was at Syracuse last year. Armstrong's still at Virginia. And then they met together 2 years after they had separated. But Drink and Ryan both came together. So, yeah.
2nd and 15. You'd think the penalty flags would catch up to the pack. So far, so good now.
Another false start.
Couple more.
There's a lot of stemming, Steve, by Clemson up front.
Ball start. Offense number 54.
Yeah, Will Richardson was killing us that first drive. I definitely don't forget that.
Third false start. This is Death Valley at its finest, too.
And this is a hallmark of Brent Venables. Watch the defensive line. They're constantly stemming up front. And even these little movements affect offensive linemen. You know, they've got one call made up front, then you move half 6 feet, 6 inches, and these guys have to change all their calls. So it's very difficult to communicate, and Brent Venables is making it more difficult by stemming his defensive line.
2nd and 20. Stemming. I like it. Off the play fake. Philly has tied the throw.
And curious thoughts, guys, for those coming in with us, and James, since I've seen you on this most recently. Some people say that if Clemson would have lost to us, they wouldn't have lost to Pitt. I'm curious your y'all's thoughts on that. To me, I think that it's tough to say. It's tough to say. I mean, James Conner, when Pitt came to town, was just redonkulous. Like he was just unstoppable. So I think it would have been a heck of a game, but I think Clemson would have found a way to get out of one of those. Which I mean, obviously they found a way to get out of this one, but I don't think they would have lost both. I would have a hard time believing that. But
made the stop.
That's a smart call there, Dave Doeren, Eli Drinkwitz. You know, take
yeah, that was smart. Oh man, poor Kyle.
It's a success on the opening drive in this environment to come down here and potentially get a field goal.
Here's
It's a rough day for him.
Bambard. His only miss on the season was in the
I really do feel bad. Like I'm telling y'all, I'll say this right now, and yes, he missed this big. Spoiler alert.
To give the WolfPack the lead.
But yeah, I mean, the amount of criticism this guy got is, it's completely out of line. Like, and this is probably what, a 20-year-old, 21-year-old, young adult kid, however you want to look at it. And there's no reason for him to get death threats and like, on social media and like, dude, that dude was. I was in the locker room after the game, and it was bad. I don't even know how to describe it. It was bad. The poor guy. I really felt for him.
Back at Clemson, the offense takes the field for the first time today. Don't go anywhere. Don't blink.
Buckle up.
Bad time to hit the fridge right now when the Clemson offense is on the field. And on first down, Deshaun Watson hands it off to Wayne Gallman. And of course, what don't you know about Deshaun Watson? Really, the only thing we don't know that we found out is he's not a great dancer. Other than that, he's pretty great at everything else.
We meet a lot of players going around traveling doing.
Deshaun Watson's talented, no doubt.
Very few are as impressive as number 4 for Clemson. Just a great young man, great attitude, cares a lot about his team.
Yeah.
Watson, quick throw.
Woo! Woo! Man, they was like a pinball right there.
Third and short. Bradley
Going
Chubb
around.
made the stop. You'll want to get used to that. Chubb one of the leaders on that NC State defense.
I tell you what, we'll talk a lot about Clemson's
Man,
offense.
they've had that announcer forever.
Physical. They are not afraid to go toe-to-toe with Clemson today. They already had 2 hard hits on the opening drive.
Like a generous spot there. Gave him the first down. Quick throw out to the right. That's big, rangy Mike Williams. His first reception of the game.
Yeah, we're going to call Mike Williams quite a bit. He's come on as of late. See his name there, as well as Wayne Gallman. You know, he hasn't had as many touches early in the season as a year ago, but he is explosive. Bradley Chubb,
Well, and James, I mean,
up front on that
we're definitely
line.
not
Jack
the first
Docho, he's going to have his hands full with Williams.
Second and 4.
I mean, think about the ECU kicker when he missed the kick against us last year. I heard a lot of bad stuff with him. I heard all kinds of rumors that were just rumors. So, like, since I don't have firsthand, since I don't have first experience seeing what happened or knowing that for sure that was true, I won't necessarily talk about, the rumors, but. Even if a third of the things I heard were true, then like, he went through hell for sure. And like UNC's kicker last year, who missed against us in overtime, like same thing. Like it's definitely a black mark just in general that needs to be addressed. And because again, there's no doubt that it's rough, but like there's no. And see, hold on, I got to pause right there. Everybody at this time was talking about that hit right there by Dravius Wright. And I've watched that hit 100 times over. And let me know in the comments of what you think too. But there is no way.
That was a tough hit.
I don't think that this is a dirty hit whatsoever.
Yeah, he's still down.
There was no malintent. This was just Dravius Wright trying to get helmet to the football, which is what you're trained to do. If you get the helmet on the football.
Scary hit there.
It's Wayne Gallman's decision to duck his head down and put it right beside the football. But you can't blame Dravius Wright for making an obvious intent to go out to knock out the football.
Certainly recovered by NC State. You know, we saw the first 2 plays, the safeties.
Like, if I'm Wayne Gallman, I'm saying, like, if you're Wayne Gallman, like, I would say, keep your head up. Like, you should be keeping your head up anyway. And even if you have your head up, then that doesn't happen. In terms of you getting your head knocked off.
Dravius Wright, the most experienced in terms of starts for NC State, makes the hit on that defensive play. And Gallman is still feeling
and Josh
the effects.
Jones right there too. Man, that was a guy who is really talented that we should have done a whole lot more with.
Gallman, the redshirt junior from Logan.
But anyways, I mean, I would say it's not like WolfPack Nation has a problem with that. I would say it's just a flaw.
So explosive anytime he touches the football.
Really, sports fans everywhere that just needs to be.
Good to see him get up and
like. You're never going to stop it. That's the sad thing. Like if I'm doering after that game, I'm walking right up to Kyle and saying, Kyle, give me your phone. Like, I love you. Give me your phone. Like, I'll make sure you get taken care of. I'll text your family, let them know that like I got you covered. Like, there's no reason for like you shouldn't let him see what this stuff. Like, it's coming. It's coming. Don't even let him see it.
Some creative play calling on the first drive. Missed the field goal. Got to get some points.
And Finley will hand off to Days for the short gain.
I still think it's funny too because I know exactly how this game goes word for word because again I was like on the field living it. And I've watched this game a couple times before up until the last couple minutes. And we played a great game. That's what I'm saying. I'm much happier about this one just because like it's woo, Gavin Locklear, baby, man. Yeah, I understand what Locklear was doing there. So he was like, I'd rather underthrow it than overthrow it.
They have nothing to lose, Steve.
Man, if he could have thrown that thing dead to right, Jason probably would have gone the distance.
He's the one they want to get the football to. In any case scenario, makes them pay.
Ben Grayson, the wide receiver, through the pass.
No, it wasn't Ben Grayson. It was Kevin Locklear.
To my man Jason or Jalen Samuels. I call him J-Sam.
You call him J-Sam? Everybody calls him J-Sam.
For trickeration, and they're throwing again to Samuels. That time,
Look at Thaddeus Moss. Man, remember when we had Thaddeus Moss for 1 year?
You got to come up and respect the bubble screen. Nice throw there. If that ball was put out farther, it would have been a touchdown, Steve.
Yep. Thank you. Go.
2nd down and 7. Give it to Days. Try the right side.
Woo! Great block there from Thaddeus and great cut there from Matt Days. I'm telling y'all, Matt Days is super underrated, man. God, that dude is good.
Cook, the tight end. Take a look at him.
Love Matt Days.
Outside. Then they wrap. All you need to give is one cut, to Matt Days, and he's going to make you pay. Had a great game against Clemson a year ago. Make no mistake, the Brent Venables, this defense, they respect Matt Days. But now, because they're throwing the ball a little bit, it's opening up some seams for him to run.
Gain of 13 on that last play. 2 tight ends now in for NC State. Both Clark Ayers and Cole Cook.
Yeah, it's definitely very run heavy. Defense come up.
And Samuels in motion will hand it off to him.
Great play.
There is a flag as he steps out at about the
12-yard line. Yeah, is this the dumb holding penalty?
Yeah, anytime you run that sweep outside, you got a tight end trying to block a defensive lineman. It's in the area holding. It's almost impossible.
Offense number 41, 10-yard penalty, 1st down.
Yeah, and I don't blame Clark Ayers. That's just tough to do. It's almost, we used to check out of that play when you knew that you had a tight end blocking a defensive end. It's just almost impossible to see right there. He's engaged with Farrell.
Yeah.
Killers. It takes you out of field goal range. Can't get back in.
Yeah. Borderline. I would definitely not say that. I mean, I would say Ayers was well in like he was there. It wasn't like the defensive end was past him and he was just still holding on. Like no, he was still in seam with him.
You know, there's been 2 great calls by NC State on offense. The first drive, the little matchup. That's Elijah Drinkwitz. Get a matchup on Ben Boulware with Cherry, and then on this drive, you get the big play to Jalen Samuels.
Oh, Eli Drinkwitz.
To come away with points.
I mean, I'll say this. Not talking necessarily bad, but just for me, I never really had great experiences with Drinkwitz. And it could have been that I was just very loyal with Matt Cannon. Matt Cannon was a great guy. You know, he took us out for lunch, for dinner a couple times. Like usually once a year, he would take all the support staff out for dinner. You know, and that's another rough one with them.
Left guard, Selfo and Bradbury.
Personal foul, chop block.
I think this is the one penalty that I was like, yeah, that's pretty cut and dry, but I'm sure it'll show us the replay right here.
That's a killer too. He had a
first Joe Selfo, man.
Here they are right here. Watch the center. Selfo will be engaged, and then Bradbury will come and chop.
Yep. That's drop block.
It's tough.
I totally forgot about Selfo.
They're constantly working on their technique. And
see, Terron Prescott wasn't even starting at this point. That's the craziest part. But yeah, see, Joe Selfo was one of the if you made an all-time list of transfers under Doeren, Selfo's up there towards the top. He's up there towards the top. Jalen McClendon, man. Oh man, oh boy. Love McClendon.
This is not a surprise.
Oh, he gets T-boned.
Wheeling away from pressure and throwing and missed the mark. Looking for a penalty flag, but was Lewis. Not that time.
Yeah.
Well, 5 penalties so far in the game.
It's not a surprise to see Jalen McClendon play. We knew he was going to play. I'm surprised about the situation that they decided to bring him in here in a long yardage situation.
Don't necessarily like that play call.
Running quarterback and take out your passing quarterback.
I know you're trying to catch him off guard, but.
And here's Finley back in. That's both very fair points. 3rd and 35. A head scratcher indeed. So you don't want to leave McClendon in for the 3rd and 35.
That's now just running.
4 wide receivers as you would expect.
Oh.
Here's Finley throwing. Nearly intercepted.
Yeah, that was tough.
There, you can see he wanted the pick for sure. And they're way out of field goal range and off to punt the football on 4th and 35.
That play had no chance. You can't throw a fade like this into a 2 deep defense. You know, that safety's got no other responsibility other than
Yeah, so you would like Finley to hit him right when Cherry gets past that quarterback. You hit him right then. Hit him a little. You hit him a little late.
Other WolfPack strengths is their punter, A.J. Cole.
A.J. Cole, Pack Pro, baby.
Has had just one punt return.
And all-pro team. Shout out to A.J.
And Ray McLeod, the call for the fair catch.
Ray McLeod,
He still has just
one of the all-time names right there
for the season.
in college football.
Punt was scoreless.
Okay.
Football presented by Walmart.
I haven't really gotten commercials
Halloween,
much recently.
save on candy, costumes, and
Definitely gonna need a pause probably here at halftime, y'all. Once we're officially halfway through and go get a soda, get some caffeine going for this second half of this challenge.
Homecoming here at Clemson. They have the Tiger-Rama pep rally. So the homecoming queen Meredith Ellis, tight end Jordan Leggett, along with their teammates, performing the hula dance. Grease, I thought you were supposed to schedule the cupcake easy opponent for homecoming.
These things are
NC State.
These things are 3 or 4 years out. You know, NC State's gotten better under Dave Doeren.
Come on, what directional school did you guys play for homecoming
Yeah, they have.
every year?
I'm not going to
East,
say.
west, north, south. You get the idea. Adam Choice is in there at running back, replacing Wayne Gallman, who was injured earlier in the game. We'll revisit that. And that is Choice, the ball carrier, redshirt sophomore from Thomasville, Georgia.
Yeah, you go back and take a look at this hit by Dravius Rice. Some people might say, well, is this targeting? First of all, you don't have a defenseless player, and he's not targeting him and not hitting him with the crown of his helmet. You can't hit somebody with the crown of his helmet anywhere on his body. That's a foul. That's just a good, hard football tackle there, kind of like a running back coming through line and a linebacker hitting.
I mean, again, if you penalize that, then let's just change this whole. Let's just change the name of the game, because I mean you're basically changing hitting altogether, because that's tackling 101 is get the helmet to the football.
Adam Choice and these backup running backs might see a little bit of the true freshman Tavian Feaster, but Adam Choice, redshirted last year, had a knee injury in the BC game in 2014, so big opportunity for him.
No, great defense there.
Scott on the receiving end, and he is gang tackled out at the 30. Led by Darian Roseborough. Making the stop. Choice came in with just 20 carries on the season for 64 yards.
All right.
Had 5 carries.
Yeah, so let me know, y'all, where y'all at this game. You know, if you weren't, where were you watching it?
It's on Friday night. Don't think that wasn't lost on NC State. The extra day of preparation, right, for this one. Sure, thanks. Watson throwing back shoulder.
And yeah, they call it penalty. Yeah, no, that's not a penalty.
Coverage on Mike Williams. The crowd wanting a flag there.
Okay, good. I thought they called it penalty.
Best receivers in college football at this back shoulder throw. Loves the ball back there, but
I know. He turned his head back.
In perfect position.
That was really good coverage too.
Yeah, that was great coverage. He turned his head right there.
That's not a drop. That would have been a really hard play.
Great defense.
Defender in perfect position.
Yeah, it looked like
great
Todd
defense.
hit the back of Stevens' helmet.
3rd and 7. Watson.
Yeah, you can't lose contain on the Sean Watson. I forgot about Darren Roseborough too, dude. So add Darren Roseborough to that list of the starting 4, and Dexter Lawrence if we could have gotten him.
Yeah, it's just kind of a reaction between the wide receiver and the quarterback, and Deshaun Watson will read that corner, and if Williams has beat him, he'll loft that ball down the field. But if he's got good coverage, he'll throw it on the back shoulder.
Here's Watson going to air it out. Middle of the field. Just too far for Deion Kane.
Missed opportunity. Yeah, as much as I loved Coach O, Jack Coach O, I mean, solid cornerback for sure. Great guy, great guy. Just not one of the all-timers for cornerbacks. I wouldn't put him in the great category. I put him in a good, but not great.
Most of their throws are short, and then, like you said, take a shot down the field. He's been inconsistent with
definitely many plays come to mind, specifically against Clemson, where he just got burnt.
There is no number of right touches when it comes to Watson carrying.
Yeah, there was a holding there on the left tackle. That was uncalled, but we'll see a bunch of that today. And we'll see ones that are way more obvious than that.
This is one of those all-hands-on-deck game, whatever it takes. And that means however many times Watson has to run the football, he will. 3rd and 1.
Dabo respects this defensive front in particular.
Yeah, I just remember, like, I think it was towards the middle end of the second quarter, and Drink was just like, Coach, we need, Coach, you know, basically talking about Coach Doeren, like, we need to get a hold of these refs, man. Like, these calls are awful, and Doeren basically with a lot of experts, like, I am. And see, this one I need a replay of it, but.
Pass interference, defense number 22. Penalty is an automatic first down.
6th penalty against NC State already.
It's killing him. It's killing him. You know, Mike Stevens was in good position here, but this ball's not going to be complete. It's a poor throw from Deshaun Watson. It's behind him.
Right,
Stevens didn't need to grab
yeah,
Williams.
That's a penalty.
No way that ball would have been complete. It's a break for Clemson.
Yeah, that's a penalty.
Choice remains in there. And they'll hand it off. Give it to him for his 2nd carry of the game. He bangs forward for 3 or 4 on the play. More on the stop for the Pack.
I think people underestimate the importance of running the football in this Clemson offense, whether it's Ben Gallman or one of these other backs. Yeah. That's where this offense starts. They've got to get some production.
Watson rolling to his right, and he'll pass, able to hit McLeod.
Yeah.
Another flag. Is that a horse collar? Either way, it's going to be a 7th penalty.
After the play was over, personal foul, number 38, number 35, defense.
I'll have to watch this again, but yeah, I did look a little late.
That's Contavious Street, the defensive end. Like
more unnecessary than probably
late.
Kind
of pushed him out. Let's take a look. He steps out of bounds, so they blow the whistle, and that last push right there was what got him in trouble.
I mean, he just barely put a foot out of bounds. I mean, I get it. I get that call.
CJ Fuller,
but I mean, to me, that's still a borderline call.
For Fuller, just his 8th carry of the season, and it sounds like it'll be running back by committee maybe the rest of the way for Gallman.
Yeah, normally when you lose a running back like that, and Dabo Swinney knows this, you've got 2 or 3 guys behind him, and you'll give them each a little bit of an opportunity, a little bit of a taste, and then somebody who gets in a rhythm, then you'll stick with the hot hand.
2nd down and 6. Watson going to carry it. And just
great hit.
The line of scrimmage there.
Good defense.
Bradley Chubb, the stop, brings up a 3rd down. You mentioned Dave Huxtable, the defensive coordinator for North Carolina State. Even though his view doesn't look great there.
See, definitely the biggest thing with this defense was the defensive line was exemplary, was elite, was unstoppable. Linebackers were okay. I mean, Fernandez, Arias Moore, solid. Not great. Okay, solid. Look at Bradley Chubb out there in coverage. That's hilarious. And then defensive backs, solid. Okay, not great, solid. Sean Boone, Dravius Wright, Mike Stevens, Jack Tocho, Hakeem Jones, Josh Jones, solid. Not great, solid. And I think that's the biggest thing is, man, like you take last year's defense or even this year's with the linebacking core and the defensive backs we have on top of that defensive line, dude, game over. Like nobody was scoring on that defense. Nobody.
17 to play here in the first quarter. Got our first score.
But,
it's a
all right.
Field goal. Homecoming.
Yeah. Remember when Clemson used to do balloons for their entrance? That time is long gone.
Tonight on ABC Saturday Night Football, Heisman hopeful J.T. Barrett and number 2 Ohio State face a tough test against 8th-ranked Wisconsin. Matchup of 2 Big Ten teams with playoff aspirations. Buckeyes, Badgers, Saturday Night Football, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ABC. Also available streaming live on the ESPN app. and watch ESPN. So, Grease, when we went to camp with Wisconsin, did you foresee they would have this kind of season?
Wow. Well, you know, they were embroiled in that quarterback competition between Hornibrook and Houston. Their defense is carrying. They're certainly stout.
Update time. Here's Cassidy Hubbard.
Thanks, Dave. Taco Bell studio update. Number 19, Oklahoma hosting Kansas State. Baker Mayfield to Joe Mixon with the hurdle. In for the 8-yard touchdown run. Sooners looking to go 3-0 in the Big 12. Good start. 14-0 over on ESPN. Steve, Brian, Todd, back to you.
Good stuff out of Oklahoma this season. Cassidy, thank you. Cassidy will provide updates. Keep you posted on everything happening around the nation in college football on this 3rd Saturday of October. Why am I so serious all the time, huh?
I don't know. Either one of you, McShay, can you smile every now and then?
Greasy's the only one having a good time here.
I was curious if that comment would come in.
For NC State, trailing by a field goal. Penalties have crushed them to this point.
Attaboy, Finley.
It's Finley, the
He's athletic. I don't know if you guys, any of y'all follow, but Ryan Finley, he posted some videos of him and some family members still playing football in the backyard. I'm like, man, that dude was athletic, man. Like, that's what I'm saying. He's not no, like, he's not even close to like a dual threat necessarily, but like he's a guy who, like, to me, is kind of similar to Brian Armstrong, where he's not a runner, but he can run if he needs to. So.
This season, as flags fly.
False start, number 54 offense, 5-yard penalty, first down.
That's Will Richardson again.
And
yeah, Will Richardson killed us with penalties.
We see the tap by the right guard. Stemming is when this defensive line will move about 6 inches to a foot. It's affecting this offensive line. You saw there another false start. There's now 4 of them in the game. Will Richardson, 3 of them, as you said.
Well, Richardson's
it's a
killing us.
combination of the noise.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily keep track of it, but I could, if I'm a betting man, I would say he definitely ran a lot at practice on that following Tuesday.
On 1st and 15 after the penalty marker.
Go Naeem!
Hines has it for the reception.
Boys, good.
And very close to the first down marker.
So Dabo Sweeney would like to not see as much from Naeem Hines. They recruited him to Clemson. He decided to go to NC State. In last year's game, he had a 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. And now he's made 2 huge plays in the first quarter on this offense.
So they get the penalty yardage back.
But see, it really came down to Wake Forest or State for Naeem because of the fact that we were the only 2 schools to offer Naya his twin sister spot on our track teams. So.
We've got 3 points so far on Clemson's side of the scoreboard. After
all right, 5 quarters through, 7 quarters to go. Almost halfway through. That's a long.
We're going to pull back the curtain a little bit.
It's a lot.
Backstage pass for you here at Memorial Stadium. Prior to every Clemson home game, facilities director, that's Gary Wade. He's responsible for unlocking the protective case that holds Howard's Rock. The case was installed 15 years ago to safeguard, unfortunately, against vandalism. And the system has been upgraded. It includes video cameras and alarms. Yeah, back in the day, they chipped off a large chunk of the block. Come on, we can't have that. That's a look at behind the scenes, part of our backstage pass weekend. The only kind of access you can get in college football from your friends at ESPN and ABC. Here's Finley throwing.
Woo! Look at Kelvin. I'm telling you, that's what I'm talking about, though, man. Dude, Kelvin Harmon, man, he's a freak.
Trying to throw the ball on Cordray Tankersley.
Look at Brett Venables. I love that.
Venables there trying to catch the ball. He's in that green hat.
I like it. Yeah, no, good for Brett Venables, man.
You know, he loves to get involved. At practice, he's the scout team quarterback on Thursday. He just loves to bring intensity to his team any opportunity he can get.
I love that. You're that scout team quarterback on Thursdays. Hey, that's pretty awesome.
Sidearm delivery is pretty ugly.
3rd and 9. Good pocket moving with Finley and the ball back.
Dude, this one, I remember there was a pass interference that should have gotten called.
Kavon Wallace on the interception. The true freshman. With the pick and a 13 15-yard return. And that's the first interception thrown all season by Ryan Finley.
Yeah, not his fault there. Ryan Carter was the one that was in coverage initially. See if he gets number 31 right here. See if he gets a little contact before that ball arrives.
Like,
right
yes.
there.
That should have been pass interference. He clearly got to Cherry before the ball got there.
Tough break for Finley.
So yeah, no, that's the first of it, and then that.
You know, you throw an interception, you better.
That should totally be a penalty.
And Wilkins. It's bad enough you throw an interception.
That's what I'm saying. That's two penalties right there that are blatant,
not a penalty,
obvious, not even a discussion.
I
think he called.
As he throws, and it's dropped. Mike Williams was there.
Now the penalty on or the shove on Finley probably wouldn't have changed the interception, but it would definitely move them back 15 yards.
By Dabo's count, they had Williams dropping 3 touchdown passes. Imagine what his totals would be like.
Yeah, and part of that was a try. I think that was great timing there by Josh Jones. I like the matchup of Josh Jones on Mike Williams because Jones goes 6'2", 215 pounds and can match up physically with him.
Watson. Delayed handoff to C.J. Fuller, Todd.
Well, the thing with the wide receiver, Mike Williams, is he's so big and physical. He's used to not getting a lot of separation while running routes. He usually is able to get late separation by boxing out the defender and getting his body in the right spot and attacking with his hands. At that point, when the ball got there, he wasn't able to get his body in front and get his hands out in front, and that was the reason the defender was able to make the PBU.
Which is pass broken up.
Nice
defense. And that short pass is way short.
Nice pass, nice defense.
Let's see if they even call it. They call it a completion. Yes, he caught the ball, but he's well short. It was Mike Williams. Todd, did I see on SportsCenter this morning you have Williams, #1 wide receiver, upcoming NFL draft?
I do. I mean, he doesn't have elite speed, but he's fast enough to get down the field. Great when the ball's in the air usually, and really has developed this year that back shoulder fade, the ability to come back to the ball. I think he's got a chance to be a really good starter, maybe a #1 in the league. And this year's class isn't great at wide receiver. You've got Juju Smith-Schuster from USC is the other guy that's in contention right now.
Andy Teasdall is back to punt for the first time today. No pressure. They rushed like one. And Braylon Cherry called for the fair catch. Some stirring in the crowd. Maybe because Clemson's only leading 3-0. Take a look at today's Aflac trivia question.
Aflac.
This is beautiful because I actually know the answer. No, I knew it before reading it on the card, but you have no idea. Clemson's won 44 consecutive games against unranked opponents. Who was the last unranked team to beat them? I didn't know off the top of my head, but I read it in the notes.
Yeah, I read the notes too.
Oh, so you know?
You think I don't read the notes?
No, you don't read the notes. You look at an occasional piece of film, fast forward, rewind, stop action. Here's 1st and 10 now. Matthew Days is the ball carrier. NC State's 3 possessions they've reached into Clemson territory each time and have nothing to show for it. 8 penalties.
Well, the difference is the penalties you mentioned. They get down there and then they go backwards, whether it's been a false start. It's going to really bug Dave Doeren. They've played well. In fact, in a lot of ways, outplayed Clemson in the first half here. This drive's an opportunity to clean some things up, get the communication up front, stop jumping off sides.
So Will Richardson, he would appreciate it if we take the camera off him. And he can do his part by not false starting. That throw, dangerous throw, and it's caught and dropped. Well, a whole lot happened there off the hands of Nyheim Hines. Stephon Lewis should have brought it down, but couldn't hang on.
Ryan Carter got a great break, should have made this play for a touchdown. He almost thought the ball was going to be thrown outside, and the ball was thrown so inaccurate that it went behind Carter. Maybe Finley saw him at the last minute and tried to pull the string on it, but either way, Finley dodges another bullet there.
3rd down and 9.
They're going to take the top off of this coverage. They're throwing everything short, and now they're jumping it.
Rushing 3, Finley throws, and it's ducked away. Good coverage there. Cordray Tankersley on the the coverage. Brings up a 4th and 9.
You know, last year they had Mackenzie Alexander as their lockdown corner. Cordray Tankersley's become that for this Clemson defense. It's a simple in route, and there's no move there from Braden Cherry. He did nothing to set up Tankersley and attack his leverage, so Tankersley makes an easy deflection.
First 3 and out for this Clemson defense, and A.J. Cole will punt it in the air. Ray McLeod is backward and drops the punt. Let's see if he recovered it or not.
A good bounce. Came right back to him.
McLeod able to recover the muff after the 47-yard punt.
Yeah, Ray McLeod, the coaches have said,
yeah, lucky bounce.
He came in
Clemson.
as a 5-star guy, a lot of talent, thought he could just show up and be one of the better players on
Riley
the team.
Nicholson, yeah, that was a linebacker that showed a lot of potential for state, but
respect the game, respect
concussions
preparation,
got in his way.
He
got the rule 3 concussions or 2 concussions, and career was done. That story.
A week ago, Boston College was able to recover.
Woo.
That's Adam Choice.
Man, that could have been a pop.
Carrier. Sean Boone made the stop. Of course, the big difference for
those
down
hurt.
is the blowout. 56-10 was the score a week ago at BC.
Steve, this is
Jared Fernandez.
Sorry, this has been a hard-hitting game. This NC State defense, we talked about them in the open. They run hard. They play hard.
And again, Jared Fernandez has had a great career in the Canadian Football League, so I mean, definitely happy for him to see that.
We saw Dravius Wright the hit on Gallman, and Jared Fernandez now on the ground, but paint swapping going on out there. On the ground, and looks like his right arm gets caught underneath Eris Moore, his partner at the linebacking spot.
Hold up, wait a minute.
We were talking with Dave Doeren, Dave Huxtable yesterday. They say, you know, after you play us, you're going to feel it. You're going to know that you played a physical team, and so far they've held true to that standard.
Doeren said that they're 1 year away. They're one year away from where they want to be in terms of senior leadership.
Which surprised me, you know, because they had 17 returning starters, and they've got a lot. Every single player starter on this defense is either a junior or senior. But he said most of the times you have 15, 18 seniors that are your leaders and your best players. He said we only have 2 seniors that are our best players and best producers. I think that's what he's referring to.
There's Finley. Adam Choice is out. C.J. Fuller has checked back in for Clemson again. All in place of Wayne Gallman, who was injured early in the game. Watson able to complete. Able to hit for the Hunter Renfro for the game, and that is significant.
Hunter Renfro.
Renfro was missed time with a hand injury, was hurt against Troy. Able to come back and make the catch.
He's got that right hand heavily taped, a little cast on there, probably a soft cast for a receiver. Very difficult to play with a hand injury. Catching the ball, obviously, but then also securing that ball, because that defense is going to come and attack that hand and try to rip that ball out. But Renfro, a big piece of this offense.
There's 3rd and 2.
And my dog here.
Fuller driving the legs.
Give me some moral support.
Pushing him back, said I don't think so.
And yeah, watch him. They're going to give him a first down.
No push up front for Clemson. That was Monty Nelson in there, Justin Jones. These defensive tackles for NC State, all of them are over 300 pounds, and all of them are difficult to move. See Andreas Bryant in there. Short yardage situations are going to be difficult for Dabo Swinney. I think right now he's looking at 4th and 1, and he's saying, you know what, I don't think I can move those guys. I'm going to punt it.
Yep, now watch for the fake punt.
Clemson has gone 4th down 8 times this season, 3 for the previous 7. This would be the 8th.
This is a good decision, right? I mean, you had a 3rd and 1. You know, what he's saying to his offensive line, look, you had your chance on 3rd and 1. I'm not going to make the same mistake again on 4th and 1.
You sure he's made the decision already, right? They took a timeout there.
We'll see.
Yep.
Come on back for 4th and 1.
College football presented by Walmart. Brought to you by Pacific Life, helping generations of families achieve long-term financial security for over 145 years. And Chick-fil-A. We didn't invent the chicken, just the chicken sandwich.
Let's check play commercials. We're always checking up.
Second straight 3-and-out possession for Clemson. Andy Teasdale is set to punt it away. Remember, he can throw.
That's the fake.
We saw him throw a
There it is.
31-yard touchdown pass off the fake. Able to work it out this time.
That's one thing I got to give Clemson. That Christian Wilkins guy, man, he's a heck of an athlete. He's a heck of an athlete.
Direct snap, yeah, direct snap. He had that big fake punt.
For being a defensive tackle, defensive lineman.
He's right here. The ball's going to come right to him.
Look at that, too. You got Dexter Lawrence there as a blocker, funny enough.
You have a chance to talk about it on the sideline. Give the big fella an opportunity. He's such a good athlete. He can run 315 pounds, gets a big conversion.
And maybe that's the spark that'll get the Clemson offense going. After the 2 consecutive, what we thought was a 3-and-out. That drive will continue.
Ooh, bad pass. Lucky.
Was low, but dropped by Artavis Scott. Todd.
It's like a reverse mind trick that Dabo just played. I mean, you call a timeout and everyone thinks, they're not going to go for it now. You wouldn't call a timeout. They try to just kind of casually do it and try to sneak it in.
Well, I'm sure Christian Wilkins got in his ear being like, hey, coach, let me go get it. Let me go get it. Come on. Let me go get it. I'm sure that was involved.
Talk to him on the sideline.
Dabo trying to get his offense going with a shot.
Man, I wish Sean Boone could have lit him up right there.
Made the stop.
I tell you what, it goes to show you how much respect Dabo Swinney has for this NC State team. They have struggled to move the ball on this defense, and he realizes, I don't know how many opportunities I'm going to have to get inside their red zone area and score some points. Great call on the fake punt.
And that Teasdale throw that we mentioned in the Orange Bowl for the touchdown was to Wilkins on the fake punt. They've gotten together before. 3rd and 6. Watching some pressure.
Yeah, great play call.
And then he's finally bumped out of bounds by Jack Tocho. There's the big play out of the Clemson offense for 21.
There's a smart play by Deshaun Watson. Realize he's got man coverage. They got a bunch set, and they get a little bit of a natural rub from
man coverage.
And he's so good with the
drag route.
After
the athletic freak like Mike Williams. Makes sense.
I like that too, because he's had a couple of situations.
Yeah, so that's definitely a mismatch over there, Mike Williams versus Jack Tocho.
Watson throwing across the middle, able to complete again to Williams. Showing some good strength there. The crowd roars.
Yeah.
Going up against Jack Tocho, the senior captain for NC State. Tocho's only 6 feet, 200 pounds. That's actually pretty big for a corner, but Mike Williams just bodies him like a basketball player and able to bring that ball down.
16 more yards there. It's 1st and goal now. Watson looking to throw for it, back shoulder for Williams. And Mike Stevens had the coverage, and there's no flag coming.
I tried.
But you have to know in this situation.
I was more of lucky. I would say necessarily Mike Williams. I'm sorry, Mike Stevens. But
back-to-back catches. They wanted to seal it off with a back shoulder, and Stevens did a nice job of looking back for the football, knocking it down.
2nd and goal. See what Tocho's staring at. Right, Williams. 2 tight ends. And Watson will hand it off to C.J. Fuller.
Oh, wait, this is when we stop him. Oh, this is going to be so sick. I'm excited.
Boy, it looked like
I know what's coming.
That goal line. Clemson's not going to take time to review that.
3rd and goal. Oh, nearly fumbled the snap. Watson on the 2nd effort. And he won't get there either.
Wow. Not only that, but Dave Doeren was trying to call a timeout before that play was called. He's real happy he didn't get the timeout. Now he's going to take a timeout on the side.
Watson juggled the snap there.
Yeah, Big E going in.
It's interesting, you know, because it looked like
you that zero technique, head on the
play,
center.
They might have gotten in the end zone. Why would you give it a little bit of time so they could look at all these potential scoring plays reviewed? But they went fast and didn't get a good play call.
And on 4th and goal there, they had Christian Wilkins and Dexter Lawrence, a couple of the big boys up front on defense playing offense.
Yep, they'll do that from time to time in goal line situations. Take a look at that snap again. Took his eye off of it for a second. Looked like he was.
She is. Luckily, honestly, more than anything, that Deshaun Watson tripped.
Juggled the snap, he kept it himself.
And then he tripped.
Cassidy, take it away.
Thanks, Steve. Texas Tech is out here practicing Hail Marys during a game on 3rd and 29. Patrick Mahomes and Jonathan Giles comes down with a 44-yard touchdown, but West Virginia with a 10-7 lead in the second. Over on ESPN, not only did Joe Mixon run for a touchdown, he also thrown for one. A 26-yarder here. Sooners up 21-10 over on ESPN. Steve, Brian, Todd, back to you.
Cassidy.
It's an interesting play call here for Dabo Swinney. Earlier in this drive, you did get it on a 3rd and 1. Go for the fake punt. Now back-to-back drive, or back-to-back plays, you haven't been able to punch it in inside the tackles. I wouldn't be surprised they had a little play action flat.
Remember the old days where when you were inside 3 inches, you just
look at that piece to the defensive line right there.
Out here, shotgun.
He's gonna run.
Wrapped him. Woo-hoo-hoo. Man, that was a big play.
Talking about stuffing the hole. And Ford Howell as well.
It's just
even that Clemson can't give him that props right there.
Here. This defensive line and linebacking crew have come to play. They are not backing down. The linebackers, all these guys in here. Take a look at that push. This offensive line is just not coming off. And that's an easy stop for NC State.
BJ Hill, Pack Pro right there, baby, coming up big.
Right into the strength of that WolfPack defense. Nothing doing there.
Man, yeah, what a goal line stand right there. That was huge.
Big goal line stand by the NC State.
That's what I'm saying. That would have been one of those moments, man. If we could have found a way to win this thing, then that would have been a game-changing moment for sure. Holding them to the goal line stand like that.
Nowhere for Deshaun Watson to go to get in the end zone. Huge stop by
man. Yeah, I definitely need some caffeine here at halftime, y'all. We'll take a break, just a couple-minute break. We'll come right back.
1st and 10 here.
Is it sponsored?
From the couple-inch line, Reggie Gillespie is the ball carrier, trying to get some running room for this NC State offense. I mean, last year, we touched on it. This is going to be a fun afternoon. Last year in Raleigh, these two got together, had 5 lead changes. Now, Jacoby Brissett was a quarterback for NC State, but Clemson won 56-41 in a wild game on Halloween, and we're staring at 3-0 with 7.
That was some kind of game for sure.
In the first half.
Defense,
last year, 2015.
Michigan,
2017 was good too.
The throw and complete to Jalen Samuels. He's short of the marker. Ryan Carter made sure of that.
That's a good throw there. Good, accurate throw. You know, one of the things that came off the tape when watching Ryan Finley, 70% completion percent. That is hard to do. I asked him last night, do you know how hard that is to do? I don't think he understands. That's quite an accomplishment.
I guess he's got to be in for Tony Adams, I guess.
With the 0 interceptions, but he's been poised early in this game.
He said he was looking forward to this whole atmosphere. He's never played in anything like this before. Transferring out of Boise State. And I
average yards to go 15.6. That's ridiculous.
Death Valley will be second. Carter Finley, that's the first experience. That's my best experience playing home games for the Pack. Here's 3rd and 1. Fakes the handoff, finds Samuels. He's got the first down and a little more breathing room now for this WolfPack offense to operate.
You see both of these offenses are respecting the defensive lines. 3rd and 1, they don't decide to run it inside. They get a little bit of play action, get it to their most dynamic playmaker.
Oh, that's a face mask.
And they get a huge first down to get out of the shadow of their own.
Should have been a face mask in a bowl right there.
Samuels. You can line him up anywhere. He's the team's leading receiver. And
I'll give you a hint. Those cards mean absolutely nothing, y'all. All they're doing is just screening the signal caller from the booth. That's all they're doing.
Days now settles behind Finley.
Now, mine signs didn't mean nothing. They actually meant something. But they also, too, were like that big. And it was like a double thing. So you had one up top and one low.
6:23 left here in the half.
And, yeah. So, and basically, I guess, yeah. But
take a look at today's
those big cards mean absolutely nothing. Like, they don't even change the cards, I think. I think they hold up the same 3 cards every single time.
Who was the last unranked team to beat them?
WolfPack, right?
Look across the field. The NC State WolfPack, November 19th, 2011. The WolfPack
that was Brian's big upset of the year, 2011.
That game in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Mike Lennon's quarterback.
It is kind of funny doing this challenge and kind of feeling the progression of history. Like, you know, like now thinking about how you would just watch the game in 2012. Woo, great pass. Tough catch, but great pass.
One of the primary receivers couldn't hook up, make the completion.
Yeah, you got to make that play for Stephon Lewis. Clemson's
I mean, I would definitely say 2016 that our offensive line and defensive line combo was one of the best in the country, no doubt. I mean, defensive line was exemplary, and then offensive line, I mean, you have a Remington Award winner left guard. You have Joe Selfo, who was a multi-time Conference USA Player of the Year. I'm sorry, not Player of the Year. First team All Conference. I mean, Jerome Prescott, had a great career in the XFL. Tony Adams too has gotten in the XFL some, and then Will Richardson played for the Jaguars for a while. So Tyler Jones was disappointing because I think that if he had more size, if he was taller, I think he would have been a great NFL offensive tackle, but I think that just his height held him back. But talent-wise, he was great. He was a great left tackle. Just didn't really have a lot of size for the next level. There you go, Kelvin.
To Kelvin Harmon.
Great route by Kelvin Harmon. Tough man-to-man coverage on.
We are officially over 4 hours into this thing.
And slap him on the back. That's called a fade stop. And the ball's thrown on time for a first down.
Finley again.
Woo-hoo-hoo. All right, this is where Kelvin Harmon starts to get sick.
It's a great catch by Harmon.
Inbounds.
Tankersley's all over him.
He
manages to stay
inbounds.
Wow.
Man,
great catch.
what a
There.
catch. You got an NFL catch going right there.
Tankersley's head.
24 yards on that play.
Same thing, baby.
That way again. And it's not going to work out to Harmon. You know what we haven't seen recently? Look like whatever NC State, the problems, the penalties, and the false starts, they've gotten that in their rear view.
Yep.
They figured that out.
Went to the well one too many times there, throwing a Tankersley one more time, and Brent Venables says we came up with that one. He had a little conversation with his senior corner. But Eli Drinkwitz, I've been impressed with this approach. You know, outside of those false starts, handling noise, they've been creative on offense. They don't have the points to show for it. They need to be a little bit better in the red zone.
2nd and 10. Across the middle, and Hines could not hang on.
Stroud on the far side.
Flag. Ryan Carter might have gotten a hand in there too.
Yeah.
Hines has made some plays in this game, but that's one that he'd like to have back. You play tight man-to-man coverage. You can't be expecting flags. You got to be forceful, get your hands out, snatch that football. If you let it come into your body, the guys are going to get their hands on it. These wide receivers for NC State need to be more physical to the football.
That's a national epidemic. Every wide receiver turn around after every play looking for a penalty flag. College and pro, maybe high school too. Here's Finley.
Great screen call. Woo! I love that play. Oh, I love that play. That was a sick play. I love that. That was great. Man, love that. I'm telling y'all. I'm telling you, Matt Day is so underrated, man.
He didn't panic. Found a throwing lane to his halfback days. Sometimes a nice little screen can be a killer against a blitz.
Down in 10, and Finley will hand it off. Nothing there for Days. Stumbles forward for maybe one. 4.5 to play here in the first half.
And Brent Venables, you know he's such an aggressive play caller. Loves to confuse quarterbacks. One of the best defensive coaches in all of college football. There's no question about it.
Yeah, no.
Look at his match today. This
He had an argument for being the top defensive coordinator in the country. Easily. He's definitely in my conversation.
That's not easy to rattle.
2nd and 9. Quick screen to
Great defense. Bad blocking by Cherry.
Ryan Carter came up to
Yeah, I give credit where credit's due right there.
And Ryan Carter is first-year player, playing that nickel position. You see him attack the leverage right there. As soon as he saw that motion, he bumped outside the wide receiver so that he would have leverage on that block. Comes up and makes a stop.
Remember, this is a drive that started at their own 1-yard line.
That's such a hype song.
It's the 4th time in Clemson territory, and still, as of now, nothing to show for it. 3rd and 14. Is this safe or go for the first down?
Safe.
Finley playing it safe indeed, and there is a flag down. Lewis on the receiving end of that short pass.
Yeah, shocker.
And that'll be penalty number 9.
Have they called a penalty on Clemson at all so far? I don't think so.
Wow. Each time they've gotten down here in the red zone, they've gone backwards.
Number 54 offense, 10-yard penalty, 3rd down.
And in that situation, you might ask.
Well, Richardson killing us the whole daggone
day.
day.
Take that penalty if you're Dabo Swinney, because you want to make it a more difficult field goal attempt.
Will Richardson getting flagged again. For what it's worth, Clemson has
There's
not
some
been
heat right there.
penalized yet today.
Man.
No penalties on Clemson.
I used to be skinny. Just running around all day, practice 3 days a week, and then run around on Saturdays. Definitely quite a workout.
3rd and 24.
And all the game prep on Friday. It's a lot.
Here's Finley.
Oh, man, what a play. Oh, God, that was great. That boy, Finley. Great catch stuff. But that's how much I mean. Like, let me know, y'all, if like we should do an episode on it. But like,
that's a 3-point decision.
breaking down
a
typical week for football equipment managers is, dude, it's a lot.
But he makes a miss, buys a little time, and makes an easier field goal attempt.
It also helps.
And again, all that work is just to be behind the scenes. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, not to discredit, you know, obviously what our football players do. I mean, there's no doubt they go above and beyond even for what they do. But I mean, like, we're doing everything hoping that we don't even get our name called. Like, if you get your name, like we honestly say that, like it's a bad day if you get your name called. Because if you get your name called, that means that you're in the way or you're messing up or something like that. You're not doing something right. But like, if the coaching staff or the players don't even know that you're there, like in terms of like if you're not even standing out, that like you're just like everything's running smoothly and you're not even getting in the way, and everything's running as it's supposed to, that's a good day. So it's a lot. So got to give a shout out to all support staff. You know, specifically, obviously, I give special shout out to our equipment staff. They go above and beyond for sure, and a lot of time and work goes into that job. Like basically from August 1st until mid to late December, typically you're non-stop working, non-stop going. It's tough. It's a lot of work.
A couple of weeks ago, 31 seconds. Now they had 3 timeouts, but Deshaun Watson went 4 for 4 on this drive.
Yeah, that was a great game. Number 3 versus number 5. Louisville totally blew that game too.
Season, offensively anyway, for this team and for Deshaun Watson. You know, remember they had gone through the Auburn game where they scored 19. Then they score 30 against Troy, and it's a 1-score game. He finishes it off there. And there was another big drive late in that game too, in the 4th quarter.
Yeah. That's Hunter Renfrow on his second catch. The amazing thing to me about that Louisville game was they turned it over 5 times, Clemson did.
Yep.
5 turnovers and won the football game. That's unheard of against an outstanding team. On 2nd and short. There's the first down yardage necessary. Ray McLeod on the receiving end.
And it's the short throws, you know, that's what's smart. You know, Deshaun Watson, Tony Elliott, Jeff Scott, their co-offensive coordinators, get some momentum first in that 2-minute drill. Just get a couple of completions, get on rhythm, and get a first down, and then you can go down the field.
Good for 14 yards on that play. Here's Watson, plenty of time to step up and complete to Jordan Leggett, his tight end.
On the flip side, you see Tony Elliott there in the middle.
Tony Elliott.
On the flip side, if you're NC State defensively,
Head coach
you
at
can't just sit
UVA.
back in a 2-minute defense, prevent defense. You got to come after him sometime.
Clemson has already spent 2 timeouts this half. Here's Watson throwing middle of the field and caught.
And see, I think Hunter Renfrow is in the conversation for one of the all-time greats at Clemson. I mean, slot receiver-wise, I don't know if there's really many better from Clemson than Hunter Renfrow, man. To me, he's exactly what Thayer Thomas is in NC State. Like, he's a guy that was at Clemson, and Thayer Thomas was at State for a long time. Battled through a lot. We're both walk-ons when it came to their respective schools, and both are in the all-time record books for catches in a season and in a career. So
that was big right there. That ball goes to the sideline of NC State, and they get their fresh defensive line in. You go 6-7 plays on a 2-minute drill, and your defensive line gets gassed. That's part of the problem, is you can't get to the quarterback.
So America wants to know, Grease, where has this been the entire first half? Why is all of a sudden Clemson able to do this?
Atta baby. Atta baby, Monty. Monty Nelson
is right here. You're going to see they're going to finally bring pressure. Dave Huxtable's had enough. He said, I need to create some one-on-ones.
Yeah, put some pressure on, man. You have to with this, with the secondary, man. I mean, again, not hating him, but just being real. I mean, just their wide receivers versus our defensive backs is, I see, like that should have been picked.
By Sean Boone, and he knows it.
Like, plain simple.
Boy, Boone, that would have been a great play. Could have made it, but even so, you bring up a 4th down, Steve. So now a decision to make for Dabo Sweeney. Artavis Scott was not able to get off the jam at the line of scrimmage, and so the timing was disrupted. They're going to go for it here.
This would be roughly a 50-yard field goal attempt on 4th and 14. See the time remaining in the half. And NC State will spend a timeout. All right, Pacific Life game summary. Here's a good time to give you that summary. And the reason, the most likely reason we're in a 3-3 game right now.
Yeah, and it's been the defenses, right? Both defenses have shown up to play, but NC State in that goal line stand. Clemson went right down the field. This was after the fake punt to Christian Wilkins, and they had 4 cracks at it inside the 6-yard line, and 3 times inside the tackles as NC State did not allow them to get in the end zone. Then flip the script. They get the ball on offense. They go 90 or so yards, and then they attempt a field goal. So that's the difference in the game so far.
Dabo really giving it to Artavis Scott there. Still giving it to him. So again, get back to my question. I'm just curious. So Clemson fans want to know, why weren't we able to do this the entire first half?
It's a 2-minute drill, you know. So what happens is NC State gets in a little bit of a prevent. You know, they give him the underneath stuff. Deshaun Watson is patient, takes his time, and they go right down the field. But it's a good decision here, right? Because right before the half, what do you have to lose? 4th down, you might get it.
4th and 14, sure. With Watson, some pressure, throwing, and has the first down.
What a pass, what a play. Sheesh.
I'm standing right by where McLeod was doing his break, and that ball came out before he even started his break. That was a big-time throw by Watson.
16 yards on the play. Watson looking to his right, throwing that way. Again, it's McLeod.
Woo!
Oh, he's cracked down.
Man, that
you
pop.
can hear the helmet on helmet there. And with 15 seconds left, another timeout. And Clemson will take their last.
These drives before halves are so important. I know sometimes, you know, people say, well, just get in the locker, take a knee. But from a timing standpoint and for a quarterback, you get your rhythm. Deshaun Watson now is in rhythm.
Here's that 4th down conversion again. Would have been a 50-yard attempt on a field goal. They're going for it.
Yeah,
I mean,
God, what a pass.
Like I said, you got nothing to lose there, even if you don't
can do anything but give Matt props there.
Left, and you feel like you can stop them on defense, but on the flip side, great opportunity to get more points before half.
And it's really a 2-for-1 situation. Clemson gets the ball to start the second half.
Yep. Anybody who's watched this game enough knows how that starts. You know, look forward to seeing that start. the second half.
Just like that Louisville, right before half, right? You went right down the field. Sometimes, you take everything else out of the quarterback's mind other than, hey, just take what they give you, throw the ball in the flat, turn up 6 yards. Throw it over the middle, get a pass interference. Then they get a 4th down. Right now, he's dealing, and he's starting to anticipate throws, and his receivers are making plays for him.
And as you pointed out, defense all of a sudden, hands on hips a little bit, trying to catch their breath. It's hard to pass rush on every single play. Takes out a lot of energy. And much easier on the offensive lineman. Take a couple steps back. 2nd and 6 now. 15 seconds left here in the half. In a 3-3 game. Imagine tuning
There you go.
this score. Really?
I think Clemson scores, but touchdown, but I don't necessarily remember. It was Mark Williams. Yeah, so I said a while ago that Mike Williams could, the Jack Totcher's not going to win that. He's not.
There's nothing fancy here. This is just the big guy, 6'3", 225 pounds. You go down in the end zone, turn around, and I'm going to throw it to you, and you make the play. You're bigger than him. Go up, get it. Big touchdown before the half for Clemson. It's hard to defend. What are you going to do there if you're Jack Tocho?
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what you're going to do. Nothing. Stand behind and watch. Watson was on the money that entire drive.
It was a heck of a drive by Deshaun Watson. Gotta give props for props to do.
And with 10 seconds left in the half, Clemson has a 10-3 lead. Williams, as we were told, is a difference maker, and he's made the difference here in the first half now.
Yeah, people this season for this Clemson offense, they've talked about, in the Auburn game, they looked out of sorts. Against Troy, they looked out of sorts. Then they got things going against Louisville and BC the last couple of weeks.
I don't understand why you ever pull Bradley Chubb into coverage. He should be rushing every single play.
And that was a big touchdown.
Now, I know maybe they didn't quite know what they had. I'm totally making excuses right now. No, they knew what they had. No, he should have been rushing every single play. There's never should be a point where Bradley Chubb should drop into coverage.
Good luck there, and there's the excitement from the always energetic Dabo Swinney. So Watson leads Clemson on a 75-yard drive, 10 plays. They do it in 1:53. Economical indeed. 13-yard touchdown pass. Caps it all off. Mike Williams on the receiving end of the touchdown. 10-3 for the 3rd-ranked Tigers of Clemson. A little squib kick out to the 38-yard line. We'll see what NC State wants to do with one timeout in their pocket.
Well, they're not going to have a 2-minute drill. They're probably just going to take a knee. But you see, just the patience, taking what the defense gives you, throw the ball in the flat, get 6, then you come back to Renfro over the middle.
I'm curious what the over-under was for this game. I'm sorry, the spread was for this game.
On time, across the field to Ray McCall for the touchdown, then you go to the big fella for 7.
Curious.
Again, just one timeout remaining for NC State. They're not playing it safe. Finley able to get it to Jalen Samuels. 2 seconds left, and they'll take that last timeout.
Doesn't say.
It's a good thing they have that timeout, because if they didn't, they wouldn't be able to spike that football. Got to have 3 seconds to spike that ball, so maybe they can attempt a Hail Mary in the half.
Tonight on ESPN's College Football Primetime, a clash between 2 ranked SEC West teams. It's Ole Miss and Arkansas, Rebels and Razorbacks on College Football Primetime, presented by Hampton by Hilton at 7
Right,
Eastern
see how
on
we end
ESPN.
this.
And also streaming live on the ESPN app. Watch ESPN. Ole Miss.
I think it was a Hail Mary that wasn't worth the burn, but
Kyle
let's check.
Bambard is the kicker for NC State. His
We know.
long is from 48 yards away. So with 2 seconds left and no timeouts, I don't like his chances. He is yet to attempt a 50-yarder.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to try to throw this ball in the end zone.
Okay, well, we have a second here.
I love those polos.
Yeah.
Happy
Those are great
birthday,
polos.
Mom.
You know, look at me on the left side.
Nice.
Just hanging.
Birthday, Mom. Best mom a kid could have. Vivian Levy turning. I'm not going to give her age. I wouldn't do that.
No,
right?
no.
Would never do that. Yeah.
What'd you give Mom for her birthday?
A shout out on national television to college football. What do you mean?
Nothing. I mean, a box of chocolates and roses, nothing.
Hey, man, 24 years with the network. She still watches every Sports Center, every game.
We're going to work on it, Mom.
Big fan of yours, Grease.
We're going to work on the
She's warming up to McShay. That's still a work in progress.
We're getting there.
Happy birthday, Mom.
All right, let's see what happens here to finish thing out. Yeah, it's a Hail Mary because Jalen's definitely got more of the arm than Finley does. I think he gets popped, too.
And that's a way the first half will come to an end.
All right. Well, 10-3 first half.
Stay tuned for Stan Barrett.
Not too shabby up until this point. Pain shall come, though. Gotta be patient.
You're watching ESPN on ABC.
Want to make sure that. All right, y'all. So we're going to take a pause right there real quick. I just need a couple minutes here. I want to go get some caffeine real quick and get ready as we are officially halfway through the WolfPack Aim for Soft People Challenge. Appreciate everybody tuning in so far. We're getting through it. We're halfway through. Second half of Clemson and 2022 NC State versus Boston College on deck. We'll see how this thing goes. Well, we know how it goes, but we'll see how we deal with it, I guess, is maybe the better word for it. So with that being said, we'll see y'all here in a couple minutes. Please stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Alrighty, y'all. We are back. We are back rolling once again. One guy for too long, right? Ready to get back squarely into this. So that being said, let's go ahead and jump back in. Right where we left off and continue on with the second half of NC State versus Clemson and then 2022 versus Boston College.
Welcome back to ESPN on ABC. College football presented by Walmart. Homecoming in Death Valley as we get set for third quarter action. Some of the first half stats, and I don't think we're going to get to 97 points total like these two.
We had a heck of an offensive game. It's just or half, but yeah, it's the penalties. Yeah. Thanks, ESPN.
Flagged 9 times for 86 yards, and Clemson has been totally clean.
Some blueberries.
Good afternoon again, everybody. Just joining us, Steve Levy alongside Brian Greasy, and NC State got their 3 points on a drive that started at their own 1.
Yeah.
And Clemson needed a fake punt, going for it on 4th down, and a great 2-minute drill at the end of the half to get their touchdown.
I think it's going to be a great second half. I mean, these two teams fighting for first place in the Atlantic, control their own destinies. If you thought NC State was just going to come in here and roll over in Death Valley, you were mistaken. Both defenses have been outstanding in the first half.
I got it right.
Question. Dabo Sweeney and his staff.
And we're going to come out with a strong start here to start the second half.
Of NC State, they are good enough to beat us here. And right now, we're in a touchdown game as we open up quarter number 3.
Both quarterbacks playing really well, too. I mean, obviously, Deshaun Watson got it rolling there in rhythm before the end of the half and a touchdown throw. But I've been impressed with Ryan Finley, too. Handling the environment, that was the biggest question. And he's been up to the task. 225 yards passing through the air.
There were some false start penalties, big part of those 9 penalty issues.
Yeah, I was definitely not Will Richardson's proudest moment.
That's how we start the third quarter. Down to Todd McShay.
The story really, as you guys mentioned, the first half, NC State's defense, which was great on tape leading up, but you just weren't sure what they were going to do on the road against this really potent Clemson offense. They have aced the test so far. Defensive line holding up gaps, making it easy for linebackers to come in and plug. Same thing here, doing a really nice job. Linebacker Arius Moore comes firing in and makes the play. And how about that goal line stand, guys? The defensive front, leverage up front, creating gaps for the linebackers to come in and finish off the play. Just so much intensity and fire the way this defense played, and a lot of big hits from NC State.
And we look for more of that, Todd, in the second half. And Deshaun wants to talk it over. They're checking on the play clock. They'll reset that.
They said they want a new football.
Are we sure?
I think they may have had the NC State.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, no, I think the problem was that they had the NC State ball in by accident.
Very particular about the footballs.
How did you like your footballs? Underinflated or overinflated?
Just right. Come on.
There we go.
Right out of the rule book. I got you. First play from scrimmage. It's Mike Stevens
Dang.
on the sideline.
That's awesome.
Watson with the football he wants, throws a pick 6.
Would have rather had NC State football.
Boy, and I wonder if that just kind of took his focus off the play call. You know, messing around with the ball, getting the right ball out there. And then he tries to throw a quick hitch on the weak side. And I don't think he ever saw Mike Stevens lurking there. Huge play for NC State. You know, Mike Stevens came down. Normally he's outside as a corner, but this time he's lined up on the outside. This is him right here. See what happens. Tries to throw. It's a roll corner. The safety goes over the top, and Deshaun thinks that he can get it by him. I'm not sure, but that's not a normal reaction from a corner. Normally they will jam him and let him go, but he came inside.
They're still looking at this. It would be a 28-yard touchdown return if it stands. You get at the top of the pylon.
Yeah, he kicked the top of that pylon.
Yep.
Where's the ball?
I Watson didn't even see him. Totally forgot. Totally didn't even notice that he was there.
That's close. How's our pylon cam? I'm really concerned. Brought to you by Progressive.
Well, let's see.
Well, we
almost got it.
Just lost the pylon cam.
On black.
Call on the field is a touchdown.
I don't see anything there, evidence to overturn that call on the field. What do we say coming out of halftime? You know, NC State, obviously, this is a tough defense to go against the Clemson.
A walk-on
scholarship,
viral
teams or on defense, get that
Number
turnover.
4.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
Wording significant there. Stands. No conclusive evidence to prove, I guess, that's the right call or the wrong call.
But not only that, Steve, all the momentum was with Clemson going into halftime, getting that long drive, and then they come out and get the ball first. They could have gone up 2 touchdowns, and then it almost feels like it would have been insurmountable for NC State. Now we're in a tie ball game.
An extra point away. Bambard is on.
The only thing is, Bambard did play quarterback in high school, so he was ready to do that if there was ever a numbers advantage.
Like that, 9 seconds in to the third quarter. We're all tied 10-all.
This place is stunned.
Should be. I think
I would say they're more stunned too because I mean they're just getting into their seats.
You see a 2-deep shell,
which
which
half.
basically means that corner's going to roll up and the safety's going to have help over the top. And I agree they should be doing that to defend Mike Williams. But normally the corner doesn't come that far inside. And right here, watch. So this is Stevens. He's going to come so far inside that it almost looks like Deshaun Watson
doesn't even see him. Nope.
He's looking right at him. Maybe he thought he could get it by him. I'm not sure, but that's just not a normal look and structure of a defense, and it fooled Deshaun Watson.
Marty Aronoff points out that's the first time Deshaun Watson has ever had an interception returned for a touchdown. He does not know what the pick six
cool
feels like
cap.
until now. Wow.
Got a ball game.
Taking some of the air out of the, forget the football, the air out of the stadium.
People didn't even get back from the concessions. It's tied up.
On homecoming weekend, Artavis Scott had some issues there. Finally picks it up.
Yeah.
And Scott will run out to about the 16-yard line. Scott got chewed out pretty good by Dabo Sweeney in the first half on the sideline. Nearly had some more problems with the football there.
Well, and remember, no Wayne Gallman. He's been ruled out of this game officially with a head injury. And what's going to happen now in the second half for Clemson running the football? It's going to be C.J. Fuller, Adam Choice. We haven't seen any of the true freshman Tavian Feaster, who is one of their home run backs. They've got to find some complementary players to Wayne Gallman in the second half.
A first down now. Ball carrier is C.J. Fuller. They went with a steady diet of Fuller and Adam Choice in place of Gallman in that first half.
Boy, the physical play continues for NC State defense. For that time, Ray McLeod was coming on a fake, and he just gets leveled by Contavious Street. He's going to come right up here. You better be ready, man. You're fair game, whether you have the ball or not.
But again, if he would have gotten by Street somehow, then that's my touchdown. There would have only been Mike Stevens over there, and he had a blocker of Mike Williams.
The physical approach of NC State begins to affect their opponent, and it's starting to get in their head a little bit. You want to throw an inside slant? I'm not so excited to go in there and get my head knocked off.
3rd and 5. Pressure from the outside, now from the middle. And Watson's on
Get him, Chubb.
and he'll stumble forward for first down yardage out to the 30-yard line.
That's a huge play by
Man,
Deshaun
we should have beaten them in 2017. The famous Chubb Towel game.
You got to get your composure back, and you need your leader. After you throw an interception, then you have a drop ball. Guys are getting knocked around. Need him to settle things down.
It's Fuller, the ball carrier. Pounded by Arius Moore.
There's not a lot of room to run. You give some credit to B.J. Hill, Justin Jones, Monty Nelson, Street. They're
senior captain Bradley Chubb. These guys up front for NC State are tough to move.
Off the draw, Fuller stopped by Moore again. NC State came in ranked 17th in the nation in tackles for losses, 40 of them, 26 of the 40 coming from that defensive line. That speaks volumes to the big guys up front.
They play old school, and their coach is old school. You know, Dave Huxtable been around a long time. Got these guys playing hard. Third down, another double-A gap blitz.
Watson's throwing for the first down and getting it to Deion Kane. Mike Stevens on the coverage.
Great composure here from Deshaun Watson. Sees the pressure up front. Can't block all of them. You see that late blitzer is going to come free. He doesn't panic. He knows that because there's pressure, I'm going to have a free release on the outside with my receiver, and throws an accurate ball.
See the numbers on Watson. Play fake to Choice. Watson going to throw it middle of the field down there, and no, Ray McLeod was the intended target.
I think Tocho could have had a chance to pick that thing.
On the excellent coverage.
Well, this is where Clemson, their big play,
I was just from what
camera angle showed. And then they run a double move.
Could have actually not been
on
that
the
close
outside. Ray
right
McLeod
now.
on the left side of your screen is going to try to bait Tocho. Doesn't fall for it. That's headsy play. That's one of those seniors that Dave Doeren was talking about as one of their best players on the team, Jack Tocho.
Running to the left.
Okay.
Justin Falcinelli just replaced Taylor Hearn.
I mean, one of the best defensive backs,
and they run that
maybe,
way.
but on the whole team,
Third down and 7. It's Dave Huxtable. And that defense doing a fine job.
It's a good looking beard there.
Looks comfortable too, doesn't he?
Down, play Santa.
always made the joke that he's I prefer Dos Equis guy.
Great guy.
I prefer Dos Equis.
Watson is so calm in the pocket. Dumped it off for Tyshawn Dye, and he does have the first down. Dye checking in, picks up the gain of 11, and this is a cool, calm drive now.
Second big third down conversion from their junior quarterback, sorry. At that time, to try to push the ball, force it, just get your check down, easy first down.
3 for 3 on third down conversion attempts this drive. Here's Renfro again. Helmet lost, the ball was hung on to.
Yeah, you better be careful here now. As soon as that helmet comes off, the first thing I would do as a quarterback is tell me, hey, Tocho's out, his replacement's in, put Mike Williams over there and throw the ball down the field.
That's Nick McLeod who's checking you in, and he's a true freshman, so yeah, you'd think they want to go right for him.
There it is right here.
2nd and 5.
You better roll a safety over the top and help him.
Yeah, dude. Nick versus Mike Williams.
Never
even looked that direction.
And another first down conversion.
Never even looked.
Hunter Renfro, welcome back.
Yeah, it's nice to have Renfro back. If you're Deshaun Watson, he's such a consistent route runner. He's where he's supposed to be on routes, and he makes tough catch after tough catch over the middle.
You see that blue cast on the right hand. First down 10. Quick feed out to Scott.
Attaboy, Nick.
Pick up 3. Nick McLeod, that true freshman we spoke of, they continued to go after him even after that play. He was able to force him out of bounds.
Yeah, now Tocho's coming back in. That helmet fixed. Tocho's got that left hand heavily bandaged as well.
Little love on the sideline for the true freshman. Watson has plenty of time. Roll and complete.
Wow. What a pass. Didn't even get a great look at it, but man. Okay, this one well.
On the ground here. That ball comes in. He's on the ground, goes down. Nice job cradling that ball in.
Yeah, the ref was looking right at it.
19 on the play. Here's 1st and goal. Watson will hand it off to Dye.
Fumble. Oh, man, remember that? Wow, yeah, that was a big play. I'm telling y'all, defense just, defense was unbelievable game.
Knock the football loose, and then it's Wright who recovers.
Yeah, I think it was Dravius that stripped it, and Dravius that recovered it.
For every inch to keep the ball out of the end zone, to know that he's got him stopped.
Yep.
And then is all of his friends come, and then the presence to strip that football
Pulled it right out, man. I love that. Oh.
Big play by Dravius Wright. Same guy who knocked Wayne Gallman out of the game.
Third Clemson.
Yeah, even though I wouldn't put Biggest Friday as an all-time great nickel back or anything like that, he did have some really big plays for State, and that was definitely one of them.
Welcome back to Memorial
That was
Stadium.
definitely one of them.
You're watching the ACC on ESPN. And a bit of a surprise, the third-ranked Clemson Tigers in some trouble here at home. They find themselves in a 10-10 game. And the WolfPack have the football out at their own 5. Last time NC State started inside their own 5, came away with a field goal on an excellent drive as flags fly. And
another pre-snap penalty.
Noise forced the motion.
Ball scored. Offense number 65. Half the distance to the goal.
Bradbury.
First down.
It's not Will Richardson that time.
It's not Will Richardson.
Bradbury.
I mean, they might think about changing some things up because it's so loud here. You know, sometimes you see those offensive linemen hold hands, and once the guard lets go, the tackle knows that the ball's being snapped because right now nobody can hear anything.
Ooh. I've never even noticed that. That's a good idea.
On 1st and 12. Finley's going to keep it. Get back to the line of scrimmage and maybe 1 yard. Kendall Joseph out there. So what
Yeah, that's a good idea. Like where everybody holds hands and then you're just kind of, like if you're a tackle, you just kind of loose grip, and then once you let go of your hand, then that means that snap.
They're just turning it
Good
over
idea.
in the worst spots.
3 turnovers, yeah. They got an interception and 2 fumbles, and now, you know, you start to question, that was Tyshawn Dye, who fumbled on the goal line. Who's going to step up for Clemson at the running back position and replace Wayne Gallman?
2nd and 11.
Dang, another one.
Again.
Ball scored. Offense number 86. Half the distance to the goal.
Thaddeus Moss.
2nd down.
You know what's worse? With every false start penalty, the crowd gets louder.
Thaddeus is
part of the game, and this time it's the tight end.
Mental mistakes.
Think about just going on a quick count. Take it out of the hands of the quarterback. Just get up.
Gary's probably pissed me like, man, I've done all that, and y'all freaking screwing it up with some pre-snap penalties.
Was the guilty party that time.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that was always the toughest part of before practices where you go to tough environments is especially like going to Clemson or going to Florida State. Before we played Mississippi State, the bowl game, like all they would do was just blast loud music and fans cheering, and it was tough.
What's great about college football, man? You got fans that show up and are dedicated and loud. There's no question they affect the game.
We talked to Carlos Watkins of that defense for Clemson yesterday. He said, the reason you come here for the love. Some of that love's from the coaching staff, love from these 18,000 Death Valley on homecoming weekend.
Unbelievable that we won in Capitol Spring. We averaged 13.2 average yards per go on 3rd down. That's crazy.
No, they're going to say incomplete. Van Smith had the coverage, able to knock him out of bounds. 4th down upcoming. So the defense will hold.
Yep. If you're Elijah Drinkwitz, you have to come up with some different ways to manage the snap count in between series right here. That's your job as a coach. You got to figure out a way, whether it's getting under center, whatever you got to do, you got to figure it out.
A.J. Cole's been one of their best players all season for the Pack.
Yeah, A.J. Cole for sure.
Another big effort out of him, and that's not the punt he wanted. Ray McLeod will let it bounce.
Got a little roll.
Does take an NC State bounce. But still, Deshaun Watson and Clemson will take over an excellent field position.
Man, Dravius was going, I think, trying to make some contact with the coaching staff over there.
College football presented by Walmart. Brought to you by Firestone. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. And Nissan, premier partner of the Heisman Trophy.
Well, they're still jumping around here, trying to get their team fired up. The defense did its job. As for the Clemson offense, I mean, they were brilliant at the end of the first half.
Yeah, and they were great on the last drive. They got all the way down to the 1-inch line, and They just coughed up the football. Now they've got C.J. Fuller back in the game. Be interested to see if it's still running back by committee with Tyshawn Dye after the fumble.
Best starting field position for Clemson today. Fuller, the ball carrier, leans forward for about 4. B.J. Hill made the stop.
You know, we were talking with Dave Huxtable, the defensive coordinator for NC State, and he said, you know, we have to change the math, which he meant we got to get off blocks. The whole Clemson offense is that zone read RPO where they get the numbers in their favor.
Out ahead, Fuller again.
But the defense has been dictating the math to the offense now. They're not going to sit back and say, okay, well, if you're going to run the quarterback, you know, we're not going to have enough numbers. They're shedding blocks, getting off blocks, and being physical and angry at the ball when they get there.
Held Notre Dame just 3 points, the fewest in Brian Kelly's 7 years, but again, that was in hurricane conditions. Completing the Trevion Thompson, his first catch of the afternoon. And they'll move the sticks. C.J. Fuller, the ball carrier again. Not much there on the running game, especially without Wayne Gallman, as we mentioned earlier. Suffered a head injury in the first quarter. He's lost for the rest of the afternoon for sure.
Well, Bradley Chubb has played that inside zone so well. Yeah. Tony Elliott knows that. We talked with him yesterday. Chubb,
my defense was spectacular this game.
Defensive end.
A lot of guys making big plays. But even with, oh yeah, dude. Oh, that was big. Kind of lucky, but we'll take it. Yeah, it was kind of a lucky forced turnover, but we'll take it.
I have no idea why Mike Williams had that ball out like that. He was going out of bounds. He made a great move to stay up. Sometimes you try to do too much. He catches his ball, does a great job of getting by the first defender. That ball is out.
Yep.
He is not out of bounds. That ball stays in bounds. What a great job by Boone. Awareness to get that football.
Yeah,
and
great play there from Niles Clark. Forced that fumble.
Free, or at least made the tackle anyway, if you will.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like this, where a team is absolutely moving the ball at ease, things are going their way, and then they just cannot finish.
$66-yard
return on the fumble recovery. 4th Clemson turnover today. We've got 7 minutes to play in the third quarter.
That was awesome. I love that play.
Let's look at this again.
I love more watching the sideline than anything else, honestly.
He's not. That ball is out there.
Yeah, that's not even close.
The question is, did he touch it while he was on top of the defender who was out of bounds?
Oh, jeez.
Could be what they're looking at on the replay at this moment, but that ball is definitely out.
There.
Right there. And he touches it while he's on top of Niles Clark with his left hand. Right there. Freezing that, guys.
But that doesn't make him out of bounds, though.
Even at that point,
no. No, just because you're touching a guy who's out of bounds doesn't make you out of bounds. You have to be out of bounds. You have to be touching something out of bounds.
Possessions would be interception, fumble, fumble.
That's an easy call.
Clemson.
They had 5 turnovers against Louisville. Todd was saying, I haven't seen that, right?
Yeah.
And they won that game. 4 turnovers potentially now. That's a dangerous proposition.
Here we go.
After review, ruling on the field is turn. First down.
I mean, you want to talk about self-inflicted
Great play. Niles Clark. Niles Clark.
State's playing great.
Great guy.
Is doing a lot of this
Great play.
Absolutely. Well, and give a lot of credit to NC State's defense fighting for the ball. They're not just going and making a tackle. They are going and tackling the football.
Yeah, Clemson gave us plenty of opportunities to win this thing, that's for sure.
First 2 games, 5 turnovers against Louisville, and here again today, the 4th one.
This crowd hasn't left them. Still roaring their hearts out for their Tigers. Here's Finley out of the shotgun. They're going to come out throwing.
Woo.
And that throw just behind his intended target, Kelvin
Harmon.
Well, the NC State defense has come to play today. This offense needs to muster something here. They need to match the intensity of their defense. They haven't been on the field a whole lot, right? They weren't out there at the end of the first half. And then a long drive by Clemson. They have a 3-and-out backed up inside the 5. They need to get some rhythm here with Finley and these wide receivers.
Second and 10.
Nice cut, Matt. Nice spin. Had it, baby.
And then again at the 9 by Van Smith.
Great vision from Matt Days from behind here. Look at this cutback
lane
right there, and then getting the
Matt Days is so underrated. So underrated.
Tyler Jones gets the second
This
level
vision of the field it was elite, no doubt.
5-6 yards to Matt Days.
17 yards on that last play.
One difference now for NC State offensively is they're huddling. So they're communicating the play in the huddle rather than at the line of scrimmage.
First and goal. Days trying to find some daylight. Nothing found.
Clemson shred that one beautifully. Not Matt Days could do there.
We go back to that last series. Talked about
I'm waiting because at some point there's a egregious face mask or J-Sam that was done by Clemson player to J-Sam. That's about to get called. And I could wear some third quarter, but yeah, no, it's sometime in third quarter, and it's probably not this drive.
Under pressure, and he's taken down.
Unless it's here. It's either here or it's the next drive. I do know that. One of the two.
That's got to feel good for Scott Pagano. You know, he's that junior defensive tackle. He's been kind of overshadowed as of late by the true freshman Dexter Lawrence, who's starting to get more and more playing time. But Pagano said, I still got a few moves left.
Look at Brent Venables there, the defensive coordinator, urging his defense on. So 3rd and goal now.
Okay.
Finley sends Days
Yep.
in motion.
I think it's it. I think this is it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that was it. Do it from the other angle. Show me the other angle. Right here. Watch. Watch this.
Van Smith get his hand on the face mask. Yeah, got away with one. And he pulled it too. Should have been a first down penalty.
Absolutely. That's easy. Again. Another egregious missed call.
So it brings up a 4th and goal.
Stop the clock for an injury. Please reset the game clock. 5 minutes and 7 seconds, please. 5:07.
This will be a 37-yard field goal attempt for Bambard. He missed from 43 earlier, made from 28. Out of the hold of A.J. Cole, the punter.
I'm pretty sure he misses this too, but yeah, it's blocked. I'll do that. Yeah. It's funny how one of the keys of the game to start the game was win the special teams battle, and definitely didn't do that.
He does now.
There he is right there. He made the play on the fake punt for a first down that led to a score.
Dang, who got T-boned? Is that Bradbury?
Dabo says Christian Wilkins wants to make every single play. That was a big one.
Time now for our AT&T Inside Access. Check out the stairwell that the Clemson Tigers walk up to get to the football offices. They used to list the opponent, the logo, the date, and Dabo changed all that. Change the logos to only the Clemson Tiger Paw to emphasize the only team that can beat Clemson is well, Clemson, and that's exactly what they're doing today.
Yep.
And actually, they're quite fortunate to be in a tie game
Yeah,
and still
no
have the
kidding.
football now.
They're lucky. They were lucky just to even get out of there with a win.
C.J. Fuller should have enough for the
Shouldn't have
first
even
down.
got out of that with a win.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting talking to Dabo about that yesterday. He said, you know, we went to the national championship game. We went on an unbelievable journey. We learned so much about ourselves and our team. But most importantly, we don't have to wonder if we're good enough to get there anymore. We know that we're good enough, and we just can't lose to Clemson. But that's exactly what's happening here in the first 3 quarters.
Dabo.
Which I do like that move. I mean, there's no doubt that.
Deshaun Watson took a pretty good hit
Yeah,
for a
again, I
gain of
mean,
one. What I was most
even if we
surprised
played our best,
was
as long as Clemson played their best ball, we're not winning that game.
to win the
I mean,
national
just
championship.
at this point, we did not. We weren't to the level of Clemson.
That's not what Dabo said.
Straight, you know,
He said our goal is to be the best we can be
man
and
for
have
man, we
some
weren't.
fun
Simple
along
as
the
that.
way.
But
Not sure he's enjoying it so far today.
again, I mean, just luckily enough on this day, our defense, I think, played that well that it gave us an opportunity to win this game that we just unfortunately just didn't take advantage of.
This run game continues to struggle. They're getting no push up front, and you wonder, first of all, can Watson become the run game? Because he really is the only guy who's had the ball that's been able to create yards. And also, if they're just going to start getting away from the run game and just put it in his hands as a quarterback throwing the ball.
He's been effective running the football, especially on third down, Todd, to get some of those conversions. Here's 3rd and 6. We'll watch for that here as well. 3:20 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Low-scoring slugfest, Death Valley.
That's my thing, though, is that if you're going to bring pressure, then you need to be press coverage on them, because it's too easy to do some kind of either inside or outside move, and within half a second you get a ball to them because you're giving them the space to do it. But if you're pressing them, then you make it a little bit harder to find a seam and maybe get the quarterback to, I guess, delay, you know, to just second guess himself. You know what I mean? Yeah, pass interference. Yeah. That was easy.
Deion Kane tangled up with Jack Tocho. Penalty marker flies.
And Tocho was in good position.
Pass interference. Defense.
Yeah, just tripped him up.
When he looks back.
15-yard penalty. First down.
Yeah, that's when he looks back, he just knocks into him.
That's just unfortunate for Tocho. He looks back for the football and their legs get tangled up.
Penalties continue to plague NC State in this game. Pitch to Fuller.
Woo! Atta baby. Nigel?
Audio pumped up a little bit more today, or are they hitting that much harder on the field? And it's
whoever that was that came in from the safety.
There is no question.
Josh
this
Jones?
WolfPack
That was Josh
defense is
Jones.
coming up
Yeah, that was a
and
heck of
laying
a
some leather.
Heck of a play right there.
That time Josh Jones, a free safety at 215 pounds, and nobody blocked him.
Adam Choice is in there. He'll be a decoy as Mike Williams able to make that catch and hang on to the football. 12 penalties so far on NC State today, and Clemson not a single time. They have not been flagged to this point. 3rd down upcoming. 3rd and really short.
This will be a telling play call here, whether they think they can make this 3rd and short running the football, whether they have to throw it.
They do hand it off. Adam Choice bangs through the line for the first down.
Adam Choice picks up the first down.
And if they want to run the football, they're probably their most reliable offensive lineman up front, number 75, Mitch Hyatt. He's very experienced, started as a true freshman last year. Really talented player, probably a better pass blocker than he is a run blocker. At that time, got enough movement.
Watson to throw. Able to hit Mike Williams.
That pocket was collapsing on Deshaun Watson. Right now, he's going to a second receiver, and they just gave too much space to Mike Williams.
And there's an injured player down for the WolfPack.
That's Chubb.
Chubb.
He's a handful. He is 275 pounds, 6'4", and He's got enough athleticism to get around big offensive
little
tackles.
shoulder
Enough
stinger.
Power and strength to get right here. He wasn't expecting that hit from Crowder.
Yeah,
Number 55
stinger.
kind of caught him off guard. Crowder goes 200 or 340 pounds. Looked like he might have caught him in the neck with a stinger.
Just a little stinger.
You mentioned the 275
Good.
that Chubb weighs. He was 250, put on 25 pounds in the offseason. Of course, the last name should be recognizable to you. Brother Nick is the star running back.
No, not brother, cousin. Cousin.
Tyron Riley replaces Bradley Chubb now. Watson hit as he throws. Able to complete inside the 5. Hits Jordan Leggett now.
Leggett does a great job here of adjusting his body late and getting his hands down, plucking that football. It was not an easy catch. I'm standing about 20 yards away from him. I was surprised he was able to get his hands there in time.
First and goal.
This is where they had their troubles here inside the 5.
Watson not going to take any chances. He'll skip into the end zone. Deshaun Watson with his.
But again, only give up what 16, 17 points, basically through 44 minutes. Clemson. Well respected, no doubt.
Got to go through all of his special dances he has with each individual guy, you know. But you said it. You know, don't give it to anybody. Just give it to me. There were 3 NC State defenders that were in position that could have made that play, but Deshaun Watson knifed right through him.
And Greg Hugel out of the hold of Seth Ryan, Rex's kid. Hugel puts it through. And there is a flag on the play.
There's definitely nothing that's more intimidating and loud than when the Clemson does the Clemson chant, for sure.
Personal foul. Defense number 57, roughing the snapper. That 15-yard penalty will be assessed on the kickoff.
Penalties.
The point is good.
Killing us all day.
Deshaun Watson. You know about him running. This is the first time you've seen him run into the end zone all season long. 17-10, Tigers. This week on ESPN's Monday Night Football, Brandon Marshall and the Jets take on Larry Fitzgerald and the Arizona Cardinals.
I do gotta ask. I would love to ask Mr. or Mrs. Wolf if having that as big of a nose as they definitely helps them with the push-up counter, because they definitely don't go as far as they should, obviously. So that's got to help somewhat, especially for those high-scoring 40s, 50s points game. You know. Well, I mean, I would say probably most of the time when they get to that 40s, 50s, that's most of the time a cheerleader that's doing the push.
When things aren't going your way, to kind of settle things down, and that drive is huge.
Clemson kick it off from the 50 after the penalties. We check in with Cassidy Hubbard.
Thanks, Steve. Pitt, Virginia, 18 seconds left before the half. Kurt Benkert intercepted by Jordan Whitehead. Great catch and a heads-up run here. Takes it 59 yards for the pick 6. A lot of scoring in this one. Pitt up 35-28. Right now, it's in the 3rd. Steve, Brian Todd, back to you.
All right, Cassie, keep us in the loop. Thank you. Of course, the offensive line
Yeah,
is all
so that's definitely another thing there, is that, again, you scored 7 points off of 4 first turnovers, but that 7 points was based off of a pick 6, so it was basically the 7 points were from the defense, not even from your offense. So, yeah, definitely a frustrating day for the offense, for sure. Definitely wish we could have taken advantage of more opportunities, but I would say that it's mostly just the pre-snap penalties were killing us. Yeah, that was definitely a forced pass right there. Also, too, like that missed J-Sam face mask definitely hurt too, because that would have put you probably first and goal.
For some reason, they lost their center with all this noise and all the communication going on. That would be a big loss.
Selfo, a graduate of South Alabama, where he made 36 consecutive starts. So while he's new to the program, able to come in certainly as an experienced center, and they need that experienced help on the offensive line.
There you go.
Throwing
Very
and
manageable.
completing to Kelvin Harmon.
Well, and you might ask, well, what's the big difference between the guard tap in the center or the center looking between his legs? The reason they have the guard tap is so that Selfo can keep his head up and watch the defense as it stems and make the appropriate calls. So they've abandoned that. Now Selfo's got his head looking back at the quarterback, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to make those calls. We'll see if this defensive front for Clemson can take advantage.
And you know that crowd knows that as well. They'll get loud here in the final 20 seconds of quarter number 3. Here's Finley throwing.
Nice. Great pass. Great play, Naeem.
And he just shrugged off that tackler at the last second for a couple extra yards.
That's a big-time play there. Accurate ball. Hines catches it, 3rd down. The momentum has gone back in Clemson's favor.
Yeah, that right defensive end just read that snap perfect.
Makes plays in special teams.
Great job by Finley. How is that not roughing the passer?
Final play of the 3rd quarter. Finley's airing it out. And it looks like Harmon was out of bounds.
Oh, okay, I was going to say.
When he made the catch.
I was like, I forgot about that sick catch if he caught that.
He caught that football, but Jadar Johnson gets over in time and knocks him out of bounds.
I'd say it's been an eventful 3 quarters.
All right, y'all. Through 7.
More penalties and turnovers than we've had.
Through 7 quarters.
Who knows
5 quarters to go.
For all of us. 3rd-ranked Clemson at home.
Still got 2 more heartbreaks to go. That'll be an interesting one. So, proud.
Welcome back to ESPN on ABC College Football, presented by Walmart. You're watching the ACC on ESPN. All right, so it hasn't been a crisp, well-played game then. Turnovers, penalties.
It's been a tough game. I mean, both defenses, really. We've talked a lot about NC State's defense and the way that they've been hitting and playing tough. But this Clemson defense yet to give up a touchdown in this game. The only touchdown scored by NC State was off an interception return, so they're playing really well.
2nd and 10 as we open up quarter number 4. Pitch to Days. Has some running room down the sideline and has the 1st down. Into Clemson territory.
But what a position for NC State. You know, if you would have told Dave Doeren, hey, you're going to come on the road in Death Valley with a new quarterback, and in the 4th quarter it's going to be a 1-score game, and you got the ball on offense and plus territory, he would have taken that anytime.
Absolutely. Days has been the workhorse. Finley will fake it to him. Look to step up, and he'll be taken down instead. Carlos Watkins was there.
Yeah, this pressure. They bring Boulware off the edge, which creates one-on-one blocks. And Carlos Watkins, very difficult to block. Austin Bryant, you see there, coming off an injury. Got injured in training camp. First time we've seen action from him and Brent Venables.
Yeah, the get-back coach, man. I feel for that strength and conditioning coach. That's the get-back coach for Venables because, yeah, he definitely was trying to push the limits every single play.
Finley.
Nice. Wow, what a play.
Samuels for the 1st down.
I'm telling you, Jalen Samuels, man.
Leading receiver last year, Samuels at it again.
Greatest tight end / running back / wide receiver of all time.
You don't hang your head. You keep your eyes downfield. Don't let the rush affect you. That's a perfectly thrown ball to Jalen Samuels in the middle of the field. It takes a lot of guts and know-how to throw the ball in the middle of the field. A lot of traffic.
Finley's going to throw again. Oh, he's got plenty of green in front of him, and he'll throw.
Nice. Oh.
And nearly intercepted. It was knocked down. Looked like he had Braylon Cherry, but he couldn't bring it in.
Got to make that play. Braylon Cherry has got to make that play. Hines has been their most reliable receiver so far.
That hurt.
Any quarterback gets out of the pocket, buys time. You got to make that play.
Especially you're a senior, like Cherry is, out of New Bern, North Carolina. Can't make the grab. 2nd and 10. Hand off to Days. He's across the 30-yard line. And Smith made the stop.
Boy,
We are
Dave's just
over
ran
5
right
hours
through
and
him.
11 minutes in.
5'9",
This
200
watching
pounds.
now.
He's not the biggest back.
Crazy.
He's got great leverage.
Time's definitely flown by. I
runs
definitely think
his
time's
pads
definitely gone
in front
faster than
of
I
him.
expected it to.
He's up to 3rd and 5 here. Huge
But
play.
we're over halfway done, y'all. We're over halfway done. Almost out. You know, almost 2/3 of the way there.
His yards after contact. There's an example there. He's up to 60 for the game now. 11 carries on 3rd and 6. Finley throwing, and it's dropped by Hines. Also right in his hands.
Oh my God, that would have been a touchdown, man.
Hines, I said he's been the most reliable receiver so far, and this would have been a touchdown, Steve. This play was going to tie the game. Ran a great inside slant route. There was no, you see the safety there, 18. He's way out of position. Hines hit his head on the goalpost.
And Finley took another hit, hung in the pocket, showed so much toughness all day long.
Yeah, no, huge hats off to Finley, man.
Making a great play.
Gonna go.
I like this.
Yeah, good call.
4th and 6. See if his teammates will make a play for the quarterback.
I'll find Jalen Samuels.
Finley throwing.
Don't like that play call.
They got tangled
Thank
up.
you.
They were going for Samuels, as you suggested, Grease, and he got tangled up.
No, that wasn't uncatchable. Get that crap out of there, Sweeney.
Pass interference. Defense number 12. First down, spot of the foul.
And that's the first penalty of the day on Clemson.
The first penalty is a huge one, Steve, and it's a true freshman. Just that's experience. You know, you don't want to run through the wide receiver. You don't need to make this interception right here. So 4th down, just knock the football down and be aware of your body and don't hit the wide receiver. That's just, when you play young players, sometimes that happens.
Fresh set of downs for Finley and NC State. Running up the middle. Finley trying to make a move. How about that move, and dives forward for the first down. Got a little running back in him, too.
He's been watching Deshaun do this all game. Not known for his escapability, but we said, you know, 7 or 8 of these plays he needs to make for them to pull this upset.
Yeah, definitely huge hats off to Ryan Finley, man. Definitely
Van Smith, who's a darn good tackler, he just juked out.
one heck of a quarterback for NC State. Definitely, I would say, in the top 10 conversation for NC State, no doubt about it. He's in that conversation. The longest, one of the longest streaks in NCAA history of passes without interception. And again, a guy that could do it all if need be. He's a guy that can pass, but he's a guy that can run if needed. And he's a guy that you can rely on in tough situations such as this one. I mean, again, the game should be tied right now.
This is the second time Ryan Carter has made this kind of a break. Here he is right here. He almost got an interception earlier. Look at him. He just reads that route. As soon as he sees that receiver, he's breaking, which means Elijah Drinkwitz, it's time for the little bubble and go.
That was a little Stockton to Malone thing there. Had working there. And they had Days split out to the far side. They're on 2nd and 10. Here's Days, the ball carrier.
All right, first down.
And he had to get to the 3-yard line to get the first down. I think he does.
Boy, Clemson, their defensive front, they weren't set. They were standing up when they snapped that football. And that allowed NC State.
That's one thing. I would love to get back on the field for a game this season. I do miss watching the game from the field.
11 more yards there from Matt Days. 1st and goal. WolfPack trying to tie this game up. It's Days again. Did he break the plane? He did. Touchdown. WolfPack.
There we go.
Extra point away from tying the game.
What a tough drive there.
Matt Days, baby. What a tough drive. What a resilient drive.
You know, up front, put it on their backs. You got a gamer at quarterback, and this back, Matt Days, just refuses to go down, gets that ball in the end zone.
14 plays, 75 yards after Clemson scores. NC State comes right back.
They're going to take a look at this again, but man, this NC State team is impressive. I mean, we kind of had a thought that they would come in and they would play tough, but you didn't know. You know, they had 1 week early in the season where they were flat and they lost to East Carolina. They came back and they beat a pretty good Wake Forest team, and then who knows at the game against Notre Dame with that rain. But we were going to find something out about NC State today, and I think what you understand and realize, this is a tough football team.
Yeah, now it's touchdown. Let's move on. Sorry, y'all. My computer charge is freaking overheating. This thing is hot as you know what.
Where's the football at that point?
I think this is our best look. The ball goes over the goal line there.
Call on the field was a touchdown.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
I think that's the right call. His knee was on top of the arm of the defender, so it wasn't about that. It was really just that left
Brady
elbow.
Bodine.
Big extra point here, partner.
Yeah, I love Brady. Look at young Leighton. Let's go. He played us almost 7 years ago. Not even 7 years ago. Just over 6 years ago. That's crazy.
Able to boot it through. We were here at the stadium a couple days ago, and it was this quiet then. Homecoming, tied at 17. Tomorrow morning on ESPN, get your NFL Sunday started off on the right foot. First at 10 a.m. Eastern. Catch NFL Insiders Sunday edition for all the latest injury reports,
fire.
updates, and early breaking news. Then at 11 a.m. Sunday NFL Countdown Crew.
NFL. Yeah, excited for it. Is anybody? I'm interested. If anybody's tuning in here, I'd love to know if anybody plays fantasy football. I'm ready for it. I'm excited for it.
Cardinals and the Jets.
Ready to
Ryan
go.
Finley, probably
Fantasy
big
football is always
Cardinals
fun.
Phoenix, born and raised.
So the only difference between North Carolina and Arizona is the humidity. Oh, really?
Especially last week.
Yeah. Artavis Scott on the return. Out to the 28-yard line. Take a look at today's good hands play, brought to you by Allstate.
I love it when our production crew gets creative with these things. The good
There we go.
Defense this time.
What a pick from Mike.
Forcing turnovers. Interception return by Stevens. Travis White.
I'm telling you, defense was unbelievable this game. Between the goal line stand, 4 first turnovers, one at the goal line, like super impressive there for the defense.
Last time out, what do they got for us this time?
Woo! Atta baby Nigel. There we go.
12 consecutive passes. That was the 12th when Niles Clark came up on Fuller and made the big thump.
He's been the calm in the storm here in the second half. Outside of that first play of the second half where he throws the interception for a touchdown, he's been rock solid.
Delayed handoff to Fuller.
I love that play. God, that was a great play.
Of that WolfPack defense.
Kind of fake play action. Counter play.
Justin Jones in the middle, among others.
Dave Huxtable's done a great job. And what's been impressive is even with the tempo of Clemson's offense, this defense doesn't seem to be getting tired here in the fourth quarter.
Huxtable was on it. He said the key for them will be don't allow big plays. And of course, as we started the show, that's all Clemson does is big offensive plays. Not today. Not really. 3rd and 16. Big spot in the game. Watson has plenty of time to throw.
Oh, great. Great job, Desmond Needle. And he was tackled there from Josh Jones.
If he wasn't tripped up, he could have been gone.
Dave Huxtable decided to rush 3 guys, and he gave Deshaun Watson too much time. Watch him throw this ball on rhythm. Right out of the break, that ball is on Mike Williams. One of the more impressive things about Deshaun Watson over the last 2 years, he's improved in his timing and his anticipation of throws.
30 yards on that pitch and catch. Here's Williams on the screen. Another first down.
How do they not score here? I don't remember how they don't score here.
Williams has
That's
to be
good.
thinking about that turnover from earlier. The casual fumble, if you will, and has to know he has to make up for that. You see the numbers on the day. 10 of 100, 10 catches, 136 yards.
And one of the best compliments you can give a quarterback is that they play big in crunch time, right? And that's Deshaun Watson. 2 weeks ago against Louisville, they had to have it in the fourth quarter, and he came through for them. They need him now, and he's coming through.
Watson with all
Get him.
kind of time. That'll
Nice.
roll out and throw.
Good job, Street.
A little too high. Could not hook up with Deion Kane.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I think honestly that most of our defensive linemen here, particularly Street, would have been looked at statistically as much better than they actually were if they did have Bradley Chubb on this new defensive line as them.
Had been connected on his previous 14 pass plays.
Because again, I always say it again, there's only one running back to tackle, there's only one quarterback to sack. And so if Chubb gets there before you, then Chubb gets sacked. You don't. So like that's the thing is that, you know, it's just,
incomplete pass.
that
plays under review.
Anyway, so I mean, like, look at BJ Hill. He's having a great, you know, NFL career so far.
4 turnovers so far in this game here today.
See the right toe. I mean, there's some turf coming
Seattle?
up there, and then the right toe comes back down. I think that's a catch, Steve.
The official's staring right at it.
He is.
He's in great position.
Hey, James, what's going on?
You know, there was some turf coming up.
Quarterbacks, no. Roman Gabriel.
Made it look like that right foot was in.
Jamie Barnett. That's what I was thinking about earlier. Rivers, Wilson, Glennon, Brissett.
Watch the right toe. So
I have any issues with that?
Left foot first, and then the right toe. Right there.
Yeah, no, I have no issues with that.
Good job.
Okay. But
you're right.
Come on, James. I know you can put that at least some kind of a top 10 order for me. Come on. Let's break it down. Be a little bit on edge here, James. I believe in you. Put him in the top 10. I believe in you. Let's go. I'll give you Philip Rivers number 1. Yes. There's no argument
I wonder what Greasy's saying in the booth next door.
Unless you do want to argue that, then please, by all means.
If that's what they're thinking, then by the letter of the law, the ruling on the field would stand because there's not conclusive evidence over to
review. The ruling on the field stands.
Yeah, and that's the right call based on how that rule is how the official replay system works in college football.
And by the
nice
replay,
so I'll get some calls your way.
Telling them we agree over here.
Right. and
by covered his eyes like this.
That's one thing that's interesting with Clemson. I don't know if we should consider, but with Clemson they have like a subtitle reader across like the bar, you know, like at the bottom of the second level, because they have like a subtitle thing where it's basically like says in words whatever the announcer is saying. So I'm guessing it's for like vision or deaf. They can't hear. They want to see what's going on. You know, they can at least read what's going on. So,
tie game with 9 minutes to play.
Only thing which I would say that is maybe just because Clemson has a lot more video screen to work with than we do. But
career high for him.
Just a thought.
Hunter Renfrow on the receiving end. Nice grab there.
That's a big play by Hunter Renfrow with that hand in a cast. Reach out and make that play big time.
A lot of short throws. Just waiting for an up and out or some kind of double move from these receivers.
Well, keep going to Mike Williams. I mean, he's your best down the field threat. He's caught 11 balls in this game. Keep feeding him.
Watson.
Riley. There we go. Attaboy, Darian.
Darian Roseborough.
Attaboy, Roseborough.
Watson didn't feel that pressure or thought he could beat him in a race.
Well, he wasn't expecting the end of line of scrimmage.
It's funny how it's so cheering for me, but I know what's going to happen.
But protection here because you don't let a defensive end like that
just
just
go in the zone, you know.
Watson did a nice job of at least escaping him and not losing too much yardage.
Second down after the loss.
Watson will throw. Great effort there by Dravius. Holden. Holden. Back it up. Holden.
We'll check the marker.
Holding.
Nice.
Offense number 16. 10-yard penalty.
Jordan Leggett. Back it up.
That's on Leggett. Just the second penalty against Clemson all afternoon.
know about that. Just reacting, it kind of looked worse than it actually was.
We'll take it.
Even in position to hold him.
Well, hey, again, I mean, they
him.
missed again. ESPN, they missed the clear and obvious face mask. So consider this an evening point.
Fake to Fuller.
Holding.
Watson thrust from the pocket. And Watson will go out of bounds now. And there is a penalty again at midfield. Looks like another holding call.
Nice. Back it up.
Holding. Offense number 63. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
Thank you.
Jake for Morgan. First time starting.
Backing up, backing up, backing up, backing up.
Said he played the worst game of his life last week against BC. He got beat a number of times. He's been solid in this game because this defensive front is arguably better than Boston College, but
I'd sure say hope so.
Further now, second in a cab ride.
Well, come on, James, if you're with us, I want to hear your top 10 in order. Let's go. Come on, I believe in you.
Probably concurred.
Wow.
Don't worry, I won't hold you for anything. I know I asked for it. So.
After a tough game. It's
After a
second
quarterback
and
draw.
32. Check the wristband. Watson throwing.
Woo!
No.
No, he didn't hold it all the way through.
And you have to think the cast played a role there. Would have been a spectacular grab.
He went down hard. I don't blame Sean Watson. Keep throwing it to him when his head came down and hit the field.
Niles Clark on the coverage.
The side of your helmet hits the ground. That's a scary deal.
We'll check on Renfro, and we'll be back. Tied at 17.
Or Renfro.
College football presented by Walmart. Save money, live better. And in part by AT&T, mobilizing your world.
Back at Clemson, tied at 17 all, getting late here in the fourth quarter. Hunter Renfro, they just get him back. Now it looks like they've lost him again, at least for the time being. 6 catches, 53 yards. So
it's definitely tough to think about it. We still have one more game to go after this, and we still got to get through the end of this game.
The way we think. Here's Watson trying to get out of there.
Got it, baby.
As he was hit, he was able to throw.
Let's go.
Intended for Jordan Leggett. Watson will get up a bit slowly.
That drive stalls because of the penalties. They just went backwards at the whole.
I'm telling y'all, like, it just set up way too perfectly for us to win this thing.
Area of the game where they have the big drive.
It's set up way too perfectly.
Come against Louisville to go up in the game, and they're unable to get it done in this game, and now gives NC State a golden opportunity on offense.
Golden opportunity.
They did the fake punt once.
Ha! Ain't happening this time.
And this time, Andy Teasdale will get it away.
Oh,
it's a short punt, and I mean a short punt.
Wow.
So NC State with 6:39 to go.
All right.
They'll have the football with a chance to take the
Here's
lead
where it starts to go
on ABC
down.
Saturday Night Football. Heisman hopeful J.T. Barrett and number 2 Ohio State face a tough test against number 8 Wisconsin in a matchup of a couple of Big Ten teams with playoff aspirations. Buckeyes and Badgers.
Yeah, I'm telling you, definitely parking at Clemson is terrible. It is absolutely god-awful.
Watch ESPN.
Camp Randall's going to be
I can't say that enough.
like it is here. Loud, helping that defense.
Just know that, yeah, definitely going to Clemson is, it's a bucket list, but it's not an easy bucket list.
Watkins got him.
Oh, there we go, James. All right, here we go. Number 1, Rogue Rivers. 2, Roman Gabriel. Wow, okay. I like it. 3, Russell Wilson. 4, Mike Glennon. 5, Eric Kramer. 6, Brissett. Okay. Interesting that you have Kramer, Rose, Brissett. Harvey, 8, Finley. 9, Barnett. 10, Jordan, and you throw in 11 Montgomery just on top of it. Okay. I respect it. I respect the list. I don't think it's outlandish. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that there's nothing that's like, whoa, like, are you kidding me, James? Like, all of it's like, yeah, you can make an argument. You can definitely make an argument. So, yeah, I respect that list. Thanks, James. Appreciate you doing that. Yeah. Gabriel above Wilson, I think, is an interesting one for sure. Just with between all the records he has in terms of having the longest streak at the time without an interception, with you know, what he could do on the ground.
And there is the flag.
Thank you.
Stephon Lewis was the intended target.
And
it looks like Cordray Tankersley.
And then, yeah, after that, I would say, I mean, Brissett, below Kramer.
Defense, number 12.
I get it.
Carries a first down.
Well, you notice he didn't say pass interference. He said holding. So it doesn't matter whether the ball was in the air or not. They get Cordray Tankersley with the hold.
And Finley saw that right away, right off the line of scrimmage. Tankersley was right up in the receiver's grill, grabbing and pulling at him. And that's what Tankersley
does. That's an easy
He's
call.
a press man corner, but he saw he was getting too physical and figured he'd throw it that way and get a foul, and he did.
Now, James, if you want to give it to me, I would love to hear your top 10 running backs, just to put you on the spot a little bit more. That's an interesting conversation.
On 1st and 10, Finley to Lewis. Out just across midfield.
Man,
as we send it
it's a
back
great
to
drive. This is going to be a great drive.
Quite
But
an outcome in the SEC on 4th and 1 at the Vandy 41.
Quite an
Georgia
outcome.
Down one with a minute left, and Isaiah McKenzie stopped. What a big play by Zach Cunningham, and the Commodores get the win between the hedges. Georgia falls to 2-3.
remember when Georgia would actually have 3 losses within 7 games of the regular season?
Well, it's only a matter of time
Good
before
times.
Derek Mason gets somebody. Right? I mean, he's a great coach.
Here come the Wolfpack. First down yardage from Matt Days, who continues to pound the football. Days came in rushing 5.7 yards per attempt. See, he's just beneath that this afternoon.
Much like
Like, there's no even point of even playing the overtime. That's the thing that's so, like, just like infuriates me. It's like, why even play overtime? Like, when we miss the kick, just go ahead. Let's just go ahead, back up and go home.
Looking for that signature win. He doesn't have it yet. I think this qualifies.
But again, that's why I can't say enough how far the program has come. The fact that we missed it again in 2021, but still found a way to win that game. Well, you could just tell after this game in 2016, you were like, you could just tell we were done. It was over. But yeah, again, just can't say enough. That's the thing that always infuriates me whenever people talk for, you know, call for Doeren's head. It's like, really? Like, listen, that 2021 Clemson win, I can't make enough examples off of it based off of me saying that Doeren should be our head coach for as long as he wants to be. I know there's, you know, he said for a long time ago that, you know, once he turns 55, he wants to retire and go own a fishing shop and go, you know, fishing for the rest of his life, which, you know, hey, all the power to him. You know, we're more than excited for him, but, you know, however long he wants to be here, I'm perfectly okay with him being the head coach. And to me, there's no realistic explanation besides the fact that he hasn't won an AC championship for him not to be the head coach long term going forward. Simple as that.
To get to their target line and put them in field goal range. Finley has tons of time.
There we go.
And with that catch, they should be in field goal range. Who else but Days on the receiving end?
Wow, great patience by Finley. Doesn't panic. He's just going to leak out. Nobody to block. His first receiver was not open because Bulware was right on.
Huge hats off to Finley for, I mean, just his calm, cool collectedness in this whole game.
Where everybody is in the route. That play not only gave you a fresh set of downs, but as Todd mentioned, now you can bleed this clock all the way down and attempt a field goal at the end.
He actually sat down in the zone. That's not just an expression. Actually sat down.
And up to 21, Matthew Days.
Days again. Has anyone else carried the football? Days has every carry. Reggie Gillespie had one, I believe. And Finley, of course, the quarterback, is also carried. But in terms of running backs, it's been all Matt Days.
Well, honestly,
almost 5 yards to carry.
That Dabo Swinney's not using some of his timeouts. You can't let this clock run all the way down. They have all 3 timeouts left.
Hey, Dabo respected this team, his NC State team. No way he expected to be in this position.
NC State's going to have to call a timeout now as this clock is running down.
And there it is. Interesting clock management down the stretch of a tie game.
Great clock management by Doeren. Terrible by Sweeney. 25 more minutes. That sounds painful. That does not sound bueno. Dang, do I have a problem with my Wi-Fi? Let's not skip ahead, shall we? Come on. Let's get back to where we were.
It's looking shaky.
Here we go.
Looking like a 6.
Now we're back.
Like a 7. Let's see. Still to be determined.
You knew there were going to be games like this. You're going to have hard-fought games. You've got to find a way to win. NC State did it a week ago against Notre Dame. Can Clemson do it today?
Minute 58 left. Here in the fourth quarter, tied at 17. Keep it on the ground of Days.
First down.
Days has the first down, taking people with him. And Clemson will take their first time out.
Wow, that's a big hole right there. I mean, Clemson had to know that NC State's going to try to run the football, and for there to
See, I do want to hear your thoughts, and James. I don't know if you kind of know how this goes, but a lot of people have questions about play calling.
First person to the tackle is the safety.
I guess let's watch it first, and then once we get to that point, I'll ask your thoughts on the James.
Expect Clemson to use their timeouts, obviously, to save some time. But now NC State's going to be able to bleed more clock because of the first down.
Right now would be a 39-yard field goal attempt for Kyle Bambar. Bambar's had everything happen to him. He missed from 43.
This is the one blocked by Christian Wilkins.
And a 37-yard field goal attempt blocked. How come we don't show the made field goal from 28? That feels wrong.
Set up the drama.
All right.
Set up the drama. Wow.
First and 10. Giving it to
Clip
Days
that.
again. He's 4 yards shy of 100 rushing on the afternoon. They sure do. Hand at the Days.
And up to 21.
Picks up, let's say, 3. And the clock will tick.
3 yards on the play.
Looks like Dabo's going to save his timeouts for after second and third down. So you're NC State, you want to bleed this clock all the way down. Before you run this next play.
Just wait and just watch this. Yeah, just wait. We'll get there. And then once we're getting ready for the field goal, then I'll kind of pose my questions. Just keep an eye out.
In the first 3 quarters and killing clock here. They snap it with 4 on the play clock. Pitch at the Days. Makes the cut. Stays in bounds, and he's shy of the first down. Clemson will take their second timeout. 65 seconds left. Regulation time here in the fourth. Hey, quick reminder tonight on ESPN's College Football Primetime. A couple of ranked SEC West clubs will go at it. Number 12 Ole Miss, number 22 Arkansas. You get the idea. Here there's 65 seconds left in the fourth quarter. We are tied at 17 all. NC State and third-ranked Clemson. This is a 3rd and 1. Tigers have just 1 timeout left. It's Days. Looks like he had the first down on the initial contact. They're going to stop the clock.
And see, honestly, if you don't get that, even if you don't get that, I'm still
see if they're going to measure.
going for
get to the
still going
12-yard
for
line.
fourth down.
I don't know that he got it. And this is a big measurement because if they get this
What do you mean you don't know he got it? That marker is clearly at the yard marker, and he's at the half-yard marker beyond
We've
it.
been running the ball on this drive at will.
You saw the yellow first down marker. That is unofficial. Because based on that, looked like he had the first down, and he does.
Not even close. Yeah. Sheesh.
Now the clock is out. It doesn't factor in at all. Now it's
how
all
did we
about
lose
NC
this
State.
game?
I don't want to put this in the hands of the kicker. We want to go on offense with our best player, Matt Days.
How do we lose this game?
They have 2 timeouts left.
And when they do run and get it down there, make sure.
Now look at me. What's up, man?
That's what they did there. Make sure they get the ball right in the middle.
Man, did you see the goat and then Dave Doeren beside the goat?
Consecutive plays.
I'm not talking about drinklets.
Want to take a shot in the end zone?
Got to protect the football.
Look to throw. Finley in some trouble.
Get rid of it.
Now he'll just dive back and try to get back into.
But yeah, it's more of that play. It's more of that play, James. That they're saying why.
He's like, oh no, I can't.
I don't know. People have an issue with that play. Let me know, James, if you have an issue with that play call. I don't really have an issue with that play call.
So that's why he just dove up into the middle of the field. But run the football. You got down here. Run the football.
Yeah, I think people are saying you should run the football, try to get close. But I get what they're saying too, where it's like, hey, listen, let's see if we can go ahead and end it now.
Dave Doeren, he's been looking for this.
Quite
this
a chin
win. He's
punch here this game.
Against Clemson and FSU in his career at NC State, 1-2 against North Carolina. He's 0-2 against East Carolina. He needs this kind of a win to continue to build this NC State program around. He did it today with defense. Now he's going to give his kicker a hug and say, hey, buddy, through the uprights.
Kyle Bambard,
jeez,
the sophomore.
That breaks my heart right there.
From Michigan.
That breaks my heart.
Pacific Life game summary. There's been plenty to chew on here today.
Well,
now at least
the turnovers for Clemson.
Cool down
5
a little
of them, and they got away with it against Louisville. 4 again today, and if this ball goes through the uprights, they will pay for it. And it wasted a great effort potentially by this Clemson defense, if so.
NC State has not been
all right, here we go.
Team on the road dating back to 1967.
Remember Christian Wilkins?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, thanks, James. I appreciate that. Yeah, I agree. I think they ice him.
Kyle Bambard for 33 yards
kick it. Snap it, kick it.
Cabo saved 1 timeout.
Timeout.
Nice.
And I like that, by the way. I like kicking through it.
Third. Yep. Final charge timeout.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, they should. I would have been pissed off. But yeah, I mean, I know it obviously didn't matter. But
Tyler Griffiths.
Yeah, I totally think that in that situation, if you can snap it, to try, you know, just kind of get some of those jitters out. Which again, I know hindsight's 20/20, but yeah, no, I would have honestly been pissed. I couldn't remember if he did snap it there or not. So
he kicked all the last year. And
but yeah, I agree. I mean, like I mean,
Connor Haskins started
3-4 yards closer. Could that have made a difference? Maybe. But listen, you're on the what? You're on the 12-yard line. It's like a 29. So you're on the 22. It's a 29-yard field goal. 33-yard field goal. You should be able to make it. Here we go. Here we go. Holy crap. Oh my God. Oh my God. Even to this day.
Go back to that play call. Throw the football on first down. You had a first down. You had timeouts. You've been running the football with Matt Days to get down there.
Yeah, I agree, James. I agree.
Try to get cute. and you lose yardage and take it completely
Close on the ball
out of
game,
the equation. You want to win it on offense.
But what that tells me is maybe they didn't have
Nah,
full
I feel for
confidence
him.
in their kicker. Already missed one earlier. Had one blocked earlier.
And nobody wants to be the kicker. Nobody wants to be the goal line hockey because you're barely celebrated if you do something good, but you are chastised if you do something bad.
Doeren. Both guys got to reset and get your mentality right for overtime.
Dabo's thinking, I've done something right. I've done something right.
It's probably thanking the Lord that he has a chance to win this
Hasn't
game.
been spoiled. Not yet. College football overtime is in your immediate future.
Nab it. These things are tough. There is no doubt. This is a WolfPack anchor soft beat for champ. That's for sure. Thank you, James, for tuning along with us and everybody else who's tuning in with us. Really do appreciate it.
College football overtime. NC State and Clemson, and this is a great sight. Out of uniform. You saw him for a second there. Wayne Gallman suffered what was reported to be a head injury, and that's him in the orange, out of uniform.
Yeah, he's a captain.
Tailback.
Great to see him back out on the field. And
Okay, gentlemen, congratulations on a good regulation. Welcome to overtime.
A good regulation.
North Carolina State.
I would love it. The ref said, "Congratulations on Clemson being lucky as hell to get out of it."
Clemson logo is heads. That side is tails. I'll let it hit the ground. You called heads? It is heads. North Carolina State, you want to go on defense first. Clemson, which end of the field are we playing on? Okay, North Carolina State, you're back this way. Clemson will have the ball.
Again, at this point, there really was no reason whatsoever to even play this overtime.
Actually, that was beautiful from Jeff Flanagan. Congratulations on a great regulation. Welcome to overtime.
I think the crowd was fired up because the student section is going to get the action right in front of them. They didn't care whether they got the ball first or not.
Here are the overtime rules. Turn off the game clock. That does not matter. Throw it away. And things get tricky when you get into the third overtime where you have to go for two. Can't kick the extra point. Are you a fan of college football overtime the way it is set up?
Are you kidding? It's the best.
I still gotta say, thinking about last year's UNC game, like thinking about, man, if it would have gone to 2-point conversions back and forth, like, girl, I don't know if I could have handled that, man. I would have. I don't know, man. Oh, that would have been so tough. So tough.
Starting at the 25, and we start with a flag.
Everybody went with Jake Guillermo.
Ball start. Offensive line.
Offensive line.
Still first down.
And everybody goes. That means the center didn't snap the ball, wasn't on the same page. Now you got to throw the football if you're Dabo Swinney and Clemson offensively.
How did we lose
You know, I mean,
this
he
daggone
doesn't need to be
game?
open
I'm
and
telling
throwing the
you,
ball. He just needs to have position.
Oh,
And he's matched
man.
up
Should have
one-on-one
won
with
this
Tocho.
freaking game.
We'll watch for that now. After the flag, 1st and 15. It's Watson going to keep it on.
Especially now, look at that. It's 3rd and 12.
3 yards that they lost in the penalty.
How in God's name do we lose this game,
I
man?
wouldn't take the ball out of Watson's hands one time in overtime. This guy's clutch. He plays his best in clutch situations. If you're going to run it with him. If you're going to throw, let him be in control of it and make his own decisions.
Oh, second. Oh, sorry.
Watson's throwing.
Again, that great tackle there by Dravius, but man, see, that is the thing that always drew me nuts about Dave Huxtable's defense was playing so far off.
In this game, responsible for 2 turnovers. That time with a big tackle.
I don't know what you're all hyped about. Or okay, you can't over injury. Okay,
to get off the
my
field
fault.
on
Never
3rd
mind.
down.
Sorry.
And he's coming out.
Looking at that hand. Here's 3rd and 5.
See, look, you watch his slant route right here in the middle.
Showing pressure and bringing some of it. Watson completes to Mike Williams.
It's dumb. Like, why are you playing off 2 yards past the first down marker?
15-yard line, but the head linesman over there is not giving him the 15-yard line.
Very close.
Wow.
We're saying 4th down.
You know they're going for it. Yeah.
It looked like he got across that 15-yard line.
But again, why is Mike Stevens 2 yards behind the first down marker? Again, it's all about knowing the sticks.
To run the football.
Like you're basically saying you can catch it. You can catch it at the first down marker. That's okay by me. That's basically what you're saying.
We've had a lot of reviews today. Not one has been overturned.
Yep. You got to look at that one. That's too big a play.
No question.
The first down marker is, I don't know, that ball, his elbow came down. It's going to be very easy to spot this ball because you can see where the football is, and he's down. That elbow comes down. That looks like a much better call than I thought. That headlines was right on it. I thought they spotted the ball perfectly, just short of the 15-yard line.
That football has to touch the 15.
Surprised they didn't measure, though. Boy, talk about the importance of short yardage and being able to run the ball. If it is indeed short and 4th and 1, that's a gamble for Dabo Swinney to go for it here because they just have not been able to consistently run the ball since Gallman went out between the tackles.
Whether he got the first down or not, that is a Deshaun Watson career high 37th completion.
After review, the ruling on the field stands.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I got him right.
What are you going to do here?
Funny how the game in Raleigh 2 years ago went the same way. Missed field goal, went to OT, comes to score touchdown. They scored tie. I thought we wouldn't score. Yes, we did. Exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying, James. That's the thing that always blows my mind when people say that Doeren should be our head coach, because that is the clear, like, you are comparing exactly, almost exactly apples to apples here. Besides the fact that one game you're playing Clemson, one game you're playing at State, but besides that, it's the exact same situation. In one side, we basically just like, we're like, okay, yeah, no, we lost, game over, like, call it a day. And then the other game, we said, don't worry, Chris, we got you. Like, it's all good. Like, we got this taken care of. And they found a way to win. So, again, that's the thing that always blows my mind. People still literally call for Doeren today. I'm like, it is so obvious that the culture change here is significantly different than it was, you know, even for 2021, than it was 5 years ago at this game right here. Like, at this game, we felt like we were lucky to even be in this situation. In 2021, we felt like, no, we should win this game. It's not an upset to us. Yeah, Clemson was favored by 10, but no, we should win this game. Simple as that. It's all about knowing that, finding a way to win. Oh yeah, no, I 100% agree, James. That's the thing that always just kills me. Is the only thing that people have to say when they say that Doeren shouldn't be the head coach is the ACC championship thing. But I'm saying once again, if you take away, if you think about how many times has Doeren played in a game where him and the opponent were the two best teams in the ACC, aka 2017, in State versus Clemson. Like, whoever won that game was going to win the ACC championship. And we were ridiculously close to beating Clemson in 2017. So, I mean, again, I don't get it. I don't think there's a realistic explanation for people who think that Doeren should be the head coach long term, as long as he wants to be there. Simple as that.
This is where Deshaun White.
Again, we literally Doeren has to tell people, has to literally tell players, we unfortunately need you to transfer because we only have a certain number of scholarship players we can have on roster. Like, it literally gets to that point. And it's not because we want to, it's because literally players want to be here. And especially in today's day and age where there's no such thing as loyalty, at NC State there is a thing such as loyalty in football. So I'm just sitting here saying, I mean, why would you, like, to have a coach who's in his early 50s, who could coach for 15, 20 more years if he wants to, why would you want to get rid of that? And yes, I know we're going to lose this game, but again, there wasn't even a reason for us to play this overtime. Like, it was over once Dan Barton unfortunately missed the kick. It was over. I feel for it. I mean, again, I was on the sidelines. It sucked. It sucked.
Comes back, throws a strike.
And unfortunately for NC State too, because to kind of prove my point about the culture change, we lost 3 more games on top of this because of this loss. Because of this loss. We got blown the smack out by Louisville. And part of it was because of this loss. Now, Lamar Jackson, I still say to this day, I still talk about a story where there was one play that still stands out to me this day, where it was a read option, right? Lamar Jackson was running a read option, where basically he could either hand it off to the running back or he could keep it. Well, literally, Arius Moore literally stood there waiting for Lamar Jackson, who was the read guy. And if Lamar sees that the linebacker is standing there waiting for him, he's supposed to hand it off. But he doesn't hand it off. He holds it and literally runs backwards around Arius Moore and still gets a first down. So to me, like that, it just comes down to we were going to lose that game no matter what.
Either way, it's been a great game.
But definitely I see the impact here. And the fact that we lost Boston College the following week. And we lost Florida State the following week. And both those games we should have won. And I still remember to this day in the post-game locker room, the frustration, the emotion after specifically that Florida State game saying, that Clemson game is over. It is behind us. It should not be affecting us by this point. Yeah, whatever. We lost. Shocker. But, again, that game was behind us. It should not be defeating us the following week. It shouldn't. But unfortunately, it did. For 3 weeks. Until we finally got over it. Against Wake Forest. So, again, that's why I'm saying that bugs me is that everybody who's saying that Doeren should be our head coach, there's no realistic explanation. None. Zero.
They remain perfect on the season, although this one had more than its fair share of blemishes for the Tigers. They'll enjoy homecoming weekend here in Clemson, South Carolina now.
These cats definitely have more than one life, right? They come out with 5 turnovers against Louisville, find a way to win. 4 more turnovers in this game against a very good Wolfpack.
And then literally imagine, again, me and my other co-workers over here on the right side, literally packing up the trailer, packing up the trunks, putting all the stuff away, trying to get everything to the truck, while all these fans are jumping barricades. Like, it. So frustrating. So sad. Unexplainable emotion. Terrible.
Just a day at the office, man. Just a quiet, nonchalant day at the office. Unbelievable. First of all, hats off to NC State. They did a great job. You know, we turned the ball over all day.
Yeah, you should have lost. That's what you should say. You should have lost.
And I tell you what, great job getting the 4th and 1. Unbelievable job by Deshaun and Artavis. Our guys just continue to overcome the adversity of the game.
But yet you lose 2 weeks later to Pitt. So
2 biggest plays of the year.
Chill out.
From a 4th-year junior who ain't played a whole lot. It doesn't get any better than that. Just awesome.
How about your quarterback? He just keeps delivering in clutch situations.
All right, y'all. That's through the game, right? So that being said, we have one more game to go. Michael, Michael, we got one more to go. NC State versus Boston College 2022. Gonna get that one lined up here, ready to go. It's tough. I mean, I'm a lot of emotion, no doubt about it. It's tough. Gonna get it here, ready to go. But I really do feel for Bambard. I don't know what he's doing in today's day and age, but I'm sure he's in a professional environment somewhere doing a great job, and so excited for him. But he didn't deserve what happened that day to him. Simple as that. And to anybody who was involved in the negativity towards Bambard, I have nothing to say to you. I mean, simple as that. There is no reason to threaten a man's life, and especially a young adult's life, because of one moment like that. None. Zero. It was a young adult kid who, unfortunately, couldn't get it done when we needed it to. But guess what? Look at how far we came from 2013. Look how far we've come from the fact that we literally went 3-9 with a roster that was made up of a bunch of non-superstars. I mean, just that's no disrespect. That's just factual. We just didn't have any superstars besides maybe Deontay Johnson, maybe in 2013. And then we go on the road to Clemson, who against a team who eventually wins the national championship and should have beaten them. And then 5 years later, again, being a 10-point underdog, even while at state, you missed the field goal. But even still find a way to, and actually, you know what? Before I even say that, you missed the field goal. Clemson goes down and scores. And we still win the game. That's the thing that just blows my mind is again, it's just like, you see the progression. It's obvious. And I know that, yes, this game that we're about to watch right here, it's an inexcusable loss to Boston College. But I also say as well, it took a career day from Zay Flowers to get it done. It took playing with our third string quarterback who borderline should have still been in high school. And, you know, again, I'm not making excuses, but I'm just saying that just, you know, we should have lost it, but we also weren't at our best. Boston College was at their best. So, again, we'll get into it here as we get started here, but, yeah. Anyway, Boston College game will be interesting. Was MJ injured before or during the game? He started off so well. It depends who you talk to. I mean, again, unfortunately for me, I wasn't on the inside. And if I wasn't on the inside, obviously, I couldn't even say anyway, but probably. But it's tough to say, really. Again, it shouldn't have even come down to that. So, with that being said, let's go ahead and get to it so we can get this thing over with sooner rather than later. And again, hey, we'll have a lot of time. We have almost 3 hours of this Boston College game. We are 2/3 of the way through, y'all. 2/3 of the way through this WolfPack Aim for Soft People Challenge. We're almost through it, y'all. And as you can see, I'm already emotional because, again, I'm seeing the progression. That's the thing. I'm seeing where we started from 2012. I'm seeing where we were in 2016. And I have seen where we are in 2021, 2022. And it's night and day. It's night and day. Like, it's exciting. Again, I say it once again, that even while still losing Devin Leary, even while still losing Drake Thomas, Tanner Ingle, Corey Durden, there is still just as much excitement heading into this season as there was even last season, in my opinion. Now, again, I mean, like, is it close? Sure. I mean, again, last year you were talking about being a top 10, top 15 team. I know you're not getting that talk this year, but still, you're excited about the guys who have returned. Like, I was saying it even an episode ago that, like, if you would have asked me 2 years ago if Peyton Wilson was going to come back last season, I would say probably not. Probably not, just because he has too much injury history. And so he wants to go to the NFL and get his money, which, hey, respect to him, 100%. I completely get it. But the fact that he came back last year and he's coming back this year, like, to me, that's just one example of the culture that Doeren has built here. And the fact that, again, we're one of the few programs in the country that didn't lose a single assistant coach. On top of the fact that, once again, for about 2 or 3 years in a row, we got to the transfer deadline and basically, unfortunately, had to almost request people. Again, I don't know for sure that we requested people, but what I do know is that we got really close to the deadline, and all of a sudden, like 1 or 2 players put their name in the transfer portal to leave the program. So there's no doubt that players and people want to be involved in this program. There's no doubt that there's excitement in this program. And so to me, there's not a better time to be an NC State fan. I know we haven't won an ACC championship in well over 30 years. I very much well know that. As long as I've been alive, we never won an ACC championship in football, men's basketball, or baseball. I know that. But you can't tell me we're not knocking on the door. Even with this upcoming season and having Brandon Armstrong, even though we're predicted to be, I think the over-under win is 6.5. Like, we're right there. We are right there. We can make some noise. Like, because that 6.5 is expecting that you're going to see Brandon Armstrong of last year, maybe plus or minus a little bit, a couple percent points better. But if you give me 2021 Brandon Armstrong with these guys he has here and this defense and this coaching staff and the fact that most of the games that we are most worried about, whether that's Notre Dame, Clemson, UNC, Miami, they're all at home in Raleigh. Like, we can do it. We can make some noise. There's no doubt about it. So again, y'all, I know it's a little bit of a rant right here, but just unfortunately, with me being there in the moment in 2016, being on the sidelines and thinking about the emotions of that time, and then seeing, I mean, again, when we beat Clemson in 2021, I was bawling. Like what? Like there's a clip of me on YouTube, reacting all excited. Literally, the moment I turned it off, I started absolutely bawling. Why? Because I was so proud of this program and this coaching staff and this team, that it was so obvious how far they came. That, just like James was saying, we were in the exact same situation 5 years ago and still found a way to win. And it wasn't easy, but we found a way to win. And we got it done. So again, just super excited for where this team is going to go, and I'm excited for what Doeren's done, and to me, Doeren's the greatest NC State football coach that we've ever had, because of the growth, because of the Pac Pros that he's put in, because of the recruiting. He's had solid recruiting, and he's developed guys. Again, Mac Brown and UNC is talking about how they have a top 12, top 10 recruiting class in the country. But what have you done with it? What have you done with it? Seriously. You've had two of arguably the greatest quarterbacks in ACC history and have done nothing with it. Nothing significant. You've had a couple upsets, yes, but I mean, seriously. I mean, with Drake May and Sam Howell. So, again, y'all, to me, it's with all the turnover in today's day and age of college football, the fact that you know who your head coach is going to be, the fact that you've known who your assistant coaches are going to be for 2 years, it's super exciting. And for a guy like Brandon Armstrong, who was, a fifth-year senior, who was a borderline Heisman candidate, borderline first-round draft pick before last season, to come to NC State and to replace Devin Leary, you got to love it. So anyway, so with that being said, y'all, let's get into this Boston College game right here, and let's get this last leg done. Here we go, y'all.
Chris Cotter, thank you very much. Look at Emmett Moorhead in place of Phil Jurkovic, 20 minutes away from kickoff. BC and NC State, the MJ Morris era has officially begun. He's off and rocking. We'll take you right up to kickoff in that one. We are live. As for BC and NC State, this different guys are.
They've got a star in
NC State ranked 16th in the country, and Boston College at 2-7 overall. Smith's kickoff is a touchback, and we will get a look at Emmett Moorhead. He's out of Woodside, California. Taylor told you the key is composure. You saw some deep breaths, and we talked with John McNulty, his offensive coordinator. He wasn't nervous at all in his start Friday against Duke.
No, he wasn't. I mean, he's a California kid, cool, calm, and collected, but physically, he looks the part. 6'5", almost 230 pounds. Guy has a really quick release and excellent ball placement down the field. They're going to have to hit some shots against an NC State defense that I think is going to challenge him with pressure and a lot of different looks.
Pressure early, you expect, right?
Absolutely.
Zay Flowers, 4 and white, top of your screen. Pat Garwo is the veteran running back, and it's a quick hitter to Flowers. On the outside, and Zay Flowers turns it upfield. He's got a first down. That's the recipe for the Eagles.
We were talking about this pregame on the field. That's an easy access throw. You're bringing pressure from the boundary. Tanner Ingle is coming from the short side of the field, which means the rotation is to that side. Corners backed off to the field. Easy pitch and catch on a first down.
Saw that a lot through the years with Clemson.
Sure did, yeah. That was something that kept them on schedule a lot. And I expect when you have Zay Flowers, you get them the ball in a myriad of different ways.
19 yards on the first play. Just outside midfield, it's Garwo on the ground, and he is stacked up. We told you how good the NC State defense is. It's a loss of a yard, and it's a BC rushing attack that is the worst in the country.
Yeah, they've really struggled. Some of it's been they've gotten behind in games, so they've had to throw the ball some more. But even from a yards per carry standpoint, it has been a real struggle, and most of that's because of the shuffling on the offensive line.
Jeff Havley was so excited that for the first time all year, it is the same starting offensive line for 2 games in a row. They've had 8 different combos in that starting 5 in 10 games now. Play action. Moorhead is smacked and dropped. Isaiah Moore, the 6th-year senior, got home, brings up 3rd down.
And that play is created by Drake Thomas. Watch him come off the left side, force Moorhead up in the pocket. And then Isaiah Moore sees the gap, shoots through it, and finishes. Drake Thomas does so much for this defense. You saw his athleticism coming off the edge. And Isaiah Moore just always seems like he's in the right place at the right time. And, Mike, here's where Boston College should get a little concerned, because you've got a young quarterback. You're going to get some exotic looks, potentially exotic blitzes from NC State.
John McNulty wants to be conservative on early 3rd downs. Now, pressure did not come. It's a drop-off there to Alex Broom, the running back, on the screen. And BC will take its medicine, 9 yards.
Again,
and
there's
will
no doubt that early in this game we
John
had all the
McNulty
control.
Expecting pressure. That time NC State doesn't bring it. And
Scored
McNulty told
touchdowns,
us, hey,
like,
in those
what, 2 drives
situations,
in a
we just
row?
got to check it down, manage
It's
it,
nothing frustrating
and make sure we're
knowing
not
how
throwing the ball to
great
the
you
other team.
started.
That's a good job by
And then,
Emmett
in fact, we
Moorhead
lost
of
the
just
game.
taking
It's
what
tough,
the defense
but-
gave him on the check down, getting positive yardage, and letting
more
his
to
team
go.
punt.
Thayer Thomas is back
4
deep.
more quarters, y'all.
And Danny
4 more
Longman,
quarters.
great name for a punter, will boot it away.
The WolfPack
On a
game for
high
South Georgia
arcing
Towns. Let's
kick.
go.
Lands right by the 10. Takes an NC State bounce. Well done by Longman. And NC State has it on offense for the first time. So MJ Morris, true freshman, 19 years
James.
old. 2 weeks ago, he grabbed hold of the platoon with Jack Chambers.
Let's find out.
After the
Again,
Leary
we're about to watch the
injury.
whole game. We're
Beat
about to
Virginia
see,
Tech. Then came out and got the start last week.
That's
and
what I'm
he
saying.
was
It's, again, it's
I
super
joked
frustrating because
with
of
Tim
the fact
Beck,
that
the
we
offensive
started
coordinator for NC
so
State,
strong.
saying, hey,
But then
the
just
best
lost
thing
it.
for you guys was almost going down
It's
21-3 against Virginia Tech.
Let's find out.
Because you had to take the reins off MJ Morris. He gained so much confidence in that game, and it really continued against Wake Forest. Has gotten off to some slow starts, but really strong finishes.
He'll look to the air on his first play. Throws on the run for Thayer Thomas, who makes
Especially
a
a catch like
wonderful
that to start out.
catch.
Holy
Matched
smokes.
up with Jason Maitre
telling y'all.
through the contact.
You saw early in the
Thayer
game
Thomas,
last
one of the
week,
most
MJ
underrated
Morris
wide receivers
overthrowing
in
some
history.
deep balls. This is one heck of a throw. Give your senior an opportunity to go
Well,
up and get the
exactly,
football.
James.
He
That's
does
what
that.
that's what makes it so tough about these games.
They go quickly
Is that
after
they're all
23
games we should have
yards.
won.
Busted play. Morris took off. Donovan
That's what
Ezaraku
makes
on
it
the
so tough
top.
to watch. So,
How about that start for NC State, though? Tim
but again,
Beck
y'all, I'm telling
hitting
you,
Thayer Thomas on a little
I'm
wheel
excited
route.
about the future of this
Morris,
football,
you know,
specifically
it's
for next
funny
3
because
years.
the relationship between Thayer
With
Thomas
Brandon Armstrong
and
being the
Devin
starting
Cleary was
quarterback
talked
next
about a
year.
lot. But MJ Morris has
And
actually
then
gone to him
MJ
a
Morris
ton
being
the
the
past
starting
couple
back for at
Huge
least the next
target numbers that you
1
were
to
telling
2
us about
years,
this
or
week.
maybe even 3 years.
Oh, here's some
You're
trickeration
gonna love it.
from the pack. On a flip
Look
to
at
the
this.
edge.
Oh my God, we were
Running
so
room out toward
controlled,
midfield.
man.
And
Controlled
Julian
this
Gray
game.
takes it toward the 40-yard line. It's a gain of 23.
taking advantage of the aggressiveness of BC on the backside with the reverse. Devin Carter's out today for the Pack, so it's given some opportunity for some of these other guys.
Devin Carter being out definitely
Hard
does
hit last
affect
week
it.
in the win over Wake Forest for NC State. 30-21 right here in Raleigh in the homecoming game for the Pack to get the record to 7-2 and 3-2 in the ACC. Second down and 9. Jordan Houston, leading rusher with a seam. Cole Batson makes the tackle, and it's a first down for NC State, 13 yards.
NC State's rushing attack has not been explosive or overly consistent this season, but a nice job gashing them up the middle.
Clean pocket. Morris down the seam for a touchdown. Trent Penix bouncing off tacklers. 27 yards.
So, yeah, again,
just a verticals concept. You get a safety in the middle of the field.
We made him go 3 and out, and then we drove down the field. So it's like,
laser up the seam, right on the numbers of Trent Penix, who reaches out, plucks it out of the air in front of the safety. Penix is able to finish. How about the start for MJ Morris? So impressive.
He came out on the field bouncing as he got out of the huddle for that first snap. And what a start indeed. Trent Penix the touchdown. NC State lit up, thinking about some of the matchups for him.
He missed some time earlier in the year. The former running back is an excellent athlete, and MJ Morris makes the read, looks off the safety, delivers an accurate ball, and Trent Penix with the
I'm
power.
telling you this right now. Look at my eyes, y'all. Look at my eyes. Looking right at this camera right here. MJ Morris will be the starting quarterback for us in 2024.
Time now
Guaranteed.
for Food Lions Food for Thought. What do you got, Roddy?
I know a lot of people are saying,
well,
no. I mean,
but secondly, for Boston College, they're going to have to protect the quarterback on offense. NC State's going to send pressure.
Sure.
And somehow they're going to have to find a way to disrupt MJ Morris on the defensive side of the ball. And then for NC State, their defense has to confuse him at Moorhead. He's going to see a ton of different looks, whether it's drop 8, blitz 8, and everything in between.
Learn this offense.
And then offensively, just take care of the
football.
football.
Just to go somewhere else
and be a starting quarterback. Learn
a whole new offense and everything else.
Attack.
No, he's going to stay here because he knows that he has potential to add to quarterback university.
88-yard drive, minute 58. And now BC gets it back for the second time, and Moorhead at the controls.
Brandon Armstrong will be the starting quarterback.
First career start last Friday against
Duke.
Will
be the starting quarterback.
It was his first start since his junior year of high school, and he threw 4 touchdown passes. First BC quarterback since Doug Flutie to do that in your
Whatever
first
words
career
add to it.
start.
Whatever adjective you want to add to it.
Be on the list.
It's going to be all that and then some.
Yeah, absolutely.
Super excited.
Moorhead under center. George Takis, his top tight end in motion. From the 25, it's Broom. Talented freshman without much running room. The nose tackle Corey Durden on the stop.
And talking to the BC coaches, you know, if you ask about this NC State defense, people are going to have different answers about who the best player is. The BC coaches were like, that guy in the middle, Corey Durden, he may be the best player on the entire field for NC State, which is saying something because I would argue Devin Van has had just as good a season. But it's kind of your flavor. Corey Durden has certainly been fantastic, though.
Yeah, Van 45 in red on the top of your screen on the defensive line. Second down, here comes the pressure, and Drake Thomas with a sack. Second sack already for the Pack.
Game, man.
And this is the part of it that Boston College is going to have to manage. This time, NC State plays cover one. There's one safety in the middle of the field. But as soon as the running back blocks, it triggers the linebackers to come in. You blitz one backer. If the running back takes him, it's called green dogging. And that's exactly what Drake Thomas does. He waits for the running back to take Isaiah Moore, comes through the backfield, and sets up another 3rd and long.
He sees it, he gets free, and then he can go.
Yeah, they did that a lot last week against Wake Forest, too. As soon as the back steps up, and they know you don't have to cover him in a pass route, then you come and get the quarterback.
So now it's a second, 3rd and long already, and BC is going to back up 5 yards. George Takis jumped early.
Oh, man, how the heck did we lose this game?
Number 80, 5-yard penalty.
To me, there's no doubt. This loss is the worst loss under Doeren's tenure.
It was going to be a delay of game because the play clock was running down, and that's what Emmett Moorhead is going to have to manage more than he did last week.
I still say
that was at home. Carter Finley's a different deal in this league with the number of people that show up and their engagement in the football game. So from a noise standpoint,
in the NFL,
he's going to have a much different task.
Now, he did get drafted in the 2nd or 3rd round, but he was talented.
First 3 possessions of the game.
And
from the 12-yard line, 3rd down and 23.
State team in order to make that happen.
And Broom will probe to the right side.
And
fights for some yardage out toward the 20, and BC will punt again. Devin Van in on the tackle.
The longest win streak in Carter Finley history, and back-to-back undefeated.
See the recipe for NC State. If they get in situations
at Carter Finley, could that have gone into it? The pressure of that?
Oh, for sure. They're going to bring the house and challenge this young BC offensive line and backs to protect Emmett Moorhead.
Makes no sense.
So you're going to have to find some sort of answer to that.
But none of these 3 games. Well, specifically the UNC game didn't make sense of why did we lose that game.
Danny Longman to punt again with Thayer Thomas back at his 40. Low kick bounces at the 45, takes a BC hop all the way toward the 30. So midway through the first, NC State's got the lead, and MJ Morris back at quarterback when we return. Back in Raleigh, it's an early hole for Boston College against NC State. Let's check in with Taylor.
Yeah, guys, down here on the BC sideline, Jeff Hapley and Tim Lukaboo talking with this defense about dialing up some pressure. And look, this BC defense is no stranger to the blitz, actually blitzing on 35% of pass plays this season. And they know against a true freshman quarterback like MJ Morris, he could be susceptible to some pressure and that blitz. All 6 of his sacks that he has taken this year have come when he's blitzed. So they were talking about it during that last break, want to give him a lot of different looks moving forward.
Yeah, they're quite honestly going to have to, because on that first one there was no pressure on MJ Morris and he was able to absolutely deliver some gems. So I'd expect him, like Taylor said, to try and do it while keeping him in the pocket, because he's got excellent ability once he gets out.
Long day, y'all.
Second
over
possession
6
for
hours
NC
and
State.
20 minutes
on that first drive. Gains of 23, 24, and 27. Demi Sumo, Carpe, one of the running backs. Good to see him healthy. Good gain
again,
on first down. You know, Tem Lukaboo, when we chatted with him yesterday, he remembers MJ Morris in high school. Remembers the moxie and the confidence, so you want to disrupt
Michael Allen,
kind
of said, look, there's some guys that you meet that just have it. Had a little bit something to him when he met him in high school.
Nowhere to go for Sumo Carpe.
Between
Steele, the sophomore will linebacker in on the stop. Loss of 2 brings up third down.
Who has apparently looked really impressive in camp. I mean, spring ball specifically.
It's a nice play by Steele.
You feel good. You feel fine.
Seeing the hole, filling it. Looks like we've got a player down.
You have a young running back that you feel really good in, Michael Allen, and you have a really, really young running back that you feel really good in. Kendrick Raphael looks really good as well.
Check on that.
Excited for them.
We come back to Raleigh.
Well, let me know, y'all. Again, definitely would love to hear y'all's thoughts as we continue to wrap up this final leg here. And
tough to see
that's the other thing too.
That's
the other thing too that blows my mind when people talk about how much of a blow Demi Sumo was. He was injured most of the year last year.
That's what he's favoring.
Which again, I mean,
it's a big
you can't necessarily blame it for him. Unfortunately, injuries happen. But I'm just saying that
his ability to do that.
Again, I mean, you still don't know necessarily what you have in him long term. When he's healthy, because he was injured most of the season.
First third down for the Pack, and it's the true freshman, Michael Allen.
Look at Michael
Allen.
Known
for his speed. He's run out by Bryce Steele.
This guy's going to be
first down and 16 yards for the rookie.
How about that more year on top speed option from Tim Beck on the offensive side. MJ Morris executes it perfectly, waits to the last minute, kicks it out to Michael Allen, a freshman who they're really excited
about. But you're not necessarily shocked.
Jay Morris here,
I mean,
just rhythm-wise.
he's going to be the third guy
certainly.
behind MJ.
The throws that he made on that first drive, that was a really mature way to handle the speed option on that drive.
I'm honestly surprised he even stayed for last year, to be truly honest
here. He's got the Pack into plus territory.
So, hey, I appreciate him doing that. And, hey, I want him to take that tape and go to
targeted there,
as many schools as he can. Honestly, I can't remember where he went. I'll have to look it up real quick. But whatever school he did go to,
Morris,
hey,
had all kinds of time in the pocket.
Couldn't be more
Taylor just talked
excited for you.
The sacks have come via blitzes.
Years that I wasn't even expecting.
So if you're Boston College, I would expect at
all the
some
power to you,
point
100%.
they sort of leave those guys in coverage on an island and send more than NC State can block.
And they do have veterans back there in the secondary for Tem Lukaboo. Allen on second down. Gets to the edge. Inside the 20. And Michael Allen bulldozes down to the 10-yard line on a gain of 36.
Good for him. Could not be more excited for him.
Watch the end man on the line of scrimmage.
It's even two behind
it's actually Bryce Steele that comes up from linebacker level that's supposed to have contained. He just gets caught too far inside.
I mean,
the speed of Michael Allen to get around the edge really shows you why they're excited about the
Thomas
freshman.
Blood flowing through
That's
his
one of those
veins.
where you have an unblocked defender right there at the line of scrimmage, and he should make the play. But the freshman is able to get the better of him.
Longest rush of the season for NC State. Morris keeps. Morris cuts. Morris is in for the touchdown.
MJ Morris carried the ball 19 times a week ago. They didn't want him to carry it this much, but look at Trent Penix out front. He scores a touchdown earlier and says, all right, I'll pay you back by throwing a block out front, and then MJ Morris gets in the end zone.
2:09 this time, so a couple of quick strike drives for NC State.
Just think about
Chris Dunn on for the extra point, 14 zip out of the chute.
You've had Phillip Rivers in state uniform. You've had Russell Wilson.
Early on in this game,
Mike Glennon.
Let's show the full arsenal of what MJ Morris can do. Zone read, pulls it, blocker out front, makes a man miss in space.
And then you go into Devin Leary.
Celebrate,
and then you go into Marion Armstrong. And then you go into MJ Morris.
We are certainly going to talk about and highlight
that's a heck of a lineup.
I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. There's a lot of game left to go, but we are seeing the emergence of a star in MJ
that has a more impressive resume.
He took the field last week here at home. The crowd was literally chanting his name, MJ Morris, before the first snap.
Yeah.
Life has changed for him.
Yes, it has. He had someone stop him on campus this week and ask him to take a picture, something that he was very excited about. but overall, when you talk about the development of a young freshman, you come in and you're wide-eyed in your first appearance, and in the second half of that Virginia Tech game, you win the game. Last week in a charged environment, really settled down and played well. I love how he's come out in this game. It feels like he's starting to get used to the moment walking on the field in charge of the offense.
Roddy Jones too humble to say that leaving the field pregame, he got stopped for a selfie as well. Donald Smith's kick is a touchback. Hey, coming up, the day is capped off by our ACC Network primetime matchup, Syracuse against number 23 Florida State up at the Dome in Central New York. Also available on the ESPN app. Dave O'Brien, Tim Hasselbeck, Kelsey Riggs, that great crew on the call for that one. Who do you like in that one? It's a Syracuse team in a slide right now.
Yeah, I like Florida State.
I'm so ready to be back.
The development of this football team over the last couple of years under Mike Norvell is one of the more impressive things in the league that we've seen. It's a team that takes care of business when they're supposed to. And I think there's only one game this year where you'd point to and say, Florida State let that one go. It was actually against the NC State WolfPack. But I like Florida State in that game, the way they're playing offensively and defensively, not giving up big plays and creating a ton of them.
Let's see what the status is of Garrett Schrader in that one for the Orange. Third drive for Boston College. They come out throwing. And Jalen Gill adjusts to the ball behind him, makes the grab for 8 yards and a positive gain on first down.
Moorhead didn't get Jalen Gill a choice. You're going to catch this football. I don't care if you're ready or not. Young athlete, sort of looking for answers on this team. And it's eerily similar where his team is right now and where NC State was in 2019 with all the injuries and young players that they're having to play.
Moorhead 3 for 3 so far. Second down and 2, back to the air. Another out pattern for Zay Flowers. Foot in the ground and Flowers out toward midfield. 15 yards.
I would take this 100% of the time it is available if you're Boston College. Condensed formation pushes the defensive back off. Then watch the cheer by Zay Flowers. When he tried to recover, he ended up doing a somersault.
Why is Eric Pittsburgh there?
Hey, and with that grab for Zay Flowers, he is now #1 all-time in career receiving yards at Boston College.
Congratulations to Zay Flowers. The career that he's put up has been incredible.
Moves past Alex Amadon. Pre-snap movement and a flag on the near side of the field.
Offense number 88. 5-yard penalty. It's still first down.
There's not a team in this conference that is better at anticipating the snap count than NC State. The number of times Tanner Ingle alone did it last week against Wake Forest,
that was nuts.
It was incredible.
I love it.
And it comes from having played these teams over and over and over for multiple years. You start to get a feel of the quarterbacks and the cadences.
And Ingle did that to a veteran Wake Forest team. Moorhead to the air and on the slant. The catch made. Jalen Gill hangs on to that. Took a big shot from Aiden White, 13 yards.
Great catch on the back end by Jalen Gill. Because of the front seven of NC State, I almost think you have to put it in Emmett Moorhead's hands.
Yeah, I mean,
because you're going to have to make plays on the perimeter. Zay Flowers is going to have to be the guy to carry you, but Jalen Gill, Joseph Griffin, those guys are going to have to make plays as well.
Everything so far has been right in front of them.
5 for 5 so far. Pressure coming, throws it again. Wanted Flowers. Third down and 2 as NC State brought heat.
But you have to live with that if you're Boston College. NC State's going to bring pressure from time to time. But watch Zay Flowers as he comes into the screen. I mean, he is wide open. And yes, the pressure gets to Emmett Moorhead, but if it's a step slower, that's a touchdown. Zay Flowers is hitting his head on the goalpost. So I like the play call from Boston College against pressure for NC State. I would expect pressure from NC State here too. Zay Flowers going to be lined up to the bottom of the screen.
Devin Boykin brought the heat that time on Moorhead. Pressure coming. BC runs it, and Garwo has nowhere to go. Josh has stood him up, and it's a loss of 1, and it's 4th down and 3.
And the numbers would probably tell you to go for it here. But the way the offense is playing, I don't know how much faith you have in them getting it.
I mean, you lost it.
The way your defense is playing, though, you're going to have to score points to get the Cincy State team. They're leaving the offense on the field.
Wow.
The question is, do you bring pressure or not?
I don't remember much.
I would anticipate it and find Zay Flowers if it's one-on-one coverage. You're going to get one-on-one, it looks like.
He's at the top of your screen in the formation. They need 3. Pressure comes. Moorhead lofts it, and Gill dives to make the catch. And a flag flies in on the hit from Cyrus Fagan. A deep shot on 4th down.
Remarkable pass right there.
I actually liked them taking a shot like that on 3rd down when you bring pressure, but what a throw by Emmett Moorhead. I mean, that is fantastic. See if they call targeting on that one. The hit was a little bit high.
It's already an NC State secondary that is playing without Tyler Baker-Williams. He's out with a foot injury today.
Personal foul, targeting, defense. The penalty is enforced, half the distance to the goal, automatic first down. The play is under further review.
All right, so this is a defenseless player, so you're just looking for forcible contact to the head or neck area.
No, get the heck out of here.
Going to be overturned off that look.
Are you kidding? Get out of here.
Kind of turns away from it. Yeah, there's no indicator there. There's no lowering of the head. There's no launch. He runs through him, which you're allowed to do, and his shoulder hits him in the chest. So I see where you would throw that penalty based on where the official was during the play, but I would expect this to be overturned. Cyrus Fagan be able to play
and let it be reviewed.
Be able to remain in the game.
No, I didn't know.
Cyrus Fagan himself is looking for a replay right now. Another look from this angle.
So the contact is to the chest. That's where the force comes in the contact. And when you are shoulder to shoulder with someone, your heads are going to be close. So you see the shoulder goes to the chest, the face mask hits him in the upper shoulder pad area. This is not targeting. This is why the review process was instituted. You have to confirm all aspects of it. And that's just not forcible contact to the head or neck area of a defenseless player.
So even if it's around the neck, you think he turns his head slightly to the right and that removes some of the forcible contact?
Yeah, you have to have an indicator of targeting, which would be a lowering of the shoulder, a leading with the forearm, a lowering of the head. He just kind of runs through his chest area, and there is some inadvertent contact.
No targeting.
Up near the neck area, but I think that's secondary to the force of it. That was in the chest.
And as we know and have said, all elements of a targeting foul must be confirmed by instant replay.
After further review, there is no foul for targeting. Number 4 may remain in the game. The play results in a first down.
You were all over it from the jump.
Yeah, I think the thing that we should be talking about on that play is that is one heck of a throw by Emmett Moorhead.
That's what I'm saying.
Down, where you have a slot fade, you have to put it
like that was an insane pass
in
right
the
there.
spot that Emmett Moorhead did. And with Drake Thomas bearing down on him again, it was a great rush by Drake Thomas. A nice route by Jalen Gill to beat Devin Boykin down the field and get Boston College in a situation where they've got a real chance to score. Nice job of Jeff Hafley, too, going for it and trusting his quarterback.
How about Jalen Gill on this drive? 3 catches, 49 yards. That was 28 right there on the 4th down.
What is the Tourette's that he's
wanted an
wearing?
explanation after the call was overturned. He gets it. BC driving inside the 20.
Tanner Ingles blitzing from the bottom.
10 in red, smacks Moorhead, prompts the incompletion on the throw to the freshman, Joe Griffin.
Watching Tanner Ingles is fun.
Sure is.
Especially, it's not 100%, but when he lines up as a press corner to the boundary, he is coming almost every time. Emmett Moorhead, he's going to need an ice bath. He's already been hit a ton here in the first quarter.
Moore shows pressure. 4-man rush. Moorhead toward the end zone for a touchdown. Zay Flowers, 17 yards out, and Boston College is on the board.
No scrub.
How do you stick with Zay Flowers?
You don't. You hope that you can get to the quarterback. But there was some confusion on NC State's defense. Watch the conversation going on between Tanner
I love the communication.
Derek
Pitts.
Pitts.
If there's anything you learn
Flowers
from Ray
comes
Lewis, one
across
of the
the screen,
all-time
crosses
greatest
the face
linebackers of all
of
time,
Pitts. Great
is that
throw by Emmett
communication
Moorhead.
is key. You got to talk as a defense. But
Connor
I would
Litton
say,
comes on and is
great
good
wide
on the
receiver,
extra point.
Great throw.
Gonna mix up. Davin Van is tangled up there with some Boston College players leaving the field. Boy, did Boston College need that after the way this started for NC State, the way MJ Morris looks. They went for it on that 4th down, and the deep shot led to the touchdown.
And Jalen Gill came up big. Plays made on the perimeter, but the route by Zay Flowers to stem up the field to not sell which way he was going.
Again, huge hats off to Zay Flowers, man, for continuing to stay loyal to the team.
He's been hit in this game. He has been blitzed from all over the place.
Even though there's no doubt he got offers from big
the
time
conversation with your offensive coordinators, hey, look,
a huge hats off to Zay Flowers, man.
Find 4 as much as you can.
He leads the league in targets. He might also lead the league
in
smiles.
He beat our what's to stay.
Which on a team that's struggling a little bit is always a welcome sign.
Liam Connor's kick is a touchback. So we got these young quarterbacks, and they're leading their offenses so far. NC State has looked good. They've piled up 156 yards of total offense already, and now Morris gets another crack at it.
And for the first time, they're coming out with a Boston College team that's got a little momentum after that score. But, I mean, MJ Morris, the throws that he has made early in this game, and then the running ability, which got him in the end zone. It's almost like if you're Tim Beck, which one do you want to go to now? Because you've kind of had everything available to you.
In the pistol, Jordan Houston through a seam on first down. And Houston tackled by Cole Batson on a good gain and a first down.
It's twice now on a mid-zone play. They've been able to cut it back up the middle and have a lot of success on the run. Jordan Houston was about a hair's breadth away from getting out in the open field and making it a foot rate to the end zone.
Already 116 rushing yards for NC State. First down, 4-man rush, and Morris tried to throw it into a tight window for the freshman Terrell Timmons. Elijah Jones,
that's a throw that he'll learn on.
I think MJ was caught up on that one. Probably should have worked off of that read to the back that was coming out of the backfield. It was a nice play by Jones, not committing pass interference, coming around, knocking the ball out.
Veteran corner, they need a big day from him. It's a secondary playing without the true freshman. Very good corner, Amari Jackson. He's out with a hamstring injury. Re-injured it last week in the loss to Duke. Houston left side. Nothing there. Cam Horsley, junior defensive tackle. He's had himself a nice season. Slow to get up, brings up third down.
96. Fights across the face of Grant Gibson. Nice job of not getting reached by the graduate senior of NC State. And here's where Boston College has to get off the field. Looks like it's going to be man-to-man on the back end.
Would you bring pressure?
I would, yeah. You try and disrupt MJ Morris. Don't let him just sit back there, pick his favorite matchup and go. But watch Jaden Woodby in the slot over Trent Penix, third from the bottom. That's a matchup that NC State really likes.
Penix 6 in red, the touchdown already. They bring pressure. Morris floats it. Right side and out of the reach.
Yeah, a lot of pressure there.
So the pressure came, and
Wasn't
NC
much
State
there.
will have to punt.
Porter Rooks mixed up his quarterback, went inside the defender when MJ Morris was expecting him to
definitely
fade
wasn't
that
a
to the
good
sideline.
pass there.
How about Boston College? There was an early onslaught. They sort of steadied themselves.
pressure,
got
not
a
much
touchdown
there.
on one end, now a stop, and they've got an opportunity to get back in the game.
First punt for NC State. Returns to Caden Nooncaster, redshirt freshman walk-on, who has snatched the job from the veteran transfer Shane McDonough. And he lets out a booming kick that sends Jalen Gill back to his 10-yard line. 55 yards from Nooncaster. Hey, coming up later, the ACC Huddle crew will be back with highlights and complete breakdowns of all the afternoon games, and they'll get you ready for Florida State and Syracuse at 8 right here on ACC Network. Then after the game, a full post-game show to wrap up the night.
3 more quarters after that, y'all.
3
more.
Hey, we got Eddie Royal on the graphic.
About
we
time.
added another face. Nice job, team. We got Eddie in there.
5 wide on the
5
graphic.
wide on the graphic. Squeezing him in there just like at the table. I love it.
I hope they are eating well in central New York.
I'm sure they are. Some dinos barbecue, dinosaur barbecue.
I like it.
Got to get some dinos.
Tough field position for Boston College after the great punt. BC had a lot of this against Duke offensively last week. They go to the air. It's
Just a
complete
bunch
to
of
the
short
Notre Dame
curl
transfer
route.
tight end George Takis.
And most of the
10
damage
pass
by Boston
attempts
College
already
so
for
far.
Moorhead. Threw it 45 times last week. Are you going over or under?
It's a great question. 10 were not out of the first quarter. I'm going to go under, but not by much. Just going that based on projection. 10 a quarter, that gets me to 40. So I'm going to go under, slightly.
With 30 seconds to go in this opening quarter. Big drive here for the Eagles. Second down and 5.
Nada.
Room to the left side for a couple of
0.
yards.
Nada.
Davin Van in on another tackle for NC State. It's third down.
I like that BC is going to stay committed to making NC State respect the run. You never know, you may pop one of them every once in a while.
I love
giving
the play by
quote-unquote playoff from time to time isn't a bad
The first quarter.
All right, y'all.
End of the first quarter, and NC State's
That being
got
said,
the
we're going to take a
14-7 lead.
very short break here, real quick. And we will be right back here within a minute at the most. We'll see y'all soon. All right, y'all, we are back and ready to go here. 3 more quarters to go in this WolfPack Aim for Soft People Challenge. Let's get it done. Here we go.
On Boston College, 16 straight home wins for the WolfPack at Carter Finley. There has not been a longer streak in program history.
There ain't no doubt. This is tough. Tough to get through, but we're almost done. 3 more quarters. Let's go. Let's break it down. Let's look at the positive, where we're going to be, and let's just do this thing. Here we go.
Jordan, big third down here, and Emmett Moorhead completes the pass
really got the
to
offensive
Jalen
line
Gill.
literally
Now there is a
backing
flag
into
down
him, and he still
on the far
completed that
side of
pass.
the field. Would be a 12-yard gain as we start this second quarter.
Illegal motion. Offense, number 1.
Even with that
5-yard penalty. Repeat third down.
And it takes away a heck of a play
Yeah.
by him at Moorhead. I mean, he's off platform, having to fade away from a blitz by Isaiah Moore, and makes a great throw to Jalen Gill, but movement by the receiver takes it away. So now 3rd and long. You've been in situations where NC State has dropped 8. I don't know if they bring pressure here. There's been a lot of it on him at Moorhead. You got guys creeping around there.
Thomas comes. Wilson does as well, and the pass incomplete.
Oh man, that was big
Too hot for Gill. Jakeem Harris was there in coverage. 4th down and 9.
That was made by the coverage on the back end. But watch the protection. I mean, as soon as the back stays in, Peyton Wilson's going to come. But Drake Thomas and the pressure that he has caused on him at Moorhead has been impressive so far in this one.
Feels like you see 32 running free on pretty much every play.
Well, look, if I can get on my soapbox about Drake Thomas, he may be the best defensive player in the league. I mean, he is a fantastic linebacker. He can do everything on the field. He should be in the running for Player of the Year in the conference.
3rd punt already for Boston College, and Longman gets it away toward midfield. And Drake's brother Thayer Thomas with a fair catch on a 40-yard punt. 1st minute, 2nd quarter. Pack leading back on offense after this. For Devin Leary back here in
Look
Raleigh,
at Demi
of course,
and
the
Devin Leary right
Pack
beside each
suffered
other,
on this
man.
field against Florida State.
The now
MJ
Kentucky
Moore says
Wildcats.
he's been like a big brother to me, passing on all his wisdom as the true freshman's been starting.
Such a leader for this team on the offensive side of the ball. And an incredible player. Obviously, there's going to be questions about his future. It's good to see him out of the sling. We saw him yesterday, and he has arm in a sling. He's not wearing that sling today. But you just hurt for him because he's had 2 seasons robbed by injury. And now his job is to help shepherd this young freshman.
Best starting field position for Morris and the Wolfpack. And Michael Allen with a good gain on 1st down. Let's go down to Taylor.
Yeah, guys, we've documented that today is senior day, and obviously this group of seniors have laid the foundation for this program. And Senator Grant Gibson actually told me if we had not done that, if we didn't have this foundation and we lost a guy like Devin Leary, our season probably would have crumbled. He said it's because of the veteran leadership and the work that's been poured in for years that we have been able to rally around even the toughest of injuries.
I mean, the names just kept coming out and out during the senior day ceremonies. 30-plus seniors. Got quite the foundation indeed. Allen's got a 1st down. Wolfpack in plus territory. Cole Batson, the redshirt freshman safety, another tackle.
Cole Batson is an impressive-looking young player. Stands 6'4", he's about 190 pounds right now. I mean, at some point, he's going to be up in that 205, 210 range. He is a fantastic tackler, and as he continues to learn, I think he could be a heck of a player for Boston College.
1st down, Morris, quick throw. That's caught by Darrell Jones. You made this point earlier that, to Taylor's point, the foundation of a losing season can spur you years later when the youngsters become vets.
Yeah, and Boston College is hoping that that's the case. There's so many parallels with the way Jeff Hafley was talking about this team to the way Dave Doeren was talking about his team in 2019. All the injuries that they had derailed a season that was going to be a season of growth anyway, but you hope that it pays dividends down the line, which is why you can see the excitement for some of these young players.
Chibuzi Adewuka drags down Michael Allen. It's a loss on the play, and it brings up 3rd down.
Mentioned that the comfort that MJ Morris has with Thayer Thomas. This is where you'd expect to see it. Thayer Thomas is going to be 2nd from the top. Has caught 18 passes the last 2 games. By far, MJ Morris' favorite target.
Well, and
on 3rd down and 8 from the 37.
Or Finley or whoever.
Option again. Allen left side, and he's run out of bounds on a great tackle. Bryce Steele strings it out. Loss of 1, and the BC defense comes up big. 4th down.
Well played by BC's defense, making this thing go horizontal. Steele scraping over the top.
The number 3 was right there.
Track down the running back out in the backfield, and NC State is going to attempt. They're not going to attempt a field goal. They're going to go ahead and punt it. Might be a situation where you take a delay of game, see if you can back up 5 yards.
We've got Caden Newcaster, the punter, out from the 38. So it would be 55 yards if they wanted to test the limits of the excellent Chris Dunn. But nose down for Newcaster. Tries to spin it toward the goal line, and Thayer Thomas couldn't keep it out. Boston College back with it, down a touchdown when we return. Year for Dave Doeren. We told you 16 straight home wins for this program, tied for the program record set between 1972 and 75 when Lou Holtz was the head coach. One of the longest active streaks in the country. Look back in the 70s. That streak started in 1972 with a win over Syracuse. And it was a freshman QB for the WolfPack who got it started, Dave Bucky. There you go. Now they got a freshman QB here, trying to set the record all alone here at Carter Finley Stadium.
Yeah, I'm just not talking about that.
Doeren has had here, and what he's built, I honestly think it's one of the most underappreciated coaching jobs in the league. He has turned NC State into a team where every year we walk in and they're one of the top 3 teams in the Atlantic with one small blip on the radar. But the guys that he's developed, the draft picks, and the way that this program has operated has been impressive.
They're on defense here,
nice.
And they stack up Pat Garwo. Peyton Wilson in on the tackle along with Brandon Cleveland.
So much of this offense is going to be based on what happens on first down. Peyton Wilson, I mean, these guys have just seen so much over the course of their time here. Peyton Wilson, the career that he has had, coming through a couple of different injuries. It's been an impressive part of this NC State team. The number of guys that have had to overcome adversity.
Yeah, so many on that roster and on that side of the ball. After a loss of 3. Moorhead on play action. On the check down, Garwo is smacked. Aiden White, the corner, brings up 3rd down, a guy having a fantastic season.
Tied for 8th in the country in interceptions with 4, had 1 last week. And it's a good decision by Emmett Moorhead. He wanted Zay Flowers, good protection, dumps it off. Just lives to fight another day on that one. Now on 3rd and long. Can you find something? I almost think you try and find a one-on-one matchup, throw it down the field, see if you can make something happen.
Feels a lot like the first few drives for Boston College where it was 3rd and long facing the Eagles. I haven't seen Joe Griffin targeted yet. 2 and White, the freshman. Moorhead steps up. Rifles down the middle and broken up by Tanner Engel. Moorhead wanted Jalen Gill. Engel wanted an INT.
Engel with that right hand wrapped up. He batted it down with that hand. CJ Clark walking off the field a little gingerly, but that time the twist by the defensive line speeds up the process of Emmett Moorhead, forces him to make a decision based on faith and anticipation and not what he's seeing. Tanner Engel with a great break on the ball knocks it down.
He's got a lot of different looks to worry about from Tony Gibson's defense.
He has, and even if they don't blitz more than 4, the twists and stunts can still bother your offensive line enough to speed up the quarterback's decision-making process.
Well, the referee stepped in there before the snap. The play clock kept rolling, so Jeff Hafley has to take a timeout here.
Media timeout.
With just under 10 to go in this 2nd quarter. Dave Doeren's WolfPack in front. NC State defensive coordinator Tony Gibson dials up another 3 and out.
Tony Gibson
said this week, I don't think Tony Gibson
top
gets
5
enough
greatest
credit.
as a coordinator currently in college football.
His defenses have consistently been excellent.
You have him locked in.
With the uniqueness of this defense, the 3-3-5 that he runs, I'm not sure anybody runs it as well as he does in the style that he does it, funneling everything to those excellent
awesome
linebackers.
To have. It's awesome to
Brought
know.
back 10 starters this year, and the 3-3-5 has been one of the best defenses in the country for the WolfPack. Danny Longman, another punt. It's a good one. Thayer Thomas retreats inside his 30. And Thayer Thomas brought down after a few yards on a 54-yard punt. So what have you seen from this BC defense the last few times against the Wolfpack offense?
I think they've done a nice job of not giving the easy throws down the field that MJ Morris was able to complete and creating some negative plays. When NC State's been good, it's been pop-up play in the run game, be able to throw the ball down the field and create some chunk plays. As long as BC doesn't allow that, but I think they should be okay defensively.
First down for MJ Morris. Auto rollout. Thomas. First down. Eli Jones on the tackle, 18 yards.
All right, was this team a loss?
I like that play call by Tim Beck. Get MJ Morris on the perimeter.
We'll find out. But I mean, defense
give
so
him
far
an easy throw on first down.
Solid again.
Now on the ground with Houston.
I think that's been
one
that
cut.
was
Barrels into Jaden Woodby.
And
7 yards for Jordan Houston.
Brendan don't break
That zone play has been really good for NC State so far. An NC State
one
team
drive of Boston
that has struggled to run the ball this year.
They had some kind of deep, long.
This team that's 11th in the conference in yards per carry. They were 11th last year as well.
I'm interested to see what happens with this drive right
this
here.
game, they found some success running that zone play.
Coming into today, their longest rush of the season was 24 yards. They've done that at least twice already in this one. Morris on
That's a
slant,
PI.
incomplete. 3 flags come flying in. Elijah Jones.
We'll find that out there.
Jones.
If I had a flag up here, I'd have been throwing it too.
Warm up the wing.
Exactly.
2.5 more
Moments
quarters
like
to go,
that.
and we're done.
Timothy Hedgepeth, our referee.
Pass interference. Defense
Almost
number 40.
7 hours.
Automatic first down at the spot of the foul.
The other thing about this Boston College defense, they struggled last week against Duke, and Tem Lukabu, the defensive coordinator, said the defensive line in particular was looking for a bounce back.
The defensive line has been really good at times, and Elijah Jones, when Daryl Jones tried to cross his face, just kind of grabbed him, causing the pass interference.
Thayer Thomas, back for Morris, throws it up the sideline for Penix. Ball popped out at the end. Penix took a shot from Jaden Woodby. 25 yards on the trick
I would
play.
say that definitely hurts. After this play, that Trent Penix not for the game, that hurts. He's a heck of a playmaker.
You see Trent Penix get up. But how about this play call? Jordan Houston to Thayer Thomas, who might throw the ball himself. Back to MJ Morris. What a throw, just over the head of Jaden Woodby. Penix able to get down the field. He's been so banged up this season. You see him playing with the brace on his shoulder. I'm upset as he comes off the field, favoring, looks like that left side.
It's the second time he's been a little bit shaken up already in this first half. Week 1, it was the fractured shoulder blade.
What happens here?
For Penix. He's got catches of 27 and 26 in this one, and now a flag before 1st and goal.
Charge timeout. NC State. They're first of the half.
So they did get the timeout first with 8:03 left here in the second.
Crowd was a little upset. There was some back and forth between the BC defensive line, the offensive line of NC State. I remember watching the middle of your screen after the snap. A little bit of hands to the face. Well, after that, there was a little bit of a flop by Grant Gibson immediately after that.
Dude, Grant Gibson literally
Chris
deserved
Banks
it.
right over him, yeah, and then there was a little bit of like disengage, like a little shove to the face. Grant Gibson sold it very well. Actually, we're seeing the replay on the.
He's got a little smile too.
Somehow we don't score a touchdown here.
Watching the middle of your screen, Banks got a little shove. Oh, oh! I've been hit. I'm going down.
Give me that for some reason.
There it is again. Oh my goodness! Oh my head! Help me! Someone help me!
Down goes Gibson.
Down goes Gibson.
You know what? He is one of the great guys in college football.
He really is. He really
And
is.
keep in mind,
I think I'd give him a yellow
another
card
thing
for
I say about
simulation
this
on that one.
that guy came in as a defensive tackle and ended up
he
as
sold
one
it
of
well.
the top 5.
First down and goal.
defenders.
Morris rolls. Watts Jones. There's a flag down. Jaden Woodby takes down Morris at the 3-yard line.
I mean, so far
offense number 47, 10-yard penalty, repeat first down.
Freshman tight end Seth Sebro.
I mean, if I remember correctly, the defense
Cincy
is
State
on
offense.
for a good amount of this game. So to give
Been
up
able to get
21
the chunk
points,
plays, but not kind of shooting itself in the foot. Watch the edge of your screen.
And because
Sebro
I mean,
grabbing the shoulder.
Boston College's quarterback has made some great plays so far. And keep in mind that once again they had a
BC down the field though, not giving MJ Morris anywhere to throw the football.
An NFL draft and Zay Flowers that they had to deal with this whole game. So
now Morris will
it's
have
hard
to
to put
operate
anybody except for the offense.
from
but I
the
would say that
14-yard line
Avatar was in this
on
game.
first down and goal.
Grant Penix, after that play, gets knocked out for the rest of the
Two-back
game.
look beside Morris, who keeps it. And Morris tumbles down to the 5-yard line, using his legs for 9 yards. Cole Batson on the tackle for the Eagles.
It's a good job by Batson on the back end. He's the only guy there. Everybody else was fooled. Good read by MJ Morris. He was funny talking about some of the hits that he's taken since he's been in the game. The hits are a little bit different at the college level, is what he said. And yeah, those guys, some of these guys are 6'4", 200 pounds, trying to take your head off.
He wants to go quickly here. On a rollout, under pressure. Morris stays alive and just gets rid of it. Smartly out of the corner of the end zone. Neto Akpala brought the heat.
There was a throw into the end zone that I think a less mature quarterback may have tried, but that was a very wise decision by Morris to throw it out of bounds. It's one of those that Tim Beck's going to go back and look at the film with him and say, hey, look, these are the decisions that are winning football plays instead of trying to force it.
And it has happened quickly for him. And again, this is just his second career start. Penix back in. He's in motion ahead of third down and goal from the 5. Quick trigger. Houston tumbles down inside the 1. Cam Arnold prevented the touchdown, and now it's fourth down and goal.
And you can almost feel the fans. They're all cheering to leave the offense on the field and go for it on fourth down. Dave Doeren is all about it. The thing though, Mike, you have a freshman quarterback, so I don't think you're getting under center in this situation, although he's had time now to practice it. Nope, they're going to be in the shotgun.
Houston split out
trouble
wide.
getting lined up.
On fourth down, quarterback draw, and Mortis is stacked up. Boston College stands its ground. Vinny DePalma in on the tackle, and a turnover on downs.
Hate it. And you're putting it primarily in a freshman quarterback to get the freshman for you.
Vinny DePalma is one of those guys that's seen multiple presidential administrations at this Boston College team.
You got to give options.
He was in there. Couldn't see who the first guy to get there was. He was Neto Akpala. Doing a nice job there on the edge to stack up MJ Morris on a fourth down.
And now Grant Gibson is down for real. Oh man, and slow to get up. We will check on Grant Gibson, the veteran center, when we come back to Raleigh.
I would say it's a couple things, James. I would say first of all, play calling really hurt us. That play right there, that hurt us. And also because of the fact that we lost
Grant Gibson just now walked into the injury tent. Looked like he got rolled up on.
Yeah, it did.
I agree, Daniel.
The good news is that he walked off, and as he walked further and further, the gate looked better and better. You can see clearly very emotional. Devin Leary patting him on the back.
Quarterback, your second
able to come back in the game.
And now flags fly, multiple of them on the near side.
False start.
Starting quarterback, your starting center, your
number
starting
67.
hurt.
Penalty is enforced half the distance to the goal. It's still first down.
I can't help to say again.
It's on the right tackle, Jack Conley.
And this is the place of the field where on offense it's almost an automatically go on 2 or on 3, try and draw the defense offside, because if you jump, it costs you 6 inches. If they jump, you get 5 yards. It's a pretty good deal.
And even with the 6 inches, Jeff Hafley displeased, shaking his head over on the sideline. So now 99 yards in front of Emmett Moorhead. And Broom trying to get out of the end zone with 2 more flags in, perhaps a face mask on the run.
Thank you, I appreciate you.
Personal foul, face mask, defense number 10. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Is that better, Daniel? Is that better? No.
How about that for breathing room for Boston College? Tanner Ingle with the face mask coming from the right side of your screen. Yeah, clearly grabs the face mask of Broom, and that's a sigh of relief for BC on the offensive side of the ball.
Is that good, Daniel? Let me know in the comments, bro.
And Shaheem Battle was also a little bit slow to get up.
Lower?
For
That sounded terrible.
We would appreciate a closed microphone the next time Timothy blows his whistle.
Or a warning.
All right, I think that's a little lower. Oops.
Pressure coming on Moorhead. Incomplete for Joe Griffin. Derek Pitts in coverage.
That understanding of Pitts, of how Boston College has operated on first down and what their answer is to the route was high level. He knows that Tanner Ingle's coming from the third level. He knows that Boston College doesn't have enough to block him. So he sits on a shallow, out-breaking route, causes the incompletion.
Moorhead got off to the fast start. Now he's 9 of 14. Little pop pass for Zay
Lowered it down
Flowers,
pretty
well
low
defended.
now.
Flag comes in at the end of it. Davin Van strung it out for NC State defensively.
All right. Should be good now. Should be good. Yeah. Lower down significantly from what it was.
Boston College. I think NC State wants to decline it.
Holding, offense number 67.
Thanks, James. Appreciate you.
Declined. It's third down.
Conley again.
Only reason you would accept that penalty is to play the field
Once
position
again,
game.
gotta say it.
Creates a
We did not have any business losing any of these 3 games. Specifically the first and third
is for
one.
Moorhead, if you have to
Second one, you lose it.
Can you find a route? Do you have a route design that's going to allow for a catch and run?
This game, we were highly
Flowers
favored.
is going to be to the
First
top of the
game,
screen.
we controlled the main portion of that game.
BC wanted to be conservative in these spots.
We had the way better
Five-man
quarterback.
rush. Pressure on Moorhead, and down
Woo!
he goes.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. That's
Travali
defense right
Price
there, baby.
and Peyton
Let's
Wilson
go.
with the sack and a loss of 6.
God, defense is
Some sacks are created by scheme and some are by pure effort. And Travali Price splits the tackle in the guard. And then Peyton Wilson comes across just to make sure
Had a baby, Peyton.
that Moorhead is
I'm telling you, I'm fully expecting Peyton Wilson to
It's
have
a
a
great combo by
top
those 2
3
guys, but a really nice rush by
round
Travali Price.
A guy who is
linebacker.
stepping into a bigger role because
Kind
Savion
of
Jackson
is
is
next
out
year.
for the year with knee surgery. Suffered the injury up at the JMA Wireless Dome in Syracuse. There, Thomas with a fair catch.
Good seeing you
right
there,
at
Daniel.
the
It was
50.
great meeting you and the
Our
family there.
Sunday
Sure.
best this week features the volleyball matchup between
Yeah, this is
Syracuse
definitely
and
a
Boston
tough
College.
loss,
back in
especially because
Chesterfield,
right before this,
Massachusetts.
get the
Coverage
whole
starts at noon Eastern, right
senior
here on
day
the
shout out
ECC
thing
network
where we put
and the
the table
ESPN app.
by the tunnel that goes
Crossover
underneath
season. We got all sorts of sports going on at
Trinity.
this time of the year in the middle of November.
Where
My
you
head is
had
spinning. Like
the
it's
big side of video
championship
camera
time
roll.
for sports
Give a
like
shout out.
volleyball and soccer.
And it was
Football's
nothing
getting
frustrating to
into the
lose
home
this game.
stretch.
for sure.
Basketball starting.
No reason.
Like
we should
somebody
have
had to
lost
tell me that earlier this week.
So
We got Dallin Cuff working like 4 different sports at once.
We've got sports being played
All right,
with
let's see.
aircraft carriers.
It's mayhem.
once again, we're starting on the Boston College side of the
On
field.
first down, it's a run to the left
We got a
side.
couple.
Edwin Kalenge, and on the stop, Michael Allen, the ball carrier.
But so far, James, to answer your question in terms of what
Those
reasoning
big,
is, I would say so far,
Dylan
injuries
McMahon
and play calling
slides over to
primarily.
the center position.
And youth.
Keep you updated on
But
Grant
that comes with the
Gibson's
injuries part. So
status, but McMahon.
I'll just keep it simple, saying
now at center.
injuries.
And Anthony
play
Carter
calling.
has come in McMahon's spot at right guard. Second down at 8. Morris
Great
finds
pass.
Keon Lassine
Beautiful pass.
to the 35-yard line. A dozen yards.
I mean,
Josh
so far,
DeBerry on the tackle.
from what I've seen so far, we've had 2 opportunities in a
is
row
the
where we've
sturdy
been in
Keon
less
Lassine, his first
territory
round.
in Boston College's side of the field.
About to throw them
That
MJ
first
Morris,
thing we did
right
take
between the
advantage
1
of.
and the
Come on,
5.
this one right here, we got to take advantage
Keon
of it.
Lassane boxing out, using all that God has gifted him down below to box out on the defensive back and catch that one.
Low snap from McMahon. Morris handled it. And under pressure, Morris floats it. Just out
Pressure.
of the reach of Cole Batson.
which once again,
Jones in the vicinity. We've got 2 flags
yeah.
there.
Well, and Daniel, I mean, I understand what you're saying. That at the end of the day, it's still a next man up mentality. I completely understand what you're saying about that. But still, losing a running back, losing your top wide receiver, your top offensive lineman, and your top quarterback, eventually it's going to make an impact.
MJ Morris. Ooh, it's a low hit on a quarterback.
Yeah. So
A little slow for the quarterback getting up there.
I do understand what you're saying. And again, not making excuses. Just calling it like it is. Still shouldn't have lost this game. I 100% agree with you on that. But losing those 4 main pieces to your offense and losing Trent Penix
It's been a laundry fest.
early in this game, yeah, I mean, it's going to make an impact.
All over the place.
And obviously
and
did.
After the start that we had to this game, NC State scoring on its first 2 drives.
Fully agree.
Boston College responded.
Fully agree.
Sort of settled
And
into a
I'm just talking
defensive
from the
battle.
ones I've seen so far. And the ones I've seen so far, the first one we just saw recently, play calling. Play calling was terrible.
And not letting these young quarterbacks have throws, especially the easy throws. All the throws have seemed to be contested as we've gotten into this one.
Again, both
But let's see what
quarterbacks
happens
in
on
their
this drive
second
next.
career collegiate starts. MJ Morris for NC State, Emmett Moorhead for Boston College, who is showing pressure on Morris here. Michael Allen on the ground. Gets toward the 35.
Agree, James. And again, the other thing which I'll say again, we still have plenty of this game left to watch. But from what I remember, Zay Flowers had a heck of a game. And even in that first touchdown that we saw, I mean, to me, from what I remember, it was a career game from Zay Flowers. And it was a great effort from Moorhead, a college backup quarterback. So, again, not making excuses whatsoever. 100% should not have lost the game. I'm just talking from what I remember and what I've seen so far. But again, we'll see what happens here.
Deep shot.
See, again, that's an experience and luck.
I don't think I'm going to agree with this.
Yeah, I don't agree with this call. I agree with them. The ball literally landed 20 yards downfield. Yeah, I agree, Daniel. I think it's going to be a great season. Looking forward to it.
Nickelback who has moved outside the corner without Amari Jackson, as you said.
But yeah, we'll calm down this game as we go. But thank you, Daniel. Thank you, James. Appreciate you both turning in. Appreciate y'all.
Number 21. 15-yard
Heck of a challenge so far. Over 7 hours and 10 minutes. Been a doozy. And we still got 2 and some change quarters left.
At the bottom, he's planting to try and come back to a route down the stem, and Thayer Thomas just runs into him. I don't agree with that call. I see.
I understand the call. I understand the call.
And throw the flag, but Josh DeBerry has.
I'm not necessarily saying, oh, that's easy. That's an easy call. That's borderline.
And Morris kept it himself.
See, I would say there. Play calling maybe, but just there was just nothing there. Nothing.
With a couple of bionic elbows.
Maybe they read it. It seemed like it was a combination. They read it perfectly, and not enough blocking.
It's almost like this guy has been banged up everywhere, and he's held together by duct tape and sheer will.
Tim Lukabu said it's a 90-year-old body. And look at Valdez again.
Yeah, I know, Daniel. My wife is at a bachelorette trip in Jacksonville, Florida, so she ain't watching the game right now. I'm here doing this. So, James, how did Tim Beck get a promotion? So it's a funny thing you say that, James. So I think we can all agree that it was a foregone conclusion that it was not a matter of if, but when Tim Beck was going to be told he is no longer the offensive coordinator at NC State. And I think, honestly, the Coastal Carolina position was just like, okay, cool. So we don't necessarily have to say that we fired Tim Beck. But what we can say is that he moved on to another opportunity. But in all actuality, he was gone. Well, Daniel, Coastal is a promotion because he got a head coaching position instead of offensive coordinator position. So, but I understand what you're saying. But, yeah, no, but how did he get a promotion?
It's a nice call by Tim Beck.
I would say it's a combination of.
In your stomach, if you're.
I would say it's mostly his resume as offensive coordinator, coach being an offensive coordinator at Ohio State, being an offensive coordinator at Texas, and then being an offensive coordinator at NC State. I would say that's how he really got it.
Mid-season All-American Dave Doeren said this week in no uncertain terms.
Listen, hey, to each his own, Daniel, for sure. But yeah, no, I mean.
Remains perfect.
I mean, Coastal Carolina again has been a top 25 team for a couple years in a row now. I mean, they're no slouch. You know, They're no slouch football program over the last few years.
He's not the only guy that's been perfect on the season in terms of field goals.
And because again, I mean, like when we beat Liberty back in 2020, we were the only team to beat Liberty. Even Coastal Carolina with Brown's top 25 team. They couldn't beat Liberty. So yeah, every school hates Beck. Nobody regrets losing him.
Kickers, you still are relegated to not being talked
about
most of the time, unless you can do what Chris Dunn's done. He is.
I would say that
this season won them games.
Again, hindsight's 2020. But at the time, you're saying, okay.
Heated on the sideline, perhaps, with that pass interference call.
He should be heated about the pass interference call. That was
at the time,
hey, coming up at halftime, we'll
you look at a guy who was an offensive coordinator for two of the preeminent college football programs in the country, Texas and Ohio State, and you say, hey, listen, I'll be more than happy if you do what you did there here and be a 75, 80% percentile offensive coordinator of the country. But unfortunately, we grew past that where we needed even better than that. We needed better than that. Again, we went into the season being a top 10, top 15, team in the country with college football playoff aspirations, and we needed more than that. And it all started with ECU. ECU was just
MJ Morris came over to the sideline and he was having his right hand looked at by trainers. He seems fine. He's been on the phone with the coaches in the booth and is good to go. But
let's see how this quarter ends out. But definitely so far, it's been very anticlimactic for sure.
They told us in meetings this week it's about finding a balance, encouraging them to go with their instincts and not play scared, but also be careful knowing they are limited at that position.
And for Boston College, Taylor, that has been a big story all season, whether it's Moorhead or before that, Phil Jarkel.
Yeah, it sure has, because of all the shuffles around them, not trying to do too much.
Moorhead to the air on first down from the 25. He throws a dart to the sideline to Zay Flowers, 16 yards out to the 41.
The clock will start on my signal.
Boston College coming out slinging. Trying to get points before half.
And again, I mean, to each his own, Daniel, for sure. I mean, I completely understand what you're saying. No doubt about it. So, at the end of the day, he was not going to be the offensive coordinator for 2023 French State anyway. So, at the worst, it gave French State an excuse to say, hey, congratulations, Coach Beck. Good luck to you. Appreciate all you've done. Have a great rest of your, best of luck to you in your future. So, I would say no matter what, no matter if you or anybody else use it as a promotion, hey, for NC State perspective, you're saying, hey, that just means instead of us having to say, we're going to fire you and let you go, it's, hey, congratulations, Coach. I appreciate you. Thanks for all you've done. Best of luck to you at Coastal Carolina. So, that's all that really matters to us. So.
Because they had a mutual friend, quarterback trainer. They kept sending videos around into Boston College, and Jeff Hafley said to us last night, they took a little bit of a chance on him. A guy with a ton of talent. You saw it last year. It jumped out at you on the field.
Woo. The ball explodes out of his hand. He's got a compact delivery. He's 6'5". So he looks the part.
Daniel, don't worry. We'll definitely be doing some 2023 season previews for sure. But it's tough to go against Vegas, who has us again at 6.5 to 5.5.
And with his legs, he slides down.
Yeah, I feel like that whole season, the quarterback contains killed us. That we would lose contains specifically against ECU a couple of times, and they would make us pay. And that one right there, getting 20 yards when we should have on-tacked them, it hurts.
Still a minute to go until halftime.
But
it's a check down for Pat Garwo. Escapes Peyton Wilson.
I think that
wrangles him down
at the very least, 6 and 6. They had us at 6. Plus, they had our win total as over or under 6.5. So, meaning that they basically had us going at 6.5 wins and 5.5 losses, basically. Now, basically, it's up to you as the bettor to figure out if you want to bet over that or under that. For us to go 7-5 or better, or 6 or under. And I agree with you. I think that the floor for this team is 6 and 6. I think that I'm saying that more of that not getting to a bowl game with this roster is unacceptable. So
let's go to Taylor.
Now, I do understand this is definitely a tough schedule. I mean, again, facing Notre Dame, Louisville, Miami, Clemson, UNC, all at home. Tough schedule, no doubt. But I'm still sitting here saying, if you give me 75 to 80% of 2021 Brandon Armstrong and I, with the options and the weapons that we have on the offense side, and if we can stay healthy, that's been the biggest thing that's hurt us over the last few years is health. You gotta stay healthy. If you can stay healthy, the sky's the limit, especially that second game of the year in Notre Dame.
Left side, and it's intercepted. Cyrus Fagan picks it up.
No worries, Daniel. Yeah, no, sorry. Just was more maybe even clarifying too for like James or whoever else was listening as well. So sorry about that. Yeah, no. But yeah, especially again that first game, their second game of the year in Notre Dame.
Great blitz pickup.
I think that there's going to be a lot of hype and excitement for that game. That I think Notre Dame will be decent favorites heading to that game, but I think it's going to be a really close game. I think it's going to be a heck of a game. Oh yeah, no. I 100% will not say that defense is a problem in this game. So it basically comes down to play calling, injuries, execution. Those are really the main areas. Because it wasn't special teams. We know that. You know Chris Dunn was locked in.
So a turnover inside of a minute to go until halftime. Houston on the ground. We had just talked about the composure and the poise and the lack of interceptions from both these young quarterbacks.
Yeah, and you're late in the half, so you're going to have to take a chance at some point, but that didn't have to be
Long day.
You know, you're moving up in the pocket. You just avoided a sack earlier.
Well, it's definitely supremely frustrating that we were up 17-7 at halftime and still lost this game. Very frustrating.
Got to make sure that safety isn't cheating over. There was only one deep route. Cyrus Fagan read it well and got the pick.
So this game got off to a fast start. Touchdown drives on both sides to get it going.
All righty, y'all. We are 10 quarters through. 3 quarters to go.
A long touchdown drive as well. But a slower pace.
And it's the thing out strong.
NC State did make it a 2-score game with the Chris Dunn field goal. And the lead is 17-7 for the WolfPack here at halftime. Let's go down to Taylor.
Thanks, guys. All right, Coach, we've got a battle of 2 young quarterbacks out here. Your defense with a big interception to close the half. How are they putting pressure on Moorhead?
Well, the D-line and the linebackers early got to him, you know, and then as the game's gone on, we've gotten a little tired in our pass rush. We missed some sacks there in that 2-minute drive. So just got to finish plays.
A new school record, 17 consecutive home wins is potential here tonight. What do you need to do in the second half to make history?
We just got to finish plays. You execute, you know. You go out there and play football the way we're supposed to. Finish drives. We get stuffed on the 1-yard line. Like, we can't do that. We got to finish with points.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Big 4th down stop for Boston College, backed up toward the end zone. So 17-7 is the halftime lead. NC State ranks 16th in the country.
2 quarters left.
Coming up, the guys are out in Syracuse. Jordan Cornette leading the 5-man.
A heavy package makes him
a little deflating. He said, I feel MJ Morris off rhythm toward the end of the half. He said, of course, when you start a game and they're scoring on their first 2 drives, it's a little
yeah,
deflating.
no, we didn't finish,
like
but again,
let's
finish watching this thing, see how it goes.
It just took a little longer than we wanted. Now, offensively, he does want to establish a run game. He said that's the best case scenario for Emmett Moorhead to settle in and get that pass game going off the run game.
Yeah, Taylor, just 2 rush yards the entire first half for Boston College. There has not been a lot doing on the ground. Morris to throw on the rollout in the direction of Penix.
So yeah, I truly do believe that just the pressure, and I think Boston College really made great adjustments, you know, to really get pressure to MJ. And like that right there, forced them to throw a bad throw to
haven't had to rotate a bunch of guys in, but
that drag route.
You just hate it for him on senior day.
Multi-year captain and 6th-year senior. Houston on the ground. On 2nd down, he picks up a few yards. Marcus Valdez, the tackle back to Taylor.
Marquez Valdez,
Unfortunately,
man.
I don't have an official word from
That's
the
a
school
blast
as
from
of
the
right
past,
now.
even though
They're
that's
still
not
considering
actually the
him
Marquez
questionable.
Valdez
But I
scaling
did see
that
him
I'm
come out
thinking
of the
of.
locker room during
That's funny to
halftime
hear
with
the
a
name,
teammate, was
Marquez
attempting to,
Valdez.
push off out of the stance, do a little bit of jogging. Definitely seemed uncomfortable. I think that's why they still have him at questionable, but he's a fighter and he'll try.
Encouraging even that he's testing.
You're exactly right, because the way he got up and the way he was so emotional when he went down, you were concerned about the worst. And now NC State's kind of shooting itself in the foot here.
Penalty.
Their first drive.
It's still third down.
So we told you a ton of.
And again, a lot of that too, Daniel, could come down to it. I mean, definitely losing Grant Gibson for the rest of the game definitely hurts. I mean, that's your leader, that's your guy, that's the guy. That's basically the quarterback of your offense that you lose. You know what? Early in the second, late first. For the rest of the game, it hurts. It definitely makes a difference, especially since you probably didn't practice. You know, Dylan McMahon making the calls. Again, it's a little bit off there. You know, like a little bit off.
Favoring that left arm still.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, every opportunity we see him, he's doing.
Again,
watch on the outside. I mean, Daryl Jones is open. So is Trent Penix. I can't fault.
And see right there, it's obvious that Trent Penix is still hurt. That left arm is obviously hurt.
As he's reaching out, he can't. He's not reaching
He's
out.
literally reaching with his right arm. He literally still has his left arm up. He's literally reaching out with his right arm.
You know, MJ Morris came out of the gates last week.
It was there, and again, MJ didn't get to him. Also, I don't even think Trent was ready to catch it.
In the first minute of this third quarter. Caden Nooncaster gets it.
I think, I mean, as much as, again, I hate you.
And Jalen Gill lost the football.
After that. Especially after that.
I thought Jalen Gill had the right idea, trying to split the Gunners, being aggressive on this one, but the ball security just isn't there. It's a nice job by Keon Lassane of poking it out. See 15 coming across. Doing a really nice job of getting it out of there. And DeMarcus Jones with the recovery. Special teams for NC State coming through in the clutch.
Redshirt junior backup running back DeMarcus Jones pounces on it. Lassane pried it free. And how about that change in field position? Now in plus territory. Morris with a stiff arm for Akpala. He's spun down by Jones and Whitby toward the 35-yard line.
MJ Morris limping a little bit when he got up there. He's taking some.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Today. I really do think this came down three things: injuries,
stiff arm on
play calling,
end from the young freshman.
You said earlier he had to adjust
and experience
to all the hits he's taking at this level.
Yes, he did. Had a chance to catch up with him yesterday, and you could see his face like, it's different up here.
So far.
Freshman from Carrollton, Georgia. To the air on second down.
Again.
Throw in tight quarters.
We got lucky right there. But we shouldn't have forced that. And also, it shouldn't have come down. It should have come down to that one read. MJ Morris was staring daggers, and the only thing we had was Dale Jones right there.
Automatic first down.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. The play calling was terrible. It shouldn't have come down to that one read and that one read only. You basically almost feel like MJ Morris had to force that one in. But also, too, MJ should have been smart enough to see that right there, the cornerback had him.
I don't see the hole
and the safety was right there.
I mean, early on, his arms kind of.
And we got lucky.
Around, but it didn't look
We
like
just got lucky right there.
It was just physical
by that penalty.
It's another one
where
the official has a really tough view of it. And it appeared that his arm was around him, but I don't know if it impeded him all that much.
Morris wanted to tuck on first down, and there's nowhere to go.
See, I'm saying right there, there's no reason why MJ Morris and any quarterback for NC State should basically read one guy and then decide he's going to run the ball. That's basically what just happened right there. He read one guy and said that it was not there, and then he started to run the ball. There's got to be more options than that.
Wisely tries to get what he can. It ends up being a loss, but it was a very good decision.
Now a wave of reinforcements come in on the defensive line for Temlukabu and Jeff Hafley. Again, a group that Jeff Hafley said he was disappointed in for the first time all season last week against Duke. Now we've got a flag down. Looks like another false start. We've had 11 combined penalties, 7 for Boston College in this one.
False start. Offense number 52. 5-yard penalty. It's still first down.
That's the right tackle, Tim McKay. 3rd in the 3rd quarter already.
It's sort of a sleepy game after those first few drives. A little bit of excitement at the end of the half with Boston College's drive down the field. Let's see, that's Trent Penix with the entire left side is being aided.
Yeah. Shoulder, ankle, the whole deal. He watches Jordan Houston keep it on the ground. Cam Horsley in on the tackle, 3 yards, and now 3rd down and long.
You get the feeling in this one that if Boston College, to make it easier
I
on
wanted
themselves,
to shout again. Thank
have to
everybody
create
who's
something.
tuning in with us.
Whether it's a
This
turnover,
WolfPack game
possibly
for
even a score.
challenge. We have
You've got a
been
freshman
through
in a third and long
over 10
situation.
quarters
They have
into
not
that
been
11th
eager to
quarter.
bring pressure in these,
Finishing up
in these
here.
situations.
We got one more heartbreak to
field
go,
position
and then we'll be
offensively
through
all
this
game.
challenge. It's been over 7.5 hours. Unbelievable.
Flush to his right. And Morris throws to the sideline for Jones. That's incomplete, rather Porter Brooks. So now it's 4th down.
See, once
and
again,
13.
I really do believe with an eye that we're going to finally change our offensive philosophy from finally focusing on getting the ball to our best players. There's no reason why last year Thayer Thomas shouldn't have gotten 10 targets every single game. He should have been peppered with targets every single game, especially once Devin Leary went down. Like, go to your most experienced and most trustworthy and consistent playmaker you have on the field. Like, the fact that he didn't even get a single target on that entire drive, I think says all. No. And with an eye, you see that. You see that he'll literally take the tight end and put him at running back. Just to give him a mismatch. First all game, congratulations to Chris Dunn, man. That's the thing that sucks, I think, more than anything, is not only with the potential of having back-to-back undefeated home seasons last year, with the potential of breaking the longest home record of winning streak in program history. Also, the fact that Chris Dunn really broke the program record for the most points in program history in this game. We still lost.
Right now, as it stands, it's the second team All-ACC
quarterback
right there, behind only Drake May. He has been fantastic this year, and he hasn't run as much as he has in the past. He's been doing it mostly with
could be a mini Russell if he stays healthy, or if he stays. He could be 100%, which is funny because he wears number 16. So it makes me wonder if he changed numbers.
Johnny
I don't
Wilson's
know.
had big games. Micah Pittman's had big games. You see Malik McClain and Deuce Spann make plays, but the running backs, even without Trayshawn Ward, Trey Benson,
It's also said that that's literally the last point we scored the entire game.
And there's nobody that manages multiple backs better in the country than Mike Norvell. Just look at what he did at Memphis.
They're coming off a boat racing of Miami, 45-3 for Florida State last weekend in the rivalry game. Well, here
what up, Benjamin? Welcome back, man.
Boston College has it, down by 13. After the history-making Chris Dunn field goal. Alex Broom on the ground, and Taylor told you the goal is to establish a running game. There's nothing there for Broom against Peyton Wilson.
Yeah, I think play calling, the inexperience and the injuries on the offensive side made us rely way too much on the defensive side of the ball the entire season. Starting with ECU, Syracuse, Florida State.
You absolutely make him feel it. Pay the price. The next
we relied on defense.
Right
I mean, literally, Coach Warren, literally during Syracuse, because we need some kind of special teams turnover, or we need some kind of a pick six, basically, in order to win that game. That's not what you want to see.
Out shy of the 35-yard line, Tanner Engel in on the tackle and sets up 3rd and short.
Good call by John McNulty going with the screen. The offensive line gets out in front.
Yeah. Again, Josh, you got to find, I think that with offense, you got to find more creative ways to get the ball to your best player. Period. And again, maybe not necessarily best player, but best players
After 8 yards
that are healthy.
on the screen.
You know, you got to make it easy. You know, you got to make it easy, especially for a true freshman quarterback in MJ Morris, a guy who is still very raw as a quarterback. You know, like you got to try and make it as easy for him as possible. Being like, all right, so we're going to take Thayer Thomas and we're going to take Porter Rooks and we're going to cross them. And when they cross, Porter Rooks, you're going to rub off Thayer Thomas's defender. And Thayer Thomas can be wide open for a 3-yard drag route. MJ Morris, you just toss it to Thayer and let Thayer do his thing. Things like that. Just keep it simple. And again, just try and keep MJ out of harm's way. Like, this is the point that MJ got injured when he didn't have to, because he ran the ball way too many freaking times.
The call's been overturned back here in Raleigh third quarter. Dino Tomlin's got 7 catches now this season.
Yeah. I agree with you, Josh, though, but yeah, very
it's
predictable, but
at
just
the college level. You have to go
no
up
help
and get the football. The left foot comes
to MJ
down
Morris.
a fraction of a
To
second
me,
before the right
it was
hits
not
out of
setting him up
bounds.
for success.
Dino Tomlin, he lit up, or Jeff Hafley lit up when talking about him. Says, look, this is a guy that just consistently grinds, and every time we talk about playing guys that deserve it, that play hard, that make plays down the field, the entire offensive staff just kept coming back to Dino Tomlin. Made a tough catch last week, and that was a big third down conversion.
Yeah, he's that first name that kept popping up for Jeff Hafley and John McNulty, the offensive coordinator, on that side.
I hope everybody's doing well today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Really appreciate it. Yeah, let us know any thoughts. Let me know any thoughts you have as we go through this game.
First down on a third down.
Missed tackle there from Drake.
Chains for BC.
Needed that.
Alex Broom making guys miss, takes it out for 9 yards toward midfield.
This NC State defense is so good that I know Jeff Hafley said he wanted to establish the run, and I think that's established the threat of the run, because this is going to be tough to run against this defense. But the key is going to be finding playmakers in space.
I would say also, too, again, good point there, James. But I also say that
and Joe Griffin making plays
with
down the field.
recruiting, it shouldn't be necessarily just about getting the top rate of recruits you can. It needs to be the best recruits that fit your system and fit your needs. Because keep in mind as well that transfer portal these days is king. Like high school recruiting, let's be real. You and James, you James, let's be real. I appreciate all you, you stick around with me here throughout all this challenge so far. Transfer portal is king now. High school recruiting doesn't mean crap. Let's be real. High school recruiting doesn't mean a daggone thing. Because at the end of the day, if I have a spot available, would I rather go after somebody who has 3 years of experience in another Power 5 school and it has been successful at his position, or would I rather go after a 4 or 5-star recruit from a high school who, once he comes on campus, he could be great, he could be a bust. For example, let's talk about Johnny Frazier, again, a 5-star running back, a top 10 tier high school running back, and he never even touched the field for NC State. Just because, again, mentally he wasn't ready. No, but again, if you're a transfer, that if you come in as a transfer and you're proven at the Power 5 college level, then there's way less risk there. So that's why I would say is that unfortunately in today's day and age, you can't really focus as much on what he does in the recruiting trail, but more of A, what he does in the transfer portal, and if B, how good he is at developing talent. And I think with Doeren, between Starstagen right there, that guy on your screen, Corey Durden,
missed most of last year, but he's a true leader on this
the names
defense.
go on, but again, I mean, Brian Armstrong,
third down and 6 for
again, he's done an amazing job of bringing in talented guys with experience to fill in back.
Across the middle, and Flowers down the sideline for a touchdown.
Yeah.
He is
so
electric.
I think with Doeren, versus Tom O'Brien, I think it's about, okay, what's next? Because again, keep in mind, once again, James, is that up until the USC game, he was 5-3. Losing to Miami, beating Florida State, but then barely beating Miami, and then losing to UNC, right? And then after that, he got blown up by State got blown up by Virginia. After that season, he was going to lose Mike Glennon, he was going to lose to Tobias Palmer.
Mel Kiper has him as the number 9
Like,
wide receiver.
to me, it's like,
in the
okay,
country. With all due
what's
respect to Mel,
like
boy,
if
St.
Tom Bryant's
Flowers
sitting out
is
with
as good
me,
as it
if I'm
gets.
Debbie out, Tom Bryant's sitting out with me,
guys better
I'm
than
saying,
this.
what
Nice
is
blocking
going to
up
make
the
me
sideline
more
or
confident
down the
that next
field
year,
by Boston
2 or 3
College
years
as
from now, is
well.
going to be better
But
than it
there's
was this year?
times, Mike, this
To
season
me,
where Boston College gets Zay Flowers the ball
I'm
in
saying
open
that
space,
year in
especially in
2012
catch and run
was
situations
what
like that,
Tom
where he's got
O'Brien
a head of
built
steam,
up to.
and he's moving at a different
Because
speed than
he
everybody
finally
else.
had
The
that
game is
5-star,
moving at a
really
different speed for
tall
him than
guy
everybody else. It's like
that
he's
is
unlocked the
experienced and can
matrix.
throw the ball
Just
wherever he
his
wants and
ability
as
to
far as he wants.
accelerate, his
And the
ability
fact
to
that
change
even up until that point, he should have lost to Maryland. He was lucky to. I mean, he. Hey, great win, but he was lucky to get away with the win against Florida State. It's more of like, when are we going to break away from finally from this hole of getting 6 to 8 wins, having a huge upset, but then having a really bad loss and beating UNC and going to Boulder. Like, that's what Tom Bryant did throughout his whole tenure. That's all he did. And it was just a repeat. And it's like, okay, when are we going to break through that? When are we going to start competing for ACC championships? When are we going to start being consistently in top 25? When are we going to compete for BCS bowl games? Like, that was never even a thought in Tom Bryant's years. Again, a reminder, once again, if Tom Bryant would have stayed, he would have had the exact same roster, maybe even worse than what Doeren had in 2013. And you can't tell me with a straight face with Drew Thomas that we would have done any better than what Doeren did. There's no way. Unfortunately, P. Thomas was just a huge drop-off. It was a huge drop-off. What was that?
MJ Morris kept it on the ground. He runs
and again, I agree. I understand what you're saying with Tom O'Brien's recruiting class, but I'm also saying that
hadn't played the last 4 games.
One injury.
I'd have to take a look back, but
the redshirt freshman
in terms of
tackle,
talent,
for BC.
I would say that Tom Bryant left a lot of cards on the table.
Better than me. I would have turned it down. We'll be right back.
I would say again, 2010 and 2012 specifically were opportunities for him to finally break through that he couldn't. And I think that Debbie Yao saw that Tom Bryant was closer to the end of his time as a head coach than he was the middle or the beginning. So I think that if you're Debbie Yao, you were saying, okay, at some point we have to look at the future. We have to look at beyond the next year or two. And I think that went into, and again, because again, combined with the facts that, again, we should not have lost. We should not have even been in the position that we were in against Maryland. We should not have lost that game against UNC. And it was because of coaching errors. I truly do say that. Again, the focus. There were 7 drop passes, which is all mental. It's all focus. It's all being locked in. Which I know you say, well, again, you can lead a horse to a river, but you can't make him drink. But I would say it's a mentality. It's a culture thing. It's a mentality of knowing that I'm going to win this game no matter how rough or how bad we've played so far. I'm going to find a way to win. And I just don't think with O'Brien we were working towards that point. I mean, again, hey, 2011 versus Louisville, right? Elk Bowl.
Automatic first down.
We played once we were up by 2 or 3 scores. I remember the exact details. We played not to lose. We did not play to win. We played not to lose.
He ended up grabbing.
If you're a top 20, if you want to be a top 25 program, you can't have that mentality. Once you have your foot on the throat, you gotta continue it. You can't let him back up. Once you get him down, don't let him back up. And literally, O'Brien was just pleading for that clock to run out.
Neto Okpala jumps on it for Boston College.
But I understand what you're saying.
With the turnover it needed for the Eagles.
O'Brien, like literally, even the WolfPack, Brent Broussard has said that the amount of excitement, donations with the football program hasn't been this high since the Fort Rivers area. And I'm saying that on top of the fact that we still lost Devin Leary last year. We still literally have a brand new quarterback this year. But I would say between the new scoreboard, the new sound system, the returning guys we have on top of the great offensive quarterback that we have coming in, It's a great culture that players, recruits, and fans want to be a part of. So it's hard to look at that and say, I don't want that, when this guy is literally only, when Doeren is only 51, 52 years old. He's still very young.
Even if Boston College,
It's
no matter what happens on this drive, you're still going to.
But I understand what you're saying, for sure. Again, hey, listen, 5-0 against UNC heading in toward that game in 2012 that we just watched is great. We gotta go. We gotta look beyond that. Like just like with basketball, we gotta be beyond happy of just making this school-day tournament. We gotta be focused on winning ACC championship. Period. Because guess what? If you win an ACC championship, you go to the NCAA tournament, right? But to me, it's like, okay, well, if you make it to a BCS bowl or make it to your 6 bowl, that more likely means you probably beat UNC, right? It's like we got to look beyond a goal of just having a big upset and beating UNC. We got to focus on being a top 20, top 15 team of the country. We got to focus on winning ACC championship. We got to focus on going to a BCS, New York 6 bowl, competing for a college football playoff. Here, you got to compete for that. And I think, Doeren, you're working towards that. You can see from 2013 to 2023, you can see the progression. There's bumps along the way, 100%, but there's always been a bounce back, and we've moved up and up and up. So, but I understand what you're saying, James. I completely understand that perspective and appreciate it, 100%.
We still have over 20 minutes left in this game. He's got 7 for 130 and 2 tutties.
And you know what? He hasn't touched the ball enough, in my opinion.
I know it's tough to say that too, even though we're watching NC State lose to Boston College here last year, but
13, 14 receptions. If you can get it to him, especially as you get down the stretch, you need your best player have the ball in his hands as much as possible because he is electric.
They want 15
well, and I get what you're saying for sure. With that, Doeren has knocked on the ACC title door, but I also would say that once again, just as a reminder, is that again 2017. That was an ACC championship, and he's knocked on door for sure. But I mean, again, like if Doeren would have faced the Clemson that O'Brien faced during O'Brien's tenure, we would have had an ACC championship by this point. But unfortunately for him, he's facing a Clemson that is one of the top 3 or 4 maybe 5 programs in the country, college football wise. It's tough sledding, and unfortunately, you faced them in your own division. So it's tough. So he has decided to be resilient and work around it. And recruiting has dropped off significantly. I would say more of again, it just kind of came down to that he's done a good job in the state of North Carolina. He's focused on filling needs. He's focused on guys that he sees potential in the long term. He doesn't focus just on the stars. Again, look at UNC. They literally have a top 12 recruiting class right now. They've had top 15, top 20 recruiting classes as long as Mac Brown's been here. But guess what? We're 3-2 against them.
Second consecutive game.
I mean, it's not all about the stars. Again, I understand what you're saying 100%, but unfortunately for UNC nowadays, the transfer portal is a big piece to it. It's changed college football and put it on its head. But still to this day, I still think about when I think about Doeren versus O'Brien. I still think about the 2013 ECU game when we were getting just killed by Shane Carden in the ECU and Ruffin McNeil. And there was a fan that was literally in the front row right behind NC State bench. And I was hovering over the heater because it was cold as you know what. And there was a fan, State fan screaming, "Bring back O'Brien! Bring back O'Brien!"
And then there's been of the guys that were supposed to fill
I'm
those
sitting here 10
roles,
years later going,
out for the year,
I don't think O'Brien's in state would have beaten UNC last year. I don't think NC State's O'Brien would have beaten UNC 2 years ago. I don't think NC State's O'Brien would have come back from not making another field goal in 2021 versus Clemson. I think that the program has matured, has grown. You know, the culture is different than it ever was under O'Brien. So, and again, I just think that, just like you said, the shelf life is that I think that every year I saw with O'Brien, but the shelf life was, oh God, was much closer to the end than it was the beginning. So I think at some point you had to look at finding a younger guy that could help build the program. I think you have that with Doeren. And I'm still sitting here. Again, you asked the question, James, earlier in terms of, is this a team loss or is this a specific unit loss? No.
But this is just a poor decision.
It wasn't a defense.
He's getting tackled. He sees Alex Broom out of the corner
of his
eye and just slings
health,
it.
play calling, it was inexperience. Period. Those are 3 reasons we lost the game. It was not defense.
I didn't think there was any doubt about it. I thought it hit him kind of in the chest, but they're going to review it.
Peyton Wilson looking pretty confident in the ruling as well. The 5th-year senior linebacker, part of the great defense for NC State that has forced so many turnovers this year.
It's been a long day.
Would be their 16th interception.
I don't know if y'all tuned in when we started this thing, but remember when there was light coming out of that window? There was like light coming out of this window when we started this thing.
A little surprised that they're reviewing. It must have been a little closer than we initially thought.
I'm exhausted. God, what a day.
Well, off of that, I'm not sure you can overturn it. You have to have indisputable video evidence called an interception on the field. And it does look like there's a bobble there, but I don't know that the ball ever gets to the ground.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I think that's going to at least stand based on the 2 looks that we have seen so far.
And so if it does, it's like you said, a freshman moment from Emmett Moorhead. Would be his 2nd interception of the game. Had one in plus territory, headed toward halftime when BC was trying to wrangle some points out of that situation. And John McNulty, his offensive coordinator, said to us last night, look, we know there's going to be turnovers in this game. It's about getting past those moments and putting them behind you when they do.
Yeah, they've been able to move the ball today, which has been impressive.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. First down, NC State.
There's, once again, shouldn't have lost this game.
This is the part of complementary football that you have to have with a young player at quarterback. Just had a little bit of an aggressive moment that he would like to have back with that throw, trying to dump it out to Broom. Now you need your defense to pick you up.
2nd turnover for Boston College this quarter. Marcus Valdez brings down Jordan Houston on the ground for 3 yards on 1st down. So how does MJ Morris respond after his fumble earlier this quarter as well? Conservative play call to begin from Tim Beck.
It had some success in the first half with that play.
Well, and again, James, I think that looking back at the last few years specifically, last year against Clemson, I just have a tough time thinking that last year specifically, I hate to necessarily put it on one guy, but I think that you saw it against ECU last year, that the offense just was off. Like it made you wonder if, you know, were we just missing something even during fall camp, you know? Because like we shouldn't have looked that off like we were offensively against ECU. So as much as I hate to say it, it's just like, okay, is it a combination of us losing a Mekemezi, but then also too preparation from the offensive coordinator standpoint and play calling? Probably. I just don't really know if we really put Devin Leary in a position to win last year. And then 2 years ago in 2021,
in that win a couple weeks ago over Virginia Tech.
You know, I think
out of the backfield lost his footing in front
what was
of
it?
Cam Arnold.
Yeah, I need to look up.
I'm
sorry, James. I'm exhausted. I need to look at
It's unfortunate for NC State. That should have been at least 3rd and short, maybe even a 1st down if Jordan Houston keeps his feet. But I think Boston College is actually.
I guess the point that I'm trying to get to here, James,
better against MJ Moore spent a lot more man-free on early downs.
Is
They'll mess
that
it up here likely on third down.
I understand what you're saying in
Much
terms of
pressure they
recruiting,
decide to bring. NC State,
but I just don't necessarily know if
Southern,
talent
so
was the
they're gonna
reason that we
hold
didn't get it
Boston
done.
College, allow them to.
Showing some pressure off both edges.
Look.
They bring 4. Morris
Yeah.
stands in
So,
and finds Thayer Thomas. It's a first down.
so in 2021 was an interesting year
He's one-on-one with Josh
in the fact that
and
again, you lost
tight ends are quarterback's best friend,
at
but the 6-year
Miami
senior is
by
the
1 point.
freshman's best
You
friend.
lost to Wake Forest
It's
at
like his
Wake Forest by 3
Well, I guess it'd
points.
be an old
You
tattered
lost at
security
Mississippi
blanket. Not saying
State.
Thayer Thomas is tattered, but if you're talking
And
blankets,
I think that honestly,
6 years
if we would have played UCLA and gotten our
couch.
first 10-win season since
Michael
Philip Rivers,
Allen on the ground on first down with a good
Doran's
game.
whole tenure would have
Takes
looked
it
a lot
toward the
different
40 with
because
8
again,
yards there.
there would only be 2 coaches
Think
in
about Thayer
state
Thomas
football
and Drake
history
Thomas on their senior
to ever
day.
win
What
10
they have
games
been
in one
through
season.
together through
Doran
these years and the
and
player
Chuck
Thayer
Amato.
Thomas has become for the
I think that
Wolfpack.
would have changed a lot.
Allen
But I also look
brought
too
down
saying, man,
Kalenge.
2
And
games
Shabuzi
where
Onwuka in
where
on the
one
tackle.
in
And now
Miami
another third
that
down for the
basically the head
Wolfpack.
coach was basically playing for his job, and then Wake
Last third
Forest
down, they brought a
where
little bit of pressure. It was well picked up by NC State.
it was just a weird shootout.
NC State
I
go a
was just
couple
going
different
back and
directions on
forth.
these
That
third and mediums, though. We've seen them go option a
you
couple
know,
of
it
times.
was just
They've
against a
rolled
very
MJ
good Wake
Morris
Forest team
out.
who was ranked higher than we were.
If I'm Boston
So
College, I'm going back to that man free look.
you know,
Challenge
it's
NC
just a
State's
weird year,
receivers to get open
2021.
against
But
man coverage. And then you
I'm
can
just
play
not
some
sold
games
that
up
necessarily
front.
it's a talent issue. I just think it's just a timing issue more than anything. You know, as much as that's lame and really easy to say,
And read well by Elijah Jones.
I just can't look at 2021 and say that it was necessarily a failure because the only 2 games that we lost in ACC, one
The punt unit for NC State.
in Miami. If Devin Carter would have caught,
Elijah Jones tracing the steps of the
if
receiver.
Devin Carter would have
blowing
made
up
that
the
one
tall screen.
catch that would have gotten us in field goal range, we could have won that
One of
game.
those games, Mike, where it's
And
gonna
then
come
Wake
down to
Forest,
something,
we should have recovered that onside kick. That again, Ricky Person really caught right at 10 yards.
mistakes could cost you.
And again, this is totally excuses, but I'm just saying you're talking about
Mistakes here.
fractions.
You know, when these
Fractions.
refs
If these
flags,
small things would have been different,
bunches
you would have won this game
5-yard
against
penalty.
teams that were really, really good at the
They're
time.
synchronized, baby.
And that would have changed everything.
You know, they got
So-
ESP. Maybe they got ESP.
And then last year, again, injuries just killed us. Again, you're playing with a third-string quarterback.
It'll back up.
Devin Carter was injured most of the year. Trent Banks was injured most of the year. Demi Simo was injured most of the year. And then just obviously there was something off with the offense the whole season. The whole season there was something off with the offense. So
but they've been pretty high on Nooncaster anyway.
let's just see. But I'm sitting here saying that the nickel and diming we're talking about from a recruiting standpoint, which I do understand.
Boston College.
I'm still saying. All right, let me ask you, James.
Down to Taylor.
Over the as long as Mac Brown has been here, over the last 3 or 4 years, would you rather be UNC or would you rather be NC State? Let me ask you. You can say that you'd rather be UNC. Have the higher recruiting classes, the higher swagger, and everything like that. But I'm also saying that it's more embarrassing the fact that you have these top level recruits. They can't do anything with it. Look at the quarterback. Corners, right? They had Duck, whatever his name is. The cornerback that Messi dunked over. He was a 5-star, top talented recruit, and UNC made him look like a scrub. Like at the end of the day, I'd rather have coaches that can develop than coaches that just can recruit.
In terms of what a quarterback sees.
So Storm Duck, Storm Duck.
In algebra.
Like, and now he's at Louisville. And honestly, part of me really hopes that he actually is successful at Louisville, just to prove it that UNC's coaches cannot develop. They can't.
Like all of the things
So
on the TI-89.
I'm saying at this point that, and again, it's a great conversation. And that's the first thing I do want to say, James. I love having this conversation. It's a great conversation.
That is
different stuff.
Because there's reasoning
Engineering
behind it.
school. Held the TI-89 a lot.
But
That's it.
Rowdy Jones,
you know, it to me it's more of a
has been automatic. Cyrus Fagan dancing.
it's like trying to dump a really good looking girlfriend who feeds you because you think that there's a girlfriend that, you know, is a little bit better. It's like,
enough.
yeah, I mean, you could fire Doeren. Who are you going to find that's better that you know sure is gonna be better? You know what I mean? Like, you're 90% happy with Doeren. Most fans are 90% happy with Doeren, at least 90%. I think that's a good number, 90%. So is there somebody that you can afford that you are sure of that you will be 100% thrilled with? Out there right now? Probably not. I mean, you're taking another chance on a Power 5 or, you know, on a lower Power 5 and a Super 5 guy, you know? You know, we just can't afford somebody like that.
State gonna bring pressure, they're gonna drop
Yeah.
8. And what they've had a lot of success with, Mike, is actually not bringing more than 4 or 5.
Well, and I would say, too, that with Clemson, first of all, the thing I got, Brett Venables had a lot to do with what Clemson is now. Brett Venables is a top, has been a top 5 defensive coordinator as long as Neba's been there. And Brett Venables took a ridiculous offer, like being the head coach of Oklahoma, for Brett Venables to leave. So I would say that's a game changer. That really was. I think that if Brett Venables would have left sooner, I would have heard Clemson. But I think having that rock, and then also to the fact that Clemson following was ready to donate. Because again, it didn't really take much. I mean, Clemson has a history. Clemson has the stadium. You know, Clemson has the alumni, the following to take it to the next level. And it didn't take much for Dabo to, again, just build off of that great start that he had with Sammy Watkins, DeAndre Hopkins, Raj Boyd, Vic Beasley. Like, he had a great start. You know, Doeren didn't have that. Doeren had 3 timers. He had a freshman Matt Days. He had Rashard Smith. He had, you know, Robert Caldwell, linebacker. He had, you know, Deontay Johnson, who was solid, but that was their best defensive player. He really had nothing. Dabo had a really solid start that was handed to him. And that's true. Again, a great coach. I can't say enough. Again, there's no doubt that Dabo is a great college coach. Great coach. And Clemson took a gamble, and it paid off. But it could have easily gone the other way. So I agree with saying that it doesn't have to be either or. It can be all the above, absolutely. But keep in mind that 95-96% of college football programs out there don't have both. They have one or the other. You know, like you know, there's only a few Alabama, Georgia, Clemson's, Ohio State's out there, Michigan's out there. You know, so it's an interesting thing.
And he's ushered out of bounds by
They broke
Peyton
Facebook.
Wilson. And
What do you
Boston
mean?
College has to punt the first 90-plus seconds of this fourth quarter.
You know, if you're NC
What do you mean,
State,
James?
it doesn't matter what the offense does the rest of the game. This defense is where this team hangs its hat. And you've got to be feeling like, hey, we should win this game no matter what at this point. Lead in the fourth quarter. And we were talking about Edwin Diaz earlier. I mean, this defense is like a great closer. If you've got a lead late, you should be able to finish it. And that's exactly why, the ability to create negative plays and pressure.
It forces Danny Longman back onto the field from right by his own end zone. Thayer Thomas signals for the fair catch, and NC State will have great field position once again. They've got the great D. Now what can the offense do after this? Second career start for the true freshman, the 19-year-old MJ Morris.
Hasn't lit it up quite as much as he did in the previous 2 games, but in the first half, he was excellent. That throw to Trip Penix was big time, and he showed the ability with his legs as well. Penix out front, he's able to dive into the end zone or get into the end zone. He's had some stretches of incompletions, but all in all, aside from the fumble, it's really played a nice game.
I guess we finally ran out of time.
The offense pretty consistently. He's completed his last 3 passes. Again, hasn't put up the yardage that he has the past couple of games, but still a solid performance from the freshman.
He's rushed for 30 yards as well. 188 rushing yards for NC State. Morris got stripped by Valdez. And BC pounces on the football.
The ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by the defense. First down.
Vinny DePalma comes up with it, and the second turnover committed by MJ Morris this half.
Yeah, I guess even Facebook has a limit of 8 hours.
And it's not really on the freshman.
We've been live for so long, y'all.
He sees a play down the field, and he's just trying to
But again, we'll post this whole thing to YouTube.
And Boston College, how about
we'll go from there, but
the pass rush by the captain, Marcus Valdez. And now this offense, you got to feel like points have to come on this one. Great field position once again.
There's so much talk around BC about the future and the youngsters. It's a sixth-year senior who pops it out, a fifth-year senior who recovers it. Now short field for Emmett Moorhead, starting at the +40. A screen to Dino Tomlin.
Yeah, I wish that Cyrus could work through that a little bit, keep pressure up.
I love that. You get an off defensive back, two receivers out wide, you're getting pressure off the edge, just toss it out and get some positives on a first down. We've seen Boston College on previous drives try and run it on first down to no avail, so you're setting up a 2nd and 10. Now you've got a 2nd and 2. Much different feeling.
And when you can't rush it, that's sort of an extension of the running game.
You're exactly right. It's a great position to take a shot to Zay Flowers if you want it to.
Screen right side, and Tomlin the rare drop. Incomplete. Brings up 3rd down and 2.
They had it again. Well set up. And if you're Boston College, we don't get these situations often. The great field position, the 3rd and short. I think it's 4-down territory. You got to go for it. So
they really put
going to Zay Flowers once, if not twice here on this one. The question is, do you want to try and push it down the field when you have a situation you'll get a 4th and short?
Flowers is slot right, top of your screen. Devin Boykin matched up on him, and pre-snap movement on the right side of the BC offensive line.
Start. Offense number 63. 5-yard penalty. It's still 3rd down.
Yeah, it should be 53, Dwayne Alec, and that is costly.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievably costly. And Dave Doeren has implored this fan base over and over to show up and show out. I've played in Carter Finley, and it is as loud as any place in the conference when you have people here. Not entirely full, but when they get excited, it can really throw off a young offense.
And they are right on top of you.
Yep. Tight sidelines, the right structure to keep all of the sound in that bowl.
10th penalty on Boston College tonight. 3rd down and 7 now. Moorhead, incomplete. Intended for Taji Johnson without any separation against Battle, and even with the penalty, still 4-down territory.
Yeah, I don't think you go for it here. I mean, you'd be giving NC State great field position. Your defense has played pretty well. You've only given up the 3 points in the second half. I mean, what's your level of faith that the offense gets it? They haven't been great on 3rd and any distance, but it does look like they're going to go for it.
Zay Flowers, bottom of your screen. Shaheem Battle's on him. Jalen Gill not on the field. On 4th down, pressure comes. Moorhead, a deep shot for Flowers, incomplete. Shaheem Battle in coverage up to the task.
Yeah, this game is definitely not on the defense.
And a turnover on downs.
It's not.
Zay Flowers wins on the route, and it's tight coverage. You're going to need almost a perfect pass. But if you keep it in bounds and give Zay Flowers a chance, I like your chances. And if you push it up the field and keep it in bounds, you probably score a touchdown because Zay Flowers had Shaheem Battle beat. But now it's going to be on this defense again. I don't entirely blame Jeff Hafley for going for it there, but I think the field position game, you want to give this opportunity, give your offense as many opportunities of good field position as you can. Big stop by NC State on defense, though, after the turnover.
You said all the trust you can have in that NC State defense. They prove it again. Pressure on Morris. And Valdez drags him down.
Yeah.
Marcus Valdez
that was a
playing
combination
like a
of bad pass protection and
for Boston College.
MJ Morris a little slow to get up there, but watch Marcus Valdez.
He's obviously getting hurt.
Wins on the pass rush and just the pursuit.
Yeah,
and
he's
the
getting
thing
rolled
that
up.
stood out about Marcus Valdez his entire career is the fact that he plays with an incredible motor. Saw Donovan Ezeraku in the backfield as well, who's been fantastic on that defensive line, but Marcus Valdez gets the sack.
His second straight play with a sack after the strip sack earlier. Morris on a draw.
See, again, this is another thing too is what I'm saying. Why are you forcing MJ to run the ball, man?
That was all sorts of disappointed in itself last
You're asking for it. You're hoping for it.
Watch number 6 on the left side. I mean, just absolute crossover move. Does a nice job beating the offensive tackle underneath. What a great job against Timothy McKay, who's actually played a lot better over the course of the year. Had some struggles at the beginning. Sets it up outside, and then a little bit Karate Kid there at the end.
From the always energetic Donovan Ezeraku. 3rd down and 22. The screen is safe.
Yeah. Play calling.
Incomplete.
Play calling. Play calling. Play calling.
In on Jordan Houston.
Play calling.
4th down for NC State.
Terrible.
Safe call there from
again, asking our defense to win the game for us. That's the problem.
Receivers behind the line of scrimmage, so there's no pass interference when you get tackled before the ball is coming. But, I mean, these defenses have come to play in the second half. Only seen 10 points. We saw 21 in the first 3 drives.
BC has limited NC State to just 3 points since halftime in about 20 minutes of game action. 5th punt for Nooncastle. And Gill with a fair catch at the 26. Boston College down a half dozen.
Long 10 minutes still remaining. How much longer do we actually have? Just look at the video. We got 53 minutes. Oh boy. All right, come on.
So from Death Valley to Carter Finley. Boy, we've got a good one.
Definitely mentally exhausted about it.
Just 2-7 this season, and NC State ranked 16th in the country, 7-2, but unable to find some offensive continuity this half. And so BC's got the football down by 6 with 10 minutes to go. Roddy Jones
and the freshman Emmett Moorhead has had moments where he's looked fantastic, thrown a couple of interceptions. But their inability to run the football has made it pretty one-dimensional.
This is just their 5th run this half, and Peyton Wilson is right there against Alex Broom.
You know, you'd love to sort of figure out a situation where you can pop one of these runs. First down's always tough because it's an obvious run scenario. But as you get to like 2nd, 3rd and long, we've seen teams have a lot of success slipping a run in there, try and get it going. It's almost playing backwards where you throw it early and then run it late.
Well, they're running it early. They do pop one, at least by their standards this half. -8 rushing yards before that carry from Broom. And it makes it 3rd down and manageable. Cyrus Fagan in on the tackle on a gain of 7.
It's not often you're well into the 4th quarter and talking about being underwater.
That's Keem Harris down 100.
But it does set up a 3rd and much more manageable.
Yes.
Moorhead has managed the pressure. He's been hit a lot tonight. The toughness that the young guy has shown has been impressive. He's going to need it here.
Jalen Gill is on the field here, split out wide to the left. Zay Flowers slot right. The pack brings pressure. Moorhead stands in. Down the sideline, incomplete.
Right.
Shaheem Battle again in coverage, this time on Jalen
again.
Gill.
This is not on the defense, y'all. Injuries, play calling, experience.
Emmett Moorhead is electing to go down the field on these fade balls. That plays right into the hands of NC State. They've got some of the biggest group of corners in the entire conference. AIN Battle 6'2". Those jump balls, NC State will live with those all day long.
And against the blitz on 3rd downs, John McNulty said those were going to be there for the taking, some deep shots.
And you're going to have to complete some of them at some point. I would actually like, if you get those man-to-man coverages, whatever Zay Flowers is running, just make it quick and go to him.
Doesn't get the target there on 3rd down, so Danny Longman punts inside the 30. And a fair catch from Thayer Thomas. 8:34 to go. NC State by 6 on BC. Still to come, the ACC Huddle crew will be back with highlights and complete breakdowns of all the afternoon games, and they will get you ready for Florida State Syracuse coming up right here on ACC Network at 8. Then after the game, the Huddle crew inside the Dome for a full post-game show, also on the ESPN app.
Look at them looking like a boy band at the bottom. I mean, EJ in the front, of course, he's the quarterback. Eddie Royal coming in. I think he'd actually be the base, you know, of the boy band.
I'm with you.
Yeah, and then Coach Rick would be the one that brings down the house at the end.
We teased 5 wide, and then it was 3 guys at halftime.
Exactly, I know.
You got to manage the
Some
reps.
combination, yeah. They all got to get their touches.
8.5 to go in the 4th quarter. NC State leads by 6 with the football. They keep it on the ground with Michael Allen. Owen Stoudemire healthy and on the tackle on a gain of 2. NC State 36 yards of total offense since halftime.
You were asking the question, where do you go for offense if you're NC State? And to be honest, I don't really know. And it seems like they don't either. Thayer Thomas has been the guy that's been the most consistent. But Trent Penix has been banged up. He had a lot of big plays in the pass game in the first half.
Morris to throw. Right side with some zip. Incomplete. And a flag.
Ooh, I don't like this call.
Elijah Jones cannot believe it. He was matched up against Darryl Jones. And let's see, this might be going on the offense.
Okay.
This might be going against Darryl Jones.
I'm not entirely sure I like that either, but I like it better than defensive pass interference. I thought it's been, as you mentioned, you alluded to, it's been a tough day for Elijah Jones in terms of penalties. Some of those kind of iffy. But they're trying to communicate to Jeff Halfley.
BC doesn't even realize that it's on the offense, so we got like 4 signals to the sideline.
Interference. Offense, number 11. The penalty is enforced, half the distance to the goal. Repeat, second down.
Said you might not like it, but it's certainly better than on Elijah Jones.
Well, I certainly did not think it was defensive.
Yep.
I'm not exactly sure when the offensive would have come either. So, you know, at the top of the route, you may have gotten a little bit of a shove from Darryl Jones. But that happens on every route. I mean, so I don't know. I don't love the flag coming out on either one, especially from what we saw. But it definitely was not defensive.
Snyder backed up to the 15, and Morris sails it for Darryl Jones.
Bad play calling, inexperience,
and coverage. So 3rd down and 22.
It's just been offensive frustration on both sides in the second half. These freshman quarterbacks have had to make throws into tight windows pretty consistently during this game, and because of the tight man-to-man defense that both defenses have played at times, because of the pressure that especially NC State's brought, it's kind of thrown the rhythm off here.
With Leary sidelined, of course. 2nd career start for MJ Morris. Conservative with a quarterback draw. And Morris takes a late hit from Cole Batson. It's a flag, and Tam Lukabu is furious. Cole Batson takes a costly penalty for BC.
Oh, Greg. What up, Greg? Greg the leg.
The BC defensive coordinator jumping all over the place on the Eagles sideline.
It's unnecessary when a quarterback starts to slide, when he signals that he's going to slide, to even get in a point where you're almost going to lay a hit on him. I think this will certainly be a late hit. Question is it targeting?
After the play, personal foul, late hit with targeting.
Ooh.
Defense number 23, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Yeah.
The play is under further review.
So the important thing here, Mike, is it's late hit with targeting. They're not going to take the late hit off the board no matter what the decision is on targeting. And I don't think it's going to be targeting based on that. But the late hit is going to be, it's going to stand.
Yeah, it's definitely a late hit.
So the reason that I don't think it's targeting, the quarterback is a defenseless player. When you give up yourself to slide, it's a defenseless player situation. So you're looking for a forcible contact to the head or neck area.
Yeah, I don't think that's targeting because he definitely made a
so I do not think it's targeting. Still a dangerous play.
A legitimate attempt to try and hit with shoulder, not with helmet or with crown of helmet.
Cannot be taken away by replay.
Yeah, definitely still
so
a
it's going to be first down NC State.
And so on a 3rd and 22, they are willing to punt the football, and BC with what would be its 11th penalty of this game. It is its 11th penalty of this game, and that is a costly one from a very young player.
And what you want in that situation, I think Cole Batson has a very bright future ahead of him. But what you want to do in that situation, as he starts to go down, you pull off and you just guide him down to the ground. You just make sure that the quarterback has a nice soft landing, maybe even pull out a pillow for his little bottom as it hits the ground. But you just make sure that the quarterback goes down and you don't even get in the situation where you're tempted to make contact. Cole Batson commits, and it's going to be first down NC State. Although I stand by what I said before. Like, I still think the targeting is going to be wiped off.
After further review, there is no foul for targeting. The personal foul late hit will still be enforced. Automatic first down. Number 23 may remain in the game.
And it's kind of as we thought, Mike. But the other part to this, there's a coaching point for MJ Morris in this too, because even though you get the penalty for the first down, you don't want to have your quarterback sliding that late, because you may get a penalty,
especially in this situation. That once again, it's just, you'd rather have MJ play another play than to get hit and get knocked out for the rest of the game or the rest of the season.
So from the 39-yard line, Morris hands it off to Michael Allen. Vinny DePalma makes the tackle.
I like that. It's not worth putting your game life or your season life or even career life on the line. It's not worth it.
3rd and 22, adversity strikes, self-inflicted adversity strikes. How does this defense respond? Who's going to step up? Is it a Marcus Valdez, a Donovan Ezaraku? You don't want to try and do too much, but you do want to get the ball back and have that feeling getting off the field.
Big day for Valdez. Ezaraku's been their best pass rusher all season. Working on McKay. Valdez trying to get through. Flag down as Ezaraku wraps up Morris.
See, MJ's that's the one thing with MJ is he's got to be a little bit better about throwing the ball away.
With Valdez pass rushing against Bryson Spees.
Feels like there's one of these every week where you just get a million flags. This will be art.
Because again, that's the thing I don't like about this feeling right now is it just feels like it's just like, oh my gosh, can we just get this thing done with already? Holy smoke.
The synchronicity of this crew.
There are fouls by each team.
Of course there are.
Holding, offense number 56. Holding, defense number 20. The foul's offset. Repeat second down.
So Spees, the left tackle, and Elijah Jones, who's been squarely in the middle of all of it all evening.
Elijah Jones had it's got to feel like the refs are picking on him. I'm not saying that they are, but it's got to feel like that a little bit. A corner, you've heard your number called a lot by the official.
He told us earlier this year, I'm a bigger corner. I like to press. I play pretty physically. Low snap on second down. Morris with time to throw. Downfield, and it's intercepted.
Inexperienced play calling,
Elijah Jones,
injury.
Who's been tested all night, comes up with the pick for Boston College.
That's it.
Third turnover for MJ Morris. All in this second half.
They tried to hit a double move on Elijah Jones, and the physicality by the big corner is what makes this. At the bottom of your screen, you're going to see Daryl Jones with a sluggo. Slant, tries to go up the field. Elijah Jones collisions him, and at this point, MJ Morris shouldn't throw the football. But it's underthrown. And Elijah Jones, watch the ball skills by number 20. Goes up, and it's a contested catch. Cole Batson actually almost breaks it up. What a great play by Elijah Jones.
This Eagles defense has had answers all night. And then George Takis makes a tough catch across the middle for 4 yards with 6.5 to go. And the Eagles trailing by 6 here in the fourth.
All right, so if you're Boston College, you can count on 2 more possessions. But that's about it.
Including this one.
Including this one. And that's if you get a stop, obviously, on defense. But with the way the game is going, not a lot of possessions left in this one. You're going to have to start to make the most of it.
A screen on second down. And Garland
great tackle, Drake Thomas. Great tackle.
Thomas makes the
Perfect
sure-handed
tackle.
It's third down and a couple.
And if Drake Thomas doesn't get that, I mean, Garwo is going to go for probably another 15, 20. Tanner Ingle was the next closest defender. Once again, Drake Thomas, Johnny on the spot to force a 3rd and short.
If you're just joining us, Boston College, the worst rushing offense in the country this season. They've got -1 rushing yards in this game. So, yeah, it's 3rd and 2, but you like Zay Flowers.
Yeah, and he's going to be singled up to the bottom. It's like one-on-one with Shaheem Battle.
He's had a good night for NC State. Pressure comes on Moorhead.
Look at that pressure.
And a whistle. It looks like
False
a false start against the Eagles again on a 3rd down and 2, just like earlier.
Yeah.
Prior to the snap, false start. Offense number 67, 5-yard penalty. Repeat 3rd down.
And Mike, you had exactly the look that you wanted in that situation. It was one-on-one coverage with Zay Flowers to the bottom. The safety was all the way on the far hash. And Shaheem Battle was pressed up. And by the time the ball was blown dead, Zay Flowers had 2 steps on Shaheem Battle.
2 huge false starts ahead of 3rd downs this half for BC with a dozen penalties here tonight.
Watch a shallow cross with Zay Flowers coming across the field.
Starts in the slot against Boykin. Moorhead stays alive. Flush to his right. Throws toward the sideline and incomplete. Jeff Hafley wanted a penalty. Aiden White in coverage against Jalen Gill, and it's 4th down and 7.
Jeff Hafley is incensed that they didn't get a call there. He's chasing down the side judge. Not sure exactly what he was upset about. But either way, it's a nice play on the scramble drill. Nice play on the scramble drill by NC State.
Boy, he is fighting for his guys here tonight. It's a great play.
Definitely whining for his guys tonight for sure.
Inside the 20, and that is a field flipper from the veteran punter to the 5-yard line with 4:41 to go. Heck of a boot from Longman for the Eagles. Back in Raleigh, let's check out our Auto Owners Insurance drive recap and how different this second half has been offensively for the WolfPack.
I mean, it's about as ugly a drive chart as you can have. You got 3 turnovers and 3 punts. Oh, there's a Chris Dunn field goal.
I mean, again, you're what, 9, 17,
it's been
20,
it's
28 plays
field position a couple of times.
and 7 drives. Again, play calling.
Turnover by BC.
Play calling,
The
inexperience,
question is going to be, can Tim Lukabu's crew
injuries.
Can they stand up once again?
Simple.
Force NC State's offense off the field.
It's been a whale of a defensive performance since halftime for Boston College. Big hit from Cam Arnold, and then Vinny DePalma finished off Jordan Houston for 4
Again,
yards.
this
So
game is
Danny
exactly
Longman had
like
a
multiple
65-yard
games,
punt.
including Syracuse
Pulls
and
NC
ECU this
State
year,
back,
where
and
you're
Jim
asking
Rogers
your
threw his
defense to
first
win the game
career
for you.
interception. So what's the play calling like?
And it shouldn't
for
be
NC
that
State?
way.
I think it's conservative.
Not for this team, not for this program.
Like you just
No
saw,
way.
they just brought in a couple of tight ends.
And
in
by the way,
game.
there was no
Heavy
penalty
formation,
whatsoever that
so
Jeff
you either go with
Hafley
an
kind
easy
of
access
complained
throw or
about
another run.
right there.
Another run. Houston
Good
on
run.
the ground.
First down.
And Jordan Houston to the 15-yard line before he's tripped up by Jaden Woodby, and it's a first down.
It's time to go into your 4-minute offensive mode.
Move chain, move chain, move, move, move.
And we talked to Tim Beck about different scenarios that are still a little foreign to the freshman. He said last week he didn't really know how to run victory formation, so they had to call a timeout, set up victory formation. Now the message is going to be, do not snap the ball with more than 10 seconds left on the play clock.
Right at 10, they give it to Houston. A few yards there. Cam Arnold the tackle, so we tick toward 3.5
I'm
to
so
go. You think
exhausted.
about 2 weeks ago.
I don't know if I could watch another game after this. Like, I know somebody was saying, just kind of jokingly, probably, basically trying to make the comment point that it would take more than 9 hours to watch all the NC State pain that has happened over the last, recent memory. But
and then it's up to him once you
what
get
a
up to
day!
the line of scrimmage.
What a long day. We've been at this for almost 8.5 hours.
Everything's
Crazy.
good to go. You snap the ball somewhere around that 6-second mark if you can.
Yeah, I love the fans trying to get the boys, you know, to push through this, get this thing done.
For Boston College. If you are the Eagles, can you absolutely sell out to stop the run?
Charge timeout. Boston College, their first of the half.
See, there's no excuse right here for not trying to pass for the first down.
Reset the game clock to 2 minutes, 58 seconds.
But
I'm pretty sure we run on this play, and that just goes to prove that
NC State has not been a big threat down the field.
Inexperience, injuries, play
22 times,
calling.
137 yards.
There's no reason on 3rd and 7 against this Boston College team that you don't try to go ahead and put the nail in the coffin.
So, I mean, if you want to keep a safety back and play man free, that's fine.
Because if you're able to get this first down, then that means that if, let's assume that you run 3 more plays and you're able to get a first down, you're giving the ball to Boston College with a minute and 20 seconds left with no timeout.
You're not letting them pop a run on
you. Know, I mean, that's a very, very tough situation.
Or a quarterback draw.
Assuming we don't get this, I mean, that you give it to College with
this is a big quarterback
2
draw
minutes,
formation
15
with 5 wide.
seconds, 55 seconds with one timeout. A lot of time.
Really is, and especially if you run the football here without that timeout.
It's Houston. And
Yeah.
Boston College
I hate that play
gets the
call.
stop. Marcus Valdez
Inexperience,
to meet Houston.
injuries,
NC State fans
play calling.
Play calling. And BC takes its second timeout.
That's
They'll have
it.
1 left with 2:53 to go.
That's it.
Game clock to 2 minutes, 54 seconds. 2:54.
And you mentioned NC State fans not liking the play call.
Thank you.
I feel that's the only play call to make in that situation.
No.
I said it.
Thayer Thomas is still healthy, isn't he? Last time I checked, he's still healthy, right? To run a play to give him space for 7 yards. Give him a rub drag route or rub route, something.
Conservative play
And
call.
look, he's right there, available to go on senior day.
Laden defense to win you the football game.
Give him an opportunity to win this drag-out game for us.
A story
Why did he not touch that ball? This try or last try?
NC State.
Why?
Caden Noonkester to punt. Jalen Gill has already
MJ
fumbled
Morris
on one
is
punt
healthy
return
enough. He
earlier.
is good enough.
Signals
Bro,
for the fair
a
catch.
3-yard,
Handles it
5-yard
cleanly.
slant or
Just
drag out
out
there
30
time.
with 2:47 to go on a 48-yard punt from Noonkester.
Yeah, no. The offense was off.
241, one
Simple as that.
timeout. You need a touchdown. The thing that you're telling him at Moorhead is take the gains when you can get them. If it's a check down,
Yeah, no.
whatever it is,
That was
take
not the
it.
only
You
play
don't
call
have to
there.
worry about managing getting to
No,
the sideline
ever.
until you're under 2 minutes. And even
I
then,
love
with the
this play here from
timeout,
Wolf
you can
Pack.
use the middle of the field, especially as long as it's past
Yeah,
that
amazing.
first down marker. Your entire offense, every throw in that offense is still available with 2:47.
It's been 8 years since Boston College beat an AP-ranked team. Down 6, Moorhead takes off and takes something. Now, remember first half 2-minute drill, he led them into plus territory.
Yep.
They were moving it until his interception.
Yeah, and when they've gone up tempo, they've had success today. Clock's still going to run because we're above 2 minutes, so it stops for a second when he goes out of bounds. That clock's still running.
Haven't had a Zay Flowers touch in a while. 4-man rush. Thomas flushes Moorhead, who gets rid of it smartly, and now it's 3rd down and 7.
Yeah, the sack is what kills you in those situations. So if you get penetration, you've got to
Attaboy, Greg.
throw the ball away. And
Let him know.
goes back down.
Official
It's like he's
timeout
cramping again.
for an injury.
Attaboy, Greg.
It is warmer than you typically get in early November. I don't know about unseasonably warm, but we're close. You were surprised at the amount of the heat and humidity earlier in the day.
I'll give you that that
A little bit of a
qualifier.
cramp difference there, Angle.
A jacket on down on the
Right,
field
because
for
he's
us
getting
pregame
the work
was
the
a
heck out of
mistake.
this whole game.
Bad choice with a shirt that you can sweat through very
Because the
easily.
offense is begging our defense to win this game for us.
2:26 to go as Ingle gets stretched out, and for Moorhead, he's got to solve this NC State defense, which you said NC State has all the trust in.
They should. It's where the experience is. It's where this program has really been built. Drake Thomas has been all over the place. Isaiah Moore has been fantastic, as has Peyton Wilson. Then down the field, had great coverage by guys like Shaheem Battle. They haven't even really tested Aiden White. But Isaiah Moore, you see him on the sideline. Captain of that crew comes off the field when they bring an extra defensive back in those third down situations, leaving Drake Thomas and Peyton Wilson on.
And listen to this place. 16 straight home wins for NC State on senior day. The crowd behind them.
Boston College has jumped off sides a number of times on third down. We're looking for a pass rush matchup. Drake Thomas on the end of the line of scrimmage to the top of the screen, towards the top. He has been the best pass rusher for NC State.
Third down and 7. Moorhead over the middle, complete for a first down. It's the tight end, George Takis, moves the sticks with 8 yards.
Big time conversion there. It's just a little slant. Delivers right on the money.
Right on the money.
Out to the 42-yard line. Still over 2 minutes to go. Moorhead rolls. He checks it down. Incomplete. Wanted Broom. Peyton Wilson in coverage.
When they've been able to get Emmett Moorhead off of his spot, I mean, he really hasn't had anywhere to go with the football. Every time he gets flushed, I mean, it is a struggle to find anyone to throw the ball to. So for BC, solving this pass rush, even if you give ground a little bit and the pocket starts to collapse, if you can keep Emmett Moorhead in the pocket, that's where he's been most effective.
Second down and 10. He's in the pocket, and now he's flushed on the run to the sideline, and it's caught by Tomlin. Inside the 30. Another contested catch.
What the heck just happened?
Dino Tomlin, and
How the
Moorhead
heck did that
creates this time on the move.
He sure does, and Devin Boykin was in coverage, had an opportunity probably to intercept that, but
should have been
Tomlin
intercepted.
comes in and collisions him,
Unexplainable.
going up for the football, and absolutely wins it. Once again, just throw the ball up to Dino Tomlin.
Yeah, again, cramping.
So competitive with the football in the air. Watch Emmett Moorhead as he rolls out and then throws the ball up. I mean, Devin Boykin's in great position. Tomlin just bodies him out of the way to make a play. It's a fantastic job by Dino Tomlin.
Mike Tomlin's son, who before tonight, in 4 years of college football, had
Yeah,
9
it doesn't make any sense
catches.
how they got
And he
through.
has come
But
up with
again,
3
defense
massive
shouldn't have even
grabs.
asked
That
him in
one
this
for
situation
29
anyway.
yards. And Boston College deep into plus territory, still 1:55 to go.
And worth noting, Tanner Ingles been battling some cramps. Now Shaheem Battle's on the ground. Ingles trying to work it out. But this defensive backfield starting to look a little thinner, a little more thin as we get into this game. We're taking a long time working on Shy Battle.
Already without Tyler Baker-Williams. Did not dress due to injury, a foot issue for him, and an injury-filled fifth-year senior season for the very good nickelback. Ingle been trying to get loose, like you said, and now Battle for an NC State defense that's been sterling all season, trying to protect a 6-point lead.
This feels very much like a Zay Flowers needs a touch situation. I mean, you are now down inside the 30-yard line on the road in hostile territory. Your best player has to touch the football and touch it soon.
I mean, he's got no catches the last 19 minutes. His last grab, 6 minutes left in the third quarter.
Love it. WolfPack Nation is amazing.
On the throw down the field.
Amazing.
And so Shy Battle, who has played a part in that, played pretty well last week against Wake Forest.
Yeah, sure did.
The redshirt junior to his feet inside of 2 minutes left.
Tanner Ingles still not in the game. We got Shy Battle on one side. Derek Pitts comes in for him. Excuse me, we got Aiden White on one side. Derek Pitts comes in for Shaheem Battle.
Pitts, who has had some struggles at times over the last couple of weeks. From the 29-yard line. 3-man rush. Time for Moorhead. He takes off. Gets toward the 25 before he's bear hugged by Travali Price. It's 4 yards as we tick toward 1:30 to go.
All right, now you're getting in this situation where you have to be cautious about running the football like that. It's almost better to throw the ball away when you get in these scenarios so that you stop the clock and you don't waste the amount of time that they're wasting right now. Not a lot of urgency on this Boston College offense.
3-by-1 set. Pitts shadowing Flowers. They're in zone coverage. Moorhead.
Woo! Atta baby Van.
Devin Van for a loss of 7. It's the 5th sack for the WolfPack.
A great individual effort by Devin Van. Boston College opting not to take a timeout here either. Clock still running.
Inside of 50
Again,
seconds.
how do we lose this game, though?
On 3rd down, Moorhead down the middle, complete. Tackis again. It's a 1st down to the 14.
What a big-time throw from Emmett Moorhead, and another NC State defender down
timeout
on the ground.
Injury.
This time it's Devin Van. As NC State's cramping, and it's actually helping out Boston College. I mean, the clock would be running right now.
Well, again, we've worked the dog crap out of them this game.
Figure it out, but I mean, the lack of hydration by NC State. Like
not the lack of hydration. Work the dog do out of him, man.
Now, the clock will start to run when everybody gets set, but by that time, you've already got your play call. You've talked about it. You've reminded your quarterback, hey, 43 seconds, 1 timeout. We're working sidelines here. Can't take a sack. Throw the ball out of bounds if it gets close. You can always throw it out of the back of the end zone. It's not going to be intentional grounding. You can give all those reminders that you would not have otherwise been able to.
It's been a trying season for Boston College and Jeff Hafley. We've talked to him a few times this year, and he has said, we're going to get one of these. And this is as good of an opportunity as they have had to grab a win where they weren't expected to. The job not done. They're down by 6 at the 14-yard line after this grab 17 yards to Tackis.
On the road, number 16 team in the country, Emmett Moorhead delivers it to Tackis.
Yeah, just what a dime. What a pass.
Didn't get a shot of that ball. Looks like it's a clean catch, at least from what we saw there. Nothing to suggest that it's not. But what a big-time throw. I mean, just in front of the safety, barreling down, and a big-time catch by Tackis.
So as Flowers has been quiet, it's been Tomlin and Tackis. Moorhead across the middle, incomplete. Intended for Dino Tomlin. Drake Thomas in coverage for NC State.
It's coming.
You can get a 1st down inside the 5. So you don't have to go to the end zone every time, but if you get a pass in the middle of the field, you can still use the middle of the field, but if you get a pass in the middle of the field, especially if it's short of the 1st down, you're going to have to burn that last time out. You get past the 1st down, then you have an option. You can spike it or take that timeout. I'd probably take the timeout anyway, so you have ample opportunity to throw the ball in the end zone.
Shades of the Florida State game for the Pack defense. On 2nd down, Moorhead climbs the pocket, rolling and throwing, incomplete into traffic. 6 seconds come off the clock. 3rd down coming up with 30 ticks to go.
Devin Van comes back in the game. And again, you just keep wanting Zay Flowers to touch the football. Can you find an opportunity for him?
What a long day. A great day.
Easy pitch and catch, and then you just let him be
He's worked
special
through
with
this
the ball
NC
in his
State pain.
hands. It's going to be tough.
The WolfPack
to find
ain't
something down the
soft
field.
pounds.
NC
This is
State, I would
everything in this.
anticipate they're going to drop numbers.
Mentally,
They're going to clog up
physically
throwing
exhausted.
lanes. It's going to take a special
I'm
play.
exhausted, but this has been great. Thank you so much to all those who really helped join me on this journey, and for the support. It's been amazing. Thank you all.
3rd down, Moorhead takes off, and Moorhead is brought down just outside the 10 by Devin Van.
Charge timeout.
So here's where the call comes.
3 yards
3rd and final of the half.
Timeout taken by
It will
Jeff
be 30
Hafley.
seconds.
Such a borderline call coming up right here. Such a borderline call.
And again, if you're NC State, there's 2 ways you can go about it. You can send pressure and force the freshman to find where he's going with the football. But the tack that they've been taking, dropping 8, clogging up throwing lanes, and making Emmett Moorhead uncomfortable because there's nowhere to go with the football. I think that's the way to go here. Because if he takes off and runs the ball, you've got an athletic enough defense, and he's not enough of a running threat to really threaten you down the field. So
Here it comes.
I
Here it
expect them
comes.
again to
Comes
protect
in
that
state
1st
pain.
down. And if you're Boston College, how can you find a way to get the ball into Zay Flowers' hands?
Charge timeout. NC State. Their first of the half. It will be 30 seconds.
So Dave Doeren and Tony Gibson get a look at it from John McNulty and the Eagles, and they take their first timeout.
So obviously you can't take them home with you. So it's wise to get a look at what Boston College wants to do. And those conversations, and when you call a timeout in that situation, you basically come back out. Or you come back into the huddle and say, okay, remember, here's what they like to run. So 3-by-1 formation tied into the boundary with the two slots pretty close.
I want you to
understand
to point out too that when the game came down to the line, who did they throw the ball
And if
to?
you're Boston College, now you have to decide, do you come in the same formation?
Keep an eye out for it.
Do you switch it up? Looks like they're coming out in the exact same formation.
Trying to set a program record for consecutive home wins. On 4th down, Moorhead looking Flowers' way. Throws toward the end zone and broke it up. There is a flag. Drake Thomas was in coverage against Joe Griffin. And that is the look
It's a big
of
call
a lot of WolfPack fans.
for a borderline call.
Pass interference.
It's a game-changing call for a borderline call.
Automatic first down at the 2-yard line.
Wow.
So we have not yet seen the replay. The defender has as much right to the ball as the offensive player. And if Drake Thomas is going for the ball, yeah, it's a good call. It's a good call. He gets there early and impedes the receiver from trying to catch the football, and he goes.
But again, the ref that called it is not the right one to call it.
Get there first, and it's a collision.
The ref on the sideline is not the ref to call it.
Go through the shoulder.
The run behind on under the field goal post, that's the one to call it.
Dave Doeren's not going to like it. Tony Gibson certainly doesn't like it. Better watch out, though.
NC State, their second of the half. It will be 30 seconds.
I mean, it's close and it's bang bang, but I thought that was upon the second look. I thought it was the right call by the officials.
Always such an aggressive defense. They get that mentality from Dave Doeren, from Tony Gibson, and Drake Thomas, who's been so good these last few years, just a little bit early.
And it is just a hair. And had it not been called, to be honest, Boston
That's what I'm
College
saying. But again, if it's
team
just a hair,
is
why call it?
That says, hey, look, that should have been pass interference. Like, we would not have thought
like
twice
let
about
the
it.
players
Bang, bang,
decide the
play, not called
game.
on the goal line.
Now the
Would have been
referees
fine,
have
but if
made
you
it,
are
have
going
put their
by the letter
footprint in
of the
this
law,
game. Then they didn't need to.
Joseph Griffin has position. He's
It
going
was
to catch
borderline
the football. Drake Thomas
at
gets there before
best.
the ball gets to his hands. It is pass interference. It's a tough call, and now Boston College is going to have shots from the 2-yard line. The big thing for Emmett Moorhead, you cannot take a sack. You have to give yourself an opportunity to have 4 shots at the end zone.
Which is almost impossible task,
NC
though.
State can stand up.
And watch out for Joe Griffin, bottom of your screen, 6'4" freshman.
Especially with a talented guy like Zay Flowers
Connection with
on the
Moorhead.
field.
From the 2, pressure comes. Griffin's way, and Griffin hangs on for a touchdown. Jeff Hafley says Joe Griffin is going to be a star.
This is honestly the most painful loss of all three of them.
Arriving right now.
Emmett Moorhead fired up on the sideline, engineering that drive. And how many times in pregame, Mike, did we see Joe Griffin and Emmett Moorhead throw that exact pass over and over and over? And in the most crucial moment, it pays off.
Connor Litton for the extra point, and it is good. And Boston College grabs the lead on the road against number 16
This is the
with
most painful
14
one.
seconds to go.
Unbelievable, man. The back and forth of this game. And for NC State, I know they're so frustrated by that bang-bang play that's called pass interference down there on the goal line on 4th down.
Official timeout for an injury.
But let's not forget, this NC State team has the best kicker in the country. There's still 14 seconds left, and NC State has
Shut
a
up,
timeout.
commentator.
You're going to have an opportunity with a young quarterback. You've got to push the ball down the field, but the opportunity is going to be there to give Chris Dunn the chance to win you the game.
Yeah, I've been watching the same game I have.
Joe Griffin's first catch of the game.
I really want to fast forward this crap, but
week against Duke.
we're so close to the end of this challenge that we're just staying mentally tough and finish this thing out.
We watched them go to work before they went into the locker room on this exact throw, and it caught your attention.
It did, because it's two young players. It's a redshirt freshman quarterback and a true freshman receiver staying out after everybody goes in to get dressed, right before they come out as a team for warm-ups, to work on that exact throw in that exact place from that exact spot. They were throwing it from the 25, and then they moved up and threw it from about where Emmett Morehead was standing right there. And Joe Griffin was exactly where he caught
most
that
painful
football,
one, for
right
sure.
on the back hip.
Maybe because it's the most recent
Extra
one.
work pays off. And
Probably.
the faith of the freshman quarterback to go to the freshman receiver in that situation has these NC State fans stunned.
Emmett Morehead, a redshirt freshman, a year ahead of the true freshman Joe Griffin. And Morehead said when Griffin arrived, he tried to take
My
Joe
God,
Griffin
can we get
under
this
his
freaking
wing
game over
because he
with?
knew they were
Holy
going to get
smokes.
reps together. And he knew what the future had in store for Joe Griffin. And 2 weeks in a row, that connection is real.
How about the fight of this Boston College team? You've got a freshman quarterback on the road in one of the most hostile environments in this league. You've got the number 16 team in the country, statistically the best scoring defense in this league on the other side. You get the ball back with 2:43, one timeout. You drive the ball down the field, converting a big third down in the process. You get a call on fourth down and then make the play to get the ball in the end zone. This is a team that lost to UConn earlier this year. A UConn team that's now bowl eligible but did not start the season well. But there's all the reasons in the world that Boston College could have quit. But Jeff Hafley's crew never does that. They fought during this game. You know Dave Doeren's crew isn't going to either. Again, best kicker in the country. Can you make a play to give him a chance?
Last time BC beat an AP top 25 team was 2014 when Tyler Murphy was a monster rushing against then number 9 USC. Since then, 15 straight losses to ranked opponents for Boston College.
All right, finally.
15 seconds to go. NC State will have it from the 25 with one timeout for its freshman quarterback, MJ Morris, to try to give Chris Dunn a shot. His long this season is 53.
Realistically, with 2 completions, far enough to get the ball in range for Chris Dunn, you're only going to have a chance for 2 of those before Chris Dunn has to kick it. So you have to be, this has to be a completion, and preferably one where you get out of bounds and you don't have to burn that timeout.
Boston College has had a heck of a defensive performance since halftime. Morris rolls out, throws toward the sideline and batted away.
Now you try to find Thayer. Now you try to find Thayer.
6 seconds,
but not when it's 3rd and 7.
Whatever. And Matry is slow to get up, the veteran in the secondary.
For an injury.
Now you're kind of hoping and praying that you can get at least, and you got to get at least to what, the 45, that'd be 55. It's over 60 yards right there. If you can get to the opposite 40, that gives you an opportunity for a 57-yarder. But do you have the time even to get down there at this point? Now you're not worried about getting to the sideline. The middle of the field, if it's wide open, throw it in the middle. You have to have the awareness of where you are, how much time it took to get down, call that timeout. But NC State, you're trying to get yourself in a position to throw it in the end zone for a Hail Mary.
This is like the longest ending of a game for sure.
But I think
this is
you have
taking
to get
forever.
Past the opposite 40 to even be in a scenario where you'd attempt that field goal.
Again, Dunn might be the best kicker in the country. He is 20 for 20 on field goals this year, but NC State is at its own 25-yard line with 8 seconds to go. Quick throw, Thayer Thomas on a lateral.
Oh, Lord.
Jones back to Morris. Throws it across the field, and Valdez picks it off. with 0 showing here on the
injuries and experience and play calling.
They have to do some administration, but the game is over. It was a legal forward pass.
Terrible.
Either way, it ends up in the hands of Boston College.
Terrible.
But wow, what a finish!
Fitting that Marcus Valdez comes up with it, a guy who typified the grit of this BC defense all game and all year. He's been playing hurt all season.
Let's go. Hurry up. Golly, man. It's the longest freaking ending.
Around this Boston College defensive line is around Donovan Ezeraku.
Oh.
Marcus Valdez showed up today. All 6-year senior, rolling in there as a captain, 2-time captain for this Boston College team.
Man.
Comes up with the crucial play down the stretch. And NC State absolutely stunned here at home by the Boston College Eagles. And
Shut up, Halfley. Holy smokes, man. Shut your freaking mouth.
Offense. Penalty is declined.
Game's over.
Play results in a first down, Boston College. Please set the game clock to 1 second.
What? There's no way that play took less than 8 seconds. It was all over the place.
Oh,
2
my
laterals
God.
and 2 passes.
Put it out of its misery, man. Holy smoke.
And wow, Boston College comes into Raleigh and stuns the Wolfpack.
Absolutely stuns them. And there's still a lot for NC State to play for, but this senior class isn't going to get the record that they so coveted, at least not sole possession of the record that they so coveted.
Shut up, Happy. You whiny freaking baby the whole daggum game.
Team's going to go to 7-3. 10 wins has only been done once in the history of this program, and it's been such a big number for NC State. You're going to have to win the next 2 games in the regular season to get there. And then the bowl game.
Holy smokes. I am talking because I am tired of listening to this dude and his stupid freaking over-talk. Oh, my gosh. Holy smokes. I am talking over this guy. Can I call this challenge done yet? I hope so. I think so. I'm literally talking over this guy. I am talking over this guy.
I know there's some people who think I should be fired, which is ridiculous.
I agree.
For as early as his tenure is and how successful it's already been. But he's aware of the noise, and they come in and they beat number 16, and Taylor is down there with Jeff Hafley.
Thanks, guys. All right, Coach. This season has had its challenges. You guys come on the road, a top 25 team, and pull off a win like that. Describe the emotion.
I can't. It's unbelievable.
The
joy, the effort, how hard these guys believed. It's incredible right now. I'm so proud of the team, the way they fought, the way they haven't given up, the way they've stayed supported when everybody hasn't given us a chance. It's an incredible group who I love, and I'm just happy to be their coach.
You told us this week you have seen commitment and fight from your team. That was emulated here tonight, and you have a young squad. How encouraged are you by this
You
showing?
just lost your
the momentum
starting quarterback and your best wide receiver.
They put in the work. They hear a lot of noise. They deserve this. That's them. They played so hard. Just really proud of them.
And you did it with a young quarterback in Emmett Moorhead. What a stage for him to perform on. How impressed were you by his composure?
Really impressed. He was pretty down after the picks. I just kept going up to him and asking him how much fun he was having, and I'm sure we're about to have a lot of fun right now. Really proud of him.
Go have fun, Coach. Enjoy.
Yes, I appreciate it.
All right. I really don't want to leave this any room.
And buy stock in Emmett Moorhead if it's not too late.
Well, the fact that he was able to come back from those early mistakes and put together that last drive, I mean, the kid has all.
I'm really going to push through this.
For Roddy Jones, for Taylor Davis, our entire crew behind the scenes, Mike Monaco saying so long from Raleigh.
All righty, y'all. I'm going to call that a challenge completed, baby. I got to pause it here on my end, but y'all, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you all so much again for the support. This has been a heck of a challenge. My biggest hope of this is that, definitely this can kind of, push a lot of the NC State crap behind us and looking more towards even more positive days than ones we've had over the last 10 to 15 years. looking forward to an exciting season. Being back in Carter, Philly is going to be amazing. Looking forward to it. Thank you all so much who tuned in with us for this challenge. Thank you so much for the support. Again, can't say enough. This has been a challenge for sure. It's been tough. It's been we're less than 30 seconds away from this live stream going 9 hours, but we all know that this is the started even before that. What time are we at? 10:22. Started this at 1 o'clock. So we've been streaming now for over 9 hours, and it's been a heck of a challenge. So thank you all so much again. We will see you all Monday night for our live stream, Tuffy Talk live show, as we dive into all things NC State. Thank you so much for the support. We will see you all soon. And as always, go Pack, y'all.